After the Hour by Les Weinrott. It is 5 after the hour. Play the theme song, Mr. Conductor. Play it sweet, play it smooth. Make music a man can whistle. Thank you. A theme song is composed for you, listener. Fashioned so that you can settle yourself comfortably near your radio. Designed for your ease in listening. Require time for comfort and ease. 50 seconds. Now, prepare to be disturbed by The Man Without a Face.
Now they've gone. I must think this out very carefully. I must decide what to say before they return to kill me. Oh, it is so difficult to think now. Think, man, think. Your future, your life depends upon it. Your future, your life. Do you not remember the day you died? 10, or was it 11 years ago? I was at home, getting ready to attend a meeting of the bakers. Now, Liebchen, my cap.
Here it is, dear. My, you do look handsome.
Do you like it worn straight or cocked over the eye, so?
Very jauntily. That way. And you shan't be late, shall you?
No. When the Munich Bakers Guild meets for an evening of beer drinking, singing, marching, who can say any hour is late? An excellent evening. Oh, excellent. Such singing, such marching.
It was good. Und the beer? Wunderbar.
What more pleasant a life could a man desire? Good friends, good companionship, laughter, music, and marching to Sturman.
Right. Absolutely right.
How easily you are both content.
Why should we not be content?
Why, indeed?
Germany lies bleeding, disgraced by the turns of a sigh, sold out by the capitalists and the communists and the Jews, and you are content to wear those foolish uniforms and sing sentimental songs. You have no purpose in life.
What greater purpose can one have than to raise a fine family, have a successful bakery, and belong to a club?
Yes, whatever are you talking about?
Blind, both of you. History is being written around you, and you have not the eyes to see. Germany's destiny is being planned, and you have not the sense to understand. He has come to lead Germany, to redeem Germany. He will be our savior.
I should have sensed it then. I should have recognized it as a disease that would spread over all Germany, a disease from which the German soul would shrivel and wither and eventually die. Now I remember my friend's face as he spat out those words. There was hate there in his eyes, hate and fanaticism and cruelty and lust. There was greed for power. There was everything a human should be frightened of. but I did not see it. Perhaps it was dark that night. Perhaps the beer blurred my vision. Perhaps it was because the swastika was then only a hooked cross in a red field. The fear was then only a politician who spoke very loudly and made us feel that we should conquer the world through bluff and bluster. So I returned to my home and hung up my uniform of the Baker's Guild and went about baking the lightest Pfannkuchen in all Munich.
Doomkopf, Schreck! How many times have I told you you do not pull the trays out yet?
I'm sorry, master. I did not mean to be so careless.
He did not mean to be so careless. For an excuse like that, an apprentice receives a reward like this.
Oh!
Now, perhaps you will remember the exact moment one pulls the trays out from the oven. Now, perhaps...
And who dares to open the door without my permission? Who dares...
Come to us. Immediately.
What talk is this? What do you mean by...
Pick him up. Take the boy, too. He has seen. This is the baker, Herr Doctor. Heil Hitler.
Yeah, Sieg Heil. The physical characteristics are as described. Nose, however, we will try. His ancestry has, of course, been thoroughly checked.
5 generations. Here in Munich. Aryan to the last drop of blood.
Yeah, good. And now, tell me, Baker, are you prepared to shed a few drops of your pure Aryan blood in the course of the Third Reich?
I may... It is permitted that I speak?
To answer questions, yeah.
But why have I been brought here? My family...
Your family is safe for the moment. They are in protective custody.
But why...
Take him away. They are ready for him in the operating room.
Operating room. The many surgeons. Oh, they examined me. The measurements of my face. Then the anesthetic and operation. Weeks, many weeks in the room. Never being spoken to. Strapped to the bed. My face a hideous torment. Burning, itching, hurting. Then, that day...
Yeah, but we shall find out soon. Yeah. And now, we shall see the results of your surgery.
I pray I have been successful.
If you have, your work is over. Mine begins.
We have come to remove the bandages. It will not be painful.
Thank you.
So, we begin. When we are finished, we shall have a surprise for you. Eh, Herr Doctor?
Proceed with your work.
Of course. My apologies. There. Now, to remove this last bandage. So.
Yeah, incredible. This work I shall enjoy. Well, Baker, are you not curious?
I do not know what to say.
Good. Continue so, and you will prosper. With such a face, how can you help but prosper?
Such a face?
Yeah. Here, take this mirror. No. Look at yourself.
Oh, no. I must be mad. Oh.
He has fainted from the shock.
Yeah, understandable. Would not you faint if you awakened and found you had the face of Adolf Hitler.
The face of Adolf Hitler. My face. What a fantastic thing. My reason tottered. I was certain I'd gone mad. Then the little Herr Doctor, he of the club foot, came again to my room. With him was the plain man I was to learn to fear. The one with the thin mouth and the nose glasses.
You are to be given the most glorious opportunity. The opportunity of laying down your life for your fear.
My men of the Gestapo and Schutzstaffel will, of course, give you every protection. Needless to say, you'll be watched at all times. You will do nothing unless ordered. Is that clear?
I understand.
To your person, the Fuhrer will be spared many taxing moments. His person will be reserved for only the most important activities. And now, your course of instruction will begin. Head erect. Shoulders back. Left hand looped on the belt. Yeah? Better. Now the eyes flash. The head is thrown back. The right arm upraised in salute. Stiffly. Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler.
No. Not like everything. Like a lion. Again.
But, Herr Doctor, I cannot much though I try.
Yeah, enough. Take him back into the room with the recording equipment for the rest of the day.
Belogen and betrogen werden. We have been lied to and betrayed by the capitalists, the communists, and the Jews. England has grown fat off the meat of our bones. Russia lies waiting to pick those bones, and the Jews, like the jackals they are, stand ready to eat the remains. Germans, arise! Wir sind belogen und betrogen worden!
Nine. It is of no further use. You will never be able to emulate the Fuhrer's voice.
Then we will dispose of him.
No. Much effort has been expended on him. He will do for routine matters. Mass demonstrations, parades, various inspections where the Fuhrer is not expected to speak. You follow?
Yes. And for all functions where there is the slightest degree of danger.
That was why I was spared. There were others with faces like mine who could do the speaking on occasion. I learned of them quite by accident, and I kept the knowledge to myself. At first I was afraid, and then I was no longer fearful. People looked at me and cheered. People looked at me and trembled. There were even those who knew I was not what I seemed to be, but they were respectful. After all, one does not know what will happen. Yes, I liked it. I felt the power, the glory of leadership.
Glorious leader, the youth of Germany welcomes you. In your thoughts we find our inspiration. In your deeds we find our ambitions. In your hopes we find our goals. We are you, and you are Germany. Heil Hitler!
Yes, one must clear the fear of friendship to appreciate it. I thought of nothing else. Now I wore my uniform more and more, even as he did. I resented having only the one uniform. I wished he would wear many, like the fat one did. I learned much of what transpired in the party, too. The hatreds, the jealousies. But one thing above all others I learned, that to conquer the world, one must follow blindly.
You will leave at once for Munich.
At once.
He is there. He is not well. The cares of state weigh heavily on him. Various diplomats are expected. You will be seen in his study while he is resting. You will also abstain from any other activities.
As you command, sir.
In the event you do not completely understand me, may I point out that the various ways in which you entertain yourself are known to us.
Ja, mein Herr.
That is all. Save one thing. Your situation is one from which there is no resigning. Also, if you are found wanting, there will be no other situation.
Munich, the Brenner Pass, Berchtesgaden, always with honor, with respect. Dachau, Belsen, Nordhausen, Gardelegen, the concentration camps. How the guards outdid themselves to entertain me. And how the inferior race and the political prisoners trembled as word passed through that I was there. The power and the glory of might. Then the blood purge of June 1934. I was fearful at first, but it was soon over, and I was safe again. I was more powerful than ever. Then France into Austria in 1938. Anschluss. The fools, we would show them. In 1939, Czechoslovakia. A few days later, Lithuania. Then Poland. But the war went on, and it was good. War is good. Man is intended to battle, and the German is destined to rule. Germany must have Lebensraum. And the Lebensraum she must have is the whole world.
France has capitulated, and Marshal Pétain has agreed to terms of surrender. The Führer is now on his way to Paris.
He danced a jig when France fell. He danced a jig after I had gone forward to try out the surroundings. But I had no fear. There was no one who could stand up to us. No one could question our might. Then something happened. The astrologers and the mystics came more often to the Reich's chancellery. And he spent more and more time with them, and less time with the staff of the High Command. The Russian campaign. He promised it would be a great adventure. It was no adventure. Japan struck at America. The Amerikanische fools declared war. And then the fat-bellied one proved a liar. He had promised us his Luftwaffe would drive from the skies anyone who dared rise up against it. He lied. I was near Hamburg.
Come, sir. We must evacuate at once. The celebration that was planned, it is cancelled.
The Wehrmacht has made a strategic retreat on the Russian front. Our forces have fallen back in good order, and the High Command has prepared a trap that will ensnare the recklessly advancing Soviets.
For the national security, greater restrictions will be made on the home front. All citizens of the Reich will register with the proper authorities at once.
Today, I knew it was the end. The Russians were at the very gates of Berlin. The Americans and the British were in the skies over Berlin. And I was in Berlin. The secret sub-basement of the Reichschancellery. With him, with a little club-footed man. The Herr Doctor had just announced over the radio that he would fight with the citizens of Berlin to the end. Now I hated him. He had betrayed us. He had promised us the world and had led us into this hell. Then I heard them talking. I heard them.
You have your orders? I understand. He will leave by plane. The other one will die here.
But I did not want to die. I wanted to live. I had done nothing wrong. He had betrayed us all. He had promised us victory. You cannot kill me, my wife, my children. I will go back to Munich, my bakery. You cannot do... I must think, plan. They will come back. The Russians. They will think I am him. They will come.
This one, we dug him out of the sub-basement of the Reichschancellery, Tovarishch Doctor.
A good Nazi party member, no doubt.
What is left of him, his face, you see, gone completely.
No identification.
Fingerprints were checked. He is no one.
Pulse. Very weak.
Will he live?
Who knows?
Tell me, Doctor, if such a one survives, is there a possibility for plastic surgery?
Possibly. Let me see. My guess, brown hair, weak mouth, pronounced nose.
Typical Aryan, eh? Is it your guess they will make him a new face, Doctor?
I rather think no. The young, them the world can repair. Their faces, their minds, their hearts, their souls. For them, there is hope in the brotherhood of man. For this one and the others like him, these we shall leave without faces. Even as Germany is today. These have lost the right to new faces. These have lost the right to the brotherhood of man. This one and the others like him must go on until he dies. A man without the face.
You have been listening to The Man Without a Face, written, directed, and produced by Les Weinrott. 5 after the hour originated in the studios of WBBM, the Wrigley Building, Chicago. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And this is WBBM, the Air Theater, Wrigley Building.
Shoo fly.
As the old morning bugle call of the covered wagon trains dies away among the echoes, another true story of Death Valley days is brought to you by the Pacific Coast Borax Company, who give you also the miracle of borax in 3 convenient forms. 20 Mule Team Borax for household use, 20 Mule Team Borax soap chips in the big blue and yellow sunshine box for washing clothes and dishes, and Boraxo for toilet use. And now for the old ranger and his evening's yarn. which has the extraordinary title of Shoo Fly.
Well, the title's no more extraordinary than the woman herself.
Shoo Fly was a woman?
Yes, woman prospector.
Well.
Oh, now, I've come across plenty of women prospectors in my time. Some of them I've already told you about. Now, there was Happy Days at Goldfield, remember?
Yeah.
Went on that glorious junket at the age of 80, hopping freights clear across the continent and back.
I remember.
And Silver Susie, that operated a mine at Cerro Gordo for years and years in order to put her children through school and college. And Ma Riggs and Hard Pan Hattie and, I've known a bunch of them in the desert around Death Valley. But none of them quite like the woman I'm going to tell you about tonight. I can remember perfectly the first time I ever met her. Me and Eddie Granite had come to Independence to file a claim we just located up in the Panamints. As we walked into the county recorder's office, we found him busy with another customer. A smallish woman with sharp eyes and wispy gray hair. And dressed... It's funny how I remember such things. She's dressed in a gray and a white calico dress and a black straw hat.
To corner monument number 4, thence northwest 300 feet to place of beginning, including all dips, spurs, angles, and variations. This looks all right?
Of course it's all right.
The name of the mining claim above described is and shall be known as I'm sorry, I can't quite make this out. It looks like Shoo Fly.
Here's Shoo Fly. Because it expresses my sentiments.
You mean,
Shoo Fly, don't bother me.
Oh, I see. Notice the claim jumpers, eh?
Exactly.
Well, let's hope they take the hint.
They'd better.
Located this 21st day of May, 1906. This your signature here?
Yeah.
There's no other?
I got only one name.
No, I mean there's no other locator?
No.
Well.
Law don't call for more than one, does it?
Oh, no, of course not.
Then why'd you act so surprised?
Well, you see, you're being a woman, I thought...
Plenty of women locate claims.
Well, they generally have partners, though.
Men partners.
Yep.
More fools, eh?
Maybe.
Yep. What do I owe you?
Recorder's fee is $1.
All right. Here you are.
Now, you understand about assessment work. State law calls for $100 worth each year to be...
I know all about that.
All right. Just wanted to make sure. Folks have been known to lose legal right to a claim because they didn't do the necessary development work.
Don't worry. I won't be losing my rights to this claim.
I hope not.
And now, give me my change, will you? I'm in a hurry.
Well, let's see. You handed me a 5.
Yeah.
And here's 1, 2, 3, 4 you get back.
Haven't you got any real money?
Why, that's...
No, I don't like that Los Angeles paper. I want silver.
All right, ma'am, whatever you say. Here you are. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, that's better.
Surprised she didn't bite him to make sure they was bona fide. Maybe she ain't got any teeth.
What's that?
Nothing, ma'am. I was just talking to my partner here.
Oh.
Oh, hello, Eddie. Hello, Ranger. Didn't recognize you.
Hello, Jim. Howdy.
I'll be with you boys in a minute. Just as soon as this lady is through.
I'm through now. Good day.
Good day, madam. And good luck to the Shoo Fly. Shoo Fly, don't bother me. Shoo Fly, don't bother me. Shoo Fly, don't bother me. I belong to Company G.
Gosh, what a charter. Hey, who is she, Jim?
I don't know. I never saw her before today.
If you never see her again, it'll be too soon, huh?
Well, I know 2 desert rats I am glad to see. Where you fellas been all this time?
Oh, scratching around.
Did you find anything?
Would we be here if we hadn't?
Hey, you sound like old Shoo Fly.
Hey, now, you look here.
What have you located this time, boys? The lost gun site?
Maybe.
It's silver, anyhow.
And in the Panamints.
Here's a copy of the location notice.
Well, let's see it. Uh-huh. Notice hereby given to the undersigned have located 1,500 feet by 600 feet, vein situated between Tilbury Canyon and Wild Rose Canyon in the Panamint Mining District.
Huh?
Well, that's a funny thing.
What is?
Why, that's the same locality as where she just located her claim.
Who?
That woman who was just in here.
You mean that...
Old Shoe Fly?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll be darned.
Are you sure?
Well, here's the location notice she filed.
Let me see.
See?
Situated south of Wild Rose Canyon.
And north of Tuber Canyon.
Now, that can't be any place but between the two.
No.
You're right.
Neighbors, eh? Well, that'll make it nice.
I don't think.
Well, we run out of butter and eggs, but we can borrow from her. If we get lonesome evenings, why
Remember the ladies' sentiments, boys. Shoo fly, don't bother me. Shoo fly, don't bother me. Shoo fly, don't bother me. I belong to Company G. Shoo fly, don't bother me. Shoo fly, don't bother me. Shoo fly, don't bother me. I belong to Company G.
Well, hot weather set in about then, and Eddie and me quit the desert for several months. The time we was ready to go back and start work on our claim, we'd forgot all about our shoe fly neighbor till we was part way up the canyon.
Hello.
What's the matter?
Look at that.
Huh? Where?
That sign.
Private property. Keep off. No trespassing. Penal code provision. Well, can you beat that?
That ain't all neither. Look.
A chain across the trail.
Just in case you can't read.
Well, who in tarnation did that?
Whoever it is, they ain't got no right to put a barrier up across this canyon. How do they think we're going to get up there to our property?
No trespassing. Penal code provisions under Section 587 to 625. Is that a threat, do you reckon?
Don't take more than that to scare me. Get up, Jerry.
Wait a minute, Eddie. What are you going to do?
Well, right under it.
Well, it's pretty low now. I don't think you can negotiate, not unless you unpack.
Well, then we'll take it down.
Is it padlocked?
No.
Good.
Well, I'll unfasten it and you can drive the burros through.
You'll do nothing of the kind. I'm the owner here. Nobody goes through without my say-so.
Why, it's her.
The shoe fly woman.
Oh, you know me, huh?
Well, yes, of course.
We was in the county recorder's office the same time you was, last June.
And he blabbed to you, did he?
No, certainly not.
Well, we couldn't help overhearing the name of your claim, though.
And its location and a few other important things.
Well, we did...
And now you come snooping around to see what I got.
Oh, not at all, ma'am.
Well, you won't have a chance to see nothing, because I'm letting nobody pass this chain.
But, madam...
And if you try to force your way past, you'll get this.
Hey, wait a minute.
A gun.
Loaded, too, and I'm a good shot.
Well, now, listen, ma'am.
You heard what I said.
We're good.
Go on, vamoose.
Well, let me explain.
No back talk now.
We ain't trespassers.
No. Didn't look like it taking down that chain.
We got a claim further up the canyon. Now, if you don't believe it, we'll show you the records.
We're on our way up there now.
Not by this trail, you ain't.
But we...
And that's final.
Well, this is the only direct trail, ma'am.
To get up there from the other side, we'd have to go away to Heck and back.
Yeah, that's your funeral.
Well, now, surely you wouldn't put us to all that time and trouble, ma'am.
You see that chain, don't you?
Well, yes, but...
And you see that sign?
Sure.
And you see this gun. I don't know how I can make it any plainer to you. Unless I...
Hey, be careful.
Hey, what do you mean shooting at us like that?
That's your starting signal.
You...
And you turn your outfit around and start down this trail, do you hear? And if you ain't on your way by the time I count 10, I'll shoot again. And this time I'll take good aim.
But...
1, 2...
Why, you...
3...
Come on, Eddie, come on. There's no use arguing with it.
The old she-devil.
Turn around, Kate. Turn around. Down we go.
7... 8...
Well, sir, that was the beginning of our troubles with our neighbor Shoefly. Not only did we have to take a long, roundabout, difficult trail back and forth to our property, but whenever she got so much as a glimpse of us, she'd come stalking around with that gun of hers, taking occasional pot shots at us just to kind of remind us that she was still there. After a couple of months of this, we finally went to the sheriff and complained.
It ain't just us, Sheriff. She's got all the prospectors in that region terrorized. You can laugh if you want to, but
so one poor old woman's got you all
All you tough desert rats terrorized. Oh, I'm surprised at you.
Maybe terrorize is putting it a little bit too strong.
Yeah, she's giving us all the willies anyway.
Well, that's a fact, Sheriff. To say nothing of the inconvenience she's caused us.
Yeah, she's got an idea we're trying to jump her claim.
Whereas she's really the one who's claiming something that don't belong to her.
What do you mean?
Why, her property don't take in that canyon trail.
Well, the boundary runs about 25 feet to the east of it.
Are you sure?
Absolutely.
We've seen the location notice over at the recorder's office.
Well, have you explained this to her?
Explained? Heck, we can't get within shouting distance of her without having her take a shot at her.
Crazy, most likely.
She ain't crazy. She's just ornery.
In any case, ain't no use arguing with her.
Well, I'll go up and talk turkey to her.
Good.
Well, you'll best take a posse with you, Sheriff.
I reckon I can tackle her single-handed.
Hey, you don't know Shoo Fly.
Tell me, is she there most of the time?
All the time.
Every minute of the day and night.
Never leaves the place.
Yeah. Who's working the ground for her?
I don't know. We never got close enough to see.
Yeah, it's my guess she's doing the work herself.
What makes you think so?
Well, of course, I don't know who she'd ever find who'd be willing to work for her. The old porcupine.
Well, now, Sheriff, if she is doing it herself, she ain't getting very far. Her eyes are never off that trail for long.
Well, you leave her to me. I'll go up there and talk to her.
If she don't shoot you first.
By George, she has got you terrorized. Now, let's see. You say this property of hers is between Wild Rose and Super Canyon.
And so, a few days later, the sheriff started out from Independence eastward across the Argus Range and up into the Panamint. He found Shoo Fly looking for all the world like somebody's nice old grandmother sitting in a rocking chair knitting in front of her cabin. In her lap, though, under the knitting, lay a gun which she reached for as he rode up.
Howdy.
You can't get up the canyon this way, stranger. This is private property.
The Shoo Fly, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
You're the owner?
I am.
And you're the person I come to see.
Shoo Fly ain't for sale, mister. I'm hanging on to it so you can turn right around and go back where you come from.
I'm not interested in buying your mine.
Then what do you want?
I happen to be the sheriff of Inyo County.
Oh, well, you can't scare me.
No, I understand you're not exactly the timid type. Been hearing complaints about you lately from some of our citizens. Seems you're not behaving in a very friendly fashion towards me.
Got to protect my property against claim jumpers.
Nobody's trying to jump your claim, ma'am.
They would if I give them half a chance. I think just because I'm a woman and an old woman, they can walk right onto my ground.
If you're talking about the trail up the canyon, that don't belong to you.
You see that sign, don't you?
Yeah, sure. But that still don't make it yours. Your claim don't come within 25 feet of that trail.
Why, listen, I located
I know exactly what you located. Got the papers right here in my pocket.
Oh.
Now, you've got to take that chain down from across the trail and let folks by.
I'll do nothing of the kind.
That's a public right-of-way, and you can't block it. Either you take that chain down, or I'll take you along with me back to Independence.
Why, you can't do that.
Oh, yes, I can. I'm the sheriff of this here county, and I can arrest you and lock you up for 30 days or 60 days or whatever length of time the judge decides would be good for you.
You're in league with them claim jumpers, I know. They want to get me away from here so they can take possession of the Shoo Fly.
Now you're talking nonsense. Come on, let's see you take that chain down. I don't like to arrest ladies, but if I have to...
all right, I'll take it down.
Good.
Sign's going to stay where it is, though.
I have no objection to that. Well, go ahead.
Chain padlock. I don't know if I can find the key.
I'll wait till you do.
I think maybe Ah Sing's got it.
Who's Ah Sing?
Man who works for me.
Oh, Chinaman, huh?
Yeah.
Where is he?
He went down this morning with a load of ore. He won't be back till tomorrow sometime.
Oh, well, then I might as well make myself comfortable.
You gonna wait?
Yep. Not gonna budge till I see that chain down.
He might have left the key in the cabin.
Or, it just might even be in your own pocket. Oh, no harm in looking anyway. Yeah, I thought so. Well, let me have it.
I'll do the unlocking myself.
Yeah, just as you say. Only be quick about it. I've got to get back to Independence today.
There. Now, you satisfied?
I will be if you keep it down. But just let me hear that you've put that chain or any other kind of barrier up again, and I'll be paying you another call with a pair of handcuffs.
You can't scare me. You nor nobody else.
All right, Pinto. Come on, boy. Let's get going.
There's nothing that walks on two legs can scare me, even if it does wear a badge.
Come on, Pinto. Up this way. That's the boy. Easy now. We'll pay a call on the boys before we go back and tell them everything's fixed up fine. Trail's open. Grandma's busy with her knitting. Hey, ho, boy. Ho. Who fired that shot?
I did.
Why, you old...
I seen a quail up yonder. I thought I'd bring it down for supper.
Oh, you did, eh? Quail for supper. Man for breakfast, she means. I got a good mind to go back and... Oh, what's the use? Come on, Pinto. Come on, boy. Oh, easy now.
When the sheriff told us he'd put the fear of the law into old Shoofly, we had our doubts. And we soon found our doubts was justified. She didn't put the chain up again across the trail, but...
It might just as well be there, Sheriff, for all we can get by.
Why, she sits there in that rocking chair of hers and pops away at us with her gun if we so much as come within hailing distance.
Oh, she don't ever hit you, though.
'Cause we duck.
Oh, she wouldn't hit you anyway. It's just a gesture, this shooting. Why, she done the same thing to me the time I was up there.
Oh, he didn't tell us about that.
Well, wasn't worth mentioning.
Shot at you, did she?
Well, she said she was aiming at a quail.
And you let her get away with it? You're a fine sheriff. Why didn't you arrest her and throw her in jail?
Well, yeah, 'cause she's got him buffaloed like all the rest of us.
No such thing.
Then go and arrest her now.
I would if I...
Oh, I know there'd be an if.
Now, listen, fellers, I'll admit this Shoofly woman's an annoyance.
Annoyance? She's a menace.
Now, Eddie, come.
Well, she really is a public nuisance, Sheriff. Well, we can't work our claim like it ought to be worked with her around.
Yeah, she's driving everybody away from there.
Well, I'd like to do something about it, and I will when I get the time to go over there again. But you see, right now, I got some important business to attend to that it just can't be put off.
In the opposite direction, I suppose.
Up in Montana.
Huh?
Montana?
Mm-hmm. Just got word this morning they caught the leader of the Bruce gang. You know, the fellers who robbed the First National?
Sure.
And they're holding him in Butte.
Well, when are you leaving?
Right away.
And that means you'll be away a couple of weeks.
Most likely.
Gosh.
When I get back, though, I'll do something about your friend Shoofly. I promise you. I'll go up there and tell her where to head in. If she hands me any back talk, I'll...
But by the time the sheriff returned from Montana, there was no getting up into Wild Rose Canyon or getting down from there either. The first storm of the winter set in, and a bad one it was, too. For almost a week it snowed, and the wind blowed a gale. All we could do, Eddie and me, was to plug up the chinks in our cabin and thank our lucky stars we'd laid in a good supply of wood to keep us from freezing to death. Even after the storm had cleared, the drifts were so deep that it was just about impossible to break any kind of a trail. So you can imagine our surprise one day as we were sitting playing checkers on an improvised checkerboard with the pieces of ore for men.
Your move.
Well, now, let me study this situation for a minute. Now, wait a minute. Now, if I move this feller, he'll jump me.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Now, on the other hand, if I leave him where he is, well, he'll take...
It is somebody knocking.
Yes, it is. My gosh, it sounds like... It is.
Shoofly.
Yes.
Thank the Lord you're here. I was afraid maybe you'd gone, cleared out before the storm.
No, we've been here right along.
Come in. Here, let me give you a hand.
If you hadn't have been here, I don't know what I'd have done. I couldn't have went back to... to him. Oh, I couldn't.
Pull that chair up for her, Eddie, by the stove there.
All right.
That's it. She's half frozen.
Tain't the cold that's making me shiver. It's...
Yeah, how about some whiskey?
No.
Yeah, you'd better.
No.
It'll do you good, ma'am. That'll warm you up.
Yeah, put new life into you.
Didn't do him no good. He just turned bluer and bluer.
Who?
I'll sing.
Who?
I'll sing. Chinaman is working for me. You ever see a Chinaman turn blue, mister? Well, it ain't blue exactly. It's green. Yellow and blue, that makes green, don't it?
Well, what are you talking about?
I'll sing.
Well, is he sick?
Dead.
What?
Dead?
Yep.
When?
Where?
Oh, 4 or 5 days ago. Last Tuesday, I think it was.
Over at your place?
Yep.
Gosh.
Yeah. What was the matter with him?
I don't know. He took bad all of a sudden with pains. I brought him into the shack and done everything I could for him, but he just got bluer and bluer. Then he had a convulsion and he died.
Good Lord.
Where is he now?
Right where he died, of course. Where do you think? Right where he's been for the past 5 days and 5 nights. Laying on the bunk, just a-staring and a-staring.
Well, now, you'd best have some whiskey, ma'am.
No.
After what you've been through, what?
You stayed right there with him all this time?
Nothing else I could do. I couldn't get out with the blizzard raging, and I couldn't put him out.
No.
I didn't have the nerve.
5 days and 5 nights. Snowed in with a corpse. Gosh.
It was awful. The nights especially. Storm howling outside. Him laid out there so... Oh, I never knowed before what it is to be afraid. I've always said there was nothing in God's world could scare me. But when it ain't in this world, when it's something dead, stiff and staring...
You take it easy now, ma'am.
Yeah. Try not to think about it.
Well, as soon as the storm cleared, I got out. I knowed I couldn't make it all the way to Darwin, but I figured I might be able to make it up here to your place.
I don't know how you ever did it with no trail, Brooke.
You let me stay here, won't you?
Why, of course. Sure. You just make yourself comfortable here for the night. In the morning, we'll all go back up to your place.
Not me.
All right, then. You can stay here, and Eddie and me will go over and tend to things.
I'm never going back there.
What?
I'll never set foot on that ground again.
You mean that
I'm quitting.
You going to sell out?
Sell out or just clear out. I'm all through with the shoe fly. Yep, and I'm all through with the Panamints in the desert.
Hey, man.
Oh, well, now. You may feel different later on.
Well, I'm not waiting to find out. I'm going back to Idaho, where I come from, just as fast as I can get there.
Well, I'll be. Say, hand me that there bottle, will you, Ranger?
Yes, sir.
The lady may not want a drink, but I do.
Yeah. Did our thing, did he have a wife and children, ma'am?
No family at all.
Well, for a Chinaman, that's a calamity. He'll leave no descendants.
Yeah.
Well, I hereby appoint myself his descendant, by adoption, to bury him proper, protect his effects, and set off firecrackers in his honor at least once a year. To our thing, my neighbor and revered ancestor.
The program you've just heard is another true story of Death Valley days. Presented for your enjoyment every Friday evening at this hour by the Pacific Coast Borax Company. Producers of 20 Mule Team Borax for household use, the 20 Mule Team Borax soap chips in the big blue and yellow sunshine box for washing clothes and dishes, and Boraxo for toilet use. The discovery of borax in Death Valley back in the 1880s was an event of far-reaching importance to industries as well as to each individual home in America. So great was the need for this gift of nature that men and mules endured untold hardship to bring the treasure out. The largest wagons ever made were created for the purpose, and strings of 20 mules were trained to answer to the jerk line and jump the traces in rounding the precipitous mountain trails safely with their great loads. So that's the story of where the trademark 20 Mule Team came from. And its presence on your box of soap chips is important to you because it guarantees that 20 Mule Team Borax soap chips contain enough 20 Mule Team Borax to be of real benefit in cutting grease and grime, dissolving dirt, conditioning your water, whether it's hard or soft, and to make creamy, long-lasting suds. Next week, the old ranger plans to tell you about the telephone operator who had her finger on the pulse of Goldfield for 33 years. The artists featured in tonight's Death Valley Days program were Irene Hubbard, the old ranger John McBride, Milton C. Herman, Frank Butler, and Jeffrey Bryant. This is George Hicks speaking.
This is the National...
Devil's Holiday. Lucifer takes a vacation on Earth and meets a client. Quiet. Here he comes. Now.
Hello. Remember me? Lucifer is the name. Don't jump like that, dear lady. I haven't come for you. Yet. Oh, no. A lot of sulfuric acid has to flow under the bridge before I'm ready for you. But when I am, I can promise you a real bubble bath. A soap, but no hope. I do trust you don't object to mixed bathing because you probably have a companion. Oh, quite a gentleman, really. Gervais Axman, last of one of England's most ancient families. Hopelessly inbred, you know. It wasn't a case of the family needing new blood. What they needed was blood of any kind. Still, there was no excuse for Gervais to seek his share by brutally murdering his neighbour's wife. Why wouldn't his own wife have done? What's a wife for? But then, Felder, of course, didn't appeal to him. He had to go gallivanting among the peasants like a 16th century squire with 20th century results. You know, I was done out of Gervais. They changed the charge to manslaughter, and he got 10 years. Yes. Yeah, there's hope, because today he was released. The moment I heard the news, I came hot-footing up here to... To what? To have someone pay the devil his due. And as far as I'm concerned, Gervais is not only due, but overdue. On the small, neat Buckinghamshire farm which Felder has carried on, alone, unassisted, for 8 years, all is calm, all is still. Ah, me, a peaceful, bucolic scene. It seems a pity to disturb it. But what has to be, has to be. So...
Go in, you stubborn... Gotcha.
And very neatly done, if I may say so.
Charles! I didn't know you were there.
No, you were making such an infernal row hitching that cloudy tractor you couldn't hear my car.
Nice to see you anyway. Come and have tea. It's almost time.
Oh, but aren't you going to work? I don't want to interrupt you, my dear. I know how busy...
Work? Oh, you mean the plough. No, that's ready for tomorrow.
Caro started today. I just drove past and saw him ploughing his long field by the road.
Caro works with the calendar. I work with the soil.
Still, ploughing up day hereabouts.
There's a time for everything. And I plough tomorrow. Now come and have that tea.
Oh, there's no doubt about it, Felder. Looking out from this window, the farm looks a picture.
Yes, I think so, too. It's been hard, but it's been worth it. Here's your tea.
I wonder what Gervais will think of it.
He'll never see it. He's done with it. He told me to sell it when he... I sold it to myself. The money's in his bank in London. He knows it. So there's nothing to bring him back, is there?
There's you.
I was the first thing he threw away. Now the farm isn't here for him.
Neither am I.
And what if he doesn't quite see it that way?
I won't have him here. This is my world. The world I made for myself when he smashed my other. He robbed me of everything, of himself, of his children, of my respect.
Never your respect, Felder. You've kept it and nourished it. You're highly respected, and you know it.
I'll never forgive him for what he did. Never.
My dear, Rita Caro has been dead a long time, and Gervais has paid.
Rita Caro? Do you think it's for her that I'm so bitter? I'm the one he killed. And Gervais hasn't paid. He hasn't begun to pay.
Felder, I have something to tell you. He was released today.
Released? How do you know? He still has 2 years.
Good conduct. London rang me. They thought he'd make for home.
What home?
As chief constable, they thought I should know. Left it to my discretion to warn Caro.
Warn him?
Your husband has threatened to harm him. He claims it was Caro killed Rita when he found out about her and Gervais.
He always has. Right from the day he was arrested.
There's a train gets in from London at 4. That's why I drove over.
In case he comes here?
I know he'll come here.
There's a train back to London at 7.
And what if he refuses to go?
Caro has remarried. Let him go there.
Oh, my dear.
Well, I shall soon know. If he were on the 4 o'clock, he'd just be getting here.
Well, surely it takes more than 20 minutes to walk from the station.
An hour by the main road. 20 minutes if one uses the lane and cuts across my hollow field. Gervais always comes that way. Used to come, I mean. Remember?
Lucky for William Caro. If Gervais came the long way, he'd see Caro ploughing. And, well, anything might happen.
You warned him?
Yes, as I drove by. He's ready.
And I'm waiting.
Yes, we're both waiting.
It's quite a reception committee for dear Gervais. Oh, what a welcome home. Oh, well, I shall make up for it when it comes to me for the long weekend. I think that should be the lost weekend. Now let's turn the clock back a few minutes, say half an hour, and see what's happening at the equally ancient farm of William Caro, whose first wife was enamored of Gervais' axeman and died for it, and whose second wife is equally flighty. Descriptive word, eh? Wouldn't it be strange if lightning struck twice, eh?
William! Why, what are you doing back at the house this early?
Kerosene? Did I hear a car as I drove tractor up to barn?
Got good ears, William.
Good eyes, too. Hear that, lass? Good eyes.
I don't know what you mean.
You didn't say you were going to village.
I'm not.
You been?
I haven't been out of the house all day.
Kind of prettied up, then, aren't you, lass?
What's the good of having pretty clothes if I never wear them?
All right behind bar of fox and grapes, then things, Martha. But they don't go well on farm. Get 'em off. They make me sick.
Oh, do they? Well, let me tell you, they don't make everyone sick.
Who's been here with you? Well?
No one's been here with me, as you put it. It was Chief Constable, if you must know.
Chief Bloward, you mean? What did he want?
To tell you a friend of yours might be calling on you. Gervais' axeman.
He's out? They've let him out?
Today. What's the matter, William? You've gone white.
Killed her, he did. Took her from me and then killed her. Let him come. I'll be ready and it'll be my turn this time.
You know, I never did believe Gervais' axeman killed her.
Didn't I catch him there in wood standing over her like the murdering dog he is?
Well, when I was at the Fox and Grapes, some people thought as it was someone else killed her. And he only found her like he said. Some people said you put the blame on him. Only said you'd warned him away from her. So you could get your hands on the farm like you've always wanted.
He killed her, I tell you. And you'd better not go saying any contrary, or I'll...
Lay a finger on me, William Caro, and there'll be another death in your family. I mean it.
You've been a back-chatting faggot ever since I wed you. Be careful you don't try me too far. I got ploughing to do. See my supper's ready when I come in. And like I tell you, take off them silks. You're not behind bar now.
No. Not now. Not yet.
You'll note the general air of happy gaiety which pervades this district. These characters had better watch out, or some impecunious author will put them in a play. Well, there you are. That's what happened 30 minutes before Sir Charles Barton, Chief Constable of the county, sat in the low-beam living room of Felder Axman's farmhouse, awaiting the prophesied arrival of Gervais.
5 o'clock. He can't be coming. Not today, anyway.
What made you so certain he was, Charles?
Oh, I wasn't certain. I only thought... Well, where else would he come?
Where else indeed, Charles?
Gervais!
You're looking well, Felder. Hard work suits you. Those overalls, too. Quite the land girl, aren't you? Oh, excuse me, am I interrupting anything private?
Gervais.
Well, how are you, old man? I came to extend a welcoming hand. We thought you'd turn up. But where have you been? Your train got in at 4, didn't it?
I came the long way round by the main road. It takes a full hour, you know. Am I too late for tea?
Felder?
I'll make fresh.
No, don't bother. I'll have a whiskey instead. I trust you've been looking after my wife, Charles, as a good friend should.
Charles has been a wonderful friend to me.
Good. And have you also been a wonderful friend to me, too, Charles?
What do you mean?
I don't know. Queer, but I don't know.
Then kindly don't make insinuations.
Charles!
Look here, Felder. Gervais and I have to have a talk. You run away for a few minutes while
No.
But he's got to be told.
Told?
Told that you're no longer welcome in this house. That Felder regards you with contempt and loathing.
Well, suppose Felder herself tells me this. Felder?
Gervais, I thought... Oh, I don't know what I thought.
You've got a cool nerve, I must say, Axman. Expecting to walk into your wife's arms after serving 8 years for murder. You can see how she feels about you. You caused her enough trouble and unhappiness. Why don't you go?
I'll go when she tells me.
What have you come back for? You sold the farm, you've lost your wife.
And yet they're both still here.
Are they? You'll soon discover there's nothing here for you. Nothing.
Well, if there's nothing, then there's nothing. But by the same token, there's nothing here for you either. Is there, Felder?
Welcome home, Gervais.
Felder, you can't do this. No.
Hello? Yes, speaking. Yes, he's here. 1 moment. It's for you, Charles.
Thank you. Hello. Yes, Sergeant. Well? Why? He's been what? Yes, I'll come at once, right away. You can't do it, Felder. And I'll tell you why you can't. They've just found William Carew beside his tractor. He's been murdered.
Well, I'm sorry we had to lose old Carew. He was such a happy soul. Now that your loss is my gain. Just wait over there, please, Mr. Carew. Yes, by the elevator. Well, what's Felder going to do now? Take-on situation, don't you think? Fancy her changing the way she did. But then, that's women for you. For you, my friends, not for me. Well, with 2 murders on his hands, I think Gervais needs a rest, don't you? In fact, I think we all need one. So, relax.
With the falling of the curtain on Act 1 of Devil's Holiday, we pause for a brief announcement. We resume our story with the second act of Devil's Holiday.
Oh, me. Oh, my. A pleasant rest from this exhausting business of catching you mortals with your... to continue. Scarcely had Hilda Axman suddenly made a complete about-face and welcomed her newly released from prison husband Gervais, then came the horrifying news that William Carew had been done to death. William Carew, husband of the woman for whose manslaughter Gervais spent 8 years in prison.
William Carew, husband of the woman you made love to and murdered. The man you swore to do to death as you did his wife.
I can't stand it. I can't. It's horrible. Horrible.
Hilda, come back.
Why? So that I can be next? For a wild moment before that phone rang, I thought I'd been wrong. That everyone had been wrong. But what did you do less than an hour after you got off the train? Killed again, went straight for William Carew and blotted out his life just as you did. Oh!
Lay a finger on her again.
Shut up, both of you. You particularly, Barton. Hilda, you're hysterical, but I thank God for it. I know what it means, what you feel and why. It isn't horror at what you think I've done, it's resentment that I may have done something to snatch away the happiness you were just reaching out for. Isn't that it?
I hope they hang you this time.
And they will. Axman, you're under arrest. I have to go, but I'll send a man back, and if you're not still here, or if you've harmed Felder in any way...
Which do you hope I'll do?
Don't try anything. Felder, I must go. I hate leaving you like this, but after all, I am chief constable, and, well...
I'll be all right. I'm not afraid. Not anymore.
Good. I'll hurry back as quickly as I can. Remember what I said, Axman?
I'll try to, but at the moment I'm remembering what someone else said.
What do you mean?
Go and find out who killed Carew, then come back. I'd like to hear your theory.
You'll hear more than that. You'll hear a death sentence.
Felder, listen to me. You must believe me. I didn't do this. I didn't kill Rita either. And perhaps Carew's death will help me prove it.
How?
I don't know when he was killed, but I saw his tractor standing in his long field as I came by. He was underneath it, fixing something. At least I suppose that's what he was doing, but... Felder, he must have been dead then.
Gervais, how did you get here from the station?
The long way, the main road. How else could I have seen Carew's tractor?
The long way? Why?
I had to think. After all, I'd not seen you for 8 years.
You came that way because you knew you'd meet Carew ploughing.
Darling, I didn't know that. How could I?
It's ploughing up day, remember? Carew always ploughs on this date, and forget the darling.
Look, it takes an hour of solid walking to get here from the station. What do you think I did? Saw Carew on his tractor, climbed the fence, biffed him and walked on? Oh, have some sense.
You could have done that and then doubled back to the lane and come in the short way across Hollow Field. Is that what you did, Gervais?
Yes, I could have done that, couldn't I? But why should I? Why should I kill Carew?
Hasn't that been your dominating thought ever since the other one? To get even? Didn't you shout it in court? Haven't you said it ever since?
Yes, I said it, and until a couple of minutes ago I meant it.
There.
But would I be fool enough to kill him the moment I'm in the district? When everyone's expecting me to attack him?
Perhaps you've become clever. Cleverer than you were.
Yes, perhaps I have. And not before it's time. Like to know something?
What?
8 years ago, who was it brought me the message that Rita Carew wanted me to meet her in Folly Woods?
Why, Charles, of course. Charles? You're not suggesting...
That was reluctantly dragged out of him at the trial. When I got there, she was dead. A minute later, Carew turned up. Who told him where his wife was?
Charles? But Carew asked him.
What if Rita was already dead when Charles gave me the message? And Charles knew it.
You're mad. To accuse Charles of... Why? Why would he do it?
Felder, think back. When did he first ask you to marry him? And how often since?
Dear. All this raking over the old murder, while there's a lovely fresh one to be discussed. It's so much time wasting. Why can't the man admit the deed and be hanged to him? Let's get on, that's what I say. Yes, let's visit the spot marked X. Lovely day for a murder, don't you think? But then, so are the other 364. While in leap years...
There he is. Just like I found him. except for the bit of canvas.
The body hasn't been touched, sir. Not since I've been here.
Good. We'll need more men on this job, Sergeant, and some plainclothes chaps as well. You cut off back to the house and ring through. There's a good chap.
Right you are, sir.
And tell me, Mrs. Carrow, did you actually see this fellow Axeman attack your husband?
I didn't see a thing, sir, except what's here. I heard the tractor stop and stay stopped. So I came out and down the fields. Saw him lying there, under the tractor, dead. That's when I went and rang the police. Who did it, sir? Was it Mr. Axeman, do you think?
Seems a strange coincidence if he didn't. This happening so soon after I warned him. I stopped as I drove past, you know, after I'd left your house, and repeated the warning I'd given you. See? There are my footprints leading up to the tractor across his ploughland.
Yes, I see them. But where are Mr. Axeman's footprints?
Here, I say, I don't like this. This is not turning out the way What's that, Lily? What? Yes, that's right. And excuse me, friends. That was my secretary pointing out that... Well, never mind. From now on, I'm only an interested onlooker, very interested. I was still interested early next morning, when an arrest was imminent.
Oh, yes. I'll admit it's only circumstantial evidence, but it is evidence. Here's what you did, Axeman. You left the train and, taking the main road, went straight to Carrow's farm, to where his long field borders the road. You waited in the hedge until he'd finished a furrow toward you and had turned his tractor and had his back to you. And then you struck him down.
Go on.
Then you nipped back down the main road, used the lane, cut across your wife's hollow field, and got here to the house. It takes just 1 hour to do that. We've just timed it.
Supporting evidence? What about footprints? Were mine found on Carrow's ploughland?
You walked on the hard, unploughed land. It's quite simple to prove.
All cut and dried, isn't it? Just like the other. Tell me, Charles, if you wanted to get rid of me, why didn't you just kill me instead of killing 2 others?
That's not very funny.
May I ask a question?
Felder, this must be an awful ordeal for you. Won't you leave the sergeant and me to settle this and get it over?
Somehow, Charles, I don't think it is over. Mrs. Carrow, what time did Sir Charles leave your house yesterday afternoon?
4:45 it was. William drove up less than a minute later, filled up with kerosene and went back and started ploughing again. I could hear him.
That'd be when I stopped him.
Time?
Oh, let's say 5 to 4. I was here by 4, wasn't I?
The train got in at 4. It would have taken Gervais a quarter of an hour to reach Carrow's farm. That makes 20 minutes he had.
Who had 20 minutes?
Carrow, to get on with his ploughing. Only he didn't get on. He didn't plough another inch after Charles spoke to him.
How do you mean?
You admit, so does the sergeant and Mrs. Carrow, that your footprints go right up to the tractor. If William Carrow had restarted ploughing after you left Charles, there'd have been time for a band of untrod ploughing 6 feet wide between your footprints and where the tractor was stopped.
That's right.
So, why didn't he restart ploughing after you left him, Charles?
Oh, how do I know?
Apart from Gervais, you were the last person to see him alive.
That's possibly so.
It is on circumstantial evidence.
So, if you can't prove that Gervais used the shortcut through Hollow Field, the case against him falls down. Because unless he used the shortcut, he wouldn't have had time to kill Carrow and be here by 5.
Not quite. For the case against him to fall down, he'll have to prove he didn't take the shortcut through Hollow Field.
And if he can...
But I can't, Felder. How can I?
Come over to the window. All of you. Now look out. Over there is Hollow Field. The field through which Gervais is supposed to have taken a shortcut yesterday. As you will see, it's fresh ploughed.
But Felder...
If he crossed that field, his footprints will show in the ploughing. I can assure you there are none.
Well, Sir Charles, looks like this clears him, don't it?
Shut up. Felder, when was that field ploughed?
Why, yesterday morning, of course. It was ploughing up day.
But yesterday at 4, you told me you wouldn't be starting to plough before today.
You must be mistaken, Charles. There's a time for everything, and ploughing up day is ploughing up day hereabouts.
Why, This makes Sir Charles the last person to have seen William alive, doesn't it?
On circumstantial evidence, yes. But I'd hardly think it strong enough to blow out my brains if I were you, Charles. They could never prove a thing. And neither can you.
What a clever boy that Gervais Axman is. Yes, what a recruit he'd make. It's a pity to lose him. But I got William Carrow, and that night I got the Chief Constable, Sir Charles Barton. He left a confession to the murder of Rita Carrow, but strangely denied killing William. How did the miracle take place? All the previous night, while her husband slept peacefully in his bed, Felder Axman drove her tractor and plough up and down Hollow Field, putting a swathe of safety around her husband. Women are funny, you know. While Felder travelled up and down that field, she was crying silently, because each time she came to the middle, the light of her tractor lamp lit the deep, fresh impressions of a man's shoes on the dew-damp ground. Ready, gentlemen? Going down.
Devil's Holiday is a Donovan Joyce production.
Shenley Laboratories presents The Doctor Fights, starring Van Heflin in a thrilling true story of a doctor in World War II. The Doctor Fights, starring Van Heflin.
The eternal providence has appointed me to watch over the life and death of all thy creatures. May I always see in the patient a fellow creature in pain. Grant me strength and opportunity always to extend the domain of my craft.
This is the prayer of every doctor. It is ages old, and yet today it is as new as the heroism of tomorrow's battles. This is a doctor at war. Ladies and gentlemen, once again it is the privilege of Shenley Laboratories to bring to you this program based on actual happenings and dedicated to the physicians of America who are giving so unstintingly of their strength and skill in this time of crisis. In the ever-continuing battle against disease, your welfare lies with these men and the constantly increasing list of weapons with which they fight. Among the most valuable of these aids that help in their fight today is penicillin, the drug which last year was available principally to the armed forces, but which today, thanks to concerted effort by American production facilities, is available for use wherever indicated in civilian medicine as well. Shenley Laboratories is proud to have played a part in helping to bring this drug from the status of a medical rarity to a standard item in every physician's arsenal. Tonight, Burma Incident is the true story of Captain Henry G. Stelling, head of a surgical ward at Lawson General Hospital. Captain Stelling has the Presidential Unit Citation. We will meet Captain Stelling in person later in our program. And now, The Doctor Fights, starring Van Heflin.
they ask you how it was, your wife and your friends, and the people that you meet on trains, but you don't say much. Well, it isn't that you don't want to talk about it. It's just that it's hard to tell how it really was. Nobody could have told us what it was going to be like as we flew the Pacific. Toward what, we don't know. 12 doctors in the uniform of the United States Army. 12 men who had volunteered for a combat mission. Secret and highly hazardous, the War Department had called it. You passed those long flying hours remembering what you'd left behind and sort of wondering what was ahead. You asked the ATC pilots, but all they answered was Calcutta, the way you might say Pittsburgh or Oshkosh or, or Hutchinson, Kansas. Well, I always wanted to see India.
What makes you think you're going to see it? They'll probably lead us through blindfolded.
No, we weren't blindfolded. In India, you got a good look at how things were going to be.
Tank hut! At ease, gentlemen. First thing we dispense with on this operation is military protocol. I welcome you into the 5307 Composite Unit Provisional, but don't let that number fool you. There's never been anything like it. You'll be going into Jap-held territory with guerrilla fighters who will cut Jap communications and supply lines and harass them when they least expect it. You'll be going through some of the worst country in the world, and the fighting will be as tough as any you'll find in this war. For you doctors, there'll be no first aid stations, no field hospitals, no nurses. You'll have to carry all your equipment with you, your casualties as well, until they can be evacuated by air. Now, the mission of this team is to retake that part of the Lido Road now in the hands of the Japs. The commanding officer is Brigadier General Frank D. Merrill. Any questions? Yes, Doctor?
Oh, well, Colonel, what about medics?
Well, each doctor will get 10 aidmen. They'll be your only medical assistants. Their training will be up to you.
Now, Bessie, that ain't no way to act. You volunteered for this mission, too. Come on, Bessie. Come on. Bessie, walk nice for this now. There. That's my Bessie.
Hello, Sergeant.
Hiya, Captain. Don't mind if I keep walking this mule, do you? She needs special training.
No, not at all. I'll walk with you. I'm Captain Stelling, the surgeon for the Blue Team.
Oh, glad to make your acquaintance, Captain. I'm Albert Ditmar, your first medic. Got the men out working the mules.
Oh, that's a good idea. We'll be depending a lot on them.
Yeah, guess we will. I'm a good man for this job. I got away with animals. I guess that's why they made me a medic on this shebang. Keep it up, Bessie.
Well, is this the first time out as a medic, Sergeant?
Oh, I had some experience down in New Georgia, Doctor. You come up against the Japs before?
No. This will be my first combat.
Sort of a rugged beginning. I got a feeling.
Yeah, I guess it is.
They'll be looking to you for a lot, Captain. This ain't New Georgia where a man knew there was a nice LST waiting to take him to a hospital ship.
Well, I'll do the best I can, Sergeant, but I don't perform miracles.
Well, maybe you better learn a couple, Captain. Because when we get out in Jap country, it'll be you or nothing.
You or nothing. That was just about it. You've been to the newsreels and you've seen a modern army on the march, the tanks and the half-tracks roaring down the road, the tremendous supply dumps and the beautiful communication system. But not the 5307 Composite Unit Provisional. The 5307 was just fighting men with their mules strung out single file through a Burmese jungle, waiting for it to happen. Things going all right, Dad?
All packed secure, Captain, and Bessie's feeling fine. You smell anything, Doctor?
Just the heat and Bessie. Same for the past 2 weeks.
No, there's something different in the air today. We're getting into the purple heart country, Doctor. Don't you smell it?
No, Dad, I can't.
Well, you'll learn to before this shebang's over. I got a feeling. You know, back home, I'd sort of look forward to nighttime. But here, it's just the other way round.
No smoking or show a light. Pass it on.
No smoking or show a light. Pass it on.
No smoking or show a light.
Now, that order didn't come just because they don't want to make the woojoo birds noise. You smell anything now, Doctor?
Well, yes, I believe I do detect a slight odor in the air, Ted.
It can happen any time, Doctor. I got a feeling.
Out here on the road, I almost missed the noise of the jungle.
Yeah, I don't like it so quiet. Neither do the other guys. That smell's getting awful strong.
Dit, I think your nose may be getting oversensitive. That's probably just a couple of Jap snipers our boys put away.
It's funny. When you're in the jungle, you wish you was out in the open. And when you're out in the open... Take cover! Take cover!
Dad, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right, Doctor. They were laying for us, letting the rest of column pass and then cutting us in half.
We'll stick under this tree, Dad. That's just about as good cover as we'll find.
Yeah, it's shooting overhead so far.
Everything all right, Captain?
Yes, okay, Major. I was just going to check on the casualties.
We were lucky. Only one. Brady here got a minor flesh wound, but I doubt if you can do much about it here.
Oh, hello, Brady. Where is it? Is it your shoulder?
Nothing, Captain. Can't feel a thing.
Dad, give me a bandage.
Coming.
Keep down, Dad. Dad, keep down.
Looks like those Japs wanted to keep us pinned down. They must have something in mind. We're not in a good spot, Captain. Most of our supplies are out on that road.
Oh, Major, what's the plan?
Try and contact the rest of our unit. If not, we'll have to put up into the jungle to the rear. But it's pretty rugged country.
Here's a bandage, Doctor.
All right, fine. Roll over on your side now so I can get at that shoulder, Brady.
Right, Captain.
Mr. Healy, Robertson affair.
Missing?
Yeah, just checked up. Nobody knows what's happening.
Hey, wait a second. Down there on the side of that road, there's something moving.
That's Burnett. He's trying to crawl up on the road.
Get back, Roy! Get back!
He can't hear you.
I guess the nips think he's dead.
He got it bad. Really bad.
Yeah, Roy's our first bad casualty.
Are we just going to lie here and watch him die?
Major, let me take half a dozen men and go after that machine gun nest so Roy can be pulled to cover. We could do it. Knock it off temporarily anyway. Hey, look at Roy just 50 feet away and us not even trying.
You think he'd have a chance if we got him, Captain?
Well, that's hard to say, Major.
Out here, if you get it bad, I guess there's nothing nobody can do. You just die.
Major, I think maybe you'd better let the sergeant go out to that machine gun nest. You lay flat on Burma ground, pinned down by the Japs. And you watch a crumpled khaki uniform darken with blood. You see it twist in pain. And watch life ebb out of a man. And you wonder if you have the skill in your hands and your brain to bring life back to him. That is, if you get the chance. But you know that you mustn't fail because it's not just Roy Burnett lying out there on that road. It's every man in the outfit waiting to see what happens to a soldier in the Burma jungle who's plugged full of holes. 1 hour, 2 hours, you wait for that signal from the sergeant. At the end of the third hour, every man is wondering if the signal's going to come at all, and then...
That's it, Davis! Fuller, go to it! They gotta make it, Doctor.
Hey, look, they're picking them up. Here they come.
Jordan, get 2 saddles under that tree. Plenty of blankets. Everything laid out?
All ready for him, Doctor.
Here they come. We got him, Captain. We got him.
All right. Put him over on those saddles. Give me a hand ripping off his clothes here.
What are the chances, Doctor?
Well, it's hard to say. Not very good, though. 6-inch hole here in the abdomen. Machine gun slugs in the hip, arms, Grenade fragments? No, Det, they're not good. Start giving him ether. But easy, take it easy.
Right, Doctor.
Where's the alcohol now?
All out, Captain. Cans were hit when we come in.
Okay, well, I'll have to do it with alcohol.
What are Burnett's chances, Captain?
Oh, about 1 in 5,000.
I'm sorry to hear that. Not only for him, but, well, it's our first casualty.
Yes, I know, Major. I know very well.
Ready here, Captain.
All right, let's go, Fuller.
Yes, sir.
Start giving him plasma, about 6 units. He's in shock. How's that supply, Dit?
Bessie was carrying the plasma. We're fine.
All right, give me gauze soaked in plasma. We'll wash out the wound with that.
Right.
All right, clear away the leaves in the bark there.
It's starting up again, heavier than before.
More gauze, Dit, more gauze.
Blast those leaves. Funny, I was thinking of the bullet.
Dit, more ether. Jordan, you take over the gauze from Dit.
Right. Captain, how long will it take?
Oh, I don't know. That's hard to say. At least 3 hours, maybe more. His intestines are like a sieve, and the slugs in his arms and legs.
We may have to pull out before then.
Well, that's impossible. Fuller, with the scissors.
Right, sir.
The scouting party just came back. The Japs are bringing up reinforcements. The firing is to keep us pinned here until they're ready to attack.
That's enough ether, Dit. More gauze now and plenty of plasma. Hemostats.
Captain, did you hear what I said?
Yes, Major, yes. Somebody wiped the sweat from my forehead. It's getting my eyes. Dit, hemostat. Davis, get those leaves.
You're damn lucky they haven't got us zeroed in yet. Captain, I want to save this man's life, but we can't withstand a Jap attack now.
Scissors again. Major, look, isn't there any way that we can tell just how much time we've got? You know there's more at stake than this man's life.
I'll see what I can do. Corporal Yoto.
More gauze, Dit, more gauze. Now keep that plasma going.
Yes, Major. Corporal Yoto, I've got a job for you, but purely volunteer. We've got to find out what time the Japs plan to attack, so the captain knows how long he's got to work on Roy. Could you tap their communication wire and find out?
Sure, Major. I try. Maybe Roy has a chance, huh? Boys say no bad casualty can be saved out here.
He's doing fine, Corporal.
Dit, get the sweat. It's running again.
How's America coming, Doctor?
Oh, Dit, the odds are against us. Way against us. All right, now. Knife.
He's bleeding bad, Doctor.
Quiet, give me gauze, plenty of it.
We're running low.
Well, give me all you've got. You'll have to take a chance.
Yoto just got back.
Yeah?
The attack is at 6. We've got to be out of here by 5:30.
What time is it now?
4. You've got an hour and a half, Doctor.
Can you make it, Doctor?
I don't know. All we can do, Dit, is try. Sutures and open needle, Dit. 10 holes to sew up in the intestines. And it's very delicate, Dit. What's the time?
4:30. The boys are making bets. It can't be done now.
All right, more ether, Dit. And maybe you'd better say a prayer. Time.
5 o'clock. It's blowing up, Doctor. Looks like a storm.
There. Well, now, that last stitch won't ever be written up in the American Medical Association journal, but maybe it'll do the work. Check his pulse.
It's low, but steady.
Okay, now the slugs. Pincers.
Coming.
Get the leaves off of him.
Yes, sir. Things are going pretty good, aren't they, Doctor?
Dit, listen, don't you understand what it means to have your intestines punched full of holes? I told you that I can't work miracles.
This time you have to, Doctor.
Blast those leaves. Blast them. Time.
5:20. Are we going to make it? Are we?
Start bandaging the wounds.
Coming, Doctor.
That's the last slug. All right, now the grenade fragments.
What about it, Captain?
Well, I'm doing all I can.
We're pulling out in 8 minutes.
Fuller, Davis, get Bessie in the other mule saddle. Knife, Dad.
Coming, Doctor, coming.
Jordan, watch that plasma. Plenty of it.
Knife.
Right. Now keep the morphine handy, Dad. He's going to need it. Is that rain?
Afraid so, Doctor. I told you it was blowing up.
Did you? There. All right, now the needle and suture, quick.
Ready, Captain?
Get a stretcher, Dad, and blankets. Plenty of blankets.
Captain Stelling, are you ready?
Yes, Major. Yes, I'm ready. All right, come on now, let's get him on the stretcher. Easy now.
How is it, Captain?
He's still breathing, that's all I can tell. What do you know? It's raining.
Yes, Doctor. It's raining.
The jungle. Wet. Black. Misery. The sky opened up and let go. It isn't rain, it's a wall of water. You slip, you fall, you curse, and you pray. You go forward by inches, feet, not miles. Somehow you must get Burnett through. Somehow you must keep him alive. And then you wonder how anyone can stay alive in that black hell where you can no longer see, only feel.
Doctor, where are you? Doctor!
Keep hollering, Jed. Keep hollering.
Here, Doctor. Here.
Where are you, Dad?
Here, on the ground. We fell. The stretcher slipped. We can't find it.
Well, all right. Easy does it now, Dad. Easy does it. You get down on your knees in the jungle with the monsoon beating against you, and you feel for the body of a soldier named Roy Burnett. 7 times in that one night. 7 times. Four days and 4 nights of it. Stumbling, crawling, fighting your way through the jungle. 4 days and 4 nights of mud and hunger. And Roy Burnett, 180 pounds wrapped in soaked blankets, just breathing, no more. And finally, the jungle ends and the storm dies. But the job of saving Roy Burnett, that isn't finished. All right, stand back now, fellas. Stand back now and give him some air.
He's alive. We didn't think it could be done.
That's because you don't know the doctor.
Men, we'll have to be on our way again in a few minutes. Patrol reported Japs in a village within a mile of here.
But, Major, what about Burnett? He can't stand another march.
If we contact the base and the Cub lands here, we're telling the Japs just where we are. And we're in no shape for a fight.
But if Burnett isn't gotten
I'm ready
out of
for a fight, Major.
Maybe the Nips will think it's one of their own planes.
Maybe they won't see it.
You want to chance it, men?
Sure thing.
Right, sir.
All right. Sergeant, get a detail and start clearing that rice paddy field for a landing strip.
Yes, sir.
Johnson, set up the radio. Contact the base and give our position. Katz, get out the identification panels. Captain Stelling?
Yes, Major.
Prepare your patient for evacuation.
Right, sir. Okay, Dad. Now lift him easy.
I got him, Doctor.
All right. And he goes. Take him away.
Well, Doctor, chalk up your first miracle. Every guy knows a few slugs don't mean the end of him.
No, Dad, I don't think he's going to live to get to the hospital even. I don't think there's a chance.
Well, now, wait a minute, Doctor. Wait a minute. You can't give up hope now. Why, hope's your strong point. From the minute you started working on Roy back there under that tree, you give us all hope. If you've lost it for a spell, It's only because you gave so much away. Just look at our fighting men behind you, Doctor. Look what you put in their faces.
I looked at those faces, tanned, hardened, ready. And I saw something in them that hadn't been there before. They were faces that I'll never forget. I still see them, alert, squinting down the barrel of a gun. I see them twisted in pain, looking up at me from a litter. I see them in shock, white against the black of the jungle. But always in those faces, I see the hope that was there that day in the rice field. And I like to think that a doctor operating under a tree by the Lido Road was in a way responsible for that hope. Because without it, a man is lost 10,000 miles from home. A doctor and a boy named Roy Burnett. A boy whose face I saw 2 days after I returned to Lawson General Hospital in Atlanta. Yes, Roy Burnett is alive. And he's well. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from Atlanta, Georgia, we present the man whom I had the honor of portraying tonight. Captain Henry G. Stelling. Captain Stelling will be interviewed by Hugh Whiteside.
Good evening, Captain Stelling. It is a real pleasure to have you here tonight.
Thank you, but I don't think you can single out one man as the hero of Merrill's Marauders. Some of us were more fortunate than our comrades. We got through.
How many of you did get back, Captain?
The exact figures are still a military secret. But my own personnel records show that of the original 500 men in my outfit, 107 were killed and 205 were wounded.
And you were the only doctor for those men?
Well, the only one for the Blue Combat Team. There were 12 doctors when we started, but only 3 lasted the whole campaign.
Merrill's Marauders accounted for 9,000 Japs, didn't they?
Yes, that is an approximate number. My own outfit, for example, fought 5 major battles and 45 minor engagements in the 4 months of the campaign.
For the 4 months you were entirely on your own?
Yes. As you know, the mission of the Marauders was to open the Lido Road. We had orders to infiltrate and cut Jap communication lines, harass them in any way we could.
How far did you march in those months, Captain?
750 miles all told. We lived on K rations except when we could come to a friendly village and could barter for food.
Captain, what experiences in past training do you consider contributed to withstanding such a rugged ordeal?
Aside from a good start from my parents, Mr. and Mrs. H.B. Stelling of Augusta, Georgia, I graduated from the University of Georgia School of Medicine in Augusta and the University Hospital there. Also, I had excellent training at Piedmont Hospital in Atlanta, where I completed my surgery just before going into active military service in 1942. But I consider the greatest contribution to my ability to withstand the rugged ordeal of the Burma campaign the training I received as an Eagle Scout of the Boy Scouts of America. My scouting skills helped me to take care of the men in the Marauders.
And now, Captain, what are you doing at Lawson General Hospital?
I have charge of a surgical ward there. Lawson is one of the 60 general hospitals the Army has established to care for casualties requiring lengthy hospitalization, and it has received the Meritorious Service Unit plaque for superior performance of duty. Lawson specializes in the care of neurosurgical and amputation cases.
Lawson uses the Army's famous reconditioning program, doesn't it?
Yes, and while Lawson has a staff of experts in this field who devote their whole time to reconditioning these men, it is part of the doctor's job to do all he can to see that these soldiers are able to take their place in a normal civilian community and lead a normal life. The courage of these men is inspirational. And may I thank Van Heflin for his sincere, authentic portrayal of a small part of the story of Merrill's Marauders.
Thank you, Captain Stelling. The way you doctors fight disease, illness, and the hazards of warfare right up on the front lines with our soldiers is an inspiration to all of us at home whose sons, husbands, or friends are in your care. We now return you to Van Heflin in Hollywood.
This is Van Heflin, again adding my thanks to you, Captain Stelling.
Schenley Laboratories, maker of penicillin Schenley, dedicates this program to the 180,000 American doctors overseas and here at home. Wherever, whenever it is needed, in quantities unobtainable little more than a year ago, penicillin is now available to these doctors to aid them in the cause of healing. It is a tribute to American manufacturing enterprise that so greatly increased quantities of this valuable drug are now on the market. Schenley Laboratories is proud to have played a part in the expansion of penicillin production, and in closing makes this pledge. In the same spirit of research for ways to benefit mankind, the Schenley organization will continue to work toward new developments, new products, which may well mean for thousands a more abundant life in the years to come. This is James Wallington reminding you to listen next week over these same stations at the same time when Schenley Laboratories will present The Doctor Fights, starring one of motion picture's young outstanding stars, Glenn Ford, in a thrilling true story, Captain Rame's Story. Mr. Heflin has just returned from the armed forces to resume his motion picture career, which was highlighted by his Academy Award for his performance in Johnny Eager. Tonight he appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor production Anchors Aweigh. Tonight's Dr. Fights was written by Donald Ettlinger with music by Leith Stevens and was produced and directed by D. Engelbach. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned the Juvenile Bureau. The high schools in your city have been flooded with obscene literature. You stamp out one source and a dozen more spring up. Your job, stop them.
If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke king-size Fatima. Fatima is the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make Fatima extra mild. And that's why Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. That's why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast. So enjoy Fatima, the best of all long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, October 21st. It was cool in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of Juvenile Bureau. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Inspector Lester, commander of the Juvenile Bureau. My name's Friday. It was 10 a.m. when we got to the auditorium of Canfield High School. Stage door. Guess we go right out onto the stage. Yeah, we better wait till we're called, though, huh?
You're the men from the police department?
Yes, sir. This is Sergeant Romero. My name's Friday.
How do you do?
How do you do?
I'm Paul Fisher, the principal here. Come right out onto the stage and we'll get the meeting started.
Yeah, all right. Yes, sir.
Just have a chair there.
Thank you.
Is the microphone on? Ladies and gentlemen of the Coordinating Council, members of the Parent Teachers Association. As you know, this meeting has been called for the purpose of discussing ways and means to bring about an end to the distribution of the filthy and obscene books and pamphlets that have been littering every high school campus in the city of Los Angeles. We've tried every means at our disposal to clean this matter up, and they all seem to fail. On the advice of the Coordinating Council and Mrs. Randall to the PTA, we have called in the authorities. Here to discuss the matter with us this morning are two officers connected with the Juvenile Bureau of our police department, Sergeant Romero and Sergeant Friday. And now, may I turn the meeting over to Sergeant Friday of the Los Angeles Police Department.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the only way we're going to get to the bottom of this thing and put a stop to it is to get all the information we can on where this lascivious material is coming from. You people, as parents and teachers of the children who are buying and reading this stuff, might be able to give us some help. So, if it's all right with you, Mr. Fisher, I'd like to hear from some of the people sitting out there, if I may.
Certainly. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Well, if any of you people have anything to say or any information, any questions, why, we'd be glad to listen to you and do our best to answer your questions. Yes, the lady out there, go right ahead.
I'm Mrs. Stein. I know of a place in our neighborhood that has dirty books. I feel sure that that's one of the places where the children are getting this trash. Complaints have been made to the police department, but the man who runs the place has never been arrested. Can you tell me why?
Well, ma'am, I think I better make it clear now that there's only one way a police officer can arrest anyone for possession of lewd literature. The officer has to prove that the party who possesses this literature does so for the purpose of selling it. Sometimes that's difficult to prove.
Well, I told you I can prove it.
You mean you can go to this place and buy a book from him?
Now, maybe I couldn't. But if I were known...
Yes, ma'am, that's just the point. Now, I don't know offhand about the one in your neighborhood, but I can assure you that we've cracked down on hundreds of such peddlers in the past few months. And you can see for yourselves that this doesn't put a stop to it. We've got to get to the source.
I have a question for you.
Yes, sir?
My name's Fred Scott. I'm director of the Square Shooters Boys Club.
Yes, sir.
The point I'm trying to make is, I know the young boys pretty well. With the exception of my boys, 49 in number, I'll wager just about every boy in this high school has one of those books. Or at least he's seen one.
Yes, sir, we're aware of that.
The point I'm trying to make is, somewhere in the municipal code, there's got to be a law to forbid such things.
Yes, sir, there is such a law.
Then why isn't it enforced?
It is.
What does the law say?
Well, how do you mean, sir?
Well, I mean, what happens when somebody's found guilty of selling these books? What's the penalty?
Oh, well, the law states that an offender is liable to fines, a jail term of 6 months, or both.
That's not much of a law, is it? Why isn't there a stronger law?
Well, I wouldn't know that, sir.
The point I'm trying to make is, we need laws with some teeth in them.
We have good laws in the state of California for the most part. It's true that we're weak in some cases, but you can say that about most states, I think.
Well, you may be satisfied with the laws, but I'm not. I'd say stronger laws. That's the answer.
No, I don't think it is, Mr. Scott. Passing a set of new laws isn't going to make this city a cleaner or a safer place for your boys to grow up in. Laws don't decide how moral a city's going to be. People do. Laws don't mold character in young boys either. The parents and teachers do that.
I don't think I know what you're getting at. What do you mean?
Well, just this, Mr. Scott. It's our job on the police department to keep filthy junk like these books from falling into youngsters' hands.
Yes?
Now, on the other side of the fence, the youngster has to be taught to recognize this obscene material for what it is, filth and garbage. And the youngsters have to be taught that in the home, in the school, and the church. Now, if they can be made to understand that the kind of dirt and filth these books represent, well, that'd be worth more than any new set of laws, wouldn't it?
But what about these men who put out the books? The men who sell them? How do you reach them?
Through the youngsters. They seem to know the way. The next morning at 8 a.m., after meeting with Inspector Lester of Juvenile Bureau, Ben and I went on stakeout at Canfield High School. From past experience, we knew there was little hope of a quick end to the case. It was going to be a long haul, tracing the source all the way up the line from the high school kids who bought the filthy books to the small fry pushers, the wholesalers, and finally, we hoped, to the top, the man who printed the books. We had no illusions on that score. Generally, with the arrest of his pushers and other small-timers who work for him, the top man gets the alarm and clears out before the police officer can apprehend him with evidence that will stand up in court. During the first 2 days at Canfield High, Ben and I found out nothing. The obscene literature was being bartered and exchanged between students, but the main source of supply was still a mystery. We had one slim lead to go on. Mr. Fisher, the high school principal, helped run it down.
We've been watching that boy down in the yard since yesterday, Mr. Fisher. Seems to have quite a bit of spending money, expensive clothes, car of his own.
I don't know that boy's family. They could be wealthy.
We saw him with a stack of those dirty books in his notebook. He must have had a dozen of them. He was showing them around to his crowd.
Travers, are you sure?
Joe, take a look down there.
Yeah. Yeah, Travers is showing him something. I can't see what it is.
Come over to this side of the window.
Yeah.
Small books. Mm-hmm. He's giving them to one of the other fellows.
They've got their wallets out. They're giving Travers money.
Come on, Ben. You better come too, Mr. Fisher.
This way out to the yard?
No, to the left. That's it.
Let's hurry, huh?
This door, Sergeant. Right here. Travers. Travers.
Hello, Mr. Fisher.
I'd like to talk to you.
Yeah?
These men here are from the police department. They want to ask you some questions.
Can we go inside?
Yeah, sure. Come on.
What's the matter, Mr. Fisher? I haven't done anything.
Oh, you see. Come on.
What is it? What's it all about?
Sergeant?
It'll be a lot easier if we have the truth now, son. Did you just sell those boys out there some dirty books?
No, I mean, it's only a gag. They're funny books.
Have you got any more of them on you?
Yes, sir.
Can we see them, please?
I didn't steal them. Only books. Funny books. Here.
Thanks.
Almost a dozen.
Mm-hmm. You think these are funny books, do you, Travis?
Well, some of them. I guess not. It's only a gag, Sergeant.
Where'd you get them?
I didn't steal them. I bought them off a guy.
Who?
Why, I can't tell you.
Do you have any more of these books?
No, sir.
Will you show us your locker?
I can't remember the combination. It's a new locker.
Could you open the locker for us, Mr. Fisher?
Yes, but I'll have to get the maintenance man.
All right, I'll show you. Come on. Down here, sir. This one. 412. I've only got a couple.
All right, we'll see.
Come on, open it.
I haven't done anything.
Here's a sample, Joe. Locker's loaded down with them.
Rotten filth.
You can't arrest me. I don't sell the books. I only rent them.
Somebody's been briefing you. Who?
You're only making it hard on yourself, boy.
You can't prove anything. These are my books. I don't sell them.
Where do you get them? Who sold them to you?
Nobody. I got them, that's all.
All right. We'll have to talk to your folks.
You can't. They're away. No, you can't. Don't.
Afraid we'll have to, son.
Oh, please don't tell them. Please don't let them know I'll do anything.
All right, let's have the truth then. Who are you selling the books for?
Name's Barney. That's all I know. I meet him at a cigar store downtown, 5th and Harrison.
Does he sell you the books?
He gives them to me. I sell them and then give him the money. I get 10 cents for every one I sell.
How much do you sell them for?
25 cents. Some are $1. I get 30 cents for those.
The boys in this school have been paying that kind of money for this film?
Yes, sir.
This man who gives you these books, you know where he lives?
No, sir. I haven't any idea.
When are you going to see him?
Well, this is Wednesday. I was going to meet him downtown this afternoon.
The cigar store?
Yes, sir. But I don't want to get Barney in trouble. He's been okay to me.
Sure. He's done a lot for you. 4 p.m. Wednesday. Ben and I drove downtown with 16-year-old Eddie Travers. We parked the car near the corner of 5th and Harrison and kept an eye on the cigar store. We waited.
No sign yet, Travers?
No, sir. Barney usually waits by the newsstand there. I haven't seen him yet.
How long you been selling for this man, son?
About 3 months, maybe 4.
Any idea where he gets the books?
Well, Oh, just a minute, Sergeant.
Yeah?
I think... Yeah, that's Barney, the one going up to the cigar counter.
The man in the gray suit there?
Yeah, that's him. He's going into Juanita's Cafe.
Is that where you usually go after you meet him?
Yes, sir.
You better take the boy back to the office, Ben. I'll tail this guy and see what I can find out.
Okay, you want me to pick you up later?
I'll call you at the office. Oh, you got any matches?
No, I'm out.
I'll pick some up at the cigar stand.
Right. See you later.
Yeah. Box of matches.
Oh, yeah.
And a pack of spearmint, too.
All right, sir.
Much obliged. Got a special on Old Tippecanoe bourbon today. $2.69 a fifth.
No, thank you.
Hey, Rosie. Rosie, another tamale when you get time, huh?
All right, Barney, go come in. Yes, sir.
Let me have chicken tacos, side order of fried beans, and a cup of coffee, huh?
Chicken tacos on one, side of beans. Another tamale. Anything else, Barney?
Yeah, some more coffee, huh, Rosie?
Tamale on one.
Hey. Slide the ketchup down here, will you?
Yeah, here you go.
Thanks. They got good tacos in there. Lots of meat of them. It's fresh stuff.
Yeah.
There's the sugar.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, Rosie. Here. Here, Rosie.
Yeah.
I got some new ones in just today. Whole stack of them.
What are you talking about?
You know, the picture books. Good ones. You can make some money on the side. They'd sell good around here.
Listen, Barney, I told you once, no.
Oh, come on, here. Look them over. These are good ones.
I said no, that lousy junk. The next time you bring that stuff in here, I tell the boss, understand? Now eat and get out.
Well, that's a real funny day. Looks great, but boy, what a cold potato.
Yeah?
Come on, eat and get out and take that junk with you.
Cold potato. I want the chow anyway.
Well, coffee's certainly cold.
Yeah. Yep. You probably get a big boot out of these. Take a look.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's good quality stuff. Yeah. Give me that little book there. Let me show you one. Wait a minute. Yeah. Wouldn't that kill you?
Yeah. How about selling me one of them?
Okay. 4 bits for the small ones, $1 for the big one. Wait a minute. Let's see, I got 14 of them here. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll make you a deal. You can have the whole works for $10.
Okay. You got any more?
Well, you going in business for yourself?
No, I got a newsstand out in Riverside. Books, I guess, ought to go fast. I think I can probably handle another $25 worth.
Ah. I'll get the rest of them back at the hotel. Some of them are in color.
Yeah?
You want to meet me there tonight? Around 7?
Where's the hotel?
Well, you go straight up 6th Street from here. It's just 1 block on your left. Called the Denver House. I'm in room 337.
You going up there now?
Well, I was supposed to meet some guy, but... Yeah, we can go now. How about a check, Rosie, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, you'll probably be wanting more of these. I can put you on my mailing list.
Okay. The prices are right. I don't want to pay retail.
Nah, we can work out a deal. Come on, let's go.
Okay.
Hey, that Rosie, huh? She's really put together.
Yeah.
Too bad. A real cold potato, though.
Some are like that.
Yeah.
No sense of humor. We left Juanita's Cafe and walked up Harrison Street to 6th. We turned left and went down 1 block. It was 5 minutes to 5 when we got to Barney's room in the Denver house, number 337. He dragged out a steamer trunk from under the bed and counted out a stack of books and pamphlets covering the general topic of degenerate filth in stories and photographs.
Okay, Mac, there you are. It's $25 worth. Pay the money and the bucks are all yours.
Okay. There you go. Yes. 10, 15, 18. I'll have to give you a check for the rest.
How do I know it's any good? You could take off. I'd never see you again.
You'll see me. You're under arrest.
Huh? Hey, you're kidding. Hey, let go.
All right, let's hold it right here.
Hey, wait a minute. Oh, now, look, Lieutenant, we can work this thing out.
We'll work it out downtown.
Oh, wait a minute. I can set this thing right for you.
Where are you getting this junk? Who's supplying you?
Oh, look, why not use your head? You never get the top man. Not in 10 years you won't.
We got lots of time. Come on.
You are listening to Dragnet, the case history of a police investigation presented in the public interest by Fatima Cigarettes.
If you smoke a long cigarette, it will be in your interest to listen to a typical case history of a Fatima smoker.
It's the case of Mr. Joseph G. Hertzberg, city editor of one of New York's great newspapers and This is his actual signed statement.
I recommend Fatimas to anyone who likes a king-size cigarette. In my business, the long hours really put smoking to the test. Working overtime means smoking overtime, and that has sold me on Fatimas. No matter how often I light up, Fatima gives me an extra mild smoke. And Fatima flavor, it's much better every time. I found out it's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
And more smokers are discovering this every day. Actual figures show Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast.
So enjoy Fatima yourself.
The long cigarette, which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos, superbly blended to make it extra mild.
You will prefer Fatima's much different, much better flavor.
You will agree.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
The best of all long cigarettes. The filthy literature racket feeds on the curiosity of youngsters and the stupidity and ignorance of adults. It's an all-season business, and in its own quiet way, it has reached a market which the other heavy rackets never hoped to reach. Your home and your children. 6 p.m., Wednesday, October 23rd. We checked the records, and the make sheet showed the book peddler's true name to be Barney W. Timpson, 38 years old. He had a past record of one previous conviction for peddling lewd literature in Dodge City, Iowa in March 1948. We had him brought to the interrogation room.
Sit down, Timpson.
Let's make it easy, Barney. Where are you getting the books?
I told you, Sergeant, they deliver them to me.
Who did?
Different guys. I don't remember them all. They send different guys every time.
How often do they make the deliveries to you?
Once a month.
When?
Around the first, usually. Sometimes maybe the second and the third.
They bring the books to your hotel?
Yeah, they leave a pack of them in the lobby addressed to me.
They ever use the mails?
They never do. They're not that dumb.
So you've never seen the men that you do business with, huh?
Not so I'd know them, no.
You have no idea where they're operating from?
I don't know.
You expect us to swallow that?
I'm telling you, I don't know.
Oh, don't push us that kind of a story, Barney.
I'm giving it to you straight. Now, what else do you want?
Who's the supply man?
Hey, look, we found this notebook in your hotel room, Barney. There's a list of names in it. This your customer book?
Friends. Okay, they're customers.
It gives us enough to land on you.
I know that. I've told you everything.
You still don't know who you're working for?
No.
Look, there's a phone number in this notebook. No name to go with it.
Yeah?
Now, look at it. This one right here.
I don't know. Must be another customer. Yeah.
Does it belong to the boss?
I don't know the boss. You don't know me.
Then who do you buy the books from?
Who says I buy them?
You must owe somebody a lot of money.
Don't worry. I don't owe him nothing. He don't owe me nothing.
He does now.
What?
You're going to jail for him. Barney Timpson was booked into Central Jail for violation of the Penal Code, Section 311.3. We contacted the telephone company, and they traced the extra phone number in Timpson's notebook to a private residence on Wonderview Drive in Laurel Canyon. A detail of men was assigned to stake out on the place. During the next week, mainly from information obtained from Barney Timpson's customers, 7 other peddlers of obscene books and pamphlets were taken into custody and questioned. 5 of the 7 told us they picked up their supply of books from the Laurel Canyon address. We moved in on the place and found thousands of lewd books and pamphlets stored in the garage. 3 men on the premises were taken into custody. They identified themselves as John Alexander, George Kelleher, and Raymond Kester. We brought them downtown and interrogated them for 2 hours. They refused to admit anything. They were booked in, but by noon their lawyers arrived and they were released on writs of habeas corpus. 2 p.m. Ben and I met with Inspector Lester of Juvenile Bureau.
Just had a call from the men on stakeout at the Laurel Canyon place. They've just been over the garage where the books are stored.
They get anything, Skip?
A couple of things. Might be fair leads.
What's that?
3 stacks of books they found were wrapped in proof letterheads from the Havenbrook Hotel.
Yeah?
We checked with the hotel. They get all their printing down at Rudolph Brothers, place out in West L.A.
That name's not familiar to me.
It's a big layout. Their specialty is religious books, Bible, things like that.
That doesn't add.
Not so sure.
How do you mean?
Be a perfect cover for the racket. Printing the Bible one day and a flock of filthy books the next. Could be the setup.
What kind of a name does this Rudolph's place have around town? They've been here long?
50 years. Good reputation.
Well, we could give it a look.
Where's the place?
On West 3rd, just below Athens Street.
All right.
Check the place over, but don't make them suspicious. If there's anything wrong, no use tipping until we're ready to move.
Right, Skipper.
They gotta reach the presses turning out this junk and choke off the supply where it starts. Do that and we got it beat.
Right.
Just a minute. Juvenile Bureau, listen. Yes, Sam. Down where? Okay, they'll be right out. Gross and Pacelli, they spotted one of the delivery cars.
Where?
Downtown. They followed it out to West L.A.
Yeah?
Rudolph's printing shop.
4
4 p.m., Ben and I, together with 2 other men from Juvenile Bureau, drove out Beverly Boulevard to Athens Street and then down 1 block to the corner of West 3rd, where we picked up Gross and Pacelli on stakeout. The Rudolph Brothers Printing Company covered almost half a square block on the corner of West 3rd and Athens. The front of the plant had display windows featuring expensive leather-bound Bibles and other religious literature. While the other men remained on stakeout, Ben and I crossed the street and entered the plant. We introduced ourselves to the clerk in charge as potential wholesale customers, and we asked to be shown around the shop. It was more than obliging.
I'd be happy to show you our plant, gentlemen. The most modern religious publication company in the West. That's our claim. Oh, would you step this way, please?
Thank you.
On your left there, those are 3 of our new Ludlow machines. Excellent mechanisms, needless to say.
Mm-hmm. You must employ quite a few men in here.
65 full-time. Enough to meet any emergency rush jobs you might want done. Now, over here are Bush Emerson hand presses.
You handle only religious books then, nothing else?
That's right, sir. We specialize exclusively in that.
You don't take in any small contracts, school journals, things like that?
No, our steady customers take up all of our time. Here on this stone, you see the pages of a new prayer book we're getting together. Very ultra.
Mm-hmm.
An entirely different kind of typeface.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, and back there, along the wall, are new linotypes. The very latest, monotypes. Then the proof presses. Next to them are proof readers. And the flatbed trussload press beyond that.
Seems like lots of activity. Business is pretty good, I guess, huh?
Oh, yes, we're kept pretty busy. Quality printing is always in demand.
Yeah. Well, thanks very much for showing us around.
Not at all, gentlemen. Anytime. Here, this way out.
All right.
I'll get you one of my cards here. There you are.
Oh, thank you.
And when you're ready to do business, why, just give me a call. I'd be glad to take care of you.
All right, sir, thanks. We'll do that.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Goodbye.
All right. What do you think?
You got me. Nothing out of place.
Yeah, whatever system they're using, they got it down pat.
Bibles, prayer books, church announcement. That's all I saw.
Hey, Ben, look. That man getting out of that car going into Rudolph's there?
Alexander, the guy we picked up this morning out of North Canyon.
Yeah. Printing plant continued. 6 p.m. The lights in the display windows went out. The shades were drawn. We watched the employees leave. 6:30 p.m. The lights in the plant were still burning. Gross went down to the corner and picked up some hot dogs and coffee for our dinner. We ate in the car. 7:30 p.m. A black Cadillac convertible pulled up across the street. 2 men got out and let themselves in through the front door. We waited. Between 7:30 and 8 p.m., we counted 21 men entering the plant.
That printing press is starting up.
Okay, let's move. Hey, Gross, you and Pacelli want to go through the back, and Ben and I will take the front.
Right, let's go, Mike.
Come on.
It's a neat setup. I had it all figured.
Yeah, you didn't spot any side entrances, did you?
No. Here we are.
Can you try the door?
Yeah, it's no good.
All right.
Who is it?
Police officers, open up. All right, come on, open up.
The press is stopped.
All right, let's hit it quick. Come on, again. There we go.
There they are, Joe.
They're trying to smash the plates. Come on.
Pacelli, save those plates!
Watch it, Ben. All right, come on.
All right, you. All right, hold it.
Hold against the wall. Hey, Gross, get those plates off the press, will you? All right, hold it, you two.
Now, Joe, look out!
All right.
Get the plates, Joe!
I round up those men and keep the doors covered.
Get away from those tables. Come on over to the wall.
That's about most of them, Joe.
Those 2 men going out the door. Come on, head them off, will you?
Come on, you. Come on, back in.
All
Get
right.
out. Wait, get your hands off her.
Hold it up, mister. Come on, over there with the rest.
You'll pay for this. I'll sue you down your last nickel.
Yeah, come on, simmer down.
Hey, Joe, we got Rudolph going out the back.
Right. Call the office, will you? We're going to need transportation.
Okay.
Take those 2 with you, huh?
Right, come on.
Well, we got enough evidence against them.
Yeah, we're going to need it.
2 full pages of the junk right here.
Yeah.
Look. Right next to it.
Yeah. Page from the Bible.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On January 9th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 94, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
It's amazing how many long cigarette smokers are changing to Fatima. Here is the actual report.
From coast to coast, king-size Fatima has more than doubled its smokers.
Yes, more and more smokers every day are discovering that Fatima is the best of all long cigarettes.
Long cigarette smokers find Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Long cigarette smokers find that Fatima is extra mild because it's the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild.
So enjoy extra mild Fatima. Best of all long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Frank Rudolph and 16 of his accomplices were tried and convicted of possessing lewd and lascivious literature for the purpose of sale. They received sentences as prescribed by law and are now serving their terms in the county jail.
Remember this Saturday, because that means Dimension X on NBC.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
And now, here's the Fat Man in Murder Makes a Silent Partner.
This one began in my office on one of those sleepy Monday afternoons when a fat man wishes he could be lying down instead of working at a desk. But the work had to be done, and I was poring over it when the door opened and a guy came in. He was a skinny little runt, about 25 years old. There was nothing out of the ordinary about him, except that he had a gun in his hand and was pointing it straight at me.
Keep sitting in that chair, big boy, and put your hands behind your head.
Wait a minute, kid. Somebody steered you wrong. You won't get much cash in here.
I said put your hands behind your head.
Okay, only you better put that pistol on. You might hurt somebody.
I'll hurt you if you keep asking for it. Roll your chair back.
Look, kid, there's $26 in this right-hand drawer and another 5 spot in my pocket. Now take it and get out of here. My arms are getting tired.
I didn't come here to take your dough. I want to give you some advice.
About what?
The Robin case. Lay off it, fat man. And get old man Robin to lay off it, too.
Old man Robin?
Come on, don't play dumb. Call the old guy up right now and tell him you're through. Tell him you don't want the job.
But I do. Business is awful slow around here.
You won't have any business if you don't do what I say.
And if I don't want to?
You'll get a belly full of lead.
All right, kid. If that's the way you feel about it, start shooting.
Huh?
Go ahead. Let me have it.
But are you crazy?
Sure. I want to die if you're willing to take a chance on killing me.
Shut up.
You don't really want to dust me off, kid. I know you don't. Otherwise, you'd have caught me in a dark alley some night and given it to me in the back.
Shut up, I said.
You're just trying to frighten me, son. Only I don't frighten so easy. Now, put that gun down and talk some sense, or I'll take it away from you.
Stay in that chair.
Better talk, kid. They'll sweat it out of you at headquarters.
They'll have to find me first.
Hey, don't run away.
Stay where you are, I'll wing you. And don't forget what I said about Robin. Lay off the case.
You little punk. I've got a good mind to go after you. Oh, shut up. Yeah, hello.
Mr. Runyon?
Speaking.
Mr. Runyon, this is Mr. Robin, Wilfred Robin.
Yeah?
Would you be good enough to come out to my house in Crestview this afternoon? I can't say much about it on the phone, but if you're wondering...
I know all about it, Mr. Robin. I'll take your case. Go on with your story, Mr. Robin. It's very interesting. From the light of what happened in my office this afternoon.
What happened?
Oh, just a little intimidation. Somebody with a gun advised me to lay off this case. In fact, he wanted you to lay off it, too.
Desmond. Chuck Desmond. He's the man I was telling you about.
The gambler?
Yes, gambler and heaven knows what else.
Well, what made him think I was already working on this case?
I told him, Mr. Runyon.
Told him you'd hired me?
Yes, I said that because I wanted to frighten him. I thought if he knew there was a detective on his trail, he might tell me where he's hiding my daughter.
When did she disappear, Mr. Robin?
Oh, about 5 weeks ago.
And you haven't told the police?
Well, I wanted to, but you see, this isn't the first time it's happened. She's run away from home before.
Even so, it's a serious business.
I know, Mr. Runyon, but if I call in the police, it'll be in all the papers. And if they do find Dorothy, I might lose her forever.
How do you mean?
I mean, she might hate me for bringing her back. She might even refuse to come back.
Why?
Well, she's a strange girl, Mr. Runyon. Always had her own way, always been terribly independent, and for some reason or other, she's always been attracted to men like this Desmond fella. Gamblers, petty racketeers.
Sounds like some sort of a complex.
I don't know what it is, frankly, but I've always kept track of her in the past, even when she ran away from home. I'd get a phone call or a letter or a wire for money, and always something to tell me where she was.
And this time she hasn't gotten in touch with you?
No. That's why I think Desmond must be hiding her, keeping her somewhere, against her will.
Well, if that's the case, I don't think I'll have too much trouble locating her.
Why not?
Because Desmond can be found and made to talk, especially if he has a police record. I'll get that sawed-off little runt and squeeze the truth out of him.
Are you talking about Desmond, Mr. Runyon?
Oh, yes. What's the matter?
Well, Desmond isn't a little fellow. He's a big, strapping 6-footer.
I don't know why I let you look through my files, Runyon. You never told me a thing about the case you're working on, but you come down here to police headquarters and go through every file I got.
Will you, Mac? Anytime I work on a job, I'm giving you guys one less case to solve. Now, let me see one more of these pictures.
Here. What are you looking for, anyway?
A little guy about 5'2" with blonde hair and funny eyes.
I thought you said Desmond was a big fella.
He is. But you haven't got anything on him, and I don't know what he looks like. That's why I have to find the little squirt first. He might leave it. Here he is.
Ralph Kermit. Is that the guy?
That's him, all right. 2 years in reform school, 1 year on the big time, and 3 arrests. Know where I can find him?
Sure, we'll have an address on him somewhere.
Well, let's have it, Mac. The sooner I go after the little fish, the sooner I can land the big one. Come on, open up, you jerk.
Yes?
Oh, excuse me, I'm looking for a guy named Ralph Kermit. Does he live here?
Yes, who wants to see him?
The fat man.
Come on in.
Thanks.
Kermit isn't here right now, but we were expecting you, Runyon. My name's Desmond.
Oh, that saves me a lot of trouble.
Does it?
It was a neat trick, Desmond. I should have been ready for it.
You better get ready for some more. You broke into my apartment, fat man.
Huh?
Don't reach for your gun. I only need an excuse for beating you up. Now I'll take that gun.
Okay. Anything else you want?
No. Just get up.
Why should I? Come down and get me.
Get up, I said.
You know how to kick, too, don't you? Anything else allowed?
Oh, everything.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. That's what they call a stomach bug, Desmond. You can do it if you've got a hard enough head.
You won't do it again, Runyon.
Be sensible, Desmond. Tell me where you're hiding that girl, and I'll leave you alone. I won't even ask you why.
Don't make me laugh.
Don't lead with your right. Where's that girl, Desmond? Come on. Tell me where you're hiding her, or I'll choke the life out of you.
You won't find her, Runyon.
No.
She's in love with me, and if her old man doesn't come through with $50,000, he's gonna get me as a son-in-law.
You're gonna tell me where she is. Now, come on, Desmond. This is your last chance.
Don't make me laugh, fat man. Don't make me laugh.
Hello, Kathy. This is me, baby, Brad.
Where are you?
In my office. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep our date for tonight, honey.
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing serious. Only I ran into a tough customer a little while ago, and I've got the most beautiful shiny you ever saw.
Oh, Brad, you poor thing. Why don't you come over here and let me take care of you?
You know how to patch up a black eye?
No, but I can take care of the other one.
What about the rest of me? I got a swollen hand.
Only one? You used to have two.
Cut the comedy. I'm not that fat.
Oh, come on over, Brad. I want to see you.
Well, I should be out looking for Mr. Robin's daughter, but I suppose it's all right to knock off for a while. The guy that knows where she is won't be moving her tonight. I don't think he can stand up.
Then you'll be over here?
Yeah, in about half an hour.
All right, Brad. I'll be waiting for you.
So long, honey. Yeah, who is it?
Me, Mr. Robin.
Well, come in, Mr. Robin. I was just about to call you up and tell you what progress I've made.
With Desmond?
Yeah. He knows where your daughter is, all right. And as soon as he feels a little better, I'm going to make him lead me to her.
I don't think that will be necessary, Mr. Runyon.
Why not?
Because I know where she is.
What?
I had a telegram from her this evening. Here, read it.
Need money very badly. I'm through with Desmond and all of them. They'll come home if you wire me $1,000 care of Bryce Cochran at above address. Must pay debts and get into shape before I see you, love, Dottie. Who's Bryce Cochran, Mr. Robin?
I don't know.
When did this wire arrive?
About an hour ago, but I haven't sent her the money yet.
That's good.
I don't want to send her the money.
What do you mean?
I don't trust her anymore, Mr. Runyon. That's why I came here. I want you to go down to this address and bring her back. Do you think you can get her to come with you?
Think. Look, Mr. Robin, she'll come back with me if I have to carry her under my arm.
Yeah? What do you want?
I'd like to see Miss Robin. Is she here?
Who's calling?
The fat man. I've got some money for her.
Oh. Her old man sent you?
Yeah.
Well, come on in.
Okay.
My name's Cochran. Bryce Cochran.
How do you do?
You say you got the money with you?
Yeah, but I'll give it to Miss Robin.
Okay, don't get sore. I just asked you because I don't think she'll talk to you if you haven't got the money.
I've got it right here. Look. Want to count it?
No, I believe you. Just a second, I'll get it for you. Dot.
Yeah?
Come on out. The guy here with money from your father.
What kind of a guy?
It's all right. He's okay.
I don't care. I told my father to telegraph that money. Didn't ask him to send a spy.
I'm not a spy, Miss Robin. I'm an escort.
What?
I came here to see you home.
You mean go with you now, the way I look?
That's the idea.
That's impossible. Besides, I have to settle my debts first. I'll be home the day after tomorrow, if you leave the money with me.
Well, I'd like to, Miss Robin, but how can I be sure you're Wilfred Robin's daughter?
I have identification.
Where?
Right here in my bag. Letters, my bank book, a bracelet.
Uh-huh.
Now, what's the matter? Don't you think I'm Dorothy Robin?
I don't know. But I got a good way of proving it. Come in, Mr. Robin.
Why, you dirty double-crosser!
Stay where you are. Is this your daughter, Mr. Robin?
Why, no. I never saw this girl before in all my life.
I thought so. I thought this was a gag, only it isn't very funny.
That's Cochran's fault. He got me into this. Said it was going to be a cinch.
Shut up. How do I know the old guy'd come around?
Take it easy, you two. You got a long way to go.
What are you going to do?
Well, I could run you in for fraud. But if you're nice about this, I'll make a deal with you.
What's the deal?
I want the truth, Cochran. Why did you pull this shakedown?
It looked like an easy way to make $1,000.
Do you know the Robin girl?
No.
He's lying. He knows her all right. He knows her too well.
Keep quiet.
Look, Cochran, I told you I wanted the truth. Now, you must know something about the Robin girl, or you wouldn't have a bank book or these letters. Where did you get them?
I stole them from her.
You mean she left them here in this apartment? She's been over here.
Well, what if she has? You know why I wanted to see
You big liar.
Hold it. I'm not interested in your private fights. I want to know where Dorothy Robin is.
We can't tell you.
You better tell me or I'll run you in.
But if Desmond finds out, he'll kill us.
Desmond won't know.
What's to stop you from telling him?
Listen, sister, if I wanted to tell Desmond anything, I could tell him about this shakedown you were pulling right under his nose.
No, please.
All right, then, talk, and talk fast. Where is she?
Right across the street, in the top floor apartment.
Over here, Mr. Robin. This is the apartment over here.
Wait, somebody's coming out.
Quick, get back. a shrimp Kermit.
See you later, Dottie.
Watch it. I'm gonna grab him.
Hey, what's up with it? Runyon, what are you doing here?
Get back in that apartment, kid.
Yeah, but listen.
Go on, get back.
All right, don't shove.
Come along, Mr. Robin.
Right.
For heaven's sake, what's going on here?
Dorothy.
Pop! How did you find out where I was?
Oh, it's not important now, Dorothy. The important thing is...
stop that sob stuff. I got enough of it at home. Who's a fat guy?
Brad Runyon, Miss Robin. I'm a detective.
Well, I don't like detectives. Get out of here and leave Kermit alone.
Yeah, let go of me.
Take it easy, Squirt. I thought you might be keeping Miss Robin here against her will.
Are you crazy? He's a friend of mine. He brought over some coffee and groceries for me. Let him go.
Okay.
See you later, Dottie.
Yeah.
Dorothy, you look so tired.
I am tired. Tired of people telling me how to run my life. I'm old enough to know what I'm doing.
But you're ruining your health, my dear. Look at you. Look at the girl I tried so hard to give everything.
Oh, be quiet. I don't feel good enough to take that speech right now. I don't feel good at all.
What's the matter?
I don't know. I just feel kind of woozy. As if everything was going black.
Maybe I'd better call a doctor.
Yeah, maybe you bet... But...
Dorothy.
Quick, Mr. Robin. Get some water. She's fainted. The poor kid...
What's the matter, Runyon?
I was wrong, Mr. Robin. She hasn't fainted. She's dead.
She just got faint and collapsed right here on the floor. Is that it, Runyon?
Yeah, it was like a heart attack, Mac, only it wasn't quite.
Well, there's no sense in guessing about it until we get a report from the medical examiner. I just hope you and Mr. Robin didn't wipe your fingerprints all over the place.
Didn't touch a thing. Hasn't the old man up to headquarters 2 minutes after it happened?
I'll get it. Yeah, Mackenzie speaking.
Mackenzie, this is Fogarty.
Oh, yes, Inspector. Any word yet?
Well, it isn't official, but I've had an advance report. There was poison in the coffee she drank, so you'd better start thinking about suspects.
All right, Inspector, I'll be right to work.
Good.
Well, you call the turn, Runyon. That wasn't a heart attack at all. There was poison in the coffee she drank.
Coffee? Did you say coffee?
Yeah, why?
That's the one thing I forgot to tell you, Mac. Kermit was leaving the apartment just as we got here. He's the one that brought the coffee.
Hello?
Hello, Kathy. This is me, Brad.
Brad Runyon. Have you got the nerve to call up here after standing me up all evening?
No, don't get mad, baby. I just couldn't get to a phone. Too many things have been happening.
How many black eyes have you got now?
No, this is serious. I'm on a murder case, gorgeous. And I got just one more call to make before I wrap it up.
Why are you telling me?
Well, I thought you might wait up for me and have a drink if I got there within the next hour.
Oh, all right, you big ape. I'm spoiling you, but there's nothing else I can do. Where are you now?
In a drugstore on Craig Street. I'll be up at your place in about... Wait a minute, baby. Hold the line.
What's the matter?
The guy I'm looking for just went out of this store. I gotta grab him. Hey! Hey, Kermit! Hey, Kermit, come back here!
What?
Wait a minute, Kermit.
Yeah, for Pete's sake, Runyon, what do you want? Why do you keep following me around?
Because I like you. I like you so much, I'm going to give you to the police as a present.
What are you talking about?
That coffee you brought over to Dorothy Robin, there was poison in it.
Poison? In that package of coffee?
It didn't come in the package, Kermit. You put it there.
I didn't touch it.
No. I suppose they gave it to you that way in the store.
I didn't get it in the store. I borrowed that coffee from Bryce Cochran.
This is crazy, Runyon, coming over to Cochran's apartment on that kid's say-so. If Cochran poisoned that coffee, he won't be sitting around a house waiting for somebody to arrest him.
Don't be too sure, Mac. Not all murderers run away.
Hey, what was that?
Sounds like a pane of glass breaking. Hey, open the door. Open it up!
Give it your shoulder, Brad.
Not tonight, Mac. I'm black and blue all over. Well, it's about time
Quick, he went down the power escape.
Who?
Desmond.
Desmond. We can still catch him if we run.
Just a minute, young lady. Who are you, and what are you doing with a gun in your hand?
I shot after Desmond. I tried to stop him.
Well, don't tell me who you are.
She's Cochrane's partner, Mac, the one who posed as Dorothy
For
Robin.
heaven's sake, hurry, will you? He'll get away.
What's the rush? We're not after Desmond. It's Cochrane we want to talk to.
Well, he can't anymore. Desmond just killed him. You fools! While you're questioning me here at headquarters, Desmond is getting further and further away.
He won't get very far. Every road out of town's being watched.
Then why are you holding me?
Because you might have killed Dorothy Robin.
Dorothy Robin? I didn't know she was dead.
That doesn't mean you didn't kill her. You could have poisoned the coffee that came from Cochrane's apartment.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Then I'll make it plain. You said Desmond came down the fire escape at the apartment, broke the window pane, and shot Cochrane.
Oh, he did.
That's your story. And so far, you're the only one who can prove it.
What do you mean?
Just what I said. Desmond could have poisoned the Robin girl, and shot Cochrane, too, if he came down that fire escape.
If he came down?
Yeah. You might have invented the whole story.
Oh, that's crazy.
Is it? You had a reason for killing Cochrane and Dorothy Robin, too. You were jealous of them both.
No.
Don't lie to me. You as much as said so the first time I came to the apartment.
Mackenzie! For Pete's sake, Dugan, how many times have I got to tell you, don't bust into a room like that? Can't you see we're busy?
But it's important, Mackenzie. We've got a lead on Desmond.
Oh, yeah? Where is he?
Hiding out somewhere in the railroad yard. He is spotted there by a yard policeman.
Well, don't bother us with that now.
Well, what do you mean? He's a murderer, Mackenzie. He's the one who shot Cochrane.
How do you know? How do you know it wasn't done by this girl right here?
It couldn't have been. The bullet that killed him didn't come from her gun.
Easy now, Runyon. Take it easy going through this yard. If Desmond's in one of these boxcars, he'll saw us down before we got a chance.
He won't live long if he starts shooting. Every cop in the yard will be down on him.
Yeah, but that won't do us any good.
Watch it. I saw something move in that car.
We saw a glass of milk on the hook.
Not that car, Mac. This one right here. Come quick. He's in there all right with a jammed gun. Can't you hear him?
Yes, I can now.
Hurry up, Mac. Crawl under the car and get some men on the other side of the yard. I'll pin him here till you close in.
Okay, Brad. We'll make it back here as soon as we can.
Good. Well, Desmond, how about it? Are you going to come out with your hands up? Or do you want me to do it the hard way?
Why should I make it easy? Come on in here and get me.
No. There isn't enough light in there yet. I'll wait till they bring up the floods.
What are you afraid of, Runyon? You know my gun is jammed.
That's why I'm playing it cozy. You've got to come out.
Maybe I'd better come out right now, huh?
Watch your step, Desmond. This gun is awful ready for you. I've got the hammer up.
I don't care what you've got. I'm coming down. Now we're on the same level.
Stay right there, chum.
Quit your kidding. You won't kill me, Runyon.
I will if I have to.
You're too good a detective to bump me off before I've made a statement. No, you'll try to save my life.
I'll save my own first.
Sure, but you'll have a couple of scars to show for it. I'm gonna cut you up, Runyon, just once with this knife to pay you for that beating you gave me.
Don't be a chump. Stay where you are.
Make me. See if you can stop me before I get to you.
I'll stop you. Did you forget about your legs, Desmond? You can't walk if you haven't got your legs.
You lousy copper. You got eyes like a cat.
Drop the knife, Desmond, or your hands go next.
Okay. What else you want?
Your reason for shooting Cochrane and killing Dorothy Robin.
Dorothy Robin? She's not dead, is she? Runyon, she's not really dead.
What do you mean? You killed her, didn't you?
You crazy. I was in love with her, Runyon. That's why I shot Cochrane. He was doing everything he could to take her away from me.
I didn't know you cared. You told me you were using her to blackmail her father.
I was. She knew about it all the time. We was both living on the money I got from her old man.
Then why were you hiding her?
Because I didn't want him to find out.
What?
That Dorothy was my wife.
Hey, what's the idea, Runyon? Why are you dragging me back to Dorothy Robin's apartment?
I'm not dragging you, Kermit. I just want you to help me find out something.
About what?
The cause of Miss Robin's death. Come on in.
Who's here?
Just Mackenzie and Mr. Robin. You've met each other, haven't you, Kermit?
No.
Oh, how do you do?
Hi.
Got anything new yet, Mac?
No, the inspector thinks she might have committed suicide. Mr. Robin doesn't believe it.
She wouldn't have done it, Runyon. She wouldn't have done it.
Hey, for Pete's sake, what's this all about? You got no right to hold me here.
Take it easy, kid. Just take it easy. You had your breakfast yet?
Huh? Well, how could I? You've been bumping me at headquarters all night, now you bring me here.
Well, relax, will you? I got a cup of coffee for you.
Coffee?
Yeah. Here you are.
Hey, wait a minute. Where did you get this coffee?
Quit worrying, kid. I made it fresh just now.
What package did it come from?
The red one up in the cupboard.
That's the one I brought here last night. I won't drink this stuff.
Why not?
Because there's poison in it. You know there is. This stuff killed her.
No, kid. This stuff didn't kill her.
What do you mean?
The package you brought over here last night was never opened.
Well, what are you trying to give me, heart failure?
Because I had to make sure you didn't know where that poison came from.
Well, where did it come from?
Suppose you answer that, Mr. Robin.
What?
You were here last night, Mr. Robin, before we came over together.
Why, you're mistaken.
Don't try to deny it. The landlady saw you come out of the apartment.
But...
It's no use, Mr. Robin. If Kermit didn't do it, you did. Somebody tipped you off she was living here, and you decided to put her away. So you slipped into the apartment and poisoned the coffee pot. Maybe you were hoping to get Desmond, too.
Yes, I was. I found out they were married, and I couldn't bear to think of the life he'd make her lead.
And you hired me to throw the police off the track.
Yes. I was afraid Kermit might talk in spite of the money I paid him, and I didn't want to be suspected.
Kermit? Well, what's he got to do with it?
Everything. He's the one who gave me this address.
Hello?
Hello, Kathy. This is me, baby. Brad.
I'm not speaking to you, Mr. Runyon.
Oh, now, don't be that way, honey. I didn't mean to leave you hanging on the phone last night, but I got so busy I forgot all about it.
What made you remember now?
Well, my eye kind of hurts, and I thought you might soothe it.
Go to a barber. He'll fix it for you.
I like your way better.
Sorry, I've got a date.
Oh, honey, my eye really hurts.
All right, you big ape. Come on over here, and I'll blacken the other one.
Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
The Adventures of Father Brown. And here he is, Father Brown, the best-loved detective of them all.
Humanity produces optimists only because it has never produced a really happy man.
From the masterful and exciting pages of G.K. Chesterton comes that fascinating human being, Father Brown, played by Carl Swenson. Underneath the modest exterior of Father Brown is the rich character of a generous, deeply human man with a sensitive and quick-witted mind. In addition to being a man of God, he is a man of the world, a man of science, and a brilliant amateur detective. And now, the three tools of death. Facing the afterglow of a beautiful summer sunset, Father Brown sits alone in the study of his modest parish house. He is half dozing when Nora, his housekeeper, enters.
Father Brown. Father Brown.
No. Yes, Nora? What time is it?
Time for your tea. Here it is, nice and hot.
Ah, thank you. Just set it there, please.
Were you asleep?
Oh, I was in between, Nora, just in between. A beautiful state of being, I assure you. Half out of this world and half in.
It's a good thing young Father Peter took over your duties for today. I told him... There's somebody at the door. Don't worry, I'll take care of that.
No.
Oh, good evening, Nora. Is Father Brown in?
I'm sorry, Flambeau, but he's rested.
No, Nora. You know Flambeau's always welcome. Tell him to come in.
Oh, all right.
Come in, Flambeau. Have a cup of tea.
No, thanks, Father. I'm all upset. A friend of mine is in trouble.
Oh.
Will you come with me to Oakville? My car's outside.
Here. No, not so fast. Get your breath. Sit down.
Father, you've heard of Aaron Armstrong, the philanthropist and lecturer?
Oh, Armstrong. The author of those bestsellers on how to be happy, etc. Had that such a tremendous following?
Yes, Father, that's the one.
Oh, yes. I read his books. And I attended one of his lectures once in which he offered his followers an easy road to happiness. Or heaven, as he called it.
That's the guy, Father.
Yes. As I remember, he apparently based his teachings on one of the Proverbs of Solomon. A merry heart doeth good like medicine, but a broken spirit drieth the bones.
Uh-huh.
Yes. He believed in giving up all the physical appetites, smoking, overeating, and drinking. Oh, yes, and above all, he believed in being cheerful. He dealt with the drink problem with an enormous gaiety.
Well, he's dead.
What?
His body was discovered early this morning.
Well, you don't say. Where?
Right near his house, in a ditch on the parkway.
What happened?
Nobody knows. But according to the police, it looks like murder.
Did you say his house is close to the parkway?
Yes, on an embankment just above it.
Well, what makes the police think it wasn't an accident, Flambeau?
Well, he was wearing only his dressing gown. And another strange thing, Father. A small piece of rope was tied around one of his ankles.
Was any weapon found?
No, but it was apparent he'd been struck on the head by a huge instrument of some sort. Cuts and bruises on his body showed signs of a struggle.
Well, who put you on the case?
Oh, no one. The dead man's secretary, Robert Royce, is an old friend of mine.
I see.
I called him as soon as I heard the news and offered him my services as private investigator. But he refused to see me.
Well, that's strange. No, yet no. Not so strange if he were implicated. Who else is there beside Royce in the household?
Just Armstrong's daughter. A very attractive girl, I hear, but completely dominated by her father's cheerfulness. And there's also a gardener, I believe.
And your friend Royce, what sort of man is he?
Oh, he's a huge, genial sort of fellow. A Scotsman.
Did he and Armstrong get along well together?
Well, Royce was devoted to him.
Ah, yes. Armstrong had many devoted followers. You know, he's always interested me, Flambeau. He puzzled me, in fact.
Puzzled you?
Yes. When first I heard him lecture, I remember thinking that he had a troublesome road ahead. I believe that somewhere in his life, you'll find the secret of his death.
But, Father, according to the papers, he lived as he preached.
Oh, yes, I know, Flambeau. The old fellow's optimism was phenomenal. But somehow I don't believe he found that easy road to heaven, as he called it.
No?
No. Neither have I. There is no shortcut to heaven, my friend.
But who would want to kill such a man?
Well, if ever I murdered somebody, I dare say it might well be an optimist of the proportions of old Armstrong. His optimism was so out of proportion.
I've heard cheerfulness referred to as a virtue.
Yeah, well, people like frequent laughter, but a permanent smile, Flambeau. Well, now that's something else again. As Shakespeare says, the devil hath power to assume a pleasing shape.
Oh, Father, it's 6 o'clock. We're just in time for the news. Let's turn on the radio.
That's a good idea. Perhaps there's something further on the case.
Listen.
Clear tonight and tomorrow somewhat cooler. Now we bring you a special bulletin just handed me on the Armstrong case.
Turn it up, Flambeau.
John Magnus, the gardener, the millionaire philanthropist, has been reported missing.
Oh.
Also, negotiable bonds for the dead man valued at $100,000. The police received this report only a short while ago and are now conducting a statewide search for the gardener. It is believed...
Well, that seems to be the first real clue. Do you mind if I use the phone, Father? I'd like to talk to Royce again.
The call will cost you a nickel. Tax 2 cents. That's 7 cents. Just drop a dime in the poor box on your way out.
All right, Father. Hello, Royce? This is Flambeau. Now, wait a minute. We just heard the news about the gardener's disappearance. Oh, hold on. You remember the friend I was telling you about? Yes, Father Brown. Well, we'd like to come up. What's that? Oh, I don't get it. Royce. My father, he's hung up.
What did he say?
He said if we valued our lives, we wouldn't go near that house.
Interesting. Well, Flambeau, that's what I call a real invitation. Come on, my friend, let's go.
Well, I'm sure there's someone here, Father.
Ring again, Flambeau. Here's someone now.
Yes? What do you want?
Oh, good evening, Royce.
So it's you, Flambeau. I thought I warned you plain enough over the phone.
You did. But look here, Royce. I don't understand.
In what plain English I spoke?
I know, but you sounded like you were in trouble.
Well, I'm not.
Oh, come, man. Don't act as though we weren't friends. Oh, this is Father Brown.
I gathered as much.
Mr. Royce, I'm afraid I'm to blame for this visit.
Well, it was good of you to come, Father, but I wish you'd both heeded my warning.
Man, what kind of a friend would I have been if I had?
I tell you, the police have already investigated.
I know. I've talked with them.
Perhaps we can help you, Mr. Royce.
Help? In what way?
Well, maybe we could tell better if you'd ask us in.
Very well. You may come in. But you should have let sleeping dogs lie, Flambeau.
Well, Royce, I must confess I can't find anything here in Armstrong's room that tells us very much.
And just what did you expect to find?
Mr. Royce.
Yes?
What do you make of the gardener's disappearance?
Magnus is a fool, maybe a thief, but he never killed Mr. Armstrong. I'm sure it was the deed of a madman.
I see. My. Well, I would never have expected those to be there.
Father, what are you looking at?
That pair of socks over there thrown under the bureau.
Oh, they should be in the bureau drawer. Here, I'll put them away.
Wait. May I have a look at those bureau drawers, Mr. Royce?
What for?
Well, I'd just like to look.
What are you searching for?
And I'll take a peep at that closet, too, if you don't mind. Well, now that's funny.
What, Father?
Everything looked so neat when we came in.
Mr. Armstrong was always very particular.
Everything is in order on the surface. But underneath, things look different.
What things?
Well, in the closet, his socks are stuffed in the hangers with his shoots. And in the bureau drawers, under those beautifully laid-out shirts...
Yes?
A whole lot of ginger spilled from a box.
Why do you have to go on with this? The police went over the room very thoroughly.
The room, perhaps. But they seem to have missed this piece of rope. Look here. I found it caught in the vine just below the ledge of the window.
Well, it couldn't have been there this morning or the police would have found it.
Well, I just saw the wind blow an end of it out from under the vine. Royce, maybe you can tell me how this piece of rope got there.
What has that got to do with the case?
You know perfectly well a piece of rope was tied around the leg of the dead man.
That rope in your hand was left from fixing the windows.
Well, now, I'm just wondering.
Wondering what, Father?
Well, let me take a look out of that window.
Why?
For a very good reason. The police haven't yet established why the dead man was found on the parkway. No, that isn't it. The window isn't high enough from the ground for him to have fallen. Or been pushed or to have jumped.
Right. And not high enough for his body to have rolled down the embankment to the parkway.
Mr. Rice, isn't there another floor to this house?
There's only an attic.
Robert?
That's Miss Armstrong. She's been much upset since her father's death.
Oh, yes, of course.
You'll have to excuse me for a moment.
Certainly.
Father, I don't like the look of things. This rope I found in the vine was cut with a sharp instrument. The rope found on Armstrong's ankle was also cut with a sharp instrument. And did you notice the cut on Royce's knuckle?
Yes, I did, Flambeau. But, I haven't noticed any geniality. He's hardly the person you described to me.
Yes, I know, Father. Didn't like him.
Nevertheless, it seems to fit his unshaven appearance.
It's the first time I've ever seen him that way, either.
You're worried about your friend's innocence, aren't you?
Well, I know how the mind of a thief works, Father. I was once a thief myself. But murder...
You think he's capable of murder?
Well, the answer to that one is more up your alley, Father.
Well, in any event, he's hiding something. But I think there is a secret in this house more important than his, and I'm very anxious to find out what it is. Now, first, look at the stains on the wall. And you felt the dust on the banisters as we came up.
Well?
Well, but the question fairly screams at us, Flambeau.
What question?
Why are there no servants in this house?
Well, Armstrong certainly had plenty of money. He could afford them.
There could only be one reason. If the old man himself had something to hide.
Father, you mean you think Armstrong...
Well,
Miss Armstrong's in the drawing room downstairs. She'd like to talk to you, Father Brown. If you will please follow me.
Well, I hesitate to continue, Miss Armstrong. I know how badly you feel.
Please go on, Father Brown. I'm quite all right.
But that bruise on your forehead, Miss Armstrong.
Oh, that's nothing. It doesn't bother me. I bumped it.
Your father had a great many followers, didn't he?
Oh, yes, he helped so many people.
Do you know why your father decided to give up all his servants?
Well, great men like my father have their peculiarities.
Their ideas are often different from other people's.
Yes, very true, Mr. Royce, very true. I was only wondering...
Wait. Listen.
What?
Listen. Someone's unlocking the front door.
Who could it be? No one has a key besides us.
Who's that?
Me, Magnus.
Magnus?
Yes, Miss Armstrong. Magnus.
And here is Inspector Vincent. Well, how are you, Inspector?
Fine, Father Brown, fine. Hello, Flambeau. I might have known you two would be here.
Well, I see you got your man, Inspector. Is this the gardener who walked out of here with $100,000 worth of bonds?
Walked out of here and right into my office to place them in my charge. Hello, Royce. Oh, are you feeling better, Miss Armstrong?
Yes, thank you, Inspector.
Now, Magnus, perhaps you'd care to tell Miss Armstrong why you took those bonds without consulting her.
No one in this household is to be trusted. Not even Miss Armstrong.
Now, see here, Magnus.
Just a minute, Royce. What I want to know, why did you wait so long before reporting this gardener's absence?
We didn't think much of it, Inspector, until I noticed the bonds were gone, too.
I was waiting for you to report it. Magnus has been telling me some very interesting things.
A new angle on the case, Inspector?
Well, it closes the case if Magnus is telling the truth.
Inspector, what this man says is not to be taken seriously. He's not been himself.
What makes you say that?
Magnus used to be my father's personal valet, Inspector. But he was taken off that and put to work in the garden. He's been very upset.
He thought it was quite a come-down.
Upset, am I? Well, I like that. I wasn't going to tell the inspector about you two being in love, but now
Be careful what you say, Magnus.
You weren't so careful what you said when I heard you two talking in the garden the other night.
Magnus.
I've stood enough of this.
Take it easy, Royce.
Inspector, may I make a suggestion?
Just a minute, Father Brown. Magnus, what are you getting at?
About 4 nights ago it was. I heard them in the garden. He was begging her to marry him. They didn't know I was close by.
No, Robert, we mustn't.
But, Alice, you've no life of your own. Let's face your father now. Let's tell him how much we love each other.
Oh, but, Robert, we must wait. We really ought to.
I know how important you are to his work, but what about us? Our life? We can't go on waiting forever.
Oh, but, Robert, it won't be forever. Oh, darling, you know I love you. You must be sure of that.
I am sure, my dearest. Oh, if only I could get my hands on some money.
What do you mean, Robert?
I'd make you marry me then, Alice.
Oh, Robert, I feel guilty even thinking of it. We mustn't, my darling. Not now. So long as he's alive.
I'll find some way out of this.
Shh. I thought I heard someone.
We better not talk here. Come, come, my dear.
Well, that's all I could hear. But I suspected them what they were up to, and now I know.
You know what?
That they would be off with the money. Mr. Armstrong's money. The money he had wanted to be used for his work.
Inspector, this talk is ridiculous. You don't think...
Mr. Royce, do you use an old-fashioned razor?
Aye.
You didn't use it today. Why?
Why, I mislaid.
When?
I don't know, since I last shaved, I guess.
That was yesterday, you can tell by his beard.
Magnus brought your razor to the precinct with him with the bonds. I'm holding it as evidence.
Why?
Because it had a smear of blood on it.
Oh, well, I must have cut myself shaving and forgot to wipe it.
Oh, Inspector, is this all the evidence you have of Royce's guilt?
Who said anything about Royce's guilt? Now, Magnus, tell them what you told me just now in the office.
I was sleeping in my room over the garage, and About 4 this morning, I heard shots, followed by loud outcries, which seemed to come from the attic. An instant later, I saw Mr. Armstrong's body pitch from the window and roll down the embankment. When I made sure he was dead, I rushed up to the attic and found his daughter unconscious on the floor with a razor in her hand.
You mean Miss Armstrong killed her father?
It's a lie! Surely, Father Brown, you for one will take Miss Armstrong's word against his gardener's?
But is Miss Armstrong's word against him? So far, she has said nothing.
Miss Armstrong, can't you speak?
Magnus told the truth.
There, you see?
I'll get you for this.
I'll get you.
Here now. You'll not say things like that.
I will, and I do.
Royce, go on. Let go.
None of that, Royce. Or I'll arrest you for assault.
No. You'll arrest me for murder.
Robert!
But, man, you've been Armstrong's best friend. What possessed you?
I was drunk.
Sure. Didn't I find those empty bottles hidden in the garden, piling up week after week? Sure. I knew what was going on here.
Now, Magnus, you've told your story. Let Royce tell his.
Maybe he was too drunk to remember.
Miss Armstrong did not pick up the razor to attack, but to defend her father from me. In the scuffle, she hit her head against the eaves of the attic. I hurried down to get something to revive her, and it must have been then that Magnus came in and found her.
Oh, Robert!
All right, Royce. Come along.
Wait, Inspector, before you arrest Royce.
What is it now, Father Brown?
Well, so far we've had opinions and confessions. But we haven't had facts. And we need facts.
And where do you think we'll find them?
In the attic.
In the attic?
Yes, Inspector. Perhaps by climbing a few steps nearer heaven, we can come closer to this evil.
But, Father, I can't figure out what you expect to find in this attic.
You sleep here, don't you, Mr. Royce?
Aye.
And Mr. Armstrong slept in the room immediately below this?
Aye, but why all these questions?
Well, now, in the first place, Mr. Royce, why did you bring your victim up here at the crack of dawn in order to kill him? Why didn't you go to his room? Well?
I've confessed. Isn't that enough?
Well, confession is good for the soul, that's granted, but, Inspector, you remember Magnus telling us he was awakened by shots?
Yes. What about those shots, Inspector?
Were any bullets found in Armstrong's body?
Well, we investigated and didn't find a one.
Wait. Here is my pistol. I fired those shots. You can see the holes in the carpet.
Well, why should anybody fire at the carpet?
A drunken man will let fly at anything.
He doesn't pick a quarrel with his feet.
And there's the rope. It was from my window here that Armstrong was thrown.
And the piece of rope I found fell to the vines below.
What about the blow on the head? According to our report, he was struck by a massive weapon.
A massive weapon indeed, Inspector. Sure. The good green earth was the weapon.
Okay, so the good green earth was the weapon. But look, this room was the beginning of the murder. Even I can see from the disorder. Come on, Royce. Let's go.
But the disorder here is all on the surface. The very opposite of Armstrong's room. No, it doesn't fit. Too many inconsistencies.
Father Brown, Royce has given himself up.
No. Really, this won't do at all.
What won't do?
Well, first the police said no weapon was found at all. Now we're finding too many.
Too many?
Now, there's the razor to cut a person, the rope to strangle, the pistol to shoot, and after all this, Armstrong broke his skull falling out of a window. No. It won't do. It's not economical.
Alice, they won't believe me. You tell them.
Inspector.
Yes, young lady.
May I speak to Father Brown alone for a moment?
If you must, but be quick. We can't wait around here all night.
And now what is it, my child? What is it that you wish to say?
You're trying to save Robert, but it's no use. I should have realized before this his case is hopeless. Before he came to us, he was a prisoner of war. He had some shocking experiences.
Well, you think that was the reason for his drinking?
Yes, he wasn't himself at times. We thought he was getting over it, but... Father, I saw Robert commit the crime myself. I heard the shots. I ran up just in time to see him leap at my father.
Where was your father standing?
He was clinging to the windowsill in terror.
But the rope?
Robert tried to strangle him with it. Father fought back and the rope slipped from his shoulders to his feet, tightening around the leg. Robert was like a maniac. I snatched the razor from the floor managed to cut the rope before he pushed me against the
Miss
eaves.
Armstrong, what we see with our eyes is sometimes farthest from the truth. Now, you thought that you saw a man about to commit murder. What you actually saw was two men struggling, and then you lost consciousness.
But Father Brown...
I want you to go downstairs, my dear.
I don't understand.
Go on now, please. Do as I say.
Very well.
Thank you, my dear.
Well, Father Brown, I've seen and heard enough to convince me. Unless you know something pretty startling, I'm taking Royce down and booking him.
If you don't mind, Inspector, I'd like to talk to Royce a bit before you do.
What about, Father?
Where's Alice? She's out of earshot, Mr. Royce. So why don't you tell us about it now?
Tell you about what?
I see. Well, then I'll tell you, Inspector. Those 3 tools of death were not used to kill Armstrong, but to save him.
Save him?
Father, I don't get this.
Save him from what?
From himself. At the time old Armstrong died, he was a suicidal maniac. No, Royce, you weren't drinking.
No?
No, and you were the only one who knew what lurked behind old Armstrong's laughter.
No.
Yes, you knew that behind that merry mask was the mind of an atheist.
No.
A man who knew nothing of God. He didn't realize until it was too late that human beings need something to worship greater than themselves.
I warned Flambeau not to bring you here, Father. I was afraid it might come to this.
Well, man, what harm is there in the truth now?
Alice must never know.
Why? Why shouldn't she be told that you weren't the enemy her father feared? Shall I name the enemy, Royce?
All right, Father Brown. You win. This morning, Armstrong was determined to do away with himself. He knew I kept my service pistol in my dresser. And when he heard me go down to the kitchen early at dawn, he left his room and came up here.
And you came in and accidentally surprised him.
I got the pistol out of his hand, but in the struggle I had no time to unload, so I fired at the carpet. Then he found my razor and tried to slash himself. I snatched it from him and flung it to the floor. I ran after him with a rope to tie him up.
And it was then that the unlucky girl ran in, and misunderstanding the struggle...
She tried to cut her father free with a razor. She cut the rope, slashing my knuckle just as I pushed her, and he went crashing into eternity out of that window.
But, Father Brown, you spoke of an enemy old man Armstrong feared.
I did, yes.
You mean the enemy was in this room with him at the same time as Royce?
Yes.
Who was it?
The sin. The very thing Armstrong was so vehement against.
You mean alcohol?
It was his worst enemy. The moment I saw the ginger in one of the bureau drawers downstairs, I suspected it was the futile effort of a man who was trying to give up drinking. Isn't that right, Royce?
Yes, Father Brown. Armstrong was living a lie, and it preyed on his mind.
And he feared his public might find him out.
Aye. The more despondent he got, the darker visions he had of failing his followers. The people who looked to him for guidance. So fearful was he of anyone prying into his secret that he hid from his friends and got rid of all his servants.
And you were the only one he could confide in.
Aye.
He didn't understand your loyalty, did he?
No, but it was for her sake, you see.
And so you kept the knowledge of his spells to yourself, letting his daughter believe it was you, the result of the war.
Aye.
Well, Royce, I can't imagine why you didn't speak up before.
Don't you see? It was because she must never know.
Never know what?
Why, that she killed her own father.
I see. By trying to free him.
My son, I think she should know. After all, it was only an accident. And accidents, no matter how tragic, do not poison life like sins. I think you should both be happier now. Surely, 2 private lives are worth more than the public reputation of Aaron Armstrong.
Well, Father, at last you're back.
Yes, we were worried.
Hello, Nora. Hello, Peter.
Have you had dinner?
No, I don't think I have.
Oh, that's a shame. I'd better go fix you something right away.
Ah, my. It's nice to sit down again. Oh, Peter, you missed your story tonight. I'm sorry.
Father, I heard tonight's story. Many versions of it.
You did? How?
From the news commentators over the radio.
Oh.
They've been reading bulletins on it every half hour or so.
I see.
Tell me, Father, what made you suspect Royce wasn't guilty?
Well, looking into the hidden places of his attic room convinced me of Royce's innate neatness, Peter.
I don't quite see.
Well, I knew that no one as orderly as Royce could commit such a murder. The whole thing was too sloppy. I mean, the 3 tools of death.
But how did you discover that Armstrong was a suicide?
Oh, the same method, but in reverse. I'm afraid my methods are not orthodox, Peter. I'm no real detective. To me, a man's inner nature must be revealed first. Armstrong's habits revealed his nature just as Royce's did. They justified certain suspicions I had when Flambeau told me of his death.
What do you mean?
Well, Armstrong's erratic character was clear to me when I looked into his bureau drawers. See, there I saw the compartments of his mind. The neatness mixed with the disorder which his friend Royce had tried to cover up. The litter reflecting the mind of the depressed.
Surely you had something more than that to prove he was a suicide.
Well, yes, Peter, I had myself.
Yourself?
Yes. I dare say that I would feel as Armstrong did if I had ever preached an easy road to happiness and then had slipped into a ditch by the side of the road.
Yes, Father, I see.
Yes. Well, now, good night, Father Peter.
Good night, Father Brown.
You've been listening to The Adventures of Father Brown, with Carl Swenson as Father Brown. Father Brown's adventure tonight was called The 3 Tools of Death. The character of Father Brown was created by G.K. Chesterton in the detective novels called The Adventures of Father Brown. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Good evening. This is Dane Clark. What you are about to hear is a story. It is fiction. Something that has not yet happened, but which could happen. The other day, President Truman signed the Atomic Control Bill, which provides for control of atomic energy within the United States. The administration has submitted an international atomic control program to forestall the use of atomic power for military purposes. For the past several weeks on this Fifth Horseman program, we have dramatized the problem of world control of atomic energy. Distinguished scholars, businessmen, scientists, educators who have studied this vital problem say that if some form of international control is not worked out, that our civilization could be destroyed. Our story tonight is about how this could happen sometime in the future.
Fifth Horseman. All horsemen rode across the land, and their names were War, Pestilence, Famine, Death. And to these now is added a fifth horseman, the threat of the atom. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Fifth Horseman, written and produced by Arnold Marquis. Here is an account of the significance of atomic energy and the problems it poses to mankind. Starring Dane Clark, this is the 6th in the series titled Doomsday. July 26th, 1965. A report is coming in.
Confidential. The situation with Nation X has not changed. Talks between the President and his staff and the representatives of Nation X are continuing.
Wexley,
Yeah?
relay this confidential to the old man at once.
Yeah. Nation X isn't budging, huh?
No, hurry it up, will you, Wex?
Yeah.
Where do you suppose those talks are going on?
Not in Washington.
No. Washington's not the place for the high brass since the alert.
Yeah.
Remember how we used to be able to go down to Washington, or over to Philadelphia or New York, have a good dinner and go to a show? Come and go as we please?
That's a long time ago.
Yeah. Every once in a while I get a yen to bust out of all this. And go down there, just to see what a big city looks like.
There's not much fun down there now. Girls and kids all evacuated. Only essential workers are left bustling around with scared faces.
When's all this going to end? Us here, waiting day and night for the bombs to start dropping on us? And our people a couple of 1,000 miles away in the wilderness.
Well, you can be glad Mary is there.
Yeah, but we were going to get married. Are you glad Ridgely and your kids are out there?
I'm not any happier about it than you are, but I think they're better off in Wyoming than they are here.
Then you think this is it with Nation X?
Nation X isn't going to back down. It has its own reasons for wanting to dominate Africa.
Why are we meddling with Africa?
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Confidential. Replenish munition and food stores at all advanced retaliation stations to full war strength. Confidential reports show extensive preparations on the side of Nation X.
July 27th, 1965. Supplies have been coming in all night. Food, repair parts for the equipment, munitions, and atomic warheads for the rockets that have been stored here at the center since the alert was proclaimed. More and more reports are coming through. The President and the representatives of Nation X are still talking, but no one knows where. July 28th, 1965. The arguments going on down in Congress are relayed here through the center.
We've yielded 3 times now. They're bluffing.
Well, is it worth risking half of our population and all of our cities?
We've got atomic bombs, too, you know.
Listen, all Africa's not worth the life of a single American woman or child.
They're bluffing, I tell you. They want to force a deal out of us by threatening us.
You think they haven't got bombs?
Probably not. Or perhaps 1 or 2.
Well, they have got bombs. They got bigger ones than we've got in this country. And I have that on reliable authority.
I have something else on good authority. Their rockets are no good. They'll never reach the United States. They'll blow themselves up if they try to send atomic bombs to America.
Attention, waterway P207 has been blown up. While the ship was moving westward through the strategic waterway, suddenly the entire ship was blown to pieces. All installations, including the dam, have been demolished. The extent of the damage...
July 29th, 1965. A report is coming in.
Representatives of Nation X are making strong denials that their country in any way was responsible for the destruction of the waterway. They have issued an official statement that it must have been done by some nation to take advantage of the crisis between the U.S. and Nation X, to incite the 2 nations to destroy each other.
Nation X did it. It's trying to cover up. It's to their advantage to prevent our ships from moving through the waterway.
I wonder how many of our cities are mined like that.
Wait a minute. Perhaps Nation X did not do it. Perhaps they are right, and it is provocation.
What other nations got anything against us?
Well, there are other nations. Ever since the attempts to establish international control of atomic bombs failed, every nation's been looking out for itself. And several nations would like to have our competition out of the way.
I say that we ought to press the button on Nation X right now.
How can we be certain they did it?
Good heavens, do we have to stand by and wait until they press the button? What chance have we got if they hit us with atomic bombs first?
July 30th, 1965. Instructions to security police are pouring through the center today. Security police are scouring every city. Ships in all ports are being inspected from stem to stern. Merchandise in warehouses everywhere is being examined. It has been revealed that the ship that blew up in the waterway was thoroughly inspected before it started through. Now the searching is even more exhaustive. The bomb that blew up the ship is now supposed to have been placed on board the day before in an oil barrel when the ship took on oil. Suspects are being rounded up all over the country. Many workers in cities, fearing that the cities have been mined, are disregarding orders to stay on the job and are fleeing into the open country. July 31st, 1965. No word has come through today about the negotiations with Nation X. We have our radar screens searching the skies day and night.
Have you heard anything from Ridgely?
No. Have you heard anything from Mary?
Well, she wonders if we're ever going to be together again. If we're ever going to be married. Sometimes I feel I've just got to see her. What kind of existence is this?
You can't run away from it, Ben.
No, but at least you can die with the ones you love.
Look, Ben, if this thing blows over, I'll see if I can fix it up with the old man so he can go out to Wyoming.
Yeah.
Attention. Because of definite reports from all our agents abroad that Nation X is making ready for immediate atomic attack on us, the President has requested Nation X to allow an immediate inspection of these bases by a neutral commission. The President made it clear that failure to agree within 3 days will be considered an open challenge to us.
You'll see. They'll back down now.
Hey, look. Look at this.
What? What is it, Wexley?
Look at that spot on the radar screen.
That's a rocket. That's a rocket coming this way.
Wait a minute now. Wait a minute.
That's what it is. A greenish-blue luminous spot moving across the screen, and that means a rocket.
There's another one. And there's another.
Listen, wait a minute. That's from headquarters.
Attention. A flight of rockets is approaching the coast at stratosphere altitude. Plotters are now working out their probable targets. Stand by.
A whole flight.
They did it. Didn't I tell you they do it? We
couldn't press the button on them while we were still talking.
I'm not going to stay here. I told you they...
You stay at your station, Ben.
Look at that screen. The luminous spots, one after another, coming from 3 directions.
There must be 100 of them. Well, are we just going to wait here until they go...
Attention. The President has made an announcement to the nation as follows. We are being attacked by atomic rockets. I have ordered our retaliation centers into action. Our defense stations are already intercepting incoming rockets. I ask all men, women, and children to exercise the greatest fortitude.
They're firing the defense rockets out there.
But they couldn't stop all the rockets coming this way.
Well, they might be able to stop some of them, and some of the others may miss their targets.
What difference does it make if some of the rockets are coming this way or deflected? They're going to hit somewhere.
Look at this. The whole screen's covered with dots. Those rockets must be coming in waves.
Attention.
Hold it.
Plotters have now determined flight of a group of enemy rockets heading for C-1000. Calculate rockets will hit C-1000 area in 4 minutes. Stand by.
Relay that right out, Ben.
Yeah. Good heavens.
Attention.
Report coming in.
An atomic bomb has exploded in the bay approach to C-1000.
Attention. American attack atomic rockets have now been set off against Nation X. The full power of the assault has been concentrated on cities and strategic centers of Nation X. Stand by.
Attention. C-642 has been hit.
Did he say C-642?
Yeah.
That's my hometown. My mother and sister are there.
Attention. C-1000 calling all points.
C-1000 is still there.
Atomic defenses have destroyed some of the first assault bombs and deflected others. Stray bombs have hit 4 places in the vicinity of C-1000. Stand by.
My hometown is gone.
Watch that radar screen, Wexley.
I told you we should have pressed the button on Nation X.
Attention.
Hold it, Ben.
How many places have been hit by the first flight is not yet known. But a number of places are known to have been struck.
Look! Look at the screen. A whole new flight's coming.
Attention. C-1000 calling all points.
They still haven't hit C-1000. How can
The
they miss?
rockets are approaching C-1000 at all different altitudes from 3 sides. Every man here is still at his post. C-427 across the river is in flames. Smoke from the fires is now... Oh, there's a flash.
They've been hit. C-1000 is gone.
Ben, try to contact C-1000. Try to contact it.
Yeah. C-1000, come in. C-1000, come in. Communication Center 49 to C-1000. Come in. It's dead.
August 1st, 1965. It's just after midnight. The blackness of the sky is lit up by the fires in C-1000, 80 miles away. Near the horizon, the sky is yellow and red, and it blends upward into purple and blue. How many fires there are between here and C-1000, no one knows. We have lost all contact with the stations in this sector. Now and then a report comes in.
Attention. Several advanced assault rocket launching platforms along eastern and western seaboards damaged by sabotage.
Sabotage?
They hit my hometown and my mother and sister.
Hey, I wonder if they hit any of the dispersal areas. I wonder if they hit 382 in Wyoming.
I don't know.
Why can't we try to raise him? The old man isn't here.
You know you can't do it, Ben.
Well, don't you want to know if your wife and kids are all right? Or are you satisfied just to wait here cooped up?
I'm just as anxious to find out about originally and the kids as you are about Mary, but we can't do it.
For all we know, the rest of the United States may be blown to pieces.
If a bomb hit that dispersal area out in Wyoming... Look, why do I have to stay here? Just stay here and not know what's happened.
August 1st, 1965. 2:30 a.m. Few reports on what has happened in other parts of the country have come in. Communications must have been shattered. We are waiting what happens next. The report is coming in now.
This report is being relayed from Station W, 40 miles north of C-294. All communications in C-294 destroyed by explosion of 6 bombs. First bomb exploded in Bay vicinity. North area of C-294 wiped out. Succeeding bombs scattered over area of 40 square miles.
That means that bombs are falling several thousand miles from here, too.
But if communications are down, how are we going to find out what's happened in the rest of the country?
Look, that report came in from Station W. That means that some of the communication centers like this one are in operation.
If 382 out in Wyoming is hit, I don't want to live.
August 1st, 1965. 4:10 a.m. The dawn is beginning to break. The air is heavy with the smell of fires. Not one word has come in about C-1000. It must have been hit by a salvo of atomic bombs. Ben and Wexley and I have sat here for the past hour, talking about C-294 and C-1000 and wondering if the president and his staff were killed or if they are...
Attention.
Here's a report now.
C-738 is badly hit. The downtown is a mass of rubble all enveloped in flames. How many bombs hit C-738 is not known. The flames and the high radioactivity of the entire area have made it impossible to approach the area. The number of
Attention, several areas in C-965 have been destroyed. Area from the docks to Midtown must have been hit by several flights. 2 suburban areas are hit by 2,000 or 3,000 bombs in the second flight. Thousands of fires are being fanned into one roaring blaze the length and breadth of the area.
No, it's impossible.
They've hit us on both coasts and in the Midwest. That means rockets are coming at us from both directions.
By this time, we must have knocked out their assault stations.
What of it? Look what they've done to us.
We don't even know what they've done to us.
August 1st, 1965. 5:45 a.m. It is daylight now. The acrid smell in the air is heavier. Not one report has come in about C-1000. Ben has talked for the last half hour about setting out across the country to try to reach 382 in Wyoming.
I can walk, and I can swim if the bridges have been knocked down. And what if I don't make it? Am I just going to stay here with Mary out there?
You wouldn't get a mile from here before you'd be picked up.
You can say that, Wex, because you...
Oh. Because my mother and sister are dead. Go ahead, say it.
I didn't mean that. I mean, I didn't... Well,
Don't you think I'd like to get back to my hometown or where I was? Maybe they're not dead.
All right, shut up, both of you. You know why we're here. You know why we've got to stay.
Attention.
Watch it.
Following is incomplete report from available information. About 150 atomic bombs have exploded so far. About 100 have gone astray and exploded in the countryside or off the coast. The following cities have been hit: C-1000, C-642, C-965, C-294, C-351, C-376, C-589.
August 1st, 1965, 6:20 a.m. From what we can see from the communication center, nothing has changed. Only the smell in the air is stronger. The sky is filled with the smoke of burning cities. The sky is dull gray. Wexley and I are going out to the emergency storage for food.
It doesn't seem possible. This path is just like it was before. The trees, the
But
bushes.
it has happened, Wexley.
What are we going to do? Are we just going to keep on staying
Look,
here
we've
until...
got enough food cached away here in the hills to last us 6 months.
Hey, look at this. My Geiger counter.
Yeah?
Listen. There's radioactivity here. Listen to this counter.
Come on, let's get back to the center.
We've got to get the food. We've got to eat.
That radioactivity will kill us.
How'd it get here? Way out here in the hills? No bomb exploded near here. It must have been dusted from a plane or rocket.
Come on, let's get back as fast as we can. We'll have to go hungry until that radioactivity is cleared out.
A report came in while you were gone.
Huh?
An enemy submarine surfaced off C-674. The crew was mounting some kind of gear on it when one of our reconnaissance planes spotted it and sank it.
Sank it? Good.
What kind of gear was it?
They didn't say.
Hey, there's somebody at the door.
I'll get it.
Help us.
Oh.
Help us, please.
Oh. Look at them. The burns. Come on, Wex, Ben. Let's get him inside. Help this woman. I'll take the little girl.
Oh, careful.
Easy.
Oh, don't, please. Don't touch me.
Get that medicine quick, Wex. Get the ointment, will you?
Yeah.
Hurry. Come on. Lie down over here.
I want to be with my mama. It's all right, dear. These men will help us. Will they?
August 1st, 1965, 7:35 a.m. Both the mother and her child were cruelly burned. We gave them first aid. They are lying here, side by side now. The child nestling close to her mother talking to her burned face.
It's all gone. We were just driving back from seeing my husband when it happened. A flash, an explosion, and another. That's all I remember.
What happened to us, Mommy? What did it?
I don't know, darling.
Oh.
When I came to, the car was overturned in the ditch, on fire. Mildred and I were inside it. I don't know how we got out of it. The road was filled with people, burned, bleeding.
Where did all those people come from, Mommy?
I don't know, darling.
But what was it, Mommy? What did it?
It was those things I told you about, Mildred. The bombs.
Oh.
Somebody picked us up in a car. It was dark when they let us off. I don't know where we were. And then we walked. We've been walking all night.
Attention.
Oh, Mommy.
Just a minute, please.
The National Guard and the Emergency Rescue Organization has been fully mobilized. Our retaliatory strikes are taking effect. No bombs have fallen in the U.S. for the past 24 hours. Indications are that the enemy, thinking that we are totally disorganized, might send an invasion force to take us over. We are ready to meet and annihilate them. Every person will stay at his post.
Thank you.
We'll stop them in their tracks.
I wonder how badly we've hit them. Hold it.
Attention. Reports have just been relayed in that several cities and airfields have been sprayed by radioactive dust by a high-flying enemy plane. Cities sprayed are C-72, C-69, and C-48. These areas are being marked by yellow posters, barring all entry except on express order of the military. The sprayed areas are being evacuated, but little hope is held for those that probably have received a deadly dose of radiation.
I'd rather be hit by a bomb.
Maybe my mother and my sister were lucky.
Maybe they are, Wicks.
Oh, I hope it landed right on them. I hope they weren't just like...
Oh, Mommy, it hurts.
It'll be all right, darling.
I wonder if they hit 382 out in Wyoming. Or if they sprayed it with dust.
Let's not talk about 382, Ben. August 1st, 1965, 9:50 a.m. Orders had been coming through all night, mainly about evacuation and mobilization to repulse the expected invasion from the air. Our fighter planes have been hampered by the spraying of airfields with radioactive dust. We've shared the last food we had here in the center with the woman and her child. Wex is now watching the screen.
Hey, look at this. More rockets? No planes. There must be hundreds of them.
Let me see.
See? Those are no rockets.
Why don't we intercept them?
With what?
Why, we certainly must have some...
Attention all points.
Quiet.
Flight of high-speed enemy planes approaching from the east. Estimate they will reach coast in 18 minutes. Stand by.
That means they'll reach here in about 21 minutes.
August 1st, 1965, 10:17 a.m. We have been waiting almost in silence for 15 minutes. None of us has ventured out since we discovered the radioactivity outside. The woman and her child possibly have been injured fatally by the radiations. Wexley and I may also have been. We haven't mentioned it. The communication center here is heavily camouflaged. It may be that...
Listen!
That's the planes.
Are they going to hurt us, Mommy?
Just stay here close to me, darling.
Have you spotted them?
Yeah, they're carrying paratroops.
Airborne troops. Here, let me see.
Right there, see?
Yeah, they're passing us.
Yeah, they're passing right over us.
Give me those glasses, Ben.
Yeah.
There must be 30,000 enemy troops up there.
I know what they're going to do. They're going to jump behind us and cut off the interior from the...
Giant troop-carrying airplanes in force are now crossing the coast at 7 points. Our anti-aircraft defenses are destroying hundreds of them. Our fighter planes are rising from poisoned airfields. The enemy planes which penetrated the coastal defenses appear to head inland. Our army is now fully mobilized. Tank corps are rushing as soon as a landing is reported.
They're going to cut us off from the interior.
We're going to destroy them all. The general has it all ready for them. They think we're finished. We've just started the fight.
Wexley, watch that screen.
Huh? Yeah.
Will the soldiers come here, Mommy?
Yes, darling. They might.
If they're dropping troops here, they could be dropping them in Wyoming, too. I should have got out of here when I had the chance. I should have...
Attention all points. A strong force of enemy paratroopers have landed at C-24. Supplies and equipment are now being dropped where the troops are consolidating their position and moving westward toward C-217 and eastward toward C-263. Our 1st and 2nd Army are moving to intercept and destroy them. Stand by. Hold on. A new flight of rockets is approaching. A new flight of
They're hit.
Yeah. Look at the screen.
Look at them come.
August 1st, 1965, 10:42 a.m. I'm writing this hurriedly. This may be our last moment. Originally, all our adult life, we have lived under the shadow of this terror. Every minute I've been here, I've wanted to be with you and the children. We will destroy the enemy, I know. But what will our country be like when this is over? We thought nobody would dare attack us. And they thought that we were weaklings. And that we would collapse after the first bombs exploded. I hope, Ridgely, that you and I...
Light! That flash of light out there! It's a bomb! It's a bomb!
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard Dane Clark, starring in the 6th program in NBC's series, The Fifth Horseman, written and directed by Arnold Marquis. What you have just heard is a story, a fictional account of what could happen in the future if atomic war should come. Next week at this same time over most of these stations, the National Broadcasting Company will present the 7th program in this series titled Aftermath, a story of the consequences of an atomic war. Dane Clark appeared tonight through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, producers of Stolen Life, in which he appears opposite Betty Davis. Warner Brothers are this year celebrating the 20th anniversary of Sound Pictures. The music for The Fifth Horseman is composed and conducted by Thomas Peluso. The Fifth Horseman came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do.
The Fighting Parson. Good evening. We bring you the premiere in a new series of programs dramatizing the true experiences of that quiet, commanding, forceful little man, the Reverend E.J. Rawlings. Acclaimed throughout the nation, revered by clergy and laymen, exalted by law enforcement officers and high public officials, feared by criminals, he has been named by press and public the Fighting Parson. To any listeners who may not have heard or read of the man who will appear in person on this program, we wish to make it clear that he is an ordained minister of the gospel, and that the material upon which these dramatizations are based has been taken from records in his personal files, records dealing with his activity in cooperating with law enforcement officials to suppress that most devastating of all evils, the narcotic habit. Reverend Rawlings will tell you in his own words of the events leading up to his association with this work. We present Reverend E.J. Rawlings, known to thousands as the Fighting Parson.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It was back in 1925 that a Detroit businessman who was a personal friend of mine told me of a lecture he had heard in which the evils of the narcotics situation were set forth. I immediately became interested in the subject, feeling that here at last was the opportunity I'd been looking for to do something worthwhile for real down and outers. I made an appointment to meet the speaker, who was a police official. Just at this point, something happened. But before I get ahead of the story, I'll return you to your narrator, who will set the scene for tonight's dramatization.
It was a bleak night in January 1925 in the city of Detroit. The mercury had fallen, and a heavy snow had blanketed the city. A chill, biting wind howled ominously. Newsboys shivered as they stood at their corners. Pedestrians scurried to their destinations through the ever-changing drifts, shoulders drawn together, collars turned high, hands shoved deep in overcoat pockets, feet hurrying home to the protecting warmth of a cozy fireside. We meet Reverend Rawlings just after he has dismissed his Wednesday night congregation and is about to drive a visiting pastor back to his hotel.
Are you all ready, Doctor?
Yes, Rawlings, I think so. My, I hate to go outside. Will you listen to that wind?
Yeah, well, we'll take the shortcut to your hotel. It won't take so long. Good night, Tom.
Good night, Doctor.
I suppose we might as well get started. I hope your car starts all right.
Yeah, well, I think it will. I had the antifreeze checked again this afternoon.
Good night, Reverend Rawlings.
Well, what's wrong? Having trouble getting it started?
Oh, a little. It's all right now, though, I think.
All right. Well, good night.
Good night.
Look out for the drift here at the side of the car.
All right.
There you are.
Say, that wind is strong tonight.
I say it is. It'll feel good to get inside again.
I say, Rawlings, you have a nice place here.
Well, thanks, Doctor. You know, I think sometimes that ministers' places are too nice.
Why, I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, perhaps I'd have to talk a long time to make you understand just what I mean. But briefly, it's this. You know, sometimes I think we preachers have failed in not getting closer to humanity.
Why, we preach the gospel to humanity.
That's it exactly. We preach. But the Bible tells us that the Master went about doing good, helping blind beggars and sick people. Well, nowadays, we preachers entrench ourselves in big, costly churches and depend on people to come there and listen to us preach. I just wonder sometimes if we haven't about forgotten the unfortunate down and outer, the fellow who may feel out of place coming to our churches to worship.
But the rescue missions take care of those who aren't regular church members.
Yes, I know they do, Doctor. Some of the greatest satisfaction that I've experienced has come from the work I've done at the City Rescue Mission here in the past 15 years. But I still feel that we've got to find some way to... hey, here's the corner where I want to turn for the shortcut. I hardly recognize it with all this snow.
Oh, then you believe we should go outside our congregations more, is that it?
Yes, but... Well, what's that up ahead, an accident?
Yes, it must be. No, it looks like that one car has crowded the other one over to the curb.
Well...
Look what are those men doing on the sidewalk?
Well, what do you know... Will you look at those two men pounding that one poor fellow? Why, it's a holdup, that's what it is.
I say, Rawlings, let's get up to the filling station at the next corner and call the police.
Police nothing. They'll be gone by the time anyone can get here. I'm going over there.
You're not going to try to stop here in the middle of the car track.
You drive the car over to the side, Doctor. I've got to get over there.
Well, now, really, Billings, I think you should...
I'm telling you right now. Another one for you, sweetheart.
Oh, not anymore. Stop it. Oh, stop it. You're killing me.
Yeah? Well, that's what we would do if our rods wouldn't make so much racket. Come on, get up off the ground.
I can't. Honest, I can't. Leave me alone now, won't you? You've got my money, and there's my car. Oh, please, I can't stand anymore.
Oh, ain't that too bad? You can't stand anymore. But you can still squawk and holler for the bulls to come after us. So maybe a nice kick in the breadbasket will quiet you down a little. How does this feel? Hey, Slim, look out. Wait a minute, Shoo. How does this feel? Oh, Badinsky, huh? And you knocked Slim out cold, didn't you? Why, you little shrimp. No, you don't. Why, you son of a... There's one you won't duck. All right, mister. You asked for it. Well, you're gonna get the old sure silent. Yeah. Well, we'll see about that. Give me that gun. I'll give it to you. Right in the belly. Out! Out! Hey, let go! Let go, you're breaking my arm. That's what I will do if you don't drop that gun. Yeah. Stop it. I'll get you for this. That's it. Stick your chin out. Yeah. That takes care of those two, all right. Now, how about it, fella? All right? Yeah, he's unconscious, the poor devil.
No wonder.
Rollins, what's happened to you?
No, it didn't happen to me, Doctor. It happened to these two thugs here on the ground.
But your eye, it's all swollen.
No, my eye's all right. Now, listen, Doctor. I hate to run out on you this way, but I've got to get rid of these two men and get this other chap to the hospital. Do you mind driving on down to that filling station there and calling the ambulance?
But the police...
No, I don't want to wait for these fellas to come, too. Here comes a cab now. I'll get the driver to help me put this chap in the back seat of my car. You take him to the filling station, wait for the ambulance. You better not try to take him all the way to the hospital in the car. I'm afraid he's pretty badly hurt. Hey, taxi! Taxi!
Well, what will you do with these men?
Well, we'll load them into the cab and get them to police headquarters.
Yes, sir. Well, what's the matter, buddy? What happened to these guys?
They had a little accident, driver.
Why, it's Reverend Rawlings.
Yes, that's right, driver. Now, I want you to help me put one of these men in my car. It's across the street there. The other two we're taking to the police station in your cab.
Yes, sir.
I'll go bring your car over here.
Yes, all right, Doctor. Then if you don't mind, you can take a cab the rest of the way to your hotel. I'll see you tomorrow.
Here's the police station, Reverend.
Yes, all right, driver. They're both coming, too. I guess they can make it up the steps under their own power, all right.
Oh, what hit me?
All right, come on, you two. Come on, get out.
The station house, huh? Yeah, the inspector will be tickled to death to see us again.
Close your trap, Mike. Do you have to blab all you know to this yokel?
Hey, you mug. Don't you know that's no way to talk to him? Maybe you don't know who he is.
No, it's all right. Never mind, driver. Just get his arm around behind him there like I have this one. We'll take them in all right.
Oh, yeah, that's what you said. Come on, Mike, run for it.
Wait a minute. I wouldn't if I were you, Mike.
Ow!
Get that driver. Get him.
Got him. Come back here, you lug. Maybe I'm driving a cab now, buddy, but I ain't forgot my football days.
Good work, driver. Good work. All right, come on now. Come on, let's get inside.
Go with him.
I'd like to see Inspector Thorndyke immediately if he's in.
Well, sir, he's in, but I'm not sure you can see him right now.
Well, just a minute. Here's my card. Will you take it in to him, please? Tell him I'm bringing a couple of guests with me.
Oh, yes, sir. Wait just a minute, sir.
Thank you.
And you had to horn into this, too, didn't you, buddy? And you're liable to meet up with a bomb in that taxi cab of yours one of these days.
Oh, here you are, driver. I think this will cover the bill all right. I want you to know that I appreciate your help.
Oh, that's okay.
I took your number down. You may be sure you'll get full credit for what you've done.
Oh, gee, thanks. Well, good night.
Good night.
The inspector will see you right now. Right in here, sir.
All right, thank you.
Well. Isn't our old friend Slim Parkin and Mike Levity? Come right in, boys.
Hi, Inspector. Yeah, we knew you'd give us the glad hand.
And I'm glad to meet you, Reverend Rawlings.
Thank you, Inspector.
Hey, that means preacher, don't it?
That's right, Slim. This is Reverend E.J. Rawlings.
Well, I'm a son of a... Hey, Mike, did you hear that? Ain't you got no pride left? You just been running by your Sunday school teacher.
Yeah. You ain't here, huh?
Well, by God.
By the grace of God, Slim.
Yeah, all right. You boys sit over there. Here, Reverend, take this chair.
Thank you.
Well, let's see what this is all about.
Well, it's this way, Inspector. We was all on a Sunday school picnic.
Shut up, Slim. That's enough out of you two, Mike.
Okay.
Now then, Reverend.
Well, there isn't a great deal to tell, Inspector. I was driving Dr. Warren, the visiting pastor, back to his hotel after meeting tonight, and I thought I'd save a little time by taking a shortcut out across Lee Avenue. That's the only reason we happen to be on that street. There isn't much traffic there, you know.
Yes, I know.
Well, we saw two cars at the curb across the street. And one had apparently crowded the other one to the side. These two fellows here had the driver out on the sidewalk, beating him unmercifully. Just as I got over there, one of them, Slim, I think it was, kicked this poor chap in the stomach.
You dirty rat.
Of course, he was unconscious. I got there just in time to settle with Slim.
Yeah. And then he started in on me. I was just about to rub him out when he took my rod away from me. Just then, all the street lights went out, and I couldn't see what happened.
I hailed a cab, and the driver helped me put the other man in my car. And Dr. Warren drove him to a filling station to call the ambulance, and then we brought these two here. That's the story.
And now, good night, boys and
Shut up,
girls.
Slim. I'm coming over there to you. Stand up there. You're just about my size, aren't you?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. A little skinny, that's all. I'm 6'3", weigh 200 pounds. See these arms, Slim? These fists? I'm a pretty good fighter, Slim. I keep myself in shape.
Yeah?
Yeah. You see these fists? These knuckles? I wonder how you'd like for somebody to hold you while I slug you with that fist. Like you did that poor devil out in the snow.
Oh.
Sit down. Inspector Thorndyke. Yes. Reverend Rawlings? Yes, he's in my office now. 2 men are here, too. What? Thank you. He's dead, Slim.
Dead? Jeez.
You're murderers now. You're not just panhandlers or stick-up men. You're murderers. Murderers. You know what that means, don't you? You know what they do to murderers?
Yeah, I know. Don't keep saying it over and over again. I hear you. Murderers, murderers, murderers.
I have a full report ready for you on this, Inspector.
Yeah, right, O'Donnell. You have the necessary information. Have a confession written out. I think I'll just have Slim sign it while he's here in the office. That's all.
Yes, sir.
Confession. I ain't going to sign any confession. No, you ain't got anything on me.
I think you'll sign it all right,
No,
Slim.
No, I won't. You ain't got anything on me, I tell you.
Haven't got anything on you. What about that poor devil out there in the snow? What about what Reverend Rawlings just said? You heard all that, didn't you?
No.
I better get a mouthpiece.
Shut up, Mike.
Yeah, a mouthpiece. Yeah, that's it. I won't say another word. You give me a mouthpiece.
Get some crooked shyster lawyer in here to figure out a way for you to lie out of it? Oh, no. You managed to wiggle out of everything else we've had you up for, but not this time. You're going to get the long stretch for this.
No, not the big house, not that. Hey, listen, Inspector, I tell you, it was this that I...
Look out, Slim.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I ain't saying nothing.
You just killed a man, Slim.
Yeah.
You didn't have any heart about it. You didn't do it mercifully. You got him out in the snow and the cold, out in the dark street where you thought nobody'd see you.
No, really.
Then you beat him, the two of you. Beat him with your filthy fists like the dirty yellow rats that you are. Beat him till he was so bruised and swollen that he couldn't see. And still you weren't satisfied, so you kicked him to death. Shut up!
Here's the confession, Inspector.
Lay it on the desk.
Yes, sir.
I ain't going to sign it. I tell you, I ain't going to sign it.
You've been in fights, haven't you, Slim? You know what fists feel like.
Yeah.
But have you ever been lying down flat on your back? Have you ever had somebody come along and kick you as hard as he could? You know what it feels like to have your insides busted up so they burn like you was on fire, like you had a belly full of red-hot coals?
No.
You know what it feels like to be bleeding to death inside?
Stop it, Inspector, for God's sake, stop it!
Well, if you don't know, Slim, how'd you like to find out? How'd you like to be kicked in the stomach like you did to that poor guy out in the snow?
No, please! Please, Inspector, let me go. I'll sign the confession. I'll sign it. I'll do anything you want me to, but don't do that to me. Don't do that to me.
Sign it!
Let me get out of here. Let me get out of here.
Yes, Inspector.
Take these two away and lock them up.
Yes, sir. All right, Slim. Come on, Mike.
Me?
Come on.
Hey, listen, I ain't...
Shut up, Mike. Get out of here.
Okay.
Not a very pretty picture, was it, Reverend?
Well, you got the confession.
Yeah, that's what I was after. the only language these birds can understand. If I'd locked him up, let him have a lawyer, had him out of here on bail by tomorrow. By time for the trial, he'd have had something else cooked up. That is, if he didn't have the case thrown out altogether. This way, Slim will be convicted. Probably Mike along with him.
Yeah, you know, Inspector, it's hard to believe that any human being could be so merciless as he was.
Yes, Reverend. It's a pretty far cry from the way you see life in your work to the way I see it in mine.
I'd like to bring the two closer together.
How do you mean?
Well, Inspector, my congregation are good Christian people. They come to listen to me simply as an interpreter of the Lord's Word. That's my calling, and I'll stick to it because I love it. But because they are good Christians, they're not the ones who need me most. You know, it seems to me that I might even do more good by spending part of my time with you, Inspector.
You mean by trying to redeem some of those who've gone astray?
Well, partly so, yes. But not altogether. We have prison chaplains for that. What I mean is that I'd like to actually work with you in the apprehension and the conviction of such men as Slim. It's a pretty awful story when you see it all acted out in front of you as I've seen this one. And the public, well, I know you'll forgive me for saying this, Inspector. I'm sure you realize it as well as I do. The public's inclined too much toward a feeling of sympathy for the criminal and a feeling of either disregard or perhaps even disrespect for police officials.
Yes, I know.
Well, now, perhaps if a minister were to actually know the inside of some of these things and then tell the public about them, they might listen to him.
Yes, I think I see what you mean. But some of the things we go out on are pretty tough, you know.
Well, I'm not afraid. If that's what you mean.
No, please don't misunderstand.
That's all right, Inspector. As a matter of fact, I'd like the experience of getting up against some things that are pretty tough, as you call them. Might give me a chance to make use of my wrestling and boxing training. Yes, perhaps even a few football tricks.
That's the way they train ministers nowadays?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that exactly. But it is true that most of us enjoy athletics just as much as anyone else. And I would in for them especially hard.
I guess you proved that tonight when you brought in those two thugs. And before I forget it, Reverend Rawlings, I want to thank you and compliment you for that. That's the kind of cooperation the police force needs from citizens.
Well, believe me, Inspector, I'm glad I happened along at the right time.
But about what you said, that you'd like to work with us.
Yes.
Well, there's one branch of activity here in the city that the force definitely needs help on. That's in the district, as we call it.
The district?
That's a section frequented by narcotic addicts. Dope fiends, as they're called.
Now, that's exactly what I want to hear about, Inspector.
Well, would you believe, Reverend, that we have right now over 20,000 active cases such as that in this city of ours?
What? 20,000?
20,000, and that number is mounting steadily higher every day of the world. It isn't because we disregard it. It's simply that we haven't enough men on a regular force to handle that along with everything else that we have to handle.
I see.
And no appropriation for a special narcotic squad. Oh, of course, we have cooperation from the federal authorities, but they can't do it all.
Of course not.
So until we're properly equipped, well, we just have to do the best we can and let it go at that. You've no idea how low people really sink when dope once gets them.
Well, I suppose the district, as you call it, is full of the very hardest kind of criminals.
That's what most people think. Matter of fact, a great percentage of them are young people of college age, 20, 22, some even younger.
Well, that's awful, Inspector.
Well, just to show you how awful it really is, and how a lot of them end up, let me tell you about a raid we made a few weeks ago. It was in an old ramshackle building right beside the railroad tracks. Well, we got there just a little bit after midnight. That's the place. Right there beside the tracks. Better turn off your light, Sergeant.
All right, Inspector.
Stop as quietly as you can, a little this side of the building.
Yes, sir.
Here we are, sir. Quiet, opening the doors now. Come on, O'Donnell. Front's boarded up. We'll all three go down to the back.
All right, Inspector.
You sure they don't have a lookout at the door?
Not this late at night, no, sir. According to information, there's a wooden bar they drop across inside the door. I think we can pry it off all right with this crowbar.
All right, here we are. Quiet now. Try the bar on the door, Sergeant.
Okay.
Easy.
It's coming all right. Now, once more now. Come on. That's it.
Oh, blast the thing. Listen. Yeah, I don't hear anyone coming. I'll try the door. All right, Ben. Come on in.
They're in a room upstairs, Inspector. Here are the steps over here.
All right. O'Donnell, wait in the hall outside the door. McCabe and I'll go in and try to round them up quietly. But if anyone tries to get away, stop him.
Yes, sir.
Here's the room they're in. Quiet now, quiet. I'll try the door. It's locked. Yeah, we'll have to take a chance on them opening up, so. All right, come on. Open up in there. Come on, open up, I say. We'll break it down. All right, men. All together.
Come on, White. Give it to him. Come on. Get back there, you.
All right, leave your stuff right where it is. Come on now. Line up against the wall over there, all of you.
Hey, look out. Don't try to... Hey, look, Inspector. Look at this girl.
Yeah, good Lord, what a mess. Look at the rest of them. Mostly all high school and college age. All right, who runs the joint?
Come on,
speak up.
I do. I run it. I tell them drunk because I gotta have it. Go on, we're all right. Go on away, leave us alone. Go on away.
Yeah, go away, all right, son. We'll take you and your friends right along with us.
Not me, you won't. You won't take me away because I'm...
Stay in that window. McKay, stop it.
What a way to die.
Well, that's the way he ended up, Reverend. Maybe he's better off.
And only a boy. Yeah. I tell you, Inspector, it's a frightful thing when you think of it.
Yes.
Oh, I say, Inspector. Excuse me. I thought you were alone.
That's all right, Sergeant. Come on in. I'd like you to meet Reverend Rawlings, Sergeant McCabe.
How do you do, Sergeant? Glad to know you, Reverend.
What is it, Sergeant?
Well, one of the boys just phoned in. He spotted a big gathering of them out in the district.
Yes?
Says they're really hitting it. Shall we knock it off?
Yes, Sergeant. Get Donnelly, Stewart, Lanahan, yourself, anyone else we can spare.
Will you go along, sir?
Of course I'll go along. Get in the car. I'll be right with you.
Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, Inspector.
Yes?
They're in that same place out there by the tracks again, where that young Jimmy Clark jumped out the window.
Yes. That's the young fellow I just told you about, Reverend.
Oh, yes.
He was having a hard time of it last year, and then he got a chance to go away to camp for the summer. When he got back to the city, he landed a job helping out in a drugstore. And getting along fine till he got mixed up with that crowd.
And dope did that to him.
That's what it did.
Inspector, will you take me along on this raid?
Glad to, Reverend, if you care to go.
All right. Come on, Inspector. We're going to clean that place out.
In this first episode of The Fighting Parson, you have heard in what manner the Reverend E.J. Rawlings first became associated with police work. And now, Reverend Rawlings, will you tell our audience what to expect next week?
Next week, we will dramatize the first of a series of hair-raising experiences in the district itself. In this case, you will hear of how a dangerous underworld character, who was a wholesale dealer in morphine, upset our plans for his capture and nearly got me with a .45 automatic before I could get him with a pair of handcuffs. It is an exciting episode based upon actual facts.
And among the highlights in this Fighting Parson series will be the detailed dramatization of Reverend Rawlings' harrowing experiences during the 2 months he lived in a colony of dope smugglers, posing as a dope buyer from Chicago. In an effort to convince our listeners of the genuineness of these stories, we have accepted the gracious offer of a distinguished personage, Circuit Judge James Cheneau of Wayne County, Michigan, to make a special trip to Chicago in order to tell you in his own words with what high esteem the citizens of Detroit regard Reverend Rawlings. Judge Cheneau.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Several weeks ago, my very good friend E.J. Rawlings mentioned to me that he'd been approached regarding a radio program in which his experiences would be dramatized. Now, I felt as he did, that in this way, perhaps more than any other, it could be brought home to the listening public more forcibly just what police officials have had to contend with as regards the traffic in narcotics. His experiences as recorded here are basically true, with, of course, the necessary dramatic liberties being taken. Now, I happen to be the prosecuting attorney of Wayne County during the action of the story you've just heard, so you may be sure that I know whereof I speak. Even if I did not personally know the facts, I could find them easily enough in the Detroit police files, newspaper files, and even at the federal office in Washington. E.J. Rawlings has been honored publicly in many parts of the country. He is an honorary member of the Association of Police Chiefs, which is in itself a mark of high distinction and recognition. And in our city of Detroit, he is respected, admired, and altogether held in the very highest regard by both officials and citizenry. I am especially glad that the public at large is to know, through the great medium of the radio, just what the Reverend E.J. Rawlings has accomplished. And it affords me a great deal of pleasure and satisfaction to have the opportunity of saying these few words in his behalf. Thank you, and good night.
Thank you, Judge Cheneau. Tonight's dramatization was true, except for necessary dramatic liberties. Names were fictitious and characters were impersonated, with the exception of Judge Cheneau and Reverend Rawlings, who appeared in person. Reverend Rawlings was impersonated only during the dialogue. The cast included Norman Gottschalk, Hugh Studebaker, Ed Prentice, Frank C., Tom Post, Claire Baum, Ray Appleby, Jess Kirkpatrick, and Forrest Lewis. And now, goodbye until next week, when we will again...
Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do.
The Fighting Parson. Your narrator is Olin Soule. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Your station is WGN, Tribune Square, Chicago.
At the gallop!
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier. The saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire. And the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
Patrol! Halt!
Sergeant Gorse. Dismiss the patrol.
Yes, sir. Prepare to dismount. Dismount.
Welcome back, Captain. Thank you, Sergeant Jenkins. Major Daggett in? He's been expecting you. Come in. Oh, Lee. Glad you're back. That makes both of us, Major. Oh, you find anything?
No trouble. Some of the dog soldiers are restless, but so far, no Sioux have left treaty territory.
Oh, that's good.
Yep. Except I've had a 10-day ride for nothing.
Well, it's no matter. We have to investigate every report. You know that.
I know.
Well, like I said, I'm glad you're back. But I'm not sure you'll be.
Why?
You're in time to welcome an old friend of yours.
Oh? Who?
His orders read Lieutenant R.C. Went.
Robbie?
That's right. Major Went.
He assigned here?
He's on the post already. Arrived an hour ago. He'll be reporting any minute. Want to stay and see him?
You want me to?
It's up to you. You'll have to face him sooner or later anyway, I suppose.
Major, he's an old friend. Nothing can change that.
You still feel that way?
Yep. Where will he be assigned?
C Company is short an officer.
Can I have him? You can transfer Hancock to C.
Why?
Maybe I can ease things a little.
What about yourself? You think he'll like serving under you? An officer who once served under him?
He'll do all right. He's a good officer.
Well, I can't say much for him now. 5 posts in 2 years. And he couldn't face it out at any of them. Now we're stuck with him. A drunkard, a troublemaker, and a coward. Coward of Antelope Meadows.
I'm not sure he deserves that reputation.
The court of inquiry that demoted him thought so.
They demoted him for poor judgment, not cowardice.
What would you call a man who ran away from a fight, left his commander and 200 men to be wiped out?
He was under attack himself.
He could have fought through to Bartlett and saved them.
Maybe, and maybe not. He might only have added 100 more men to the list of dead. Instead, he tried to save his own command, and he succeeded. It was a difficult decision, but not necessarily bad judgment.
The court of inquiry said so.
The court of inquiry was in Washington. They went by the book. You know how different it can be out here, how hard a decision can be when you're under attack. Hindsight's always easy.
Why are we arguing? Whatever the merits of his case then, he's trouble wherever he goes now. And he's here.
Assign him to me.
All right. Be a good Samaritan if you have to. There he is. Come in.
Lieutenant Went reporting that Major Daggett has directed.
Yes, been expecting you, Went. I believe you know Captain Quince.
Hello, Robbie.
Captain?
It's been a long time since Virginia.
Yes. Sorry I didn't see you. I've developed a habit of speaking when I'm spoken to.
You're looking well.
Major, have you figured out a place for me?
I didn't try to figure a place for you, Went. You're just another officer here. You'll be put where you're needed. I've assigned you to B Company. That's Captain Quince here.
Very well.
You can report to the officer of the day at your convenience. You'll be placed on active duty as of 5 a.m. tomorrow. You'll take morning call.
Yes, sir.
We hope you'll have a pleasant tour at Laramie.
Do you, Major?
Went, I said you're just another officer here. That's the way you'll be treated. But I expect a cooperative attitude from you, like any other officer. A chip on that shoulder won't help.
Very good, Major. Am I dismissed?
Yes.
I'll come along if I may, Robbie. Show you the place.
All right, Captain.
Oh, Lee.
Yes, sir?
One moment, huh?
I'll be right with you, Robbie.
All right.
You see what I mean? Liquored up, middle of the day. He's going to be trouble.
He's gone through a lot, Major.
Sometimes I think you're a soft fool. I'm warning you, Lee. Don't try to fight his battles for him. Keep a tight hold on him.
Don't worry. I'll take you over by the quarters, Robbie. They're a little better than the ones we had in Virginia. You might like Laramie. It's a good post.
I've noticed a lot of women. More than I expected out here.
A lot of the men are married. It's safe enough here. It's good to see you, Robbie.
It is?
We had some good days in Virginia.
I was your commanding officer then.
You were a good one.
Now...
Robbie, there are plenty of gray-haired lieutenants in this army for one reason or another. But not many of them cry in their beer.
Thank you, Captain, for reminding me.
Oh, you've got to give people a chance.
What about them giving me a chance?
Oh, you got to meet them halfway, Robbie.
Halfway.
Good morning, Captain Quince.
Oh, hello, Miss St. Cloud. May I present Lieutenant Went?
We don't need an introduction, Captain. Hello, Robbie.
Mrs. St. Cloud?
It's good to see you.
Thank you.
I saw you earlier crossing the parade ground. What brings you to Laramie?
I'm to be stationed here.
Oh, I'm very glad.
Are you?
Of course. Captain, Robbie and I are old friends. Oh, you must come and visit me the first chance you get, Robbie.
Thank you.
Oh, here's Philip. You never met my husband, did you? Philip, this is Robbie Went.
Lieutenant St. Cloud, how do you do?
He's to be stationed here.
That's too bad.
Philip.
You remember Lieutenant Yeager, don't you, Went? He was my best friend, my roommate at the Point. I'm sure you must remember him because he died with Bartlett that day at Antelope Meadows.
Philip, don't.
Come along, Maud.
But, Philip...
What were you saying about a chance, Captain?
I'm sorry, Robbie. There's bound to be some feeling at first, but in time...
You're an optimist, Captain. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll stop by the Sutlers. They can still sell liquor on this post, can't they?
You think that'll help?
It's the only help I need, Captain. Good day.
First platoon, all prisoner accounted for. Second platoon, all prisoner accounted for.
All prisoner accounted for, sir.
Yeah. Now, where are the orders?
In your pocket, sir. Lieutenant, is anything wrong?
What do you mean, Sergeant?
I mean, are you all right? Are you feeling all right?
Of course I am. Now, where's the...
Here, sir. Shall I read them?
You?
Captain Quince sometimes has me read them, sir. I just thought...
Now, you stop thinking, Sergeant.
Lieutenant...
I'm perfectly capable...
Morning, Lieutenant Went. Sergeant Gorse. Sir.
What are you doing here, Quince? Don't you think I can take morning call by myself?
Of course, Lieutenant.
I'm perfectly all right. Absolutely all right.
I'm not so sure. I think you'd better go back to your quarters. I'll relieve you here.
Is that an order, Captain?
That's a suggestion.
All right.
Straighten up, man. You're in front of 100 enlisted men.
I'll be all right.
I'll go with you.
I can...
It's a long walk across the parade ground. The men are watching. Just keep your shoulder into mine. Sergeant, you'll read the orders of the day.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Robbie. Here, keep this cold compress in your head.
Thanks.
Robbie, this is no good. You can't keep this up.
What?
Running away, hiding in a bottle.
You gonna report me?
Did you report me that time in Virginia? But it can't happen too often, you understand that?
I know.
Well...
Lee, thanks. You're the only one in 2 years that's been decent. I'm sorry if I can't come halfway.
Maybe if you'd try to face it and not run away. Other men have been busted.
Oh, it's not that. No. Do you know what my second in command said after Antelope Meadows? He said, we should all be dead. And we would have been if we hadn't been led by a coward.
You weren't a coward in Virginia, and when that court of inquiry demoted you, you didn't have to stay in the Army. You could have resigned.
Yes?
It took guts to stay. That wasn't the act of a coward.
I love the Army. It's my life. And I was mad. I thought I was right. I had the guts then.
Then what's happened?
Do you know what it's like to be sneered at? Hated wherever you go? To be blamed for other men's deaths? Like that St. Cloud yesterday. I've had 2 years of that, Lee. Maybe now I am a coward.
Not unless you're willing to be. If you... Come in. Oh, Miss St. Cloud.
Robbie, I heard you were ill.
Word gets around, doesn't it?
Are you all right?
All right.
He'll be fine, ma'am.
Is there anything I can do for you, Robbie?
No. Thanks.
Well, I'll stop in again this afternoon.
I'm not so sure your husband would approve, Mrs. St. Cloud.
Robbie, if you won't or can't come to visit me, I'll come to visit you. Good day, Captain.
Ma'am? It seems you do have friends, Lieutenant.
You, Maud.
Well...
Lee, Was I wrong?
About what?
Antelope Meadows.
I don't know.
It tortures me, Lee.
You did what you thought was right. Now, right or wrong, you better forget it.
How can a man forget a thing like that?
I don't know, Robbie.
We'll need just a small detachment to patrol the line. We've had no further reports, but I want to keep watch. What about Seibert's and 8 men, Lee?
Why not Went?
What's the matter? Want to get him away from the post?
No, it's not that. It might be what he needs.
I'm not sure I trust him with the patrol. You think you fooled me with that relieved of duty because of illness? He's just about drunk the sutlers dry.
He's getting better lately.
That's not what I hear. Maybe he's not drinking quite so much, but...
But what?
I've heard reports about him and Mrs. St. Cloud. They've been seeing each other entirely too much. She's been seen going into his quarters.
She tended him when he was ill.
And he's been at her rooms when St. Cloud was away.
They're old friends.
Maybe. But I always did think that woman was too pretty.
Major, I don't think there's anything wrong. But if there is, all the more reason to send Went out on that patrol.
You trust him?
He's a good officer. I'll send Gorse with him.
All right, Lee. I just hope you're right. Send Went to me for orders.
Right away, sir.
Captain.
What's the matter, Sergeant?
Over at Old Bedlam. There's going to be trouble.
What trouble?
The 2 lieutenants. St. Cloud's going looking for Went.
Thanks. St. Cloud!
Went! Eddie! Eddie!
What do you think you were doing? St. Cloud?
I heard what's been going on behind my back. It's all over the post. He can't get by fooling around with my wife.
That's
kill him.
enough. That's a court-martial offense you're charging. You want to make it official? And subject your wife to the embarrassment of it?
No.
All right.
No.
Went? Do you want to prefer charges against him?
No.
Then the 2 of you remember your officers in the U.S. Cavalry and act accordingly.
He better stay away from my wife.
You won't have to worry about that for a while. He's going out on patrol tonight. Now, get out of here, St. Cloud.
Lee.
I don't want to hear about it. It's none of my business.
But, Lee, there's
You got a job to do. As soon as you clean up, report to the Major for your orders.
All right, Captain.
Captain?
Yes?
Captain, I heard
Oh, I'm done, Miss St. Cloud. Except to the dignity of a couple of officers.
It's my fault. I should have known Philip wouldn't understand. But I want you to understand, Captain.
Why me?
Because you're his friend, too.
All right.
I was only trying to help him. We're old friends, yes, but once it was more than that. Once, before I met Philip, it was going to be Robbie. I couldn't just stand by and see this happening to him.
I see.
Did I do wrong, Captain?
Who's to say that, Miss St. Cloud? I don't know.
I wish I were wiser.
So do I, ma'am. So do I.
Lee, this report just came in from the telegraph at Cheyenne.
Trouble, Major?
A Sioux raiding party attacked the railroad. If they're not still in the vicinity, they'll be heading north. Went's moving to intercept them. He stopped at Pine Bluff and got the news. But he'll need reinforcements. Might be a big party, we don't know. Besides, with Went in charge...
I can have B Company ready in an hour.
Oh, will that be enough? Bee's undermanned. You've only got 63 men.
It'll be enough.
All right. Rendezvous with Went at the Forks on Little Bear Creek. And Lee, don't take any chances. Carry 200 rounds per man. This could be a fight.
Captain, single rider approaching.
Yeah, I see him. Looks like Doris. Keep him going, Mr. Stiverts. I'll swing out and meet him.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant?
Captain, Lieutenant Wentz sent me to intercept you. He's moving towards Horse Creek. He wants you to cut across and meet him.
Ah, good.
Sure glad you're here, Captain.
Why?
Well, we had them cornered last night, but they got away. We could have taken them.
How many?
Around 30.
9 men against 30.
We could have surprised him. Men are kind of talking some.
What are you trying to tell me, Gorse?
The lieutenant wouldn't attack. Or couldn't.
Had he been drinking?
Yes, sir.
Was he drunk, Sergeant?
Well, no, sir, I couldn't say that.
Then think about this, Sergeant. You men might not be alive today if he had attacked.
Yes, sir, I've heard that before.
It's still true, Sergeant. All right, let's join him.
There's their signal, Captain.
Here comes the lieutenant to meet us.
Company!
Company!
Hold! Lieutenant?
They're down in the valley about a mile ahead, Captain. You can surround them by splitting your force in 3.
Good. All right, Cybert, you take 20 men and the right flank.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Gorse, you'll take 12 more men and join with Lieutenant Wentz patrol on the left flank.
Yes, sir.
The rest will stay with me in the center.
I'd like the center, Captain, if I may.
Why?
It's closer. It'll lead the attack. I found them.
All right. I'll take the left. Sergeant Jenkins, take over. I'll join you in a minute. Now, move out.
Right, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good work, Lieutenant. And you used good judgment. Not attacking last night.
Did I? Here, Captain, have a drink.
Yeah, thanks.
Why'd you do that?
You don't need it. You've gotten your courage out of a bottle for so long, you think you have to have it.
Don't I?
No, you don't, Robbie. All right, Lieutenant Wentz. Move out.
Doesn't look like we'll get much fighting, sir.
No, Jenkins, we're pretty far away, but we'll block this end of the valley for them.
Yes, sir. There they go, sir.
All right. Company!
Company!
At the trot!
At the trot!
Oh! Siverts.
We got them rounded up, Captain. Wasn't much of a fight. When they saw us coming in from 3 sides, they just dropped everything and ran.
Good. Any casualties?
No, sir, I don't think so. Not a one.
Captain! Huh?
Over here. Casualties, sir. Lieutenant Went.
Robbie?
Lee. I am sorry you smashed that bottle now.
Gorse, Holder's bringing the first aid, sir.
No. No use, Lee. No use, you know that.
Robbie, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So am I. About a lot of things. Maud St. Cloud. A lot of things. But, Lee, there's one thing I'm not sorry about.
Antelope Meadows?
Yeah. I was right, Lee. I couldn't have saved Bartlett. But I could save my 100 men, and I didn't.
That's right.
Oh, only one thing nobody understands. It wasn't my own life I was thinking about.
I understand that, Robbie.
Do you, Lee? Thanks. Oh, I wish...
Captain?
What is it, Sergeant?
I saw it, sir. He deliberately cut in front of Holder and took the only bullet the engines fired. He saved Holder's life. I guess I was wrong, sir.
Were you, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. He was no coward.
No. No, he wasn't. Come in. Oh. Miss St. Cloud.
Captain? I've just been over to see. I won't be attending the services.
I understand.
Captain.
Yes?
Captain, did he say anything about me?
Yes, he did, Miss St. Cloud. He said he was sorry.
Not half as sorry as I am, Captain. I wanted to help him. But I was afraid to say the one thing that might have helped him most.
Sometimes it's kind of hard.
I wanted to tell him that he was the only man I ever really loved. But I was afraid of the consequences. I should have told him, Captain. I should have told him a long time ago. Well, Philip will be wondering where I am. Good day, Captain.
Good day, Miss St. Cloud.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by John Dunkel, with sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Jack Moyles, Harry Bartell, Lynn Allen, Paul Duboff, and Clayton Post.
Company, attention! Dismiss.
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. The news that makes headlines knows no time or place. News can be made next door or halfway around the world, at noon, at midnight, or in this next minute. To keep you fully informed, CBS News has reporters on 24-hour duty all around the world. By the magic of radio, their reports come to the CBS newsroom to be transmitted to you. Right now, every Saturday and Sunday, CBS News reports to you almost every hour during the day and evening. By keeping your dial set at CBS Radio, you know the news from halfway around the world as soon as you get the news from next door.
NBC presents The Adventures of Frank Merrewell. There it is, an echo of the past, an exciting past, a romantic past, the era of the horse and carriage, gaslit streets, and free-for-all football games, the era of one of the most beloved figures in American fiction, Frank Merrewell. Merrewell is loved as much today as ever he was. And so the National Broadcasting Company brings him to radio in a new series of stories based on the famous books written by Gilbert Patton under the pen name Bert L. Standish. Today, The Surprise Play. This is the big week of Yale's football season, the week of the Harvard game. The coach has been driving his team hard, and now on Thanksgiving morning, Frank and Bart stop briefly at the handsome old house on Whitney Avenue where their friend Inza Burridge lives.
Oh, Frank and Bart, this is a surprise. Come on in.
Hi, Inza. We only have a minute or two.
We've got to get right back to campus.
We'll stay for a few minutes at least. Here, let me take your coat.
Thanks.
All right.
I've been wondering what happened to you all week.
Oh, we've been working our heads off. The coach has had us practicing every minute we could spare from classes.
But at least you have today off, haven't you? It's Thanksgiving.
Well, that only means more practice time to the coach.
You mean you can't even come for a turkey dinner?
I'm afraid not, Inza. That's what we stopped by to tell you.
Oh, that isn't fair. I should think he could give you one day off.
Well, I can't blame him. You should see his scouting reports on the Harvard team. He's really worried about the game.
After all, it is the most important game of the year. To all of us.
Oh, I know. It's just that I'm disappointed.
Well, don't feel too badly, Inza. As a matter of fact, as far as the turkey dinner goes, we're having our big dinner Saturday night, right after the game.
Oh?
It's a football dinner, and what's more, you're invited.
Oh?
Want to come?
Oh, of course. I'd love to. Going to be sort of a victory celebration?
That all depends on what we do Saturday afternoon. It is the general idea, anyhow.
You said you could only stay a few minutes now. Don't tell me the coach was called to practice this early.
Well, not quite. We have to go over and see the registrar.
You see, Frank wasn't satisfied concentrating on the Harvard game. He had to go and get himself an assignment for an article on the Yale Lit.
But it's an important story, Bart. I had to take the assignment. Inza, it's about the new civil engineering school Yale is going to build.
Oh, yes, I've heard about that. Have they announced where it's going to be built yet?
Well, not yet. That's why we're going to see the registrar. If we can get the article written in time, we can put it in next week's Yale Lit.
I don't know how Frank gets mixed up in all these things, but he does.
Well, I'm sorry about the Thanksgiving dinner, Inza.
Oh, that's all right. We'll celebrate it Saturday night. By that time, you'll have beaten Harvard, and we'll have an added reason to be thankful.
No doubt about it.
Sit down, gentlemen, sit down.
Thanks.
What can I do for you?
Well, it's about the new civil engineering school, Professor Stafford. What is the location of the new building, sir?
Well, now, I plan to make that announcement at the dinner Saturday night.
Well, we realize that, sir, but couldn't we get the information today for the Yale Lit?
Well, gentlemen, that presents a rather delicate problem.
Well, how's that, sir?
I should explain that we haven't completed negotiations for the building site yet, and it's imperative that the location be kept secret until the final papers are signed.
Why is that, sir?
Well, it's a simple business matter. We're purchasing this land through Mr. Yates, a local realtor. The actual landowner is a Mr. Mallory.
Oh, then you must be buying the Mallory property just across High Street.
Well, frankly, yes. That is to be the site of the new building.
That's great. Professor Stafford, may we write that up in the article?
Only on one condition, gentlemen. Under no circumstances must any hint of what you have just learned leak out until after the transaction is completed.
Well, Why, sir?
Because Mr. Mallory has no idea at the moment that Mr. Yates is representing the university.
Oh.
If he had even an inkling of that fact, he would double his asking price.
Double it? Could the university afford that?
No, Mr. Merriwell, we could not. It would mean the end of the project.
But why are you so sure this Mallory would put up the price?
Why, it's a practical certainty. He's a shrewd businessman, and he labors under the mistaken impression that Yale University has inexhaustible funds at its disposal. He would never sell his land to us at a reasonable figure.
Well, yes, sir, I understand that.
Well, this puts us on the spot, Frank. If we do the article, it'd have to be typeset by tonight at the latest.
Oh, I am afraid that would be impossible, Mr. Hodge. There would be too great a chance of the secret getting out.
That's what I was afraid of.
But just a moment, Professor Stafford. Maybe we can work this out. Suppose Bart and I set the type for the article ourselves.
Yeah, that's an idea, Frank.
In that way, we could have the article ready to go, but at the same time, no one else would have to share the secret.
Well, now, I'm quite as anxious as you to see the article in the next edition of the Lit. If you could guarantee that the secret would be safe until Saturday...
Oh, we can, sir. We won't tell a soul. And no one else will see the proofs until the announcement is made.
Very well.
Good.
Then it's settled.
Thank you, sir. Well, come on, Bart. We've just about got time to make our football practice.
No, that's not it. You're still not getting that timing right. First team, back here.
Okay, Coach.
Now, look, men. I'm not worried about our attack right now. If you keep driving and blocking like you've been going all week, we can move that ball against Harvard. But that won't help if you can't stop them. Especially if you can't stop those wide-end sweeps.
Oh, it's a tricky play to stop, Coach. The scrubs keep turning our left end.
And what do you think Harvard will do? Especially with that halfback Donnelly carrying the ball. Now, remember, you've got to turn the runner to the inside. Now, I'm going to have the scrubs run that once again. Let's see you stop it.
Come on, team. Let's show it.
All right, scrubs. Run it again.
Signals. 34. 3. Height. 1, 2, 3.
Come on, Harry. Turn him in. That's it. Make the tackle, Bart.
That's it. That's it. A lot better. Now, you handle those plays that way on Saturday, and you won't have a thing to worry about. But don't forget, one slip and those fast Harvard backs will be off to the races. All right, that's all. Get to the showers.
Nice tackling, Bart.
Oh, thanks. Oh, that was some workout, wasn't it?
Yeah, pretty tough, but I don't blame the coach. We'll have to go some to take Harvard.
Oh, we better take them. Otherwise, our whole season will be ruined.
I know. Incidentally, Inza volunteered to come over and help us at the Lit office tonight.
Well, you didn't take her up on it, did you?
Well, of course. We can use all the help we can get.
Well, I know, but what about the secret? Professor Stafford made us swear not to tell anyone else about it.
Well, we don't have to let her know about that. I'm going to let her type up the ad copy for us. That'll free us to spend all our time getting up the proofs on the article.
Oh, that's all right, then. Say, if we're going to get over there in time, we better get dressed in a hurry. Hey, here come the first copies, Frank. How they look?
Well, let's see. Turn off the press, Bart.
All right.
Oh, these are pretty badly smudged. Here, I'll clean off the type with this rag.
Well, what'll I do with these copies? Throw them away?
Stick them in the wastebasket there in the outer office. We'll burn them in the stove before we leave.
All right.
Oh, hello, Bart. You want anything?
No, I'm just looking for the wastebasket.
Over here on the other side of the desk.
Oh, I see. Well, we spoiled this first batch.
Oh, it's too bad. I'm almost through with this. We can leave earlier than we expected.
It wasn't much of a job. Well, I better go back and help Frank.
Wonder who that is. Yes?
I saw the lights on up here while I was passing the office. I wonder if you people could help me out.
What is it you wanted?
Well, my name is Mallory. I had an ad in the Yale Lit last week, and I'd like to get the cut for it. I want it run in another paper.
Oh, what sort of an ad was it, Mr. Mallory?
A real estate ad. You must have it here somewhere.
Let me see. Yes, it seems to me. I don't remember it. Won't you come in a minute?
Oh, thank you. Come in, son.
Oh, is this your little boy?
I'm not a little boy, ma'am. I'm almost 8 years old.
Oh, my goodness, you are getting along, aren't you?
Yes, ma'am. My name's Jimmy Mallory. What's yours?
Inza Burridge. I'm very glad to meet you, Jimmy.
Say, Same here.
About that ad.
Oh, yes. Now, let me think. I'm only helping out here tonight. I don't know exactly where they keep the old cuts, but... Oh, yes, I remember where I saw that. I think it was just over here.
Find it, ma'am?
I think so. Is this the cut you meant?
Looks like it. Yes, ma'am, that's mine.
There still seems to be some ink on it. We'd better wrap it in something.
Here's some paper in the wastebasket.
Oh, that's fine, Jimmy. I'll use a piece of that.
Here's a sheet.
Thank you.
Well, that'll do, Miss Burridge. I'll carry it right in my overcoat pocket.
Here you are, Mr. Mallory.
Much obliged. Good night.
Good night, sir. Good night, Jimmy.
Good night, Miss Burridge.
A cute little fellow. Let's see now. Where was I? Oh, yes, just finishing this. There, that's done.
Well, that's that. How are you doing, Ensign?
I just finished, Frank.
Oh, so did we. Guess we're ready to shut up shop.
What in the world have you two been working on that's so mysterious?
Oh, we can't tell you, Inza. Not now, at least.
Well, I'd better lock these copies in the safe until morning.
All right, I'll burn the papers in this basket. Then we can clean up.
Yates Real Estate Office, good morning. Yes, this is Yates speaking. Oh, hello, Professor Stafford. No, sir, no further news on the deal. Everything is just as smooth as silk. Yes, sir, you haven't a thing to worry about. The Mallory property is as good as Yale's right now. You bet, Professor Stafford. Thank you for calling. Goodbye.
So, there you are, Yates.
Oh, hello, Mr. Mallory. I was just talking about your property.
Oh, you were, eh? Well, let me tell you something, Yates.
Mr. Mallory, what's the trouble with
I'll tell you what the trouble is. I'm doubling my price.
What's that?
Thought you could trick me, didn't you? Thought you could get me to sell my land real cheap.
My client offered you a fair price. You've nothing to complain about.
I haven't, eh? Look here. Why didn't you tell me this mysterious client of yours was Yale University?
What are you talking about?
Don't stall with me. The game's up, Yates. I know it's Yale who's buying my land, and I have no intention of letting it go for a song.
See. How did you learn that?
Never mind, and don't bother denying it. I know what I'm talking about. Now, that's my offer. Take it or leave it. I want double the original price.
But, Mr. Mallory, Yale University couldn't possibly afford to pay a sum like that for the land. Why, you lose the sale entirely if you persist in this.
Well, you think I was born yesterday, Yates? The university is rich, and you know it.
But this land was to be bought under a special endowment fund. Now, the fund simply isn't large enough to meet your offer.
I don't believe it. They'll buy all right and under my terms.
Oh, is this final, Mr. Mallory?
Absolutely final. If they don't meet my offer, they don't get the land.
This is disastrous, Mr. Yates. Disastrous. I warned you that the utmost secrecy was imperative in this thing.
I know that, Professor Stafford. You don't think I told him, do you?
No, of course not. But you and I were the only people in the world who knew the full details. Yes. Outside of the Board of Trustees, of course. Unless... Why, of course. Merriwell and Hodge.
What's that? You mean they knew about the deal?
Yes. They had the information in order to prepare a special article for the Yale Lit.
Well, there's your answer, then.
I can't believe it. They're both extremely trustworthy young men. I was positive they wouldn't breathe a word of this to anyone.
Well, Professor, it's easy to get fooled on things like that. Now, what about the purchase?
Well, it will have to be cancelled, of course. Oh. Frankly, I don't know how
Shall I get it?
Yes, if you please.
Certainly. Merriwell.
We'd like to see Professor Stafford if he's not busy.
Merriwell and Hodge. Come in.
Yes, sir.
So, these are the two who spilled the beans.
What? What do you mean by that?
We just came over to show you these proofs for the story, Professor Stafford.
You can forget the story now, gentlemen. Thanks to you, Yale will have to wait a few more years for its new civil engineering school.
A few more? What happened, Professor Stafford?
Gentlemen, I'm very disappointed in you both. I had warned you that no hint of the details of this transaction must leak out before Saturday.
Oh, we know that, sir. Well, that's why we set these proofs up ourselves.
Such word has leaked out, gentlemen, and Mr. Mallory has doubled his price as I feared he would. Naturally, we're forced to cancel the whole business.
Yes, and all because of you two kids.
Because of us, but we didn't tell anyone of it.
Well, not a soul. That's the truth, sir.
And I wish I could believe you. Unfortunately, you are the only ones who could have let the information slip.
But I swear we didn't tell anyone at all, sir.
Here, let me have a look at those proofs you've got there.
Let him see them, Bart.
Oh, here you are.
Yeah, I thought so. Here's your answer, Professor Stafford. The whole story's right here in black and white for anyone to see. Well, no wonder Mallory found out.
But no one has seen those proofs but ourselves. These are the only copies in existence. I swear it, sir.
You mean that no one other than yourselves has laid sight on these proofs?
No one, sir. You've got to believe it.
That's a likely story.
Nevertheless, I believe them, Yates.
But you...
Mr. Merriwell and Mr. Hodge have a reputation for high integrity. If they say no one has seen the proofs, then no one has.
Thank you, sir.
How do you explain the leak, then? The information came from somewhere.
I cannot explain it, Mr. Yates. However, the question is merely academic now. The fact remains we've lost our chance. If anyone's to take the blame in the eyes of the Board of Trustees, I must do it.
Oh, gosh, Mr. Professor Stafford, I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything, gentlemen. You are excused.
And that's the whole story, Inza. As long as the secret is out, you might as well know.
Well, that's awful. How could it have happened?
Oh, it beats us. We've been trying to work it out on our way over here to see you.
Do you think that Mr. Yates might have been responsible? He might have tried to make a private deal with Mallory.
Well, it's a possibility, all right, but I don't know of any way we could prove it.
Well, I'd like to try choking it out of him.
Anyhow, I know one thing. You and Bart didn't let the news out. Oh, you didn't even tell me about it, and I was helping you last night.
Sure, it must have been Yates.
I wonder. Well, there's one other possibility.
What's that?
Remember those first copies we ran off?
The smudged ones? What about them?
Are you sure you burned all of them?
Well, of course I did. I emptied the wastebasket the last thing I did. There wasn't even a scrap of paper in it.
The wastebasket? Oh, my goodness.
What's wrong, Inza?
Well, what did the wastebasket have to do with the secret?
Oh, everything. After we'd set up the type, we ran off a few trial proofs. They were smudged, and Bart dumped them into the wastebasket.
Well, sure, but I burned them before we left the office.
Oh, no,
Frank, there isn't
this
the slight...
is horrible.
What is it, Inza? You actually look frightened.
I am. Frank, I know who was responsible now.
Who?
I was.
What?
While you and Bart were running off the proofs, a man came up to get the cut of an ad he'd run in the paper, and I had to have something to wrap the cut in, so I took a sheet of paper from the wastebasket.
Good Lord, the proofs.
That isn't the worst of it, Frank. The man was Mr. Mallory himself.
What?
Oh, there's the explanation. We are responsible after all.
Oh, what a mess. Well, we'll have to tell Professor Stafford at once.
Frank, I'm so sorry.
Oh, you couldn't help it, Enza. It was our fault. We were too careless with the proofs.
But can't we do something about it, Frank?
It's too late now, Enza. The deal's off as long as Mallory sticks to his new price.
Wait, Bart. There's just one slight chance.
What is it?
Well, I don't know this Mr. Mallory. Maybe he's the type who would listen to reason.
Well, not from what I've heard about him, Frank.
I don't know, Bart. He lives on a farm just outside of town. Suppose we go see him and explain the whole deal.
Let's try it, Frank. Let's try anything.
Here we are.
I hope Mallory's here. Don't forget we've got to get back for practice.
Yeah. Let me help you out.
Thank you, Frank.
All right, come on. Let's go up the house and find him. Watch it into the football.
I got it.
Oh, my goodness.
Hey, that was some catch, mister.
Oh, for heaven's sake, it's the little Mallory boy.
Oh, Miss Burridge. Gee, he must be a regular football player.
He certainly is. This is Frank Merrewell from Yale.
Frank Merrewell? Jiminy, I've heard all about you. Hey, and this must be Bart Hodge.
That's right. How are you, Jimmy?
Fine, thanks. Boy, wait till I tell my father who's here.
Oh, incidentally, Jimmy, we came to see your father. Where is he?
In the barn over there. He'll be out in a minute, though. Golly, Mr. Merrewell. I always wanted to meet you and Mr. Hodge. Maybe you could help me.
Help you, Jimmy?
I mean, to grow up to be a football player like you.
Well, you've got a head start already, if you ask me. And that was some kick you made.
Gee, thanks. But I'd like to learn how to kick better.
Well, that's easy, Jimmy. All you have to do is meet the ball just the right way and get plenty of drive behind it. Now, look, I'll show you. Hold the ball this way. with your right hand extended along the seams.
Yeah, I see.
And don't try to kick it like a ballet dancer. Just a normal follow-through.
Well, tell him about how to meet the ball with his foot, Frank.
That's right. Now, you don't kick it with your toe like a drop kick. You boot the ball with your instep. Now, here, I'll show you.
I'm watching.
All right, here goes.
Golly, look at that ball sail. I could never kick it like that, Mr. Merriwell. That must have gone about 80 yards.
Sure you could, Jimmy. Just keep practicing what I showed you.
I sure will. I wish I could see you two playing a game, though.
Well, it's a little late for that, Jimmy. Tomorrow's the last game of the season.
Gee, that's too bad.
Would you really like to see it, Jimmy?
Would I? Yeah, but what's the use? Like Mr. Hodge says, it's too late now.
Oh, I don't know. How about those 2 tickets you were saving for your father, Bart?
2 tickets? Golly.
That's right. He can't make the game, and it'd be a shame to waste them, wouldn't it, Frank?
Do you think your father would take them, Jimmy?
You bet he would.
Hello
Here
there.
he comes now, you'll see.
What's going on, son?
Oh, Dad, would you take me to the Harvard-Yale game tomorrow, would you?
The Harvard-Yale game? You dreaming, boy? Where would I get tickets for it?
These people want to give them to us.
Give them to us.
Sure. This is Frank Merriwell, and this is Bart Hodge. You've heard of them, haven't you?
Why, sure. Everybody around here has. Glad to meet you, gentlemen.
Oh, how do you do, sir?
Thank you.
But what's all this about game tickets?
Well, your boy Jimmy is quite a football fan, Mr. Mallory, and we happen to have 2 extra tickets.
Oh, you'll take him, won't you, Mr. Mallory? His heart's set on it.
Well, now, under the circumstances, I don't see how I can refuse. Well, that's mighty nice of you, folks.
Well, that's all right, Mr. Mallory. We'll send the tickets over first thing in the morning. But what we really came out here to see you about was that land deal of yours.
What land deal?
Oh, Frank means the property you're thinking of selling to Yale University.
Oh, that?
Yes, sir.
Say, what do you boys know about that deal?
Oh, quite a lot, Mr. Mallory, and we understand you've doubled your price.
That's right, I have, and I mean to stick to it, too. What about it?
Well, now, don't misunderstand me, Mr. Mallory. I don't want to interfere, but it seems to me you're making a mistake.
Oh, I am I? In just what way?
Well, you think that Yale has all kinds of money at its disposal and that it'll meet your price eventually, no matter how high it is.
And what's wrong with that? They'll meet my price if they want the land.
But that's the point. They won't. They can't. They simply don't have the money. Now, if you insist on the new price, you'll be worse off than you were before, because I can guarantee that Yale will not meet it.
And I say they will. Oh, I see your scheme now. You thought you could come out here, give us a couple of tickets to the game, and buy me off. Well, it won't work. I'm sticking to my guns. And as for your tickets, you can keep them. We don't want any part of them.
Dad, you don't mean that.
Don't I? Well, you just wait and see. Who do these people think they are anyhow?
Just a minute, Mr. Mallory. Don't take this out on your boy. In spite of your attitude, our offer for the tickets still goes. We did that for Jimmy, not you. Come on, let's get back to town.
Well, Jimmy, I'm glad your father finally agreed to bring you. Are you excited?
Oh, yes, Miss Burns. Aren't Frank and Bart wonderful?
I think so. Now watch this next play. Frank is back in punt formation.
I hope he gets off one like he did at the farm. Watch this, Dad. Watch Frank kick.
I'm watching. He'd better look out for those Harvard linemen.
There it goes. Kick it, Frank. Get it away. Oh, a beauty.
Wow, all the way back to the 5-yard line.
Yeah, but look at that Harvard back. Run with it.
Come on, tackle him. Tackle him. Oh, he's getting away.
Oh, look, here comes Frank. Smear him, Frank. Smear him. That's it. He got him. He stopped him.
Yes, but not until he ran it back 30 yards. You mark my words, son. This Harvard team is going to be tough.
Oh, tough luck, Frank. I missed that block.
Oh, it wasn't your fault, Bart. I should have been away on that one. I just can't seem to get going.
Oh, they're pushing us all over the field. We've got to start rolling.
Well, it's a little late this quarter. The half will be over in 25 seconds.
No.
Woodward for Merriwell!
Substitution. What's the idea of the coach taking you out, Frank? Is he trying to show you up?
Oh, I don't blame him. Keep fighting in there, gang.
Yeah, right, Frank. Over here, Frank.
That's it. What's the matter, Coach? Why'd you take me out?
You tell me what's the matter. You're playing like an old woman in there.
Oh, I know. I'm sorry. It's this business about the land sale. It's my responsibility. I can't get it off my mind. I feel terrible about it.
Well, you'll feel worse if you blow the game. I took you out to give you a chance to come to your senses.
There's the half. You're right, Coach. It'll be a different story next half.
It better be. Come on, get to the dressing room.
Time's running out on us. The last quarter's almost over.
I know, but one touchdown will put us out in front. Now, what do you say, gang? Let's make it this time. All right. Signals. 45, 36, 25, 67.
Come on, Frank. I'll get the fullback this time.
Hike. 1, 2, 3.
This way, Frank.
Here it goes. Nice block. That's the one I needed.
Hit him more, Frank.
Cut. You're in the clear now. Run, Frank. Run. He's over. It's a touchdown.
Come on, Yale. Hold him. Just one more minute and the game is won.
They can hold him. Just watch. They'll smear.
Oh, what a game this has been. For a long time, I didn't think those boys could pull it out of the fire.
If they can just stop that Harvard back. What's his name?
Donnelly. That young man will take a lot of stopping. Watch him on this play. Here they go.
Get on line. Break it up.
Look at him cut through tackle.
They got him. Nice tackle, boys.
I told you Yale would smear him. Look, Dad. People are starting to crowd around the sidelines. Can I go down? Can I?
No, sir. You stay right here. The game's almost over.
But, gee, I want to get down close.
Never mind. Now watch this Harvard play.
Oh, if Yale can only stop them once more.
I want to see this. I'm going down
Hey,
there.
Jimmy, come back here.
He's running down to the sidelines. Jimmy, come back.
Here they come. That end sweep. Look out, boy. Tackle him. How tight he missed. Tackle him, Frank. It's up to you. I'll get him.
I'll stop for you, Frank. I'll get him.
Good Lord, Jimmy, get off the field. You'll get hurt.
I'll get the runner.
Never mind Jimmy, Frank. Tackle the runner. Jimmy, look out. Come here.
Mr. Merriwell, the runner. You let him get away.
Jimmy, you little fool. If I hadn't snatched you out of the way, you'd have been killed.
It's a Harvard touchdown. Frank, you just threw the game away.
I know, Bart, but I couldn't let Jimmy get trampled.
Oh, what a break. We had the game sewed up, and now this.
Oh, wait. What happened?
Over offside! Bring the ball back!
It's a penalty. The touchdown doesn't count. There's a real break for you. Jimmy.
Yes, sir.
Get off the field, and this time stay off. Harvard has to run their play again, and this time they're going to be thrown for a loss. Come on, gang!
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to hear from our guest, Mr. Mallory of New Haven. Mr. Mallory.
Mallory?
Thank you.
What is he doing, Frank? Coming here to
Thank
blow?
you.
Let's see.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm no speaker, so I'll make this brief and to the point. I saw something happen today that I didn't believe possible. A young man playing his heart out for Yale in the most important game of the whole year deliberately sacrificed that game, risked making himself the GOAT just to save a little boy from getting hurt. Fortunately, Yale won anyhow, but the fact remains it was the most outstanding piece of real sportsmanship I've ever seen. And I don't say that just because the little boy happened to be my own son.
My goodness. Mr. Mallory has a heart after all.
Now, I say that any university which produces a young man like this deserves every bit of support it can get. That's why I have changed my mind and decided to donate absolutely free the land for Yale's new civil engineering school.
Oh, what a wonderful gesture.
It certainly is. Aren't you proud of your father, Jimmy?
Why, sure, I guess I am. But I'm proud of you, too, Frank. After all, you won the football game.
And so ends another exciting adventure with Frank Merriwell, beloved hero of American fiction, brought to you in a new series of stories by the National Broadcasting Company. And be sure to listen again next week at this same time when Frank Merriwell returns in another of his celebrated exploits. Frank is played by Lawson Zerbe, Bart is Hal Studer, and Inza is Elaine Rost. Other members of the cast were Edgar Staley, Joseph Boland, John McGovern, Richard Keith, and David Anderson. Original music on today's show is by Paul Taubman. The Adventures of Frank Merriwell is written by Ruth and Gilbert Braun and William Welch, and the entire production is under the direction of Ed King. This is Mel Brand speaking.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. Adventure, not 1 cent for tribute. The events and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
Is that the gas station on the next corner, Kruger? That's that one, Zoe. Can't you see how much he's charging for gas? That one's okay. The one we want is on the next corner. Which way? Turn left. There's the place. Here it goes.
Well, boys, I guess we won't have no more trouble with that guy.
Not now, Slagle.
Drink up, boys. You sure the bomb did a good job?
I was watching through the rearview mirror, Slagle. Kruger tossed that pineapple right into the middle of the gas pump.
Don't worry, boss. You can pick up what's left of the place with an eyedropper.
That's fine. From now on, he'll pay protection toll along with the rest.
You got a sweet racket, Slagle. Sure. Every gas station in the city is kicking in.
They're paying for protection, Sally. I make sure nothing happens to them.
And if they don't pay?
They run into trouble like tonight. You were careful not to let anyone see you?
We went by too fast, boss.
Yeah, we used a stolen car. This is a couple of blocks further on.
The only guy that has an idea of us is the guy we bombed. Catch him talking.
Besides, he don't know for sure. All he's got is suspicion.
Right. A guy who's scared don't make a good witness. You need more than suspicions for proof.
You said it, boss.
As for the police, they can't prove a thing when they ain't got witnesses.
Case got the district attorney on the phone for me. Have Lowry here when I'm through talking.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Snap it up.
Well, it looks like a 3-alarm fire the way he's burning up.
Sally, get the district attorney on the wire. And tell Larry to stop cutting out paper dolls and come in here on the double. Mr. Reed's in a hurry. And I do mean hurry. I wonder what it is this time. Last week he was turning out scorching editorials on dangerous drivers and how they were a menace on the city streets. Yes, Mr. Reed?
Get me all the information we have on the recent gas station accident. Bring it to me as soon as you get it. Oh, is that the district attorney?
Mr. Reed's office? Just a moment. Yes, Mr. Reed, it's the district attorney. I'll switch him on your wire.
I have it. Get busy on that list.
Hello, let me have the morgue.
Don't tell me, Casey. The boss is going to make me the Lovelorn editor.
You'd do better at a racetrack, Lowry. Hello, morgue?
Morgue? Did somebody die?
Now, that morgue, silly. The place where we keep all the back copies of the Sentinel.
Oh, no, Casey, you're kidding me. If there's any information he wants, I have it at my fingertips.
Listen, Miss Kate. Mr. Reed wants all the information you have about recent gas station accidents.
That's it, huh?
I don't care how you get them. Well, check with the police. Go through your back copies.
Casey, that last gas station that was blown up was a shambles. Wrecked pumps, gasoline. I never saw such a mess.
It doesn't take a reporter to see that.
Do I detect a note of sarcasm in that last crack?
You do. Honestly, Lowry, it's an open secret who's back of all these bombings and fires.
Really?
Legal, that's who.
Tell me something I don't know, Casey.
Then why don't your stories say so?
Listen, Casey. Sure, Slagle controls the gas stations in this town. He's got a protection racket that brings in a cent on every gallon.
Then why don't
But the Sentinel can't print that. There's no proof. We'd be sued from here to Christmas.
My idea of heaven would be someplace where a newspaper can print what everybody knows is true, even though it can't be proved.
Yeah, but this place isn't heaven.
Not while Slagle is here.
Well, maybe the district attorney can do something.
I've been talking to him, Laura. Just finished.
Did he have anything, Mr. Reed?
Not a thing, Miss Case.
How about that last bombing, boss?
Yeah, it's the same story all over again, Laura. Suspicions with no proof. Even the owner of that gas station refuses to talk.
And meanwhile, that snake Slagle keeps raking in all the cash he can get his grabbing hands on.
There's one consolation, Mr. Reed.
Yeah, Casey?
None that I know of, Miss Case.
Well, what I mean is, Slagle's only taking money from gas stations.
Well?
1 cent difference in the price of gasoline isn't going to affect people so much.
Miss Case, you're making the same mistake that others do. The price of gasoline is as important as any other.
But suppose Slagle's racket were meat and vegetable markets. Well, people wouldn't be able to get the right kind or amount of food. Now, you can't compare...
It's practically the same thing.
Keep your ears open, Casey. Here's where you get a lesson in simple economics.
Meat and vegetable markets use trucks in their business.
Yes.
They have to pay the same higher price for gasoline that Slagle forces from everyone else.
But a cent a gallon...
Well, that adds up. If they spend more for gasoline, they have to make it up somewhere else. In other words, if their expenses go up, they have to charge the public more for the food they're selling.
You'll hit it, boss, and the same goes for every family that uses a car.
Exactly. Every cent they have to spend for gas means 1 cent less to buy milk and eggs and fresh vegetables for the family table.
Why, of course. I didn't stop to think.
More people did think, Miss Case. Racketeers like Slagle would never get started.
Too late for that now. Slagle's got the gas stations tied up tighter than Houdini.
Well, that's why I called you. We're going after every one of those gasoline dealers.
Why, boss?
If we can find one man who'll act as witness against Slagle, that's all the district attorney will need.
They're sending the names up from the morgue, Mr. Reed.
Go after them, Lowry. Take Clicker Benny with you.
Okay. We ought to be able to convince somebody that he's smart to act as a witness.
Lowry and Clicker Benny made the rounds of the gas stations which had recently had accidents, but their search was fruitless. They could find no one who would consent to appear against Bat Slagle. As they approached a gas station run by a man named Jennings, Lowry said,
We're not having much luck, Clicker. Everybody gives us the same story.
I can't blame them exactly, Lowry. How would you like it if something happened to your family?
I haven't got a family.
Yeah, but most of these gas station operators have. Besides, they can't help much.
They say they can't, but I know
It may be true. Apparently, Bat Slagle is pretty careful about making sure there's no actual evidence against him.
Benny, all these accidents can't have just happened.
Slagle's responsible, all right. There's no doubt about that. Only all the victims claim they saw nobody, heard nothing, and know nothing.
I still say they're scared. How about this guy here? What's his name?
Jennings.
Okay, watch me work.
It'd be about time. Nothing's worked so far.
He isn't out here. Must be inside the station.
Yes, sir. You want some gas?
Mr. Jennings?
That's right. Guess I didn't hear you. I was busy checking over the business I've been doing.
How is business?
Could be better. Who wants to know?
Paying 1 cent tribute and every gallon to Slagle cuts into the profits, doesn't it?
Listen, mister, you here to buy gasoline or what?
Hold on, Mr. Jennings. We don't mean to be rude.
If you want gas, I'll sell it. If you don't, clear out.
You don't understand. We're from the Daily Sentinel.
Sure. He does the reporting and I take the pictures.
How would you like your picture in the papers, Mr. Jennings?
My picture?
Yeah, the Sentinel's running a series on gas station operators. We want to tell our readers...
Don't hit me.
About some of our leading... Huh?
You heard what I said.
You ain't fooling me with that serious stuff. You hear about Bat Slagle, ain't you?
Nice work, Lowry.
Okay, Jennings. I won't stall. How about it? You know plenty about the way Slagle works.
Me? Not a thing.
I suppose Slagle didn't wreck your place last month.
Where'd you get that idea? It was an accident. The gas tank exploded.
Oh, Mr. Jennings, don't hold out on us.
Come on, Jennings. You know it was Slagle. Pin it on him and you'll be a hero.
Yeah, I'd rather be alive.
But
Besides, it wouldn't do any good anyway. I didn't see nothing.
You were here when it happened, weren't you?
Sure, but I didn't see anybody. I tell you, it was an accident. See, an accident.
Just like the rest of them. Afraid to talk.
Listen, you. Take a tip and get out of here before I get mad.
Looks to me as if all of you are yellow.
I'm warning you to get out.
Letting Slagle make monkeys of you. Yellow as a chrysanthemum.
Hey, you.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Now get out and stay out. Don't come around again looking for a store. You'll get another poke in the jaw.
Don't tell me, Laura. The only result of sending you and Miss Binny out is that bruise on your chin. Oh, the big jellyfish smacked me when I wasn't looking.
Doesn't sound much like a jellyfish to me.
Not this fellow, Mr. Reed. He was mad.
I mean about Slagle, Mr. Reed. They were all jellyfish. Even the guy who socked me wouldn't open his mouth about Slagle. Compared to them, a man could talk your ear off.
Lowry, I don't quite approve of your tactics in questioning this man Jennings.
I couldn't help it, boss. By the time I got around to him, I was fit to be tied.
Reporters are supposed to go out for facts, not fights.
On the level, boss. I tried being polite.
Yeah?
You know Lowry, Mr. Reed. If he can't get facts one way, he uses another.
Whether any of them has something on Slagle or not, I don't know. All I know is they won't talk.
Miss Benny, you've been trying to conceal a grin ever since Lowry you came in here.
Me?
Did you snap a picture of Jennings hitting Lowry?
Huh?
Well, my camera was handy, and I just took it.
Liquor, you double-dealing little... Give me that camera.
Hey, can't a girl take a few shots for a private collection? Let go, you bastard!
Hold on, both of you. It'll ruin me, boss. Liquor, show that print all around the city room.
You said it. I'll have it enlarged, too.
Liquor, I'll buy that picture from you. How much?
Hey, never mind that. Rush the film to the darkroom, Miss Benny. That shot is going on page 1.
As long as she doesn't... What? You're going to publish it? Why, boss? Why?
With a caption under it reading, "This man is not afraid of hitting a reporter. Why is he afraid to talk about Slagle?"
Wow. I've been waiting for a chance like this all my life.
Why don't that newspaper mind its own business? Putting my picture on the front page.
Now, Jim.
But Alice, they know very well why I won't talk.
Perhaps you should tell what you know about Slagle.
And have his mob do another job on my gas station? Or come over here after you and Timmy? Not a chance.
Slagle wouldn't do that.
Sure he would. Besides, I can't prove it was Slagle had my place bombed. He's too slick for that.
So we go on paying.
Yeah. That reminds me, Slagle collector's due here pretty soon. Is the money ready?
Yes, in the envelope.
If it didn't see his picture in the Sentinel, I better have it for him on the line.
The doorbell. Is that him?
It's a little early, but... You stay here, Alice. I'll see him in the hallway.
Be careful, Jim.
Don't worry, honey. Gosh, I wish there was something I could do without making things bad for Alice and the kid.
Inside, Jennings.
Hey, what? Man!
Get back.
A gun. I know you. You're the Green Hornet.
That's exactly right.
Whatever you come for, Hornet, you're not getting it, see?
Jim, you forgot the money.
Bring it here.
Why, you dirt.
I could give you a shot of gas and take it anyway, Jennings.
Please, Jim, do as he says. Here it is.
That's better.
That goes for Slagle, Hornet.
It was for Slagle, but not anymore.
But that's all we have. Slagle's collector's due any minute.
That's too bad. The Green Hornet got here first.
You can't. What do we tell him?
Tell him anything. This cash goes with me.
No, Jim.
Alice, let me go. I'll get him. Green Hornet, huh?
No, Jim, I won't let you.
It's too late. There he goes.
But Jennings was wrong. The Green Hornet had no intention of leaving. As the car pulled away, Betteridge spoke to Cato, the only living man to know him as the Green Hornet.
Cato, double back around the block. I want to be there when Slagle's collector arrives.
Yes, Miss Benny.
I'll be there when he does. You wait for me in the car.
A short time later, Slagle's collector arrived at Jennings' home. He refused to believe Jennings' story.
Stop stalling, Jennings. Where's that dough? I tell you, the Green Hornet took it. Don't make me laugh. The Hornet wouldn't bother with $20.
The truth. My husband left the money in the other room when he came to the door before. I thought it was you calling, so I brought the money out to him.
And the Hornet grabbed it. Expect me to believe that? You got that dough hid someplace. The other room, I'll bet. Go ahead. Search if you want
You won't find it in there.
Oh, I won't, huh? Oh, you call this, you dumbhead. Right in the table and seal with my name on it. Well, I'd bluff so easy I wouldn't even look in here, eh? I swear it wasn't. You're getting too big for your hat, Jennings, since that picture got in the papers. When I tell Slagle about this, he'll whittle you down plenty.
Outside the window, a tall, masked figure listened to Kruger's outburst and then moved away silently.
Step number 1 in my plan to uncover Slagle's racket. Now, if only everything moves along as smoothly as it's been going so far, the Green Hornet is going to have a busy night. And that means a busy night for Bat Slagle as well. Slagle and his whole crooked outfit.
Reed found that Bat Slagle, a racketeer, had every gas station in the city paying him a cent a gallon on gasoline as tribute. By intimidation, violence, and every force at his command, Slagle was making his victims keep silent. Assuming the role of the Green Hornet in an attempt to smash Slagle's racket, Reed made it appear that the most courageous of Slagle's victims had attempted to withhold his weekly payment of protection money from Slagle's henchmen. Following Reed's instructions, Cato had the Black Beauty waiting in an alley near Jennings' house.
Slide over, Cato. I'll take the wheel. Stay left, Smith. Did the plan work, Rupert?
So far, the plan is going fine, Neil. I doubled back and tossed a collection envelope in through the open window. Slagle's collector thinks Jennings was trying to pull a bluff. He's on his way to Slagle now.
We'll go there?
The Black Beauty will get us to Slagle's place twice as fast as he can make it. Cato, the Green Hornet is going to be in that office when Slagle's collector arrives.
It's about time you showed up, Kruger.
Got the dough from Jennings?
Yeah, there it is. Hey, imagine that guy, Pat. He tried to stall.
Jennings?
Yeah, Jennings.
What do you mean? Here's the dough.
He said he didn't have it. Tried to tell me the Green Hornet had swiped this dough.
The Green Hornet? That's a laugh.
And all the time was right in the next room. Wasn't even hid.
Tried to bluff you, huh?
Didn't work. You ought to take him down a peg anyhow, Bat.
If any one of them guys gives us trouble, it'll be him, all right.
Not if you show him who's boss, it won't.
Yeah. Kruger, from now on, Jennings is going to have to pay 2 cents on every gallon instead of 1.
Twice as much?
That'll teach him to try and act up with me. Now, let's count this dough just to make sure.
Okay, Bat.
It's getting late.
Feels like more than 20. Hey, Slager, look at this.
What?
Jennings tricked us. Instead of real gold, this envelope is chock full of plain paper.
What? Why that? Let me see.
He even used heavy paper so it would sound like the real thing when I felt the envelope. Well, the envelope was sealed, Bat. I didn't think he would try a stunt like this.
He won't no more. Jennings thinks he can fool around with me, huh?
Let me handle him, Bat.
Nick, you might come back like you did this time. Besides, this job's more down Zelly's alley. Zelly? Yeah, that's right. Slagle on this end. You're going to do a job tonight, Zelly. I got it all figured. Now, here's what you're going to do.
Hidden in the shadows where he had been since before Kruger's arrival, the Green Hornet listened to Slagle's conversation. Then as Slagle finished talking...
That's the idea, Zelly. And make sure nothing goes wrong. I want Jennings to know he can't play around with my outfit.
Oh, that's your scheme.
Huh? Who the devil's that?
It won't work, Slagle.
You're masked.
It's the Green Hornet.
Move over next to each other. Got a rod, eh?
I heard about that gun, boss. It ain't got bullets, only gas.
Oh, gas, huh? And only one gun.
I get it. Don't knock the table over. That won't help.
Get him from behind, Kruger. He can't shoot both ways.
Okay, Bat. Take it, gas.
Get him, Kruger.
All right, got you. More. Who else? Gas me from behind.
I was waiting. They didn't see me.
Good work. One from each side at the same time is a little hard to handle. They almost had me.
What do we do now?
First, we make sure these 2 rats are unconscious. They're completely out. Can you fix them up so they'll stay that way until 4 in the morning?
4 in the morning?
That's the time when Slagle told Zelly to do that job. If we're going to trap these rats, we'll need every minute in between.
Jim, we ought to be going to bed at after 12.
Well, you go ahead, honey. I ain't sleepy.
All right. Don't be long. Good night, Jim.
Night, honey. It's taking plenty out of me to be paying off to Slagle. He's going to make it any tougher one, and I might as well quit. And that reporter. Why'd I sock him in the first place? I certainly must have looked jealous to him. Gosh, if I did have any dope on Slagle's racket, I would call that reporter.
That's a good idea, Jennings.
Oh, it's you again. What do you want now?
I'm your friend.
You put me on a spot with Slagle.
For one purpose. To take care of Slagle.
It don't make sense. First you swipe that dough, then you bring it back so Slagle's collector can find it.
Exactly.
If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be worried about what Slagle's going to do.
Plenty.
I don't need a guy in a mask to tell me that.
Jennings, I'm going to help you stop him.
You?
You don't believe me?
I've heard plenty about you, Hornet, and none of it good.
Perhaps this will convince you.
It's money. Dollar bills.
Look at them.
Where you get... The money I get to Slagle's collector.
What he took was nothing but strips of paper. I had this money with me from the first.
I can't figure you, Hornet.
Don't try to.
But the whole thing's screwy. The money, Slagle...
Jennings, I want to get Slagle as much as you do.
Yeah, I guess this proves it. But how can you get Slagle when nobody's got the goods on him?
Be at your gas station at 4 this morning.
But it's closed. I closed it up at 12 when my helper leaves.
Never mind that. Call the cops, too. Call this reporter if you want to. Be there and watch what happens.
Jennings followed the suggestion given him by the Green Hornet. He called the office of the Daily Sentinel and asked for Lowry.
I want to talk to a reporter named Lowry.
Yeah, this is Lowry speaking. Who wants me?
This is Jennings.
Jennings?
Yeah, I'm the guy that runs that gas station.
Oh, you. Well, listen, Jennings. If you want to take another poke at me for getting that picture in the Sentinel, you can forget it. I didn't want that picture released either.
Well, you don't get it, Lowry. I'm calling about something else. Here's a tip for you. Be at my gas station around 4 o'clock.
What for?
The police are going to have Slagle. I got the dope from the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet? You mean he's in on this?
Will you be there?
Will I be there? Try and keep me away. Wow, talk about a scoop. So the Slagle mob are up to something. Hello, hello. Listen, get me quicker, Benny. Show her on the phone. How else? I don't know where she is. Try every place. Try her home. Try the movie around the corner. Try any place but get her. No, it isn't personal. It's business. I got inside information that the Green Hornet's going to bust Slagle's gang wide open.
Here we are, Cato. Jennings gas station. Yeah, it's deserted, all right. And the problem now is how to get in.
I look down, Miss Slade.
See if the window's open. I'll try the door. The door's locked. It's not very strong. It'd be easy to force it open, but I'd rather not. No need to damage property.
I found the window, Miss Slade. It's locked, but there's a hole in the window pane.
Good, Cato. If there's a hole in the window pane, we'll be able to unlock it and get inside without any trouble.
Yes.
If I can reach the catch. Probably this window was broken the last time Slagle had Jennings' place bombed. And Jennings didn't have enough money to repair it. Yeah, there. I can feel the window catch now. You have Slagle and Kruger, Cato?
Yes, sir.
I'll go in through this window and open the door. Then we'll bring the two of them in and put them right where Dolly will find them.
Yes, sir. They're still unconscious.
Working carefully and hurriedly, Britt Reed opened the door. Together, he and Cato carried the unconscious racketeers into Jennings' gas station. They moved in almost total darkness.
I never think to look at Slagle that he weighs so much, Cato. Heavy. Be careful of that chair. All right, put him down here next to Kruger. That's it. The two of them, side by side, where Zelly can find them.
Yes, sir.
We'll leave the door unlocked so that Zelly can get in without any delay. Yeah, time for us to leave.
We're not staying?
No, we can't afford to stay here. It's too risky. But we'll be near enough to check if anything goes wrong. Will Slagle and Kruger recover soon?
Positive. They'll wake up in a little while now.
Fine. I may be wrong, but Slagle's apt to be overconfident. He'll try to play out his hand in spite of everything. And that will mean his finish. Come on, Cato.
A short while after Britt Reed and Cato left, the two racketeers stirred. Slagle sat up.
What happened? Where? Oh, Narc.
Hornet. Yes.
Who's that? Kruger. That you?
Yes. Hornet did it. Couldn't get him.
Kruger, wake up.
Huh? Oh, Slagle. Well, where are we?
Kruger, it was that blasted Green Hornet. I remember now. He gassed us in my office. Snap out of it.
Yeah, your office. That's where we must be now.
He snapped off the lights and left us.
Sure, that's it. Got scared and took a powder. Now we'll find the light switch and then...
Slagle, this ain't your office.
No, it ain't. Then where the devil are
Look out the window. Look at them gas pumps.
Hey, this is Jennings' place. I recognize a plane.
Yeah, just lights up to see things outside.
So the Green Hornet brought us here. Guess he figured we'd still be unconscious when Deli came around to do a job on the place.
We'd have been done for.
Yeah, and we figured wrong. That gas he used wasn't as strong as he thought. We'll just walk off when Deli shows up, and nobody the wiser.
Hey, there's somebody coming now. See him? Through the window.
Huh? Well, that's Deli. Come on. We're going outside and meet him.
What the? Who's that?
Take it easy, Deli. It's me and Kruger.
I didn't expect you down here, boss. What's the matter? Checking up on me? Ah, we know you can handle it, Deli.
With the Green Hornet, he brought us
the
here.
The Hornet?
He tried a little scheme to take care of me and Kruger. Only he slipped up, see? Now let's get busy. You got the bomb?
Right here, boss.
Okay. We'll set it down right here next to the gas tank. Now give me a match for this fuse. We'll take care of it.
Come on, the match. What the devil? Slagle,
Okay, get in there. Grab him. You gotta get out of here.
Hands up. You don't get me.
No, you don't.
What's Slagle? It's Slagle to me, Sergeant.
Wait, Jennings, don't.
On my gas station, will you, Slagle? Hey, quicker, snap this one. Jennings is going to poke Slagle.
Make us pay you tribute, huh?
Well, the cops got the goods on you now.
All right, you got me. What else?
Honey, did you get it, Clicker?
And how?
Thanks, Jennings. You saved us the trouble. Put the cuffs on him.
Okay, Doyle. Listen, officer, it's a mistake. I wasn't supposed to be here.
Tell it to the judge, Kruger.
Don't listen to him. He's in as deep as me. I tell you, the Green Hornet brought me and Slagle here.
Sure he did, and a good job, too.
The Green Hornet. Is that where you got the tip, Jennings?
Yeah, and it worked smooth as clockwork.
Trust the Green Hornet for that.
So the Green Hornet's responsible for this, eh? Well, that's the first good thing he ever did.
Listen, Sergeant, the Green Hornet's okay, see? No matter what people say, he's one guy I'm going to believe in from now on. Stop-no! Hornet smashes gasoline racket! Slagle under arrest! Stop-no Pepper! Gasoline operators freed from racket roll! Green Hornet still alive!
The Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
If you like good beer, you'll find it pays to be curious and learn about Schlitz for yourself. And now, The Halls of Ivy.
The halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget though we be far, far away.
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. Dr. William Todd Hunter Hall, president of Ivy, has been working in his study all morning. But he leaves it now to join his wife, the former Victoria Cromwell of the English musical comedy stage. As he enters the living room, Mrs. Hall says,
"Oh, I'm glad you're finished, Toddy."
Vicky, I am never finished. And why should you be glad? Outside of the fact that naturally you can't stand being without me for a minute.
You're not going to feel so good when I remind you that today is the faculty tea at Mrs. Quincannon's.
Oh, that doesn't disturb me a bit, my dear. A legitimate function of the president's wife. I think it's quite proper that you should attend all faculty teas.
Not me, we.
Oh, no, you don't, no.
And not only that, but you need a haircut.
I'll get one next week, Delilah.
Why do you hate to go to the barber?
My dear girl, I do not hate to go to the barber.
Well, then why?
I do, however, dislike to have the administration of this college subjected to the haphazard analysis and preposterous suggestions of a certain tonsorial artist.
The barber, Doc Fish.
Doc Fish. Fish, indeed. He seems to be trying to make up for 1,000,000 years of silence on the part of his submarine namesakes.
Well, I suppose any barber who's been in the same shop for 30 years has certain rights.
Which he abuses constantly. But to a college barber, there is a new generation every 4 years. You know, Vicky, there are a lot of people who never leave a campus without having
Dardy.
Huh?
You're trying to change the subject.
Oh.
I want you to get your hair cut. And I've made an appointment for you.
Is there a slight strain of bulldog in you?
With a trace of bloodhound, I'll be following you all the way.
Oh. Do I get some lunch before I tackle the fish?
Oh, it's not fish, sir. It's cheese souffle.
Oh, is lunch ready, Penny?
Yes, but if the doctor likes some fish...
thank you just the same, Penny. Mrs. Hall has already ordered mine.
Afternoon, Mr. President.
Oh, Doc, how are you?
Busy. You're 5 minutes early.
Yeah, but there's no one in the chair.
Your appointment's for 2 o'clock, Doctor. I'll be ready for you at 2 o'clock.
All right, Doc, I'll wait.
Heard your talk in chapel last week.
Oh, yes? And?
Didn't sound much like a sermon to me.
It wasn't.
Ministers are supposed to give sermons, ain't they?
I'm not a minister.
What was you doing in the pulpit then?
Doc, may I ask you a question?
Shoot.
If your cat had kittens in the oven, would they be biscuits?
Step in the chair, Doctor. It's 2 o'clock.
Thank you. That's better. I think I'll just doze a little.
Been wanting to talk to you.
Oh, no, please don't. No, just cut my hair and your conversation. Now, I'd like to take a nap.
Got something on my mind. Glad you stopped in. Because it's important to this school what I've got to say. As long as nobody else seems to take enough interest, it's up to me to do something about it. And I'm going to do it. Right now.
I give up. What is it, Doc?
Know a kid named Eddie Gray?
Yes, I do indeed. What about him?
He buys a lot of magic stuff at the campus bookshop. You know about that?
Oh, yes.
A lot of magic stuff and plenty of other things have been disappearing. That's a good trick, too.
You mean stolen?
Guess that's what you'd call it. About $500 worth.
Oh, why do you connect Eddie Gray with this?
Not many students buy magic stuff.
Doc, our founding fathers provided that any citizen accused of crime was entitled to a jury of his peers, competent legal counsel, and a qualified judge. Who then are you to constitute yourself judge, jury, and executioner?
I got eyes and ears.
So is a three-toed sloth. And about the same lofty conception of justice. You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
You know he sold that big car of his? Know he's running around the campus looking like a bindle stiff? Looks like he sold all his good clothes. Looks like he maybe needed some dough.
Eddie Gray needs money like I, as the saying goes, need a hole in the head. Have you talked to anyone else about this?
Nope. Figured it was your job to handle it.
Oh, I'll handle it. Are you a betting man, Doc?
Well, I know where you can get a little bet down. What's the horse?
The horse is a gray, Doc. And I'll lay you 8-5 he comes in on top. Oh, Vicky.
Yes, my darling. Oh, you do look divine and smell.
I have to tell you, darling, that
No, don't.
our barber
That's a
friend...
little sniff.
What?
It's absolute heaven.
No, stop smelling me. I must talk to you.
All right. Oh, stop. What did Doc Fish do? Throw out the whole curriculum?
Worse, he has completely revised the laws of evidence. Have you seen Eddie Gray lately?
Every day, Toddy, at rehearsals. He's just wonderful.
Is he making friends?
He's the happiest boy in school. Everybody likes him. And his magic act is going to be the hit of the Follies.
You remember when you advised him, and I think I did too, to get rid of his flashy car and expensive clothes?
Certainly. And he did it right away. Now he dresses just like all the other students. If you can call that dressing. I sometimes think they simply hold a suitcase over their heads and open it. They just wear whatever falls onto them. Well, what about Eddie Gray?
Now, there's been some stealing going on at the campus bookshop. He is around there a great deal, and he's suspected.
That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Yes, I thought so, too. I have a feeling someone has found out who his father is. And if so, Eddie is being pronounced guilty by association.
Oh, no. Oh, I hope not. It'd be too tragic for him just at this time when everything's beginning to go well.
I know, but Mike Malott is too important a public enemy to be kept undercover very long. If someone has found out that he is Eddie's father, well, it's natural to point an accusing finger at the boy.
Well, we've got to clear him, Toddy. I know he's all right.
Oh, we're going to try, my dear. Look, I'll ask him to come over, will you?
Yeah, what'll we do about the Quincanons?
That seems to be a fair question.
Yeah. Any answers?
Only one. I consider it a legitimate function of the president's wife. I think it's quite proper that you should attend all faculty teas.
Well, you said that, and then I said, not me, we.
That's enough, Victoria. Let's now go on. I don't need another haircut.
Mr. Gray to see Dr. Hall.
Oh, show him in, Penny. Don't go, Vicky. This is your case as much as mine.
Well, I'm glad. I want to stay.
Hello, Dr. Hall.
Oh, Gray.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Hall.
Hello, Eddie.
You sent for me, sir?
Yes, I did. Sit down.
Thank you.
I wanted to see how you were getting along.
Oh, great. Thanks to some good advice from you and Mrs. Hall, I've been having a swell time. I never knew there were so many nice guys and gals in the world.
I'm glad to hear that. Eddie, I'm going to be very direct with you.
Yes, sir?
Have you heard from your father lately?
Oh, sure. He sneaked down here to see me 10 days ago.
He did?
Yeah. He knew I wanted a set of Joseph Conrad's books, so he came down and bought them for me. I'm not apologizing for what he used to be, Dr. Hall, and neither is he, but to me, he's been great.
Did he buy you the books at the campus bookshop?
Yeah, he did. Oh, it's a terrific set. Boy, it sure ruined my allowance.
Has anyone told you of the recent robberies at the campus bookshop?
Why, yes, sir, I did hear something.
Has anyone told you that you are suspected?
Me? Suspected of stealing? Oh, now, just a minute, Dr. Hall.
Calm down, Eddie, please. We're not accusing you.
On the contrary, we want to clear you. But to do it, we'll have to find out everything we can.
And you can help us. Tell us everything you know about it.
I don't know anything about it.
If we're going to try to help, you must do your part. It's beyond just you and us. It's a matter of this college's reputation. And a little thing called justice. Gray.
Yes, sir?
Just for the record, have you stolen anything from the campus bookshop?
No, sir.
Of course you haven't. Do you know who has?
No, sir.
You know, but you won't tell. Isn't that it?
This can be very serious if you don't, Gray. It involves the honor of the whole college.
Look, Doctor, I can't tell you anything. I'm sorry, really sorry, sir, but I wish you'd remember one thing. I've got to do what seems right to me, and please don't ask me to do something that doesn't fit with my own rules. You know, this is where I learned about honor, Doctor, and values. Right in this room. From you, both of you. You gave me a lot to hang on to. Now, don't ask me to let it go.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
In just a moment, we'll return to the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. But first, let's hear the story of a young go-getter who set out to make an impression, but wound up by being impressed.
Give me 5 minutes alone with the boss, I used to say, and he'll know what a live wire he's got in his organization. That's what I used to say. Well, the other day, the boss invited my wife and me to spend an evening at his home. I knew my big opportunity had arrived. I had a whole evening in which to sell yours truly to the boss. I could just see myself drawing on a mild Havana and giving the old boy a couple of pointers on how to clear up that situation in the sales department. Yes, I had it all planned. But somehow it didn't quite work out that way. I should have known it the minute I saw the boss's house. He and his wife were as simple and friendly as the people next door, but the living room was lush with antiques, oriental rugs, and original oil paintings. I couldn't help staring, but at least I did manage to keep from saying, gee whiz. But still in all, the evening passed very pleasantly. The boss talked about art and music, showed us his collection of rare prints and first editions, and finally served us some Schlitz beer. Now, naturally, I didn't admit that I'd never tasted a beer as famous as Schlitz. So I took up my glass as though I were an old Schlitz drinker from a way back. Actually, I could hardly wait to find out if my boss's taste in beer matched the good taste he showed in other things. I took a deep swallow of Schlitz and found out that it did. The same luxury was there. A luxury of flavor that matched the paintings and the prints and the first editions. It was then I realized what had happened. I had come to make an impression, but as it turned out, I was the one who was impressed. No wonder they call Schlitz the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
That surround us here today.
As we return to the Halls of Ivy, we find a tenseness not often to be found in the home of the Halls.
Please sit down, Toddy. You've been pacing like that for an hour.
Oh, I can't, Vicky. I've got to make some sense out of all this. Obviously, Gray is protecting someone else.
It's a terribly difficult spot for you. You who've been teaching him integrity.
Oh, yes, I know. Integrity, a splendid, glowing word. 9 letters, the 9 old men of character. You know, my darling, it's not enough simply to present the idea of integrity to a youngster. That's merely planting the seed. The harvest comes when integrity is put to the test and found to be a source of pride and self-respect and growth. Oh, fortunately, it's usually a habit-forming virtue. Anyway, that's why we can't afford to have Eddie Gray fail to pass his first real test.
Toddy, dear, the longer I know you, the more conscious I am of the wisdom in simple decency.
Well, I only hope my simple wisdom is adequate to get Eddie clear. If this gets into the newspapers, the boy's life is ruined. With his father's record to help pull him down, he's finished.
Even if he's innocent?
Oh, his innocence will be shouted down by mob judgment. When a man has been accused in headlines on page 1, it's difficult to clear his name with a retraction in small print on page 22. I've got to make Eddie talk.
You'll never do it, William. Eddie has a code. Telling tales, even if justified, violates that code. And you'd be wrong to insist.
Someone has to talk.
Speaking of talk...
Yes?
Why don't you go back where you started?
Doc Fish, of course. Oh, Vicky... What would I ever do without you?
You'd never have your hair cut.
Oh, my dear, worse than that. Without you to advise me, I'd have far too many close shaves.
Look, may I come with you, or do you think I'll make Doc Fish self-conscious?
My dear, if you, Alexander the Great, and Lady Godiva's horse walked into that shop together, the man would never turn a hair. Oh, he has the imperturbability of intellectual density. Let's go.
Back again, Mr. President. Didn't Mrs. President like your haircut?
It was a fine haircut, Doc. But I think you gave Eddie Gray a crooked part.
Huh?
Doc, I'm very disturbed about your accusation of the Gray boy.
Been thinking about him myself. I talk too much, always blabbing.
Why did you do it?
Can't stand his father. Saw him at the bookshop, put two and two together.
And they added up to a number on Eddie's back.
How did you know who his father was?
Friend of mine in Chicago. Racketeer wrote me.
Your bookmaker?
No, my bookie's a local I mean, no, ma'am.
Have you told anyone else about this?
No, and I'm not going to. Going to shut up from now on.
Splendid idea if it's not too late.
We've got to find out who is doing the stealing. Can any of your Chicago friends tell you that?
Probably could if they was here. I'll help all I can. Sorry I started it.
And you don't know anything more than you've told us?
No. I just suspected this kid right off. Shouldn't have, I suppose, but I did. When I think something, I speak my mind.
Loud, too.
Beg your pardon, ma'am?
Never mind. I was just speaking my mind. It's contagious, I guess.
Doc, you've started something that I, as president of this college, must see through to a conclusion. A campus bookshop can be restocked, but the honor of our student body is something else.
You know the kid's innocent, Prexy?
You know he's guilty.
We have an absolute conviction that Eddie Gray is on the level.
Look, Mr. President, I'd like to make you one suggestion.
Be very unlike you if you didn't.
Well, what is it, Doc?
Give me a little time on this. If I'd given this Gray kid a bad deal on account of I got no use for his old man, and he turns out to be innocent, I figure I owe him a little help.
You owe him a great deal more than that, my friend. But I prefer not to have this matter talked about. You understand?
Leave it to me. Just give me the time I need, and if I don't keep shut from then on, I'll guarantee you can shave me next time.
And if he doesn't, I will.
What a day. And it all started out to be so serene.
Well, there's a small silver lining. You'll miss the faculty tea.
True, my darling, yes. I wonder what that old rascal Doc Fish has up his sleeve.
At least he's going to stop gossiping about Eddie.
I hope so. You know, Vicky, it's so easy to be swayed by preconceived ideas and prejudices. It's very often most difficult to hold a steady course when your whole being cries out to take another path.
What are you thinking about now?
Well, just for that tiny moment, I digressed, my darling. I was thinking of myself and you. I wonder if you remember that day in London when I ran up the stairs to your flat, whistling a tune, gay as the air itself. When I knocked and you opened the door...
My William, what a nice surprise.
Vicky, my darling, I was so close I couldn't pass by without... Oh, I beg your pardon. I shouldn't have come in. I didn't know that...
William, this is Paul Hunter. Dr. Hall.
How do you do?
How do you do? I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to intrude.
Well, you haven't. We were just having tea. Do you want some?
No, I really don't think so, thank you. I'd better run along.
Oh, no, don't go. Are you a medical man, Dr. Hall?
No, I'm afraid not, Mr. Hunter. I'm a school teacher.
Oh, a school teacher. He's a professor, Paul. A very learned professor in a very beautiful American university.
Oh, now, Victoria.
On your sabbatical?
Yes, and not too much of it left.
Oh, that's pretty tragic. Vicky and I were just talking over plans to spend most of the winter on the Riviera.
Doesn't it sound wonderful, William? The blue Mediterranean, the white sands, the striped umbrellas, and warm sunshine.
Yes, it does. Sounds beautiful.
We thought we might stay between Nice, Cannes, and Monte Carlo for the entire season.
With any luck, I don't see why not.
No, of course. Why not? With any luck.
Well, darling, if it's all okay with you, I'll start making arrangements. There's quite a lot of arranging to do, you know.
Oh, I do know, Paul. Yes, by all means. Let's do it.
Oh, certainly. It would be awful if you didn't.
Well, I'm off then. It's nice to have met you, Doctor.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Winter. I hope you have a nice winter.
Goodbye, Paul. I'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.
He's an absolute pet, that boy.
That boy? Oh, yes, he is. A real... pet.
Doesn't it all sound heavenly?
Heavenly.
William, what is it, dear? You're so down.
I wish I were an actor, my darling. I wouldn't let you so easily see my feelings.
Your feelings about what, dear? What is it?
Oh, the Riviera, under winter skies, with me in America, and you with that hunter fellow on the white sands.
Oh, William, my dear. You thought...
Well, you said that...
Oh, you couldn't have.
Yes, I know, but
you did.
Yeah, well, I didn't mean that you could...
thought I was going away with Paul?
Well, of course. Well, aren't you?
Well, yes.
Well, that's what I thought. What did you think I thought?
I thought you thought... I thought you must have thought that...
Yes, I still think that what you thought I thought was... Well, I just hate to think of it.
William, listen. Paul is the company manager of Give Them Tears.
Oh.
And we're taking the whole company on tour.
Oh.
And Paul, by the way, is very happily married.
Oh, Vicky, what an idiot I am. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. It took considerable intelligence to find and fall in love with a girl like you. Oh, darling, I am a happy man.
Oh, not too happy. I want you to be a little jealous of me. So go ahead and worry a bit.
Worry a bit. I shall worry winter, spring, summer, and fall.
For all the Easters and Christmases and New Year's.
We shall help each other ring the old ones out and ring the new ones in. I can hear the bells now, Vicky. Happy New Year to Victoria and William. Happy.
Toddy, dear, it's not New Year's Day. It's the 24th of February. And the telephone's ringing.
The telephone? Well, it's probably that hunter fellow to ask it. Yes, the telephone. Here, you mean?
Yes, that's what I mean. And you don't have to run it down, dear. It's right here, for once.
Thank you. Dr. Hall's residence? Who? Oh, yes, Doc. Well, that's extremely interesting. Yes, do, by all means. Come anytime. Thank you for calling. The Doc's coming over right away.
Doc Fish, the barber?
Yes.
I mean, there's so many doctors of one kind or another around a college, one has to get used to it. By degrees, as you might say. Now, why is Doc Fish called Doc?
He holds the degree of Doctor of Inanity. Yes, it was conferred upon him in 1938 by a group of fun-loving and quite perceptive seniors. Not having looked up inanity in the dictionary, he's quite proud of it.
By the way, Toddy, were you daydreaming again when the phone rang? Or were you just worrying?
No, I plead guilty to the first accusation. I was daydreaming.
And where did you go this time?
Oh, down a wrong road for a bit, and then I found you and came back on the right one. Fine trip.
I wish I could go with you on some of these meanderings. You always have such a happy expression on your face.
Well, of course. That's what a daydream is for comparison with life itself. And usually life looks a little sorry by contrast. But not mine, no. My life with you, Vicky, is so like a daydream...
Beg pardon, sir. A Dr. Fish is calling.
Oh, Dr. Fish.
Oh, yes, ask him in, Penny, please.
Yes, sir. Right this way, please, Doctor. And on your way out, sir, I'd like to consult you about a slight cold in me head.
Won't be necessary, sister. Take a couple of aspirins and hit the hay. Hello, Mr. President.
Ah, Doc.
Mrs. Prez.
Hello, Doc.
Have a chair. You have news for us?
Yeah, case is closed. Eddie Gray is in the clear and the real crook is known. And I feel like a louse. Excuse the expression, Mrs. Hall.
That's quite all right, Doc. You were a louse.
Yeah, I know.
How did you get Eddie Gray,
Off the hook?
Yes.
Same way I got him on. I talked. In this case, I talked to a friend of mine, sort of a tough guy. Tough and nosy. Kind of a guy that knows how to find things out. He just snooped around till he found a kid that had too much bookshop stock for his kind of dough. Then he brought him over for a haircut and a shave. Free.
A free shave and haircut?
Yeah. We put him in the chair, locked the door, and I started to hone my razor while this friend of mine asked questions. You'd be surprised how chatty a guy can get with a mug like my friend has hanging over him and a razor waving in the background.
Who was it, Doc?
Mrs. Prez, I've already talked too much. I ain't saying. But any time you happen to go into the campus bookshop for the next 3 years, you'll see him. He'll be working off his charge account. Hey, look. How did you people get so sure it wasn't Eddie Gray?
My husband is a fair judge of character.
Yeah, looks like it. What do you think of my character, Dr. Hall?
Oh, you're a simple subject, Doc.
I am?
Yeah, you have a moronic tendency to leap at erroneous conclusions.
Yeah?
And, a strong urge toward character assassination.
Yeah?
And a lamentable weakness for turning on a conversation and leaving it running.
Golly, that's wonderful, Plexi. That's me to a T. How do you do it?
Oh, I studied under a great teacher. A doctor of inanity.
Gee, I got one of them degrees myself. Just honorary, of course.
Yes, we know, Doc. Good night.
Good night.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
And here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colvin.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
We'll be singing next week at this time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colvin. The other players were Earl Ross, Gloria Gordon, Ben Wright, and Gil Stratton, Jr. Tonight's script was written by Nat Wolfe and Don Quinn. Our music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolfe, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Now hear We the People over most of these NBC stations.
The poet said, east is east and west is west, and never the twain shall meet. And there was one time that Hawk Durango was in full agreement. That was when Susie Kimball came west to marry Nephi Thatcher.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents Hawk Durango, starring Elliot Lewis.
Along the entire Butterfield stage route, no hotel was better known in the old days than the Gold Bar House in Sundown Wells. And Hawk Durango, its new owner, works hard to perpetuate the established comfort and service. But sometimes the guests are difficult, like these two whom Chuck-a-Luck is announcing right now.
Say, Hawk.
Yeah?
There's two ladies coming into the lobby.
No?
Kind of trail-weary, judging from their voices. There, you can see them now.
Trail-weary is right.
Get right down here, ladies. I'll send someone over and get your baggage.
But we haven't decided whether to stay here or not.
Oh, here's Mr. Durango now.
Oh, welcome to the Gold Bar House, ma'am. You, miss? Chuck-a-Luck, get a pitcher of water and glasses.
The stage driver said this was the best hotel in town. But I didn't know it would be like this.
Oh, we'll make you comfortable, ma'am. How long are you going to stay?
Oh, we've no idea. We're lost.
Lost? Well, you're in Sundown Wells, ma'am.
I know that. But he didn't meet us at the stage stop as he said he would. Now, what are we going to do? Oh, now, Aunt Priscilla.
Who did you say was to meet you, ma'am?
Her bridegroom, Susie's bridegroom. He was here to take us to his ranch. We've come all the way from Vermont, and Nephi Thatcher didn't meet us.
Nephi Thatcher? Well, he's one of the biggest men out here, ma'am. His ranch you're talking about, it's a sheep outfit up yonder in the big mesas.
We know he's one of your biggest men and one of the richest. And Susie is going to marry him. But where is he, I'd like to know.
Chuck-a-Luck.
Yes, Hawk?
Run over to the Wells Fargo office and to the Livestock Loan Company. That's where Mr. Thatcher generally hangs out, ma'am. Ask if there's any word of it.
I wouldn't worry, lady. He'll show up. For one thing, the stage got here ahead of schedule.
Fine, how do you do? A bride comes 2,000 miles out to just godforsaken. What's that noise?
Well, that's music, ma'am. Coming from the casino in there.
Music. For dancing?
Yes, ma'am.
And they drink in there, too, I suppose?
Well, most of them do.
Susie, stop tapping your foot.
Oh, it's a very
Maybe you'd like to rest up, ma'am, while you're waiting for Mr. Thatcher. I can fix you up with a room.
No, thank you. I wouldn't think of staying a minute in a place where there's drinking and dancing.
Well, you needn't fear, ma'am. In the old days, when the Butterfield stage ran through here, the Gold Bar House was pretty woolly. But now it's peaceful as a church picnic.
Oh, heavens above, what's that?
Snoop, go see what's up.
We're going to be killed.
Oh, it's just a little target practice, ma'am. We're having a rodeo. Now, as I was saying, the Butterfield stage ran from Memphis...
Oh, Mr. Durango, my aunt. She fainted.
Oh, come on. We better get her upstairs to one of the bedrooms.
Get the old lady bedded down, Hawk?
Yeah, she's in the bridal suite. The young filly was giving us smelling salts when I left. What was all that shooting about?
Oh, Brazos was just fanning out a whiskey drummer. He got sore when the redhead made a remark about his ears. Everything's quiet now.
I hope so, for the old lady's sake. Oh, but the young one, she didn't seem so gun-shy, considering.
I'm sure sorry for that girl, if you ask me. Marrying up with Nephi Thatcher means the end of her good timing.
She don't look like she ever had any good time.
Did you see her tap her slippers when the band started playing?
Yeah, I saw it. Kind of dancing inside. Same as her eyes.
Yeah, dancing is one thing Thatcher won't stand for. Worse than liquor.
Oh, hold it, Snooker. She comes now. Hope your aunt will be all right, miss.
Oh, well, all she needs is some rest. She said she wanted to sleep, so I thought I'd look around your hotel.
Oh, you won't find much here to interest a girl like you, Miss Susie.
Oh, but what's in there? Oh, who are those men with the green shades sitting at the tables?
That's the gaming room, miss. You wouldn't like that.
Oh, yes, I know. Gambling is wrong, and so is dancing. And music is wrong because it makes you want to dance.
You say that as if the words have been drummed into you, without sense.
Drummed into me for 4 years, ever since Knee-High Thatcher came east and proposed to me.
But you don't believe dancing and music are wrong, huh?
Well, I have to believe. Except now for a few minutes while my aunt's resting.
You mean your aunt's been sort of riding herd on you?
What does that mean?
Well, it just means watching over you, seeing you don't get into trouble.
Oh, well, she's been riding herd on me ever since I was engaged, Mr. Durango. And music makes me think of the good times I've missed. I'm going into the casino.
Oh, but I wouldn't do that, miss. A girl like you can't go in there.
Oh, but there are a lot of girls in there.
Well, they're just there to entertain the cowhands and mine muckers and such. They aren't the kind of girls you'd associate with.
Oh, well, that doesn't make any difference.
All right, then. It's not the girls, it's the men. They're a pretty salty bunch. That one standing over there with his back against the wall, shuffling a deck of cards. He's strictly a desperado. Name of Brazos John.
Oh. How old is he?
Now, why should you be asking that?
He looks younger than his face. His face is leathery and burned, but his eyes are like a boy's.
Well, that's because he's a gunman. You see, they need sharp eyes to do his kind of shooting.
Oh, I caught a glimpse of him when we first came in the hotel.
Oh?
I'll never forget it. The picture he made, slouching there, rolling a cigarette, with those two guns on his hips. It's a picture that we all have back east, of the men in the prairies and the Rockies. I'm going to talk to him.
Oh, wait. Wait, Miss Susie. No, wait. You can't talk to Brazos.
Brazos John?
Yes, ma'am?
You may think it's strange my coming to speak to you, but I wanted to settle a question in my mind.
Yes, ma'am?
Where have I seen you before?
Well, have you been out west for long?
Well, this is my first day this far west.
Well, I ain't never been east of Texas. Oh, been south across the border off and on when things got to moving too fast, but couldn't be there.
That's funny. You look so familiar.
Just a coincidence, I guess, ma'am.
What are you doing with those cards?
Oh, there? That's called cascading. You see, it...
Oh, no, I know. That sound. It's like a harp string in my mind. My father, he did that with cards. That's it. You remind me of my father when I last saw him. When I was a little girl.
Oh, maybe we better just sat down here. Everybody's staring at you.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. I'll be glad to sit down with you, Brazos John.
Well, what you drinking? Oh, excuse me. I didn't mean that.
Oh, yes. I'll have a drink with you.
Did you ever have one before?
No, never.
Well, hey, Pedro, come here.
I'm coming, Brazos.
Say, your papa was handy with cards, huh?
Well, I wasn't supposed to know it, but everyone knew he was a professional gambler in New York. You see, I lived with my 3 aunts in Vermont. That was one of them you saw in the lobby.
Well, does Nephi Thatcher know about your papa?
Oh, yes, of course. That's why he's been so particular that my aunts brought me up just right and rode herd on me.
What will it be, Brazos?
Same for me. Something soft for the lady.
See.
They serve good lemon squash here, ma'am. That suits you.
Well, I'll take whatever you're taking.
Make you 2 lemon squashes, Pedro.
Right away, Brazos.
When I said drinks, I didn't mean actual drinks. That wouldn't be right at all. Your bridegroom would know it when you kissed him.
Oh, but I could use sassafras bark. Well, what's wrong with that?
Well, where did you hear about sassafras bark?
My father used it whenever he came up to Vermont to visit me.
I see. And whatever he done was right, huh?
Of course it was.
I'm beginning to think that there's something about Nephi Thatcher's wedding that ain't gonna be all rosy.
There you are, folks. It's 2 lemon squashes.
Well, here's to you, honey.
Here's to you, Brazos John.
Where is she? I tell you, I knew that girl.
Hey, Brazos. Thatcher's hunting around in the lobby.
Now let him see him that boat drinking with his bride, Brazos.
Better get that girl out of here.
Well, I'm not ashamed.
Well, nevertheless, you better get on out of here. No, wait now. You can't let him see you walking out of the casino.
Hey, he's heading this way, brother. Got that killer with him, Mutton Jack, his shotgun guard.
Well, let him come.
Wait now, just wait. You can't reach that door and back. Better get into Hooper Sal's tent. Right in here.
Where is she? I want that young lady.
Mr. Thatcher.
Where is she?
Mr. Thatcher. She ain't been in here.
Her aunt said she came here. One of the Indian mozos saw her come in.
Kind of a roundabout way of tracking, ain't it, Mr. Thatcher? A man and an Indian?
She was seen in one of the booths drinking with Brazos John.
Well, if I find the Indian that told you that wisdom, Mr. Thatcher, he gonna wish he was born a gal baby.
Say you there, picking up those empty glasses.
See?
Who did you serve those drinks to?
Well, just to one of our Haragos on a sheep herder, Mr. Thatcher. Maybe with one of your own sheep hands.
Well, I guess her aunt made a mistake. Susie Kimball wouldn't dare come into a place like this. Her aunt would punish her. Come on, Mutton, let's get out of here.
Boss.
While you're in here, don't you want to smile at the bar, Mr. Thatcher?
You aren't talking to me, are you?
Maybe I'm talking to a fence post. But, I know something about this girl you're hunting for.
You mean you've seen her?
I saw her crossing the street to the general store.
The general store? Mutton, go over and see if she's there. I'll talk to her aunt.
All right, boys, let's have some music.
Oh, you sure sawed off a good trick, Brazos, inviting Nephi Thatcher's bride to have a drink with him. You're stacking up a hand pretty fast, ain't you, Hawk? When you can't see nary a card. I can see one card. Her eyes shining when she looked at you. Oh, she just liked the way I cascaded the deck. A harp string, she called it. Out of the past. That's just it, Brazos. There's something in her past. Maybe her aunt's hog-tying her. And you look like the way out. She's like that young kid, Dink Huckins, you worked a spell on a couple of weeks ago. Yeah. Just what is it that makes these young mavericks come to you, Brazos, like critters going to a salt lick? Well, I'll tell her I'm just a low-down sippy cat underneath, Hawk. Oh, she won't believe you. Well, then I'll show her these here notches on both of my guns. No. I want to make it worse. No, I'm just asking you, Brazos, as a favor. Don't go near her again. Yeah, I'll go explain to her, Hawk. I'll tell her I got to kill somebody.
Lucinda, I fear you haven't done a very good job bringing up Susie.
Oh, Nephi, I can't understand where she's gone.
She's apparently the same wild, headstrong child she was when I last saw her.
Oh, no, she's changed since then, Nephi. My sisters and I have changed her.
But I can't forget her eyes. Back in Vermont, everybody remarked about the devil in Susie's eyes.
We worked that devil out of her, Nephi. Hard work, that's what it was. We've made her fit to be your wife.
Well, I only hope Susie will know what it means to be a frontier wife. There'll be little chance for play out on my ranch.
She doesn't know what play means, Nephi. We've seen to that. We've even made her forget her father.
Whatever her father was, I love her.
I'm willing to forgive that she's a gambler's daughter.
She ain't over to the general store, Mr. Thatcher.
Oh, heavens to Betsy. Now, where can she be?
If you want my opinion, Mum, I think them folks in the cantina was hornswoggling us from the store.
You're right, Mutton Jack. She must be there drinking in good timing. Follow me and keep your gun loose. If they lie to me, there's sure going to be some punishment dealt out here. And with this...
I wouldn't unholster that iron just yet, Mr. Thatcher. It'll take more than just two of us to talk to that bunch of horse thieves.
They've got the girl I'm going to marry hidden in there. I'll do some rectifying no matter how many.
Oh, stop this talk of gunfighting. Here comes Susie now.
Yes. Out of the dance hall.
Oh, Nephi, I've been waiting for you.
Susie, you. And that dance hall...
Well, I was just having my fortune told in the Palmer's booth. You don't seem glad to see me, Nephi.
Why, of course I'm glad. I thought I was angry. But seeing you after all these years, I'm not angry. I'm overcome. You've grown up to be a lovely woman, Susie.
Aren't you going to kiss him, Susie?
We'd better postpone that when there's not such a crowd looking on.
Nephi was late because he had some business. His wool clip, he calls it. $20,000.
Well, you better get ready now. We're leaving for the ranch at once. I've engaged a preacher to marry us tomorrow. Came all the way from Mule City. 100 miles.
Well, I'll be ready in a moment. Oh, Mr. Durango.
Oh, yeah?
I've got to say goodbye.
Oh, leaving so soon, Miss Susan?
Yes, and I want to thank you for the best time I've had since I was a little girl.
Well, good luck. And may it always be roses.
And goodbye, Brazos John.
Adios, Susanna.
Susanna? Why, that's what my father used to call me.
I'm kind of sorry I ain't going to see that little bride again. Susanna. She liked that, didn't she?
I told you she was loco over you, Brazos. Oh. Lucky the bridegroom came along just in time.
Hey, Hawk. You ought to hear this. A mule skinner just rode in. Said the bridal party was being followed by some riders. Salty-looking characters, he says they look like.
Tracking a wedding party? What sort of a game is that?
Thatcher had a big money crop. He's taking it to pay off his shearing crew. Everybody knows that.
Why do you know they're tracking them, Chuck?
Well, instead of keeping on the wagon trail, they cut up to the bench and was heading along parallel. Same as coyotes will follow a trail herd. If they wanted to pass them, why didn't they stick to the road, I'm asking you?
Well, I'm asking you, why didn't the mule skinner tell the town marshal?
Because he freights up and down that trail, and he can't afford to squeal on the bad bunch.
You mean he knew it was the bad bunch riding?
Well, one of them had a bandaged head where his ear was shot off a couple of weeks ago.
El Gato.
Of course, I don't know anything about it, Hawk. I'm just repeating what the mule skinner told me.
Yeah. Brazos, I guess you and me better saddle up.
You mean I'm going to see that little bride again? Well, I thought you said that... Well, let's saddle up, Hawk.
Hey, you better get some more riders, Hawk.
I don't want any posse kicking up a lot of dust. Come on, Brazos. We'll ride.
We'll ride, son. I'll ride alongside. With her in the buckboard, I'll ride high.
As soon as we top this divide, you can see my sheep, aren't you? Miles and miles of it stretching into the purple.
It's the biggest graze in this part of the country, Mom.
Oh, but everything is so hot and dry.
Oh, don't say that, Aunt Crescenda. The air is clear as crystal. Not like the heat down east. Oh, and look at those desert flowers. Oh, what are the red ones on the cactus?
Oh, I don't know the names. Stillery and grass that count for sheep.
Them red ones is ocotillo. Small yellow flowers, creosote.
It always means bad soil wherever you find creosote.
Oh, but the yellow's gorgeous.
Ah, but wait until we get up into the junipers. That's where my ranch is, where you can breathe God's own air. This is devil's country.
Oh!
Get down through the
What's the matter? What is it?
Bandits!
Sounds like we got here kind of late, don't it, Hawk?
Maybe a little late. Let's leave our horses in this brush and have a look-see.
Yeah.
Keep under this mesquite matting, Brazos, so they don't see us crawling up.
Yeah. Safe as a doodle bug under a jug, ain't we, son?
I can see him now. Crawl up next to me so you can see from under the mesquite mat.
Yeah. Well, reckon we ain't too late.
There's 4 of them. Thatcher and his foreman and the 2 women folks. Between those boulders. Oh, they picked a pretty good spot.
See anything yell ghettos, Bud?
See a lot of them crawling up. But they can't get up too close to those boulders.
Wait till I study on this. Pretty neat setup. Well, how about just picking them off, Hawk, one at a time till we count? Say there's 7 of them. I can get them all.
There's more than that. Half a dozen crawling up on the other side.
Well, you cut down on that bunch. I'll get this 7 on my side.
Oh, wait, Brazos. None of your rodeo stuff. That girl's only too willing to call you her hero.
But I can pick them off without nary a man seeing my gun flash. I'm way back here under this mesquite mat. There. How you like that one? And that one?
Pretty slick gunplay, Brazos. They didn't even turn to look up at us.
You want me to call my shots, Hawk? Here goes for that hombre running to the next rock. Well, I'll be a centipede sister. It's a Wallapai Indian.
Sure curled him. Now, give me a chance, will you, brother?
Go on. Go on. It's your deal.
That one behind the red rock. And the short-barreled gent crawling on his stomach.
Still on his stomach, but he ain't crawling. We sure are having us a good time, ain't we all?
Not too fast, so they'll know who's hitting them. We'll take turns.
It's my turn now.
Susie, I can't stand it. I'll go mad.
Stop whimpering, Priscilla, and pray. I'm holding them off on this side, and they aren't getting any closer than what you notice.
Oh, don't move, Uncle Peter. Nothing can touch us behind this rock. Nephi, can I have a gun?
Nonsense. My future wife fighting with a gun? You stay where you are and pray.
We're praying, you devils out there. You hear us? And we're winning. Let man and angel sing. Glory, land, and honor to the Almighty.
There goes another and another stretched out, boss. Can't understand it.
You can't understand it when the Lord of Hosts is on our side? There's another sinking to his knees.
Brothers, we are treading where the saints have trod.
But I can't understand it, boss. There's 2 men fell kicking, and I didn't hit him.
It's the Lord of Hosts that hit him. Susie, you load up that gun. Hand it over.
Oh, just one shot, Nephi, just one.
Good gracious alive, how did that happen? You got him.
And I got another one, Nephi.
What's the matter, Martin Jack? Are you hit?
That one got me, boss. It's my arm. Kind of cracked it.
Oh, he's hurt. Look at the blood.
Priscilla, and Nephi, she's not bad. She won't move.
Oh, how could she be hit sitting where she was?
A ricochet could have hit her, boss.
Martin Jack, watch your side.
I can't, boss. My arm. I can't fight no more.
Oh, I'll take his place, Nephi.
No, you won't. Help you around. Her face is gray white. She may be dying.
Oh, Aunt Priscilla, open your eyes.
Well, give me your handkerchief, Susie. Got to have something white.
My handkerchief? You mean you're giving up?
You've got to give up the money, that's all. They can have it. Give that handkerchief to me, I tell you.
Oh, no, we're winning, Nephi, and you're quitting.
You out there, El Gato or whoever's there. I'm waving this white cloth, see it?
Oh, there's nobody there. They're crawling to their horses. They're saddling up. There's only 4 of them left, and they're cinching up. I can't understand it. It's a miracle. Unless somebody was helping us.
That's what I figured, boss. I couldn't see their flash, but somebody was in that mesquite clump up in that drawer.
Nonsense. Hello. What can this mean?
What are you looking at, boss?
There's a pinto out here. Can this be possible?
Yeah. I see it, boss. It's Brazos John's pinto. The only horse that wasn't gun-shy in the whole setup.
Brazos John's? You mean he was the one who was picking them off? Brazos John saved
It was the Lord of Hosts save us.
Or the devil. Maybe that's what you better call them, boss.
Susie, where are you going?
I'm going to thank you.
I forbid it. I'll thank him myself, not send my wife.
I'm not your wife yet, Nephi Thatcher.
Susie, come back here. Susie, I command.
Wait for me.
They all piling on their broncs, Hawk. Shall we fog down on them?
Oh, it's only the wounded ones dragging themselves to their saddles. Let them go, brothers.
Maybe I ought to go on down and tell them folks that everything is hunky-dory.
Want to have that bride fall on your neck? Don't be hunting trouble.
I ain't hunting trouble. It's hunting me. If I were... Well, here comes the bride.
All right,
right now.
Come on, we better saddle up.
We got to tell her she's safe, son. Look, I'm just asking you. Let me talk to her alone.
What for?
Well, I want to say goodbye to her.
But I told... All right, Brazos. I know the way you feel about her. Same way she feels about you.
Oh, darn your horny hide. Before going out of here.
I'll be in the mesquite within ear range. Maybe within gun range, Brazos.
Brazos, John, wait for me.
Oh, hello, honey.
Oh, I saw your horse, Brazos, and I saw the peak of your hat poking up through the mesquite. I came to thank you.
What for?
For routing that band of renegades. Nephi Thatcher thought it was the Almighty himself that was routing them, but I know the truth. The renegades knew it, too.
What old truth? I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, it's like Nephi quoting from the scripture. If Brazos John is with us, who can be against us?
Somebody sure run a cold deck on you. It was Hawk Durango routed them coyotes, not me.
You mean Hawk Durango came with you?
Sure, he's right in the mesquite right behind me. He done all the shooting.
What were you doing?
Oh, just playing myself a game of solitary, like I'm doing now. You better go on back. Tell your husband-to-be that you're safe.
Oh, it's the harp string again.
Go on back.
I'm not going back, Brazos John.
What do you mean?
Nephi Thatcher's a coward. He wanted to give up the fight and give up his money, right when we were winning.
You got him stacked up all wrong, honey. Here in the West, men give up anything if their women folks is in danger. He done right. He's anything but a coward. It was generous play, him giving up his Wolf Cliff money. He's afraid you'd get hit, you and the old lady down yonder.
But I'm not going back anyway.
Well, where are you going to?
Back there where that music is playing. Oh, can't you hear it? I just caught it in the wind, far away off across the sage plain.
That's just your blood pumping. That's what you're hearing. It ain't in your ears, it's in your blood.
Yes, it's in my blood, Brazos John. I want to go back with you.
Now, you just listen. You're going to marry with a good husband. Thatcher's a good man. He's well fixed. He's got a good home ready for you, and he's worked hard making a fit place for a gal like you to live in.
Oh, a home where they'll be singing hymns all the time.
That's all right. Them hymn singers, taking all in all, from shoulder to hock, is generally better than most of us. Us horned toads, I mean.
But I can't go back to him, Brazos. After what you've done, I can't go back. Not when I'm in love with someone else.
You ain't in love with nobody. But you'll be in love with him when you get to know him. Me now. You don't know me. Why, just last week I beefed a man cold and the whole town was riding shotgun on me.
Oh, I heard about that, but they found out they were wrong.
Town marshal didn't want no necktie party. That's how I got out. And they thought that I was reformed. They didn't know it. I had my gang all ready for a hold-up job. Kind we tried to play today.
You're a hold-up job? Oh, I don't believe you, Brazos.
But did you think I was shooting down my own partners today? That's a good joke, sister. I staged this hold-up, but it didn't work on account of Hawk Durango. He cleaned out the whole bunch, and then he arrested me.
Arrested you? I don't believe a word of it.
Durango's in the brush right behind me, holding 2 guns on my back. I asked him if I couldn't say goodbye alone to you. He agreed. All right, Hawk. I said goodbye.
But I can't believe it.
You better try hard to believe, ma'am. Everything Brazos said is true. You see, I got both guns on him.
Oh, it's the whir of those cards, like a harp string.
The way he cascades those cards, ma'am, you ought to know it's a professional shuffle. He does it that way when he deals from the bottom of the deck.
You mean he cheats at cards?
Call me that, sister. What's these here aces fall out? Ace of clubs, spades, hearts.
A card cheat and a bandit.
And I kill and I cut. I can do everything there is, except something good. If I try something good, I just drown in my own sweat.
That's right. He's just plumb cultist bad. You better go on back to your folks.
Yes, I guess I'd better go back to Nephi. Well, I'm thanking you, Hawk Durango, for saving us. And my husband will thank you, too.
Glad to help you out. Forget it. Forget both of us. Brazos and me.
And I'm thanking you, Brazos John, for one thing. For showing me Nephi Thatcher's a good man. He's a refuge and strength. I need him. I need him so much.
Goodbye, girl. Brazos. when she tells Thatcher you were the top hand in this raid?
I don't think she'll tell him, Hawk.
No, I figure you're right. She won't tell on you.
Hello, Brother John.
Did you hear that, Hawk? She said, "Go with God, Brazos John."
Well, I didn't hear anything. I saw her turn, but she didn't say a word, Brazos.
Oh. Then it was only in my head or in my blood.
Hello, Brother John.
I must be dreaming it. But I'm going to answer anyhow.
Adios, Susanna.
Adios.
You have just heard Hawk Durango, starring Elliot Lewis with Barton Yarborough as Brazos John, a feature production of the Columbia Network. CBS invites you to tune in next week at this time when Hawk Durango is suspected of murder and Chuck-a-Luck Jones saves the day with his remarkable hearing. Hawk Durango is written by Kenneth Perkins and directed by William N. Robeson for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hopalong Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And appearing as that laughable old character, California, is Andy Clyde. Now to our story, Range War. The Rolling Green Range north of the Bar 20 had a look apiece about it as Hopalong Cassidy guided his white horse along the Cottonwood Bottom toward Cy Ottoman's ranch house. It was the time of year that usually brought peace and contentment to Hoppy and the Bar 20 gang, but this year it was different. There was a worried look on Hoppy's face as he hitched Topper to the rail and walked up to Cy Ottoman's door.
Cy, you in there?
Ah, Cassidy.
Morning, Cy.
Morning. What's on your mind?
Well, I might be able to talk better sitting down.
Oh, sure. Come in. Here's a chair over there.
Thanks. That's better. Tell me, Cy, how's your spring roundup coming?
Wound her up yesterday.
Your tally's all in?
Yep. Why?
Well, let me see. How do I do this diplomatically?
What kind of a scheme you cooking up this time?
Cy, I know you're still hot under the collar about that deal I put over last fall, but...
hogwash. I was a darn fool. You got to the man with the money first with them Bar 20 cows. It ain't that I'm hot about, Cassidy. It's something else.
What's that, Cy?
I'm beginning to think you got some mighty ambitious line riders.
Meaning what?
Meaning about 100 head of my stock didn't answer for roll call at my roundup.
I reckon they strayed too close to the bar 20 line.
You know, that's interesting.
You denying it?
I sure am. That's why I'm here.
Huh?
We're short 100 head, too. I thought they might have showed up on your tally.
Huh? Well, what do you reckon it could... Oh, wait a minute. Come in.
Morning, sir. And hop along, Cassidy. Just the gents I want to see.
Well, how are you, Jess?
Hi, Jess.
Didn't expect to see you two sitting down over the peace pipe, especially since that little deal last fall.
Never mind last fall, Jess Hendricks. It's over and done with. Oh, Lordy. What did you fall into?
Cattle dip. I know I smelled a high heaven. My clothes are clean soaked with it.
Ain't no one else dipping, I know.
Just picked up a bunch of steers from Texas, and I ain't taking chances with Texas fever in my herd. I'm glad you brought up the subject of cattle, Si, because that's why I come. Just got my final tally sheets and...
And you're short 100 head.
Oh, you got 'em, Cassidy. I knew them darn critters strayed onto somebody's range.
Wait a minute. I haven't got 'em, Jess.
Huh? Then how did you know about them?
Because Si and I came up short, too.
100 head apiece?
More or less.
Mm-hmm.
I guess there's only one answer to that one.
Rustlers?
Yeah.
It's them nesters, that's who it is.
Sweetwater Valley?
Sure, there weren't no rustling around here before the valley was open to homesteaders, was there?
Now, wait a shake, Jess. Don't jump to conclusions.
Well, what do you aim to do?
Well, let's keep it quiet for a few days. Snoop around a little before we start any rustler talk.
By Joe, if it is them nested devils, I'll show 'em a new use for a long rope.
And I don't think you'll be alone, Si. The nesters over at Sweetwater Valley have gone in for rustling. I think this county's in for a first-class range war.
A week has passed since Hoppy called at Cy Ottoman's ranch house, a week that has seen rumors and muttered hints. And the rustler talk swept through the section like a prairie fire, all of it directed at the nesters, the homesteading small ranchers of Sweetwater Valley. It was all suspicion, though, at least until a young nester named Bert Larimore called at the office of Henry Weatherby at the State Bank in Sweetwater.
50, 75, 100, 2, 3, 4, 5. How's that look to you, Mr. Weatherby?
Looks like cash money, Bert.
I expect we'll be having a little celebration tonight, eh? Burning that mortgage.
Yeah. Would I be too nosy if I inquired about...
You mean, where'd I get the money? No, I'll be glad to tell you, Henry. Aunt of mine in New Jersey. She passed away a few weeks ago. She left it to me.
I see.
That answer your question, Mr. Weatherby?
Yeah. Yeah, Bert, I suppose it does.
$500 cash?
Well, that's right, Hoppy.
Well, I don't know, Johnny. Maybe Bert Larimore did have an aunt in the East.
Well, Weatherby checked it. Only relatives he has are a couple of cousins in San Francisco. 6 months ago, Larimore didn't have a dime to his name.
How do you know?
Well, I had a pretty good reason, Hoppy.
And what's that?
A small matter of $50 he stole from me to cover a bet he made at the North Fork Saloon one night.
So now it comes out. That's why you...
Yeah, that's why I broke up with his sister.
I see.
The stockmen are ready to move right now.
Well, they're crazy.
Maybe, but all they needed was that Larimore thing.
What kind of evidence is that? So unless they get rich, does that mean that every homesteader in Sweetwater Valley is rustling cattle?
The stockmen seem to think so, and it's good enough for me.
Well, I'm short as many head as they are, and I don't think so. And you better not think so either, Johnny, until we got proof. Well, maybe I'd better remind you about that little mix-up we had when you first came to the Bar 20. When that batch of self-righteous gunslingers came out here ready to lynch you for something you had nothing to do with, just because you'd done a spell in prison.
Well,
Well, what?
I'm wrong, Hoppy. I know it. But all that talk in town kind of gets under a fellow's skin.
Yeah, I suppose it does. But there are two sides to the rustling business, Johnny. First, you got to steal them, then you got to sell them. I've had California out checking every shipping yard from Council City to Alderville, looking for blotched brands. There hasn't been a suspicious critter shipped out of this country for a year. Larimore got his money from stolen cows. Where'd he sell them?
Well, that's something to think about, all right. Well, I'm with you, Hoppy. But we better speak our piece because they're not going to hold off much longer.
Come on, let's saddle up.
Where are we going?
I want to ride into North Fork and take a look around. And on the way, we can stop in at Laramore's. Maybe you can give us some more details on that aunt of his in New Jersey. You go on in, Johnny. Topper's got a loose hind shoe. I want to take a look at it.
Okay. We staying here?
No. Tell him we're riding on into North Fork tonight.
That suits me.
Johnny McIver.
Hello, Marcella.
Come on in, Johnny.
Thanks. Hoppy will be along in a minute.
This is quite a surprise.
Yeah. Bert in?
He's been staying in Norfolk for the last few days.
Oh.
You're looking fine, Johnny.
Well, I was going to say the same about you. You're still as pretty as ever.
Thanks.
I guess I didn't keep my promise. I said I wouldn't bother you anymore. I mean after that business with Bert.
I'd like to forget that, Johnny.
And so would I. Marcella, do you reckon we...
Yes, Johnny?
Oh, that's Hoppy.
I'm going to take Topper to the blacksmith in town. Oh, evening, Miss Laramore.
Mr. Cassidy.
Bert's in town.
Oh, well, I guess we'd better be riding along then.
What did you want to see him about?
Oh, Hoppy, let's not...
I think she has a right to know, Johnny.
What is it?
It's about that money Bert paid off your mortgage with.
I see.
Now listen, Marcella.
It seems we always get around to money, doesn't it? What business is it of yours if Bert has some luck and pays off the mortgage?
That's a good question, and I'll answer it. There are a lot of ranchers around here who like to jump to conclusions when a nester shows up with money he can't account for. Especially when every ranch in this district is short on their cattle tallies.
So that's it. You think he's a rustler?
I'm only telling you what the rest of them think.
Where'd he get that money, Marcella?
He said he made a business deal in the East.
You believe him?
Of course I believe him. I guess I was wrong about you, Johnny. Oh, I wish I knew why you hate him. I wish I knew why you won't stop until you've ruined him.
Listen to me, Marcella.
Wait a minute, Johnny. Miss Laramore, whether you know it or not, we're hanging on the ragged edge of a cattle war around here.
Of course I know it. Every homesteader in the valley's scared to death, putting up barricades around ranch houses, waiting for a bunch of your murdering cattlemen to ride
Now,
up.
let me finish.
I've heard all I want to hear. You're tickled to death about this rustling business because it gives you a handy reason to shoot up Sweetwater Valley and run us out of here.
All right. You want to know the one way we can stop it?
We?
Yes, we. Johnny and I are fighting it just as hard as you are. There's only one way to stop this thing before it blows up in our faces. Before you and Bert and a lot of innocent people get hurt.
Go on.
There won't be any range war if we take the excuse away. We prove there's nothing wrong with the money Bert turned up with, and if we run down the thief who's got those cattle. And believe me, Miss Laramore, that's the only way we can stop it. That's the blacksmith shop over there.
Oh, he's closed up for the night.
He sleeps in the back. Let's ride around the back entrance, see if we can get him up. We might be riding back to Bar 20 tonight, and I don't want a lame horse on my hands. Pull up, Johnny.
What is it?
Look, over there by the back window.
Where? Oh, yeah.
He's lighting a cigarette.
Did you get a look at his face?
That's funny. Wonder what he's doing in town.
Who?
Smoke Bledsoe. He used to run a profitable business down in Texas.
What do you mean?
Killing people.
Oh.
He's a professional gunman. We'll wait till he's gone, and I want to take a look inside that blacksmith shop.
Maybe we better take the door off its hinges.
I'll put the bar in deeper. I think we can pry it off.
Okay.
Here, I'll give you a hand.
Right.
There she goes. Now, let's see what Mr. Bledsoe was up to.
Huh? Look.
Yeah?
Is he?
Yeah, he's dead. Bledsoe doesn't walk away from him until he's sure of that.
Well, let me light a match.
Careful. Hold it down. That's it.
Look, under the desk there, those papers.
Yeah.
What is it?
Circle H, sunflower, lazy C, flying O.
Brands?
Yeah, drawings of brands. And a funny thing.
What's that?
Every brand here belongs to a nester in Sweetwater Valley. I think our friend on the floor there made up an order of branding irons. Then someone thought he might talk too much. So he had Bledsoe nail him through that window there.
Oh, better get the sheriff, huh?
Not yet.
Well, what about Bledsoe?
We can get him later. I want to give Mr. Bledsoe a free rein right now. You never can tell, Johnny. He just might lead us to the man he's working for.
It's almost midnight now as Hoppy mounts the stairs of the rickety North Fork Hotel and walks down the hallway into a room full of angry cattlemen.
Now, wait a minute. Now, here's the figures, everybody. Now, news I can calculate, there's over 1,000 head missing. Now, wait a minute. Now, the question is, what can we do about it?
Just a minute, boys.
Hoppy.
I'd like to stick my oar in, if you don't mind, being a paid-up member of the Cattlemen's Association. I think you're all going off half-cocked.
Now, wait. What do you mean?
Wars are pretty much alike. Well, they're cattle wars of the big kind. I don't like to see rangeland fenced off any more than you do.
Well?
But those nesters in Sweetwater Valley have a legal right to that land until someone proves a charge against them.
Now, wait a minute, Hoppy.
Oh, hello, Jess.
Boys, I just got here in time to hear what Cassidy said. I want you to know I felt the same way until a few minutes ago. If you want proof, Hoppy, I've got it for you.
All right, Jess.
I want you all to show up at my ranch house tomorrow night at 8 and come ready for a fight.
What is it, Jess?
A little bird I found, Hoppy. A little bird that's going to sing for the boys when I tell him to.
I'll be ready to listen.
I don't think you'll be disappointed. All right, Si, let's get on with it.
You bet.
If the shooting's going to start tomorrow night, we've got some planning to do.
All right, we'll be there.
Hello, Laramore.
Huh? Oh, Johnny McIver.
Mind if I have a drink with you?
Yeah, I mean, no, not at all. Not at all, Johnny. Here, let me buy you one, eh?
Well, times have changed, huh? Last time I saw you, you didn't have the price of a small buttermilk.
Yeah, I had a little luck, Johnny, a little luck. Sam, bring me a couple more of these, will you? Nice to see you again, Johnny. Nice to see you again.
Thanks. You're looking a little thin, Bert.
Huh?
Something bothering you?
Oh, no, things are going great, Johnny, going great. No, take part of that back. Something has been bothering me. One thing.
What's that?
This.
Well, $50.
Look, let's say I borrowed it, eh? And here's 5 more for interest.
Well, I don't know if I should.
Go ahead. Take it. Here's the drinks. Now, here's to you, Johnny.
Same to you, Bert. Thanks, Bert. Uh-oh.
What is it?
A friend of mine waiting outside. So long, Bert. Take care of yourself. What is it, Hoppy?
Meeting just broke up. The shooting starts tomorrow night.
Where's that leave us?
I don't know. What about Laramore?
Oh, I was just starting to work on him when you gave me the sign. Look.
$50.
Told me he was paying off his loan. What's the matter?
Smell that bill.
Cattle dip. Wait a minute.
Yeah, me too. Only one ranch around here is using cattle dip right now.
Jess Hendricks. But why is he paying Laramore? Why is he...
Quick, around the corner.
What is it?
It's Hendricks. Get into the alley.
Laramore.
What is it, Jess? What do you want?
Take it easy.
Is it
Yeah, it's all set. You're going to sing your solo tomorrow night at my place, loud and long. Be sure you got it note for note.
Listen, Hendricks, I'm getting scared. They'll kill me.
There's no easier way of making $15,000, Sonny. You'll have to take your chances. Bledsoe's here, and he'll hustle you out of the state before the nesters know what happened.
Okay, Jess.
You better run on home now and practice.
Yeah.
Double-crossing little snake. He'll get paid off, all right. Smoke! Yeah? You saw Laramore, all right?
Yeah.
Got him tagged?
Like he was already on a marble slab.
Tomorrow night at my place. I'll sit him at the right-hand window on the east side of the house, right?
Yeah.
Remember, the red lamp.
The red lamp.
And don't miss.
I ain't likely to. I ain't missed for 20 years.
Good. I'm counting on you. I'll go with you as far as the corner. Then remember, I don't want to be seen with you from now on.
I got you.
Now get this straight. I don't want any slip-ups. We do everything just as we planned.
Phew, that was quite a scene.
Yeah, Judas and the 20 pieces of silver.
Huh?
Never mind. I guess Laramore was just practicing when he stole your $50, Johnny. Now he's selling out every rancher in the valley.
What was that business about the red lamp?
I don't know. I suppose we'll have to go to the meeting tomorrow night to find out.
All right, boys. I promised fireworks tonight, and I've brought them.
Johnny.
Yeah?
Sneak around back of the crowd and keep your hand on your gun.
Gotcha.
All right, well, come on, let's have it, Jess.
All right, here she is.
Hey, what's that paper you got there?
This piece of paper here accounts for your missing cattle. It's a signed confession involving every nester in Sweetwater Valley.
What? A signed confession of the nester?
The man who signed it knows his life ain't worth a dime, but he agreed to come here when I promised him we'd see to it he got across the state line safe. Come on in, Laramore.
Wait, Bert Laramore.
Sit down in that chair there next to the window.
Okay, Jess. Okay.
Now, I'm not going into details tonight, Laramore. What these men are interested in is, first, what happened to the cattle.
Oh, it's in the statement there. We run them up through Winchester Pass onto Boulder Flat. You'll find them there.
What about the brands?
We watched them. Put on our own marks.
I see. Who's we?
Me. The rest of the nesters.
How many of them?
All of them.
Can you prove that, Laramore?
I don't have to. Look at the cattle. The brands will tell you who's in on it. We're planning to run them up north next month. Ship them out of Montana.
Well, you fellas need any more proof before we leave?
Yeah, Jess, I do.
What do you mean?
Okay, Cassidy. If you want to ask the boys some questions, go ahead.
Thanks.
Light's kind of bad in here. First, let me move this lamp over here by the window.
Go ahead.
Lamp. Wait, the red lamp.
Jess.
Yeah?
Wait a minute.
Just moving the lamp here.
Never mind the lamp. The light's good enough.
What's the matter, Hoppy? Got the jitters?
Yeah, and I don't want to question the boy. I want to question you.
Me? What do you leave?
Only take a minute, Jess. Since we seem to be using this chair by the window as a witness stand, why don't you sit in it? Go on, Bert. Give him your seat.
Listen, Cassidy, I ain't no mood for...
What's the matter, Jess? You scared or something?
Shut up, Si.
Jess, I'm asking you to sit down in that chair.
I'll answer any questions from here.
The next one will come closer. Sit in that chair.
I don't get you.
Keep your seats, everybody. You're supposed to be after the truth. So am I. If you give me 2 minutes, I'll get it for you.
Jess, I think you better do what Hoppy said.
Okay. I'll sit in the chair.
Make yourself comfortable, Jess.
I'm comfortable. Go ahead.
All right. First off, I'll tell you that Laramore's confession is all right, except for one thing.
What's that?
It's a lie.
What do you mean, Hoppy?
It's simple enough. Jess has a connection in the state capital. Sweetwater Valley is his if he can get the nesters out. Johnny and I uncovered that one this afternoon.
You can prove that, Cassidy?
We won't have to.
Why not?
You are going to confess to it.
Confess to it?
So, to get on with the story, just figured the best way to get the Nesters out would be to start a range war.
Range war?
He hired a bunch of thugs from out of the state and ran off our cattle just before a roundup. He went to the blacksmith in town and had him make duplicates of every brand along the Sweetwater. And marked the cows after he got them up to Boulder Flat.
You're out of your head, Jess.
Take it easy, Jess. You're going to confess to that one, too. Then he had one of his gunslingers kill the blacksmith to shut him up.
What about Laramore?
Maybe you'd better ask him about that, Si. About the $15,000 Jess is paying him for the song he sang tonight. What about that, Jess?
I suppose I'm going to confess to that, too.
That's right. Now stand back, everyone, while we listen to Jess's confession. Johnny.
Yeah?
Pick up that red lamp and set it down next to the window over there.
The lamp? No, don't!
Easy, Jess. Just let us know when you're ready to talk. Over here, Johnny.
Stop! He's right! I did it! I did it!
Well, Happy, I gotta admit you taught us a lesson we won't forget for a while.
I hope so, Si. The boys are running Laramore down to the jail.
Who's that gal out there with Johnny?
Laramore's sister. I expect she and Johnny have some talking to do. Jess.
Yeah?
We better get going. Sheriff will want to hear what you have to say. And besides, Smoke Bledsoe's looking forward to your company.
Smoke? In jail?
Been there since morning, Jess. Charged with killing the blacksmith. But I still got to hand it to you at that. Even though he wasn't out there waiting with his gun cocked, you sure sang a nice song.
Goodbye from Hopalong Cassidy. We hope you'll be back with us soon when Hoppy will again bring you more adventure and excitement. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. Range War was written by Harold Swanton. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
Starring Dick Hames as air cargo pilot Captain Dockery Crane.
Cargo 91743 to LaGuardia Tower. Requesting landing instructions, please. Over.
LaGuardia to 91743. You're number 2 to land. Visibility 7 miles. Wind northwest 290 degrees, 20 miles. Altimeter setting 025. You'll be clear to land on runway 21. Is that you, Crane?
That's me, Dockery Crane.
What are you bringing into our fair city this time, Crane? Cabbages, kings, or crumb bums?
No, you're wrong all the way, Buster. I'm bringing in a dent in my rudder, a dram of drugs, and a date with death. You know me, I fly anything.
Transcribed, the American Broadcasting Company presents Dick Hames as a fast-moving, hard-hitting, romantic air cargo pilot, Captain Dockery Crane in I Fly Anything.
My name is Dockery Crane. And my business is the Wild Blue Yonder business, the pickup and delivery business by air. You get yourself a crew, a hangar, a secretary, a teletype machine, a certificate from the CAB, and a great big pile of hope, and your motto is anything, anywhere, anytime, I fly anything. I wasn't putting on a rover boy act when I told Latara I had a date with death. I would have preferred a date with a lively redhead. Who wouldn't? Except a guy already married to a redhead. But time was running out. Death is one date you shouldn't keep waiting around too long. Hey, June. June answered, will you?
Dockery, can't you see I'm busy? Where's Buzz, for heaven's sake?
Well, he's checking the loading. Oh, come on, June. I got to finish his flight plan. Well, step on it, will you?
Hello. Oh, yes, sir. Just a moment. Dockery, it's Mr. Vandermeer from the International Health Organization. He wants to know how soon we're taking off.
20 minutes. As soon as we're loaded.
20 minutes, sir. Yes, I'll tell him. He'll meet you at the plane, Doc.
Well, I've got no room for him. This is an overseas flight. Look, I got a crew of 7, you and the cargo. I'm only flying a DC-4, not a trolley car.
Take it easy, Lindbergh. He's only coming down to give you your official instructions.
Oh, well, that's better.
And besides, who said there was any difference between a DC-4 and a trolley car? Except a pair of wings.
You can say that again, June. At least a trolley car collects nickels and dimes for every trip it makes. We wouldn't even make that much for this hop.
Hey, I thought we were all real happy to get a load that was important for once, and the heck with the dough.
Yeah, the heck with the dough. That's the story of my life. Oh, the truth is, baby, this darn flight is so important, it's got me a little scared. Whether I can pull it off or not.
I guess when so many lives depend on you, it does scare a guy a little. Huh?
A little? Look, June, I haven't been so scared since the time my mother caught me with a cookie jar. That's where my father kept his money. Is the cargo aboard, Buzz?
Check.
How about the crew?
Board. Where's June, Dockery?
Filling a thermos bottle. She likes her coffee over the ocean. She's queer that way. Hey, you seen Vandermeer of the International Health Organization? He's supposed to be here for the takeoff.
Hold your horses, baby. Here he comes now.
Hello, Captain Crane. Hello, Mr. Simpson.
We're ready, Mr. Vandermeer.
Stuff's aboard, sir.
Good. Here are your official papers, Captain. Dr. Hernando Carrillo is in charge overseas, and we'll turn the cargo over to him. I don't have to tell you how serious your mission is.
I think we know, Mr. Vandermeer. Full cargo of chloramycetin isn't for laughs. I mean, there's a typhoid epidemic.
And luckily, it's still restricted to the island of Mallorca. If it spreads to the Spanish mainland, it'd be a catastrophe. How long will the flight take you?
Well, if June doesn't take all night getting that coffee, we should get to Lisbon, Portugal in the morning. Refuel, and then it's just a short hop to the island of Mallorca.
Well, here's the coffee. What are we waiting for?
You. What'd you have to do, go to Brazil for it? Up you go, lady.
First stop, Lisbon. Come on, Mr. Vandermeer.
Yes. I'm going up front, Doc. So long, Mr. Vandermeer.
Goodbye, you two. Have a good flight.
Well, is there anything else, Mr. Vandermeer?
No, Crane. No farewell speeches. Just get there. It's important.
Don't worry about it. If there's any way to set a plane down on Mallorca, you know me. Anywhere, anytime, I fly anything. I keep telling myself. This is Emergency Flight 91743 USA. Emergency Flight USA calling Lisbon, Portugal. Approaching at 4,000 feet from northwest. Landing instructions, please. Over.
Lisbon to emergency flight. Lisbon to emergency flight. Come in, USA. Come in.
Landing instructions, please. Requesting landing instructions. Over.
This is Lisbon. This is Lisbon. Storm warning. Storm warning. Clearing field for you. Prepare for emergency landing. Rain squad, prepare for emergency landing. Lisbon Tower. This is Air France, Flight 3. I'm in trouble. Can't see. Lost the feed. Over.
Lisbon Tower to Air France, Flight 3. Fly east at 3,000. We will give you compass reading in 5 minutes.
Say, listen, are you the guy who says I can't take off of Mallorca?
Capitan Crane, can't you see what's happening? You almost didn't make the landing yourself. The
No.
wind has risen. 2 planes overturned right here on the field. Emergency calls are coming in from all over the area.
I cannot let you pull out of here for Bellorca. You'll never make it.
Look, what do you think this is? A $5 an hour sightseeing bus I'm flying? There's an epidemic on Bellorca. My plane is loaded with chloramycete, and those people are dying.
You don't have to lecture me. I know people are dying on Bellorca. My own mother and father live on that island. Your crew is willing to take the risk?
Yes.
Just pray the emergency landing lights are still working on Bellorca, Capitan. Good luck.
How long has he been circling overhead, Bianca?
Almost 10 minutes now, Dr. Carrillo.
A young man with courage, that Captain Crane. He should have stayed in Lisbon until after the storm. It's madness for him to try landing here in Bellorca.
Oh, if only they can get the landing lights working in time. It's pitch black.
Bianca, those two men coming this way, do you know them?
Those two men? No, Dr. Carrillo.
Excuse me, I know you are waiting for the plane, but are you Dr. Carrillo?
Yes.
Oh, I am so glad, Doctor. We heard you were coming to the island.
What can I do for you?
My friend here, his wife, she has come down with typhoid fever.
How long ago?
Several hours. He brought her down here in his car. We heard you were...
Take me to your car. Bianca, when Captain Crane lands, tell him I'll be back in a moment.
All right.
This way, Dr. Carrillo. That black car over there. The name is Dr. Carrillo now. Carrillo, do you understand?
Yes, I'm sorry. Oh, I smashed the wheel. They may be hurt.
Captain Crane, are you all right?
Not even a scratch. Are you Dr. Carrillo?
Yes, I am Dr. Carrillo. We're happy you made it safely, Captain Crane. Happier than you can imagine.
Good and hot. That's the way I like coffee.
And now I'm sure you both want to get some sleep. Besides, the funicular is already loaded and it's being held for myself and Bianca here. I do not like to keep the funicular waiting too long.
The funicular. Haven't you ever heard of it?
Oh, sure. There's an Italian song we used to sing when we were kids. Funicula, funicula.
Yeah. What's that got to do with
Very simply. A funicular is a little car or bus suspended from wires. That's the only way to get up to the village on top of the mountain.
Well, what do you know? I think we had better go now. Captain Crane, I wish we could thank you in some way.
Well, there is something.
Yes?
I'd like to ride up in the funicular with you. I want to take a look at what's happening up in the village. I'd hate to go back without at least one look at the sick people.
Of course you must come up and see the hospital.
But, Dr. Carrillo, you have not forgotten the poor man we have to take up to the hospital with us.
What happened to the guy? Typhoid?
No. It was an accident. Badly burned. He is all bandaged up and waiting in that car you saw outside. But first, Captain Crane, I must inoculate you against the fever. And then we will all go up together.
Well, Buzz went back to the ship, and I to the trolley on wires. The ride in the long black car to the funicular wasn't much fun. The guy in the bandages right up to his nose must have been unconscious. But once we got inside the funicular, I took a second look at Bianca. Funny. Somebody must have heard me say I'd prefer a date with a redhead instead of with death. But I hit the jackpot, because here I was sitting next to a redhead and heading up the mountain to a whole village of death.
You have never ridden in a funicular, Capitan?
No. Certainly not with anyone like you. The closest I ever got to a funicular was a ride on the chute-to-chutes in a place called Coney Island.
You know, they tell me American men are very aggressive, Capitan. Is that true?
Well, first let me ask you a question. Are you related in any way to Dr. Carrillo?
Related?
Well, I mean, are you his wife, sister, sweetheart, cousin, maybe?
No, just as a sister.
Well, in that case, how aggressive do you like your American men, Bianca?
I think you have answered my question. You don't have to... Dr. Carrillo, the man in the bandages.
Go on with your conversation with Captain Crane. I will tend to our friend in the bandages.
The minute we reached the chateau being used for a hospital, I forgot about Bianca. Forgot about being tired, forgot about everything except how glad I was that a couple of guys named the Wright brothers had invented airplanes and that a guy like me had learned to fly one. And the fellow who made me feel that way especially was a male nurse. The only professional in the place until Dr. Carrillo walked in.
Dr. Carrillo, Bianca, you don't know how glad I am to see you, how badly you are needed here. And you must be Captain Crane.
Yes, I am.
Captain, do you have any idea what typhoid fever does to people? The way it races to a town like fire, like a terrible fire. And you brought help, chloromycetin, at risk to yourself. Every one of these people would remember you, Captain.
Carl, some of the chloromycetin was sent up here the moment the plane had landed. You have given injections?
Yes, Dr. Carrillo. The moment it arrived, most of them have had some care. Most of them are asleep.
I see. And now, Carl, tell me about my daughter.
I'm afraid she's not too well, Dr. Carrillo. The fever is high.
Your daughter, Dr. Carrillo?
This morning, after working without sleep all night, she came down.
I would like to see her, Carl.
Here she is, Doctor.
Her chart, Carl. Fever. Pulse. I see.
She had a shot of the new chloromycetin just a little while ago.
Yes, of course.
Shall I wake her, Dr. Carrillo?
No. Let her sleep. The poor child needs all she can get. There, you see? We have awakened her.
Dr. Carrillo, she...
Dr. Carrillo? My father. Where are you, Father?
Right here, dear. Right here beside you.
Oh, no. No, you are not my father. Father, where are you?
There. You are feverish, dear.
I'm afraid. Please, someone. Please. Dolores, try to control yourself. Of course, this is your father. Would I lie to you? No. You are Bianca? Yes. Bianca, I know you. But he's not my father.
Dolores, Carl tells me your fever has risen. Now, you be a good girl. I will give you a sedative. You'll get your sleep.
No, I won't let you. You are an impostor.
Dolores, it is all right. If you don't want your father to give you a sedative,
Please, somebody. My father, he was supposed to meet an airplane from America. Yes, that is it. He was supposed to meet a Captain Crane. What did you do with him?
Dolores, I'm Dockery Crane. Dolores, this is your father. He met me at the field. Those people wouldn't lie to you.
Bianca, I think you'd better show Captain Crane to a room for the night. I will stay here a while with Dolores.
No, please, Captain Crane. Don't leave me.
Captain, I am sorry to expose you to this, but fever is a terrible thing.
Good night, Dolores. You get a good rest, and I'll see you in the morning. I hit the bed and caved in like an empty sack. But I couldn't sleep. I couldn't even shut my eyes. I hadn't even thought of counting sheep when I heard my door opening slowly. I saw the figure come staggering toward me, and for a second I was sure the fever had gotten me. Then I jumped out of bed and caught her just as she was about to keel over.
Captain Crane.
Dolores, you're a sick girl. What are you doing here?
Captain Crane.
Here, let me put this blanket around you.
Captain Crane, don't say a word. I don't have much time, and you must believe me. The man you met is not my father. There is something wrong. I know I'm ill, but please believe me. Ask him my mother's maiden name. Ask him where she was born. That will prove I'm right. If he is my father, he would know my mother's maiden name and where she was born. Please.
All right, Dolores. I will. But now you must get back to bed. You're sick.
And my mother's name was Barnett. She was born in Geneva. Ask him.
But why? Why should anyone want to impersonate your father? For what?
The drugs. Maybe for the drugs. I don't know. I can't tell you. But everything here, since the war, everything here has different value. Chloromazine brings a great price on the black market. Maybe.
But what would they have done with your father? If what you're saying is true, where's your father, your real father?
I was hoping you might know. Maybe they hurt him. Maybe they brought him here as prisoner.
The man in the bandages.
Oh, what man? Captain Crane, what man in bandages?
Dolores.
Captain Crane.
Thank heavens I found you, darling. Captain Crane, you should have called me immediately. In a case like this, overexertion may be very serious. Bianca, take her back.
Come on, dear. I'll help you back to your bed. Yes, I will go now.
Dr. Carrillo?
Yes, Crane.
Doctor, this whole thing, I'm not used to being so close to an epidemic.
Would you like a sedative, Crane? It would put you to sleep.
That wasn't what I had in mind. Dr. Carrillo, Dolores asked me to put some questions to you. I think I owe it to her, sick as she is. I hope you don't take offense.
I'm used to feverish patients, Crane.
Doctor, what was your wife's maiden name?
Her maiden name was Barnett. And she was born in Geneva. And I loved her very much. You know, Crane, if you don't get some rest, you might suddenly come down with typhoid.
I stood there in the middle of my empty room feeling like a jackass who just tried to pass himself off as a racehorse at Hialeah. Nobody likes to be taken for a sucker, least of all yours truly. And Dolores had kicked my pride right in the seat of its pants. She'd said something about the chloromazine in the black market. She'd hinted that I'd gone to all this trouble just to be played for a patsy. I couldn't take that idea beating my brains out all the way back to the States. I opened the door to the hallway slowly and shut it fast. Maybe I was wrong, but I could have sworn Carl had ducked behind a statue in the hall the minute he saw my door opening. There was a ledge about a foot wide outside my window. It'd probably lead to another window down the building. I knew I'd have to take the ledge if I wanted to check Dolores' story. If I wanted to find the man in the bandages. The man who might be the real Dr. Carrillo. I'd gotten off the ledge into the main room of the place without being seen. There was nobody around except typhoid patients. Most of them were asleep. Some were moaning. At the back of the building was a narrow staircase, probably used by the servants in the chateau a long time ago. I was about halfway up, my head on a level with the upstairs floor when I stopped. Bianca and Carl had just come out of one of the rooms.
What do you think, Bianca?
I don't like it. But if that's the way it has to be, well...
How will we get rid of him?
Have him buried with the rest of the epidemic victims. The bodies are quarantined. Nobody will know.
As soon as they were gone, I got to the door of the room they just left. It was dark. Pitch black. The shades were drawn. I don't think I'd have seen him except for the white bandages. Who are you? I've got to find out who you are.
Go away. Please, leave me alone.
Look, whoever you are, you've got to listen to me. I'm Dockery Crane. I'm Captain Crane. I flew the ship in tonight with a chloromazine.
You're lying. You're a thief and the murderer of sick people like the others. Go away.
Please, please. This is to help you. You've got to tell me. Are you Dr. Carrillo?
Am I Dr. Carrillo? I don't know myself any longer. Tell me, am I Dr. Carrillo?
Look, I'll prove to you I'm not lying. Dolores came to me earlier. She tried to make me believe that something was wrong. that the man posing as Dr. Carrillo wasn't her father. Now, is that...
Yes. You fool. Can't you see what they've done? They lied to me about the sick woman in the car. And then...
And you are the real Dr. Carrillo.
Yes. What have they done to Delores? What have they done to her?
I'll help her whatever way I can. I promise you that.
Think that Bianca and Carl, my own assistants, to think that they would do this just for money, to rob the sick for their own profit. What lost soul.
How, Dr. Carrillo? How are they doing this? What does it have to do with the chloromycetin? Look, I almost killed myself and 7 other men flying the stuff in here.
Carl is supposed to prepare the drug. Instead, they steal it and sell it.
Listen to me, Dr. Carrillo. My friends are down at the landing field. I have a crew of 7 men. I'll get to them and then...
Captain Crane, did you not learn as a child not to disobey doctor's orders?
Why, you
I
big
warned
bull-
you that if you did not get some rest, you might come down with typhoid. And I'm afraid that I was right. Carl, give me a hand, quick.
When I came to, it wasn't the bump on my head that bothered me. I had bumps before. It was the fever and chills running through me and the spot on my arm where the phony doctor must have injected me with typhoid germs instead of antitoxin. By the sounds around me, I could tell I was on the main floor, but in a room by myself. I got out of bed and fell flat on my face, but somehow I made it to the door. Nobody around. Maybe they hadn't expected me to come to so fast. I sized up the big room full of fever patients and picked out a big guy who didn't look as sick as the rest. Are you asleep?
No. The fever, I can't sleep.
Look at me. Do you recognize my face?
Of course. I will always remember it. Earlier tonight when you came in with Dr. Carrillo, you are the American pilot. Thank you. Thank you.
I don't have much time. I need your help. The man I came in with is not Dr. Carrillo.
What?
Don't talk. Listen. He's a black marketeer, stealing the drugs I brought from America. The real Dr. Carrillo is a prisoner upstairs. I need your help. They've given me the fever.
Is this really true?
Yes, I swear it.
But what can we do?
Any one of us alone doesn't stand a chance. But if somehow we could spread the word among all the men in this place. We're half dead, but we're also half alive.
My wife, she's from the village. She is a cleaning woman here.
Yeah.
When she stops by my bed, I will have her spread the truth.
Yes. My husband told me, and the American told him. Spread the word.
Pedro's wife, yes. The American told them. Spread the word.
You must. I know you are weak. We are all weak, but together we are stronger than they are.
All of us, dear. All of us. Tell the American. We're ready.
We are ready. 80, 100. I don't know how many are here. My wife is a good woman. They're waiting for you.
Good. Tell her.
You are very sick.
So is everyone else here. We'll get well together. Or not at all. Look, tell your wife. In a half an hour, all of us, everybody, into the main office. Now!
Hey, what is this?
How can you wrong? Sick!
Salvador! The whole hospital! But I can't!
Please don't hurt him. We've got him. But don't hurt.
June,
Yes, boss.
He's coming too.
What do we got? A payload back?
How about that? Been in a coma for 24 hours, and all that's on his mind is a payload.
June. Buzz.
Hey, relax, sonny boy. It's 24 hours since you stormed the Bastille.
June, what? How?
Yeah, you're half dead, but you want to know, did I get a return payload in Barcelona?
How did you know?
Because I know you well enough to know it's not my great, big, beautiful pair of eyes you're interested in.
Why, June, how could you say a thing like that? You know, I'm always interested in a great, big, beautiful pair of eyes.
Yeah. Well, your dreams are coming true, lover boy. You got a payload back of 12 of the most beautiful pairs of eyes you've ever seen in your life.
No kidding. Man, oh, man. A dozen Spanish dancers, maybe, huh?
A dozen Spanish cows, Captain Crane.
Oh, well, one thing's sure. If we run into bad weather going back, we'll have the best darn milkshakes you've ever seen.
You have been listening to the fifth in a new series starring Dick Hames as air cargo pilot Dockery Crane in I Fly Anything, with George Fenneman as Buzz and Georgia Ellis as June. And there goes the teletype with next week's cargo load.
Doc, an urgent on the teletype. Man by the name of Brad Barton wants to know if you'll fly up to the timber country of northern Minnesota and pick up a passenger.
A passenger I can pick up on any street corner.
Yes, but for this one, you'll get $15,000.
For $15,000, I'd even be the passenger. Tell him sure. Anything, anytime, anywhere, I fly anything.
I Fly Anything, starring Dick Hames, was produced by Frank Cooper and Cy Fisher in association with the American Broadcasting Company. The script was by Abe Guinness and Arnold Pearl. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam. This transcribed program was directed by Dwight Hauser. This is Lou Cook speaking. This program has come to you from Hollywood.
In the name of the law, we bring you another of the thrilling stories in this exciting series, taken from actual police case files.
Our story begins in the town treasurer's office of High Springs, Florida.
Town clerk's office, Miss Collins speaking. Oh, yes, Mr. Brinton. Well, that tax payment is due by the 5th of the month. Not at all. Goodbye.
Is this the chief of police's office, ma'am?
No, it's down the hall on your right.
That's Mr. Burton's office, ain't it?
Yes, Officer Burton, chief of police.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. Oh, excuse me, ma'am.
So, Bonnie, what's troubling you? Oh, it's this job. What do you expect, being town clerk and treasurer all in one? I'm getting a job as waitress. That'll satisfy me. Now what are you doing? Oh, I've got to fire up the stove before I go out to lunch. Cheer up. Maybe you'll get an appropriation for an oil burner. Yes, maybe. This town is still too poor to afford such luxury. I'll just have to use this enormous wrench and break my own coal and back, I guess. There. Come on, how about us having lunch together? I'm sorry, Helen, but I promised Mother I'd go home and have lunch with her. Well, come on and walk to the corner with me then. No, I'm sorry, I can't. I've got to make a phone call. It's very important. Well, I'll see you tonight. So long. So long. Cherry, 243, please. Yes, 243. What was that? There's no answer. Operator, there must be an answer. It's very important. Doesn't answer. Oh, my heavens. What can I do? Hello, operator. Will you try main 388, please? Hello. Hello, is this main 388? Is Mr. Hunter there? Oh, when do you expect him? In half an hour? No. No message. That will be too late. Oh. What are you doing? Oh, don't! Oh!
here, I'll fire. Bonnie. Bonnie, look at me. Oh, but I got him, Bonnie. I got him for you. Help! Help! Help, quick!
What's the matter, Artie?
What's that? The gun? I just shot a strange colored man. He was murdering Bonnie Collins.
What, Marie?
Yes, Bonnie.
Is she dead?
I'm afraid so, but maybe she isn't. Come on, will you help me? Get a doctor. Come on.
Artie, now suppose you tell us again exactly what happened.
Well, all right, Coroner.
Now, wait just a minute. Men, we've marked the spot where the victim fell, right over here by her desk. And here's the body of Lee Walker, just as he fell by the counter here. Now, Artie, you were on duty in your office next door when this happened?
Yeah, that's right. I heard kind of a commotion in here, and I jumped right up and ran down the hall. When I opened the door there...
Yeah, go on, Artie.
Well, when I opened the door, I saw a man. His back was to me. But I saw he was beating Bonnie Collins over the head with that wrench there.
Now, man, you see this wrench? It's a heavy wrench used here in the office to break up lumps of coal for the stove. Go on, Artie.
Well, I saw this man hitting Bonnie over the head with that wrench. And I saw her cash box open there. It looked to me like Bonnie had been putting up a fight to keep him from that money.
All right, then what happened, Artie?
Bonnie fell, and this man reached for the cash box. I yelled to him to drop it. And he ran for the window there, and I shot him. Twice in the back.
Go on, Artie.
I knelt down by Bonnie for a minute. I saw she was hurt pretty bad. Then I ran out. And I got Landy Chew and Abe DeLoach. And they came back with me and helped me to get a hold of Dr. Good.
Victim taken to Lakeshore Hospital. All right, Artie. Now, when did you first know it was Lee Walker you'd shot?
Well, after we first looked after Bonnie, why, we turned this fella over so we saw his face.
Surprised to find it's Lee Walker, huh?
I sure was. One of the best-natured fellows you ever want to meet. Why, he'd want to murder a town clerk and treasurer for a few dollars.
Never mind, Artie. I know how you feel. You saw a hold-up and murder going on. As a man, chief of police, you did your duty.
Well, I guess that's the way you figure it out, yeah.
Well, man, as coroner's jury, are you prepared to render a verdict? Mr. Chew, what's your verdict?
Bonnie Collins met death at the hands of Lee Walker in the commission of a robbery.
Verdict of death at the hands of Lee Walker during the commission of a robbery.
Coroner, the boys have been talking it over, and we'd like it to go into the records that the coroner's jury congratulates Chief of Police Artie Burton for his prompt action in killing the man who murdered Bonnie Collins.
And we'd like you to know, Chief Burton, that the citizens of High Springs consider your prompt action most praiseworthy.
Oh, shucks, Mr. Judson. I only did my duty, that's all.
That's another batch of telegrams for Artie.
Well, don't open them now.
Oh, quite the contrary. We are going to open them now. Here, Abe, you help me. Come on, boys. Help us open these telegrams. Let's see. Congratulations to you and your community.
Another hero has been added to police roll of honor.
Florida should be proud of Chief of Police Arthur Burton.
With your considered position, training candidates
Speediest justice I've ever known. Congratulations.
What do you think of that? What do you think of that, Artie?
Oh, shucks, I told you I was only doing my duty, that's all.
You're too modest, Artie. Now, what do you think about it, Mrs. Burton?
Well, I'm mighty sorry about Bonnie Collins, but I'm glad Arthur was there to see that she got quick justice.
Mrs. Burton. You know, Mrs. Burton, I wouldn't be surprised if they made your husband mayor before long.
Oh, go on, Landy. What do you think?
I'm not one for politics, but I can tell you you would get a good, honest man for mayor and my husband.
That's the stuff. Right. Well, boys, I guess we ought to be going and let Artie and his missus see something in their own home.
Good night.
Did you hear what they said, Ma? Mayor. Gee.
Sure, why not?
I got no more call to be mayor this time.
Oh, that's the door. More telegrams, I suppose.
Well, now, you sit right down, Ma, and I'll answer. Good evening, Chief of Police Burton. That's me. Won't you come in?
Thanks. Chief, I'm John Logan of the State Auditors Bureau.
Oh, yes, Mr. Logan. Sit down.
Thank you.
Excuse us, will you, Ma? This is a little business.
All right, Artie, I'll just straighten up the kitchen.
What can I do for you while you're here, Mr. Logan?
Well, I've just been down to town hall. Glad you locked up Bonnie Collins' office after the murder.
Yes, I thought it might be best since she was city treasurer and all that. Would you like to have the key?
Yes, as a matter of fact, that's why I came here tonight. Sorry to bother you.
Oh, not at all, not at all. Here's the key.
Thanks. Oh, and congratulations on solving a murder case so quickly.
Well, I don't deserve any credit. Just happened to be there.
You didn't recognize this murderer, this Lee Walker, at first, did you?
No, I just saw a man beating Bonnie Collins to death, and I let him have it.
Lucky you were there. Shot him twice in the back, I understand.
That's right. It was the only place I could get a crack at him.
I see. Well, Mr. Burton, I'll be getting along. I'll probably see you at Town Hall tomorrow.
Oh, sure. Anything I can do to help, why, just sound off.
I will. Ordering books after a murder isn't such a nice job. But anyhow, we'll balance the accounts all right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Come on in. My name's Logan. I'm from the State Auditor's Office. Just going over Miss Collins' books.
Oh, I see. Well, I'll be getting on.
Wait, just a minute.
Yes, sir?
You work around here?
Yes, I'm the janitor.
I see. What's your name?
Tom Smith.
Tom, you know, we auditors sometimes have to ask a lot of questions.
Sure. Not about the murder.
Oh, no. It's just a little money matter. You see, there was $112.33 in Miss Collins' cash box.
Uh-huh.
Now, this colored fellow, Lee Walker, who was killed while robbing and beating Miss Collins, was he around Town Hall here a good bit?
Sure. Lee was kind of a town character. Sold them voodoo charms, conjure books, and dream tickets.
On the numbers?
Sure. He's pretty lucky, too.
Oh, did Miss Collins play the numbers?
I don't know.
Well, did you buy any of those conjure books or voodoo charms?
I don't know.
Tom, did you help carry the bodies out of the office here?
Yes, sir. Both of them. Helped to get Miss Collins in the ambulance and helped carry out Lee Walker after the coroner's jury gave verdict he murdered Bonnie.
Which way was Walker's body lying?
Lying almost flush with this side of the counter.
Which way were his feet?
Right near that doorway.
And Bonnie Collins' body was lying around the corner of the counter by this desk, is that right?
Sure is.
Now tell me, you the Tom Smith who's down here on the payroll for $12 a week?
That's me.
Did you know this Lee Walker very well?
Sure, known him for years. Say, Mr. Logan, do you think that you could get me a raise?
Well, I'll try to get something for you, Tom. I won't promise you what it'll be, but it'll be something.
Well, you here already, Logan?
Oh, sure. Been here since 7 this morning. You know what these audits are.
Well, all official jobs are like that, I guess.
It's later than I thought. How about some lunch?
Sure, I know a good place just about 2 blocks from here.
Fine, that's fine.
How's the examination coming along, Logan?
Oh, looks like there might be a little shortage, not much. But otherwise, everything seems in order.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Bonnie was a fine girl. Regular, honest.
Yes, I know, but I haven't been hearing such nice things about Lee Walker. I understand he was a gambler. Sold chances on a number lottery and all that kind of thing.
Yes, that's right. But I always figured he was a harmless sort of guy. Never thought he'd try to steal.
I'm just wondering if this Collins girl was mixed up in any of these lotteries.
Bonnie? I'd stake my head on it. Why, she was absolutely above suspicion, I think.
Afraid to be positive now, aren't you? Well, come on, let's eat. I'm starved.
Anything else, Mr. Burton?
No, thanks. I've had enough. How about you, Logan? Want some dessert?
No, thanks. I've had enough.
That'll be... You want 1 check, Mr. Burton?
Sure. My treat today.
Oh, no. Nothing doing, Burton. I want that check. Here, give it to me.
No, sir. No, sirree. This is on me today. Here's the money, girlie. And bring me the change in quarters, will you?
Yes, sir, I know.
Oh, I'd like to have 2 quarters in my pocket.
Here you are, Mr. Burton. Here's the change.
Oh, thanks. Well, now you just watch how I make these quarters work for me.
Hey, what's he going to do?
Play the slot machines, I guess. He does that every day. But Mr. Burton isn't as lucky as Mr. Hunter. Mr. Burton never wins.
Well, he doesn't expect to, does he? The odds are 1,000,000 to 1 against him.
I guess they are.
Oh, who is Mr. Hunter?
Him? Oh, he owns most of the slot machines in town. He's a gambler.
Do you know Mr. Burton well?
Oh, sure. Gives me the shivers when I think that I spoke to Bonnie only 5 minutes before it happened.
Oh, you did?
Yes. And I think Bonnie had a feeling something had happened to her.
Oh, why do you say that?
Well, I tried to get her to go to lunch with me, and she wouldn't go. First she said she had an appointment for lunch with her mother, and then she said something about an important telephone call.
Hey, finished, Logan?
Yes, just waiting for you. Well, come on, let's go. I have plenty to do yet this afternoon. Oh, how'd you make out?
No luck as usual. These slot machines don't believe in giving you a break.
Well, I guess you're right about that. sit down, Mr. Hunter.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hunter, I'm going to get right to the point. My name is Logan, State Auditors Bureau. I'm down here because I've got to examine the books that Miss Collins kept.
Well, I've got nothing to do with this office.
Yes, I know, but I just heard about something that does connect you with her death.
Connect me with her death?
Yes. I understand that Miss Collins tried to phone you a few minutes before she was killed. According to the records of the telephone company, she called Cherry 243. That's your number, isn't it?
Yes, but what if it is?
Well, that's what I'm trying to find out. There was no answer at that number, and Miss Collins then called Maine 388.
That's my office.
Yes, I know that. Now, Mr. Hunter, do you know why Miss Collins was so anxious to reach you?
No, I don't.
Where were you at that time?
I don't know. Besides, what business is it of yours where I was?
Mr. Hunter, what is your business?
Well, I'm a merchant.
Did you know Lee Walker?
Sure, everybody knew him.
He worked for you, didn't he?
Yes, in a way.
And it's... Oh, hello, Burton.
Hello, Hardy. I'm glad you came. Say, who is this guy anyway? What does he want?
He's auditing the books.
Is that so? Well, what in the blazes did he make me come down here? And what business is it of his what I do or where I was when Bonnie was killed?
I told you, Mr. Hunter, I've got to make a full report. Of course, if you don't want to cooperate with me, I can't force you to.
Sure, Logan's right. You don't have to tell him anything you don't want to.
Then I'm leaving. Don't like this whole business one bit.
Looks like our friend is annoyed with me, doesn't it?
Sure does. He's a pretty powerful man in this town.
Is that so? What does he do?
Well, he's a gambler, runs the number game in town, owns slot machines, and he has the right connections.
I see. Lee Walker worked for him, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Sold lottery tickets for him.
Oh, Bert, you can do me a favor. I'm going to be through with my examination tonight, and I'd like to present it to the town council for certification before I leave. Will you notify them?
Sure. What time do you want them?
8 o'clock, I guess.
Oh, they'll be there. If you want me, I'll be in my office across the hall.
Thanks, Burton. Hello, operator. Get me long distance. Hello, long distance. I want the governor's office. Yes, that's right. And hurry, please. Well, hello. I'd like to speak with the governor. This is Gask. Yes, that's right. Well, hello, governor. Yes, this is Gask. What's that? I have to complete a report. Tonight's the night. Yes, tonight. Positive. Practically the whole town will be here tonight, and I'm going to break the news to them. Yeah, Bombshell is right. Now, Governor, if you want me this afternoon, I'm going under the name of Logan. Yes, that's it, John Logan. What? Well, vicious. Yeah, but don't worry. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't speak to you anymore now. Goodbye. All right, people, now will you please give me your attention?
Yeah, we will.
I've called all you people here tonight for a very unusual reason. I was sent here by the governor of this state to investigate Collins and Lee Walker. Now, please. In the first place, I want to introduce myself. My name is Gask, Buddy Gask, and I have no connection whatsoever with the State Auditors Bureau. Now, for obvious reasons, I use the name of Logan, and for obvious reasons, I conceal the identity of my position. I am a special state investigator. I shall ask some of you certain questions tonight, and I expect truthful answers. If any of you do not cooperate with me, I have the authority to place you under arrest. Now, Miss Clark, please. Miss Clark, you told me that you spoke to Miss Collins just a few minutes before she was murdered.
Yes, sir, that's right.
She told you something about making an important phone call.
Yes, sir. I wanted her to take lunch with me, but she said she had to telephone somebody. She didn't say who it was, though.
Thank you. Now, gentlemen, I checked the phone calls made from this office, and I learned that Miss Collins called two numbers. One was the number of Mr. Hunter's home, and the other Hunter's office. Mr. Hunter.
Well, what do you want to know?
Where were you at the time Miss Collins phoned you?
I don't remember.
You earn your money gambling, don't you?
I earn it honestly, if that's what you want to know.
Lee Walker worked for you, is that right?
Yeah.
Did you send him here to see Miss Collins the day she was killed?
I don't remember.
Uh-huh. Well, how well did you know Miss Collins, Mr. Hunter?
Just a friend.
Did she ever gamble, to your knowledge?
No, sir, never. Bonnie, Miss Collins is a fine girl.
All right. Oh, Dr. Turner.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Turner, you're coroner of this county, is that right?
Yes, sir, that's right. Been coroner for 28 years.
And you examined the victims?
Yep, that's right.
This is your report, isn't it?
That's right, yes, sir.
According to this, your findings indicated that Miss Collins was killed by that wrench over there. Is that right?
That's what it says.
And Walker was shot twice. That's the cause of his death, correct?
Yep, that's right.
All right, that'll do. And now, Mr. Burton, please. Mr. Burton, you shot Walker when you saw him hitting Miss Collins.
Yeah, he was running toward that window when I came in. I shot him.
You didn't want him to escape, is that it?
Yeah, that's right.
And then you called Mr. Chu and Mr. DeLoach?
Yeah, that's right. They helped me get the doctor.
Did you see anybody in the corridor when they ran out?
No, sir. Nobody.
You sure? Did you see Miss Clark or Mr. Hunter anywhere?
Well, I'm not sure, but I don't think so. I guess I'd recognize them if they were there.
You knew Walker, didn't you?
Oh, sure. He hung around there often.
But when you shot him, you didn't know it was he, did you?
He was running away from me when I came in, and his back toward me, and I just plugged him.
All right, Burton, thank you. Mr. Chu.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chu, you were outside the building when Miss Collins was killed, were you not?
Yes, sir. I was talking to Abe DeLoach.
And when you heard the shots, you ran in to see what happened?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chu, did you see if... Oh, just a moment. Oh, Burton, will you please open that window? It's very hot in here. Mr. Chu, did you see anybody in the corridor or outside when you heard the shots?
No, don't believe it did.
You knew Mr... What's the matter, Burton? Can't you open it?
No, it's nailed fast.
Well, all right. We'll be through soon. Now, Mr. Chu, you knew Mr. Hunter, didn't you?
Yes, sir. I knew him all right, but I didn't see him around here.
Well, tell me this. After the shots were fired, you ran in here with Mr. Burton. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And he told you that he had shot someone.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, he said he'd shot a strange man.
And then you turned him over and saw that the man was Lee Walker.
That's right, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chu. Thank you very much.
Mr. Gas, state investigator or not, you have no right to embarrass these citizens. Besides, we have our own chief of police here who caught Walker red-handed and killed him. Our investigation disclosed that Walker had robbed and murdered Bonnie Collins. Why, if it weren't for Chief Burton, Walker might have got away.
Dr. Turner, I'll get to the point immediately. Bonnie Collins was not murdered by Lee Walker. But the person who did kill her is here in this room right now. Arthur Burton, you're under arrest for the murder of Lee Walker and Bonnie Collins.
What, are you crazy?
You must be mad, Gas. Chief Burton's one of the most respected men in town.
This is an Ilbury. Quiet, be quiet, all of you. I know what I'm doing, and before I'm through with you, every single one of you will be convinced. Burton is guilty of murder, understand? And I'm going to prove it.
The governor's going to hear of this, Gas. You can't come into our town.
Shut up, every one of you. I'm doing the talking now. Oh, Riley. Riley.
Tommy?
Yeah. Draw your gun and stand at that door. If anyone tries to pass you, shoot. Now, all of you, listen. Every person I've spoken to has insisted that Miss Collins was absolutely honest. Audits of her accounts in the past have also indicated that very thing. After checking her book since her death, however, I find that her accounts were approximately $150 short.
Walker robbed her, you hoopia!
I'm doing the talking, Burton. Walker robbed her? What happened to the money? You told us that you shot him just as he was putting his hand into the cash box. Is that right? Well, why don't you answer me, Burton? You also said that you shot Walker because he tried to run away through that window. Gentlemen, my investigation yesterday disclosed that that window cannot be opened. If you recall, I asked Burton to open it a little while ago. You all heard what he said. It's nailed fast. Now, Walker was as familiar with this office as any of you are. All of you know that. If he knew that that window couldn't be opened, why should he have tried to escape that way?
If that's your proof, Gas, you ought to be struck.
Now, wait till I'm finished, Dr. Turner. Let me finish. Walker never tried to run through that window. Now, the next step that really happened. Simply this. Walker faced this door and Burton shot him. How do I know? Because Lee Walker was not shot in the back. That's how I know. Burton faced him and shot him down in cold blood. That's why Burton was careful to say that he'd shot a strange man. Strange man. Get it? That's how he put you off the track. And now why, you ask, did Burton want Walker killed? I'll tell you. Your police chief is a gambler. I myself saw him lose several dollars in the slot machine this afternoon. And I can prove that your honorable chief of police loses as much every day. You know the salary he receives. Figure it out yourselves. See if he can afford any losses on the modest salary you pay him. And now for the next point. What happened to the money that was stolen from Bonnie Collins' cash box? I'll tell you. Burton stole that money. Because he wasn't able to put it back, he planned what he thought was a perfect crime.
That's a lie, a dirty lie. I never stole anything.
Man 200 in a hurry, operator. Hello, Record? Give me the desk. Hello, Joe. This is Graham. Yeah, on a Burton case. Just as that buddy Gass said. And listen to this. Gass dug up a surprise witness. The guy testified that Burton offered to get him Bonnie Collins' job for $50. Said it was going to be vacant. Yeah, he shouldn't have offered that job a month before he killed her. It showed premeditation, the DA said. And here's something else that's hot. The governor sent Gass down, that's his crack investigator, because Bonnie Collins' mother wrote him and said her daughter's death was suspicious. Yeah. And another thing. Hunter admitted that he knew Burton was a big gambler. Seems that Bonnie was friendly with Hunter and told him that the big shot police chief was swiping dough. Yeah, nice guy. And that isn't all either. Gass found a witness that saw Burton motion to Walker to come into Bonnie Collins' office. He cracked Bonnie in the head with a wrench and then shot Walker to make it look like a perfect crime. Yeah, that's right. Perfect for Gaskin, a DA. And after the jury brought in the verdict of guilty, you should have heard that judge go to town when he sentenced him. Yeah, life. Well, sure, I know it's too good for him, but what do you want me to do? And we're going to make that guy mayor. How do you like that?
What's the police chief guilty of murder? What's the chief of police guilty?
Again, when truth and justice triumph in the name of the law.
Dolores trusted me, I trusted her. Hey, you think no? You look at me and you're saying in your mind, no, Reyna, Lopez, Sanchez, Cortez, no, these people, extranjeros, foreigners, they're not like me, the great McCormick. No, they're too hot-blooded and jealous to trust so, to love so. See, but you are wrong. We are like you, as you, all kinds. We're good, bad, hating, and loving. Now, why do you put me in a pigeonhole in your mind that says murderer?
Indictment, a formal written charge of crime, as the basis for trial of the accused. Indictment. The drama you're about to hear is from New York City and is based on stories of the criminal law, with authentic procedures as detailed by Eleazar Lipsky, former Assistant District Attorney of New York. It is the Assistant District Attorney who directs criminal investigations, assembles facts and witnesses, builds the case to a just indictment.
Oh, come on, now, take it easy, boy. Easy now. Hey, you act like you've never been in the park before. Oh, now, listen, Mutzo, will you stop yanking on the leash? Will you take it easy? Oh, gee. All right. Come here. Okay, so there are no cops around. Look, I'll take the leash off, okay? Now, take it easy. There, go ahead. Bring yourself ragged. Boy, like a pup. A crazy pup. Oh, now what's he got? Hey, what do you got, boy? Squirrel? Come on, go get him. Get him, boy. Oh, you crazy dog. Look, I don't want no old shoe. You keep it. Now what? Oh, you want to show me something, huh? You found something. No. All right, now, easy on the pants. All right already, now. What do you... Oh, gee. Come on, get away. Get away from her, huh? Stay, sit. Oh, she's dead. Good dog, sit. Police! you kids! Hey, you! Baseball! Go over to the avenue! Get the cops! Take a squad car! Stay back! Stay back! Get the cops!
McCormick.
Ed, Tom Russo. On the girl in Central Park yesterday.
Yeah, Tom.
I'm up at the 28th. I think we've got something coming up.
Do you know who she is?
We've got a fella named Reyna. R-E-Y-N-A. Peter Reyna. Think she might be his wife, Delores. Been missing 2 days.
All right, take him over to the mortuary. I'll meet you there.
He came in with another girl, Ed. One Rita Morales.
Girlfriend?
Wife's cousin.
Bring them both. Let them both view the body.
Pobrecita, mi mujer, mi bebé. Dolores.
Was his wife?
Dolores.
Mr. Reyna.
No, en este momento terrible. No, por favor, no.
He says, not now, senor, please. This terrible time. Let me talk to him. Let me answer whatever there may be questions.
You'll talk for him.
For now, yes, please.
I'm sorry, Miss Morales. I want to talk to you a little later, but for now, I don't think you can answer the question I want to ask him.
I am sure.
You are? All right. Why did he kill her?
There is a difference, a great big difference in Vicks medicated cough drops. There is a difference, a great big difference. Get relief with every single drop.
Yes, there is a big difference in Vicks medicated cough drops. The medication makes the difference. Only Vicks cough drops are medicated with the exclusive throat-soothing ingredients of Vicks Vapor Rub. 2 delicious flavors, Vicks Regular and new Wild Cherry. Next time your throat feels raw and irritated from coughs due to colds, remember...
There is a difference, a great big difference in Vicks medicated cough drops.
The medication makes the difference.
Yes, the medication makes the difference.
And for a stuffy nose, just one whiff. With a Vicks inhaler, and that miserable feeling of a stuffy nose goes in seconds. Use it anywhere, anytime. Vicks inhaler. All right, you worked that night at this hotel banquet as a waiter for the caterer.
From 7 to midnight. You can check this.
We will. Where did you go after work?
Home. To my house. She was gone.
Your wife?
Yes, but I was not worried. Not yet then. Go on. Well, I was not worried because often when I work nights, she goes dancing. Went dancing. Roseland.
Your wife went dancing at Roseland alone?
Often, yes. Why not?
You tell us.
Well, it's not like we had kids or anything. Why keep a pretty girl, a young wife in prison, cooped up in the house?
You trusted her?
Of course. Roseland, such places like that, they are muy respectable.
Very respectable? Why?
Well, they are for people who only want to go dancing. I know. I went there once. Strangers to dance with strangers, yes, it's true. But the girls do not make the dates. There are rules. All is proper. The management is careful. They watch.
Go on.
And which is better, Mr. McCormick? To suspect and to forbid, or to trust and allow?
And you trusted her?
I trusted her. She trusted me. You think no?
Go on with your story.
You look at me and you're saying a Reyna, a Lopez, a Sanchez, a Cortez. No, these people are extranjeros, foreigners. They are not like me. They are too hot-blooded and jealous to trust, to love so.
Go on with your story.
See, but you are wrong, see? We are like you. We are all kinds, good, bad, hating, and trusting. Now, why do you put me in a pigeonhole in your mind? It was extremely respectable.
Get on with your story. What did you do when you found your wife wasn't at home?
I went to bed to sleep.
Next morning?
To see if Dolores stayed with Rita Morales.
She often do that?
Sometimes after dancing together.
She ever call and tell you?
There's no phone. Then I begin to worry. Rita worries. We report her to the police, missing.
That's right, Mr. McCormick. It's on the record.
All right. And would I do this if I had done the terrible thing you say?
If you didn't kill your wife, go on, prove it. Prove to me you didn't.
I did not. No, it's as simple as that.
Were you in Central Park last night?
No. The last time I am at the park, in the summer, a long time ago.
Were you ever near that spot?
Spot?
Yeah.
Oh, where? No, never.
Reyna, I'm going to give you a break. Would you mind if we sent your clothes to the laboratory for testing?
These clothes for testing?
For blood and such. And the rest of your suits at home?
Do you have this right?
It's for your own benefit, Reyna. If you're not guilty, finding them clean will be in your favor.
There. My keys. Take them all. These two.
These are all the clothes you have?
Yes. No.
Oh?
In my locker at the caterer's is my uniform and a pair of sports slacks. Nothing else. With my home keys, you have the keys to my locker. You have all.
All right, let's go on. You went directly home from the banquet.
Yes.
You found your wife missing.
I went to sleep. I woke up. I went to Rita's. We went to the police.
Is there anything going on between you and Rita?
How do you mean?
You know. Come on.
No.
How does Rita feel about you?
There is nothing between us. Nothing. That's a terrible thing for a gentleman like you to say.
All right, just one more question for now.
All right, and then I go.
You'll sit in that room to think the whole thing over a while, sure. But for now, just one question. You know the question, Reyna.
I know I have answered all the questions with the truth.
All right, work on this one then. Why did you kill your wife? Not going to work, is it, Ed? Oh, I don't know. I'll keep throwing it at him for his reactions. Think he did it? He could have. When are they going to have those tests ready? Give him time. He had you right, though, didn't he? Oh, you pegging him as typical, pigeonholing him? All right. I'll ask you. Don't you think he's a little too atypical, a little too broad-minded for an older man with a younger wife? A waltz-me-around-again nightlifer? She didn't sway dreamily in the arms of girls at those dime-a-dance dives, did she? No matter how respectable they may have looked to him. Okay, you tell me. And you think he killed her? Tom, how would I know? I wasn't there. I'm suspending judgment pending the ME's report and the tests on those garments. Maybe he's telling the truth, maybe not. I'll keep trying to shake him up until I'm convinced one way or the other. Well, I get the same thing from the girl, Ed, and from relatives and neighbors, too. If anything, Rita was, well, aloof from Reyna. Her friend was her cousin, Delores. And Rita came out with the same pitch. Sure, Delores liked to live it up, but Rita says Reyna happens to be a man in love with his wife and in trust with her. In trust, she says. Yeah, great place to show your respect for your husband. Dance halls while the guy's working to pay for your fun. Well, as for that, Rita says... All right, Tom. Well, Rita says a girl's safer on a dance floor than in a subway and farther off from strange men. And she's got something there, Ed. Seriously. Are you going to hold Reyna? As a material witness, if nothing else, certainly. Okay. I'm inclined to believe his story. Well, that's your privilege, Tom. It doesn't sound right to me. Special Bureau, Russo.
28 Squad Detectives. Mr. McCormick there? Is that Central Park homicide?
Right here. You want to talk to him?
No, we're coming down. Guy just walked in. Fellow named Dave Campbell. Just walked in and confessed. Be right down.
What'd y'all take my clothes for?
For tests.
How's that, mister?
Tests for blood, body fluids.
Oh, you find blood, all right. I done it. I've been telling you.
Now, let me get this straight now.
Yeah.
You met her at Roseland. You dated her.
That's right.
You rode around in taxis.
Rode all around, that's right.
You made the rounds.
Bar after bar, lots of bars, that's right. And I remember clear as day. Last thing was we had Boilermakers. 3, 4 Boilermakers. A little old place on 125th, down near the railroad, you know.
You both had Boilermakers.
Oh, yes, sir. Bourbon Boilermakers it was.
What time was that?
I'll see. Last I remember it was about 2 a.m. in the morning.
2 a.m. All right, then what?
Then over to the park. Kind of loving it up. Uh-huh.
Did the girl offer any resistance?
Scratch me some. Right here, you see? I must have got mad. Drunk. I didn't know what I was doing. Drunk. Didn't know what I was doing.
Go on.
I just don't remember. But I done it, that's for sure. I know I done it. And I ought to go to the chair. I deserve it. I sure do.
Okay, Campbell, what did you do with the knife you killed her with?
Well, I throwed it down a sewer. I don't remember where. Just a sewer.
Was she still alive when you dragged her from the park bench into the brush?
Oh, yes, sir. She come with me from the bench willingly.
But she was drunk.
Oh, boy. Drunk on the hoot owl, uh-huh. And me too, boy.
Campbell, what did you do with the watch and rosary?
Well, I swapped the watch in for drinks next night. What's a rosary?
String of beads with a crucifix attached.
Oh, sure. I throwed it in the brush. I ought to get the chair. What's them papers, boss? You gonna sign me over for the jailhouse?
These are reports from the medical examiner and the police laboratory. And you, Campbell, you're a liar. You're a sick, infantile, exhibitionistic, masochistic liar.
No, sir, I've done it. I tell you
drunk.
what.
The autopsy showed no alcohol in her stomach or brain.
Now, wait a minute.
Shut up.
What's the matter?
You said you threw your knife away, but she was strangled. You said you dragged her from a bench. There isn't a bench within a half a mile of where she was found.
And she had no watch, and her rosary was still clutched in her hand.
But I was there. I done it, I swear. That's the truth. And I'm going to get the chair.
You're going to get 90 days for vagrancy and run out of town. That's all you're going to get. Sergeant, take him away.
So, leaves us with Reyna.
Nope.
What?
Some reports. Read them and weep.
What? What reports?
Police lab. Went over every garment he owns. Trouser cuffs, interstices of his shoe uppers, jacket pockets, everything. Not a molecule of anything remotely resembling the earth or the vegetation anywhere near the spot marked X in Central Park. As far as we can prove, he was telling the truth. He was never there.
Turn him loose?
No! McCormick.
Ed, Tom Russo.
What have you got, Tom?
Reyna on a skewer. I picked up Rita Morales in a pawn shop, Ed, trying to raise some money on a man's suit.
Reyna's.
Traced the label clear back to her sales slip. Reyna.
Get it over to the lab and come in. Oh, wait a minute, Tom.
Yeah?
Pick up the doorman from the Roseland. After the lab's gone over the suit, we'll put it on Reyna and see if the doorman remembers him. All right, Reyna, now. Why'd you do it?
I did not do it.
The doorman says you picked your wife up at 1 a.m.
Many men picked up many women that night at that place. It's wrong.
Rita had the suit you wore that night in her closet. You swore we had all your clothes.
I had forgotten. It was a long time ago. It's last summer, I think.
You said there was nothing between you. What were your clothes doing in her closet?
Perhaps my wife gave them to her for the poor.
Reyna.
Senor?
You'd better confess.
Never. No, not even if you beat the lies out of me.
Not that I need a confession. I have the truth.
The truth I have told you. I did not kill Dolores.
You did.
No.
Reyna, this is a report on what was found in your trouser cuffs.
I'm not interested. The truth is
the microscope and the spectroscope and botanical experts from New York colleges and 3 Arboretum saw it. That you were there that night.
Never in my life was I there.
You stand by that statement?
It is the truth.
I read you this. Sample submitted is identified as the seeds of an alpine grass. Pleuropogon sabinii.
Seeds, grass, these are everywhere.
Pleuropogon sabinii. Found only on Melville Island within the Arctic Circle.
Then it could not...
Shut up! Specimens have been cultivated only in Central Park Arboretum. And only one path of said grass genus is known to have reseeded. Wild. In one certain area. Namely, Reyna, where you murdered your wife.
This is proof? No, I laugh. See, I scorn. Seeds a man can pick up anywhere. Anytime.
I read further. Pleuropogon sabinii is unique in that it seeds during only 2 days in this climate and on no others. The second of those 2 days, Reyna, was the day you dragged Delores into the park and strangled her. What do you say, Reyna? Well? All right, you don't have to say a word then. The lies you've told already are enough. That you went straight home, a lie. That you never went to Roseland to pick her up, a lie. That we had all your clothes, a lie. That you'd never have been in that part of Central Park, a lie. Lies at every crucial point, crying out guilty knowledge.
Well, you have no witnesses. Nobody...
I have 45, and they add up to 1. Murder 1. And an indictment. All right, Reyna, why? Was it Rita?
Rita, will you keep her name out?
Detective Russo, call in a stenographer.
In just a moment, we will return to Indictment.
I'm the Vicks Medi Mist Spray. Get relief. Try me today. Clear, stuffy nose fast with relief that will last. Just 2 quick squeezes do the trick.
Yes, Vicks Medi Mist Nasal Spray. Just 2 quick squeezes. Open, stuffy nose fast. You breathe easy for hours. You see, the antihistamine in Medi Mist checks the sniffles and sneezes of allergies and head colds. Nose opens, head clears. And because Medi Mist is antibiotic, it kills millions of germs that can cause infection, yet it never stings or burns. So why put up with that clogged up feeling of sinus or head colds? Get handy Vicks Medi Mist Nasal Spray and open stuffy nose fast. You'll breathe easy for hours.
Clear, stuffy nose fast with relief that will last. Just 2 quick squeezes do the trick. Medi Mist.
Where do you get 45 witnesses, Ed? I make it a half dozen. A doorman, reader, pawnbroker, medical examiner, a couple of botanists.
Plus 11 samples of Central Park soil, identical with the soil where Delores was found. And on Reyna's trouser knees.
The seeds. I see, yeah.
28 seeds of Pleuropogon sabinii. Seeds of doubt, death. Pleuropogon sabinii. Common name, northern catchgrass. Family Polygonum aviculaire. It says here. Common name, knotgrass.
Knot?
K-N-O-T. As in hangman's. The chair will do just as well.
The story you just heard was drawn from New York City and based on stories of the criminal law as detailed by Eliezer Lipsky, former assistant district attorney. The names of all persons and places were changed. Indictment is written by Alan Sloan, produced by Nathan Kroll, and directed by Paul Roberts. Nat Polan is starred as Edward McCormick. Jack Arthur is heard as Tom Rousseau. The Master was played by Sam Raskin. Peter Reyna by Mario Alcalde. Rita Morales by Bryna Rayburn. Dave Campbell by Frank Behrens. Have you ever picked up the newspaper and read about some heroic person who saved someone's life? And haven't you sometimes thought to yourself, wouldn't it be wonderful if I could have saved somebody's life someday? Well, the chance for you to be a hero and have your name in the paper as a lifesaver may never come. But still, you can help save a life, not once, but often. What's more, there's no risk to this kind of life-saving. I'm talking about the life you can save by giving a pint of blood. Whole blood and blood plasma administered on the battlefield or in hospitals has saved thousands upon thousands of lives. There's an ever-continuing need for blood for the manufacture of gamma globulin, which does so much to combat measles and chickenpox. But even more blood is needed for future reserves. Every city must have a large supply on hand at all times, not only for the uses I've just mentioned, but in case of a major disaster or an enemy attack. So do your life-saving right now. Call your local Red Cross chapter or your nearest hospital blood bank and make an appointment to give blood. Do it regularly. Listen next week at this same time for another Indictment. Now stay tuned for Gunsmoke, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. Tonight, Mitch Miller plays host to Max Schulman on the CBS Radio Network.
WROW, radio, radio.
Serving Albany, Schenectady, and Troy.
Inheritance. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with the American Legion, presents a story out of that great composite of visions, struggles, and victories of the American past. Our Inheritance. Yes, we Americans are heirs to a vast fortune, a fortune compounded of many things. Of the great sea victories of old Ironsides, a tattered army shivering through the winter at Valley Forge, the voice of a great bell proclaiming liberty, and a brave band fighting hopeless odds at the Alamo. Let us now go back to a significant chapter in America's history, one which we all share in our inheritance. This is a tribute to the Texas Rangers, whose role in American history began when Texas was still a part of Mexico. Through the years and after Texas became one of the United States, the Rangers won enduring fame for their skill in handling Indian disturbances, in capturing outlaws, and in bringing cattle rustlers to justice. Tonight we tell of the Special Force of Texas Rangers. The story is typical of the exceptional bravery and cool courage which these Rangers have given us as a part of our inheritance. In 1874, in his office at Austin, Texas, Governor Davis is interrupted by his private secretary.
Excuse me, Governor. There's a Mr. L.H. McNally to see you. Something about the Special Force of Rangers.
Oh, yes, Hutchins. I'm hoping he'll head it.
Head the force, sir? But who ever heard of this McNally?
I have, Mr. Hutchins. And during the late war, so did several thousand Union soldiers, to their regret.
This McNally was on the Confederate side?
He was. And a braver man or a finer soldier you'll never find.
But, Governor, the Texas Rangers are different from regular soldiers.
You're right, Hutchins. And this McNally is no ordinary soldier. He's an expert in guerrilla warfare, a brave and a resourceful man. Now, please show him in.
Yes, sir. The governor will see you, Mr. McNally.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. McNally. Please sit down.
Thank you, Governor.
Now, I'll come right to the point, Mr. McNally. as you undoubtedly have heard, along the Rio Grande, there's a lot of cattle rustling going on. The outlaws cross the river, steal a herd of cattle, and escape across the Rio Grande into Mexico. This must be stopped.
Sir, can't the U.S. troops do the job?
Unfortunately, no. Negotiations are underway between the American and Mexican governments to permit U.S. soldiers to follow rustlers into Mexico. But in the meantime, our ranchers are losing thousands of head of cattle each year. The state of Texas must take action. Now, I propose to create a special force of Texas Rangers.
A special force? Why not use the Frontier Battalion of the Rangers?
The Frontier Battalion has too much to do now. They have a full-time job maintaining law and order throughout the state. Now, the main job, and at the start, the sole job of this special force, will be to stop those cattle rustlers from across the Rio Grande.
I see.
Mr. McNelly, I want you to head that special force.
But I'm a Democrat, Governor, while you're a Republican.
I'm not looking for a politician, but a soldier and a brave man. My experience on the other side of the lines from you convinces me that you are the man for the job.
Thank you, sir.
Will you take the assignment?
But, Governor, I've just been married.
Well, your wife can accompany you.
I know,
and
but...
you can pick your own men.
Well, very well, sir. I accept.
Thank you, Captain McNelly. I'm sure your special force will be a credit to the Texas Rangers.
Captain McNelly carefully selected the 30 men who were to be in his command. Some were former Rangers. All were chosen for their courage, resourcefulness, and expert handling of carbine and revolver. Sent to its station on the river not far from Rio Grande City, the special force settled down, alert and ready for action. But the cattle rustlers lay low. Captain McNelly's bride soon adapted herself to the hardships of the frontier.
Breakfast's about ready, dear.
Morning, Lucy. And how's my frontier bride?
Oh, just fine. I'm getting to like it here.
You don't mind this Dobie house?
Well, it's a little different from our home in Austin, but I don't mind.
Ah, that coffee smells good.
Oh, next time any of the men go into Rio Grande City, have them bring back some eggs. These are the last 3 in the house.
Your wish is our command, Lucy. I've only to mention we need eggs, and the whole special force will be glad to gallop into town and back again.
Oh.
It would give them something to do.
Oh, are the men restless?
Very much so. In the months we've been down here, there's been almost nothing for them to do. Patrols and camp routine can get very monotonous for men who want action.
I know.
You hear something?
Yes. Well, there's a rider coming down the road. He's turning in here.
Oh. Well, sounds like that horse has been run hard. Hello out there.
You Captain McNelly?
That's right.
Major Morrell in Fort Ringgold got this message for you.
Thank you. Raiders last night crossed Rio Grande with herd of stolen cattle at point near Las Cuevas. Ranch of notorious rustler Juan Flores. He will take appropriate action promptly. Well, it's signed by His Excellency, the Governor. Las Cuevas. Well, that's about across the river from Fort Ringgold.
That's right, Captain.
Sergeant Duncan.
Yes, sir.
Come here at once.
Yes, Captain?
How many men in camp, Sergeant?
11, sir. The others are out on patrol.
We'll need all the men for this job. Send Corporal Bland after the patrol. Have him bring them back as fast as possible.
Yes, sir.
You'll take charge and move with all possible speed through Rio Grande City and on to Fort Ringgold. I shall wait for you there. Issue every man 10 days' rations and plenty of ammunition.
Yes, sir. Kind of sounds like there's some excitement to do.
There is, Sergeant. Very definitely there is. Have Ginger saddle right away.
Yes, sir.
Dear, you will be careful.
Oh, of course, my dear. Now, don't worry. We'll get these cattle back, and no rustler's going to stop us.
Please take care.
Don't worry, Lucy. Come on, man. Let's get over to the stable. I'll ride back to Rio Grande City.
Yes, sir.
Hold there.
Captain McNelly, Special Force of Texas Rangers.
Oh, hello, Captain McNelly.
Is Major Moreland on the post?
Yes, sir. Just saw him going over to headquarters.
Well, thanks, Sentry.
You're welcome, Captain.
Come in.
Major Moreland?
Come in, Captain McNally. It's good to see you. Have a chair.
Thank you, Major.
What can I do for you, Captain?
I'd like your support, sir.
Support? For what?
For that telegram you relayed to me. The governor's ordered me to take appropriate action against cattle thieves who drove a herd of longhorns across the Rio Grande last night.
The squadron officers and I have been discussing that problem.
You've been debating whether to uphold law and order?
We have been discussing the wisdom of crossing the Rio Grande.
Well, Major, if you want someone to take the lead, I'll be glad to do so, as soon as my rangers get here.
Mm-hmm. And how many men do you have, Captain?
30.
30 men. Why, that's a mere handful.
These are Texas Rangers, sir. They can give an excellent account of themselves.
I don't doubt it, but 30 men.
True, not the best odds, Major.
You're right, they're not. Well, will you join me for dinner, or do you wish to wait for your meeting?
Well, they can't reach here before nightfall. I'll be glad to have dinner with you, Major.
Good, Captain. I think you'll find our mess quite excellent.
Whoa, boy, whoa. Sergeant Duncan is the named sentry. In charge of Special Force Texas Rangers.
Dismount, be recognized.
All right, Sergeant.
Captain McNally's at headquarters that way, please.
Thanks.
Come in.
Sergeant Duncan reporting, Captain.
Good evening, Sergeant. Major Moreland, this is my orderly sergeant.
How do you do?
Glad to know you, Major. Captain, the men haven't had no chance to eat since morning. It's all right if we take time for chow.
By all means, Sergeant. How are the men?
Fine, sir. Tired, but ready for anything. Any orders, sir?
Well, the governor wants us to get back some stolen cattle.
Where are the cattle, Captain?
On the other side of the Rio Grande in Mexico.
As soon as we've had chow, we'll be ready, sir.
Well, it's 9 o'clock now. If the men want to go ahead tonight, tell them we'll start across the river at 1 a.m.
Yes, sir. With a few hours' rest and some food, I reckon the men and horses will be as good as new.
I think your expedition into Mexico is dangerous, Captain McNally. How do you know how many men you'll be facing?
No, we don't, and we won't know until we face them. It's a chance we have to take. Rangers seldom worry about the number of the enemy. Sure you won't join us, Major Moreland?
I can't. I must have explicit orders. We can only offer to cover your return and to try to rescue you if you're besieged.
Thank you, Major. Come on, Duncan. Let's see that the men get some food.
It's 1 o'clock, Captain. Shall we move out?
Yes, Sergeant. Tell the men to move quietly. There's no moon tonight, but the rustlers may have posted guards.
All right, men. Mount up. Keep quiet. Don't look too good, Captain. River's awful boggy around here.
I think we can make it, Sergeant. Now just take it easy and quiet as possible.
Yes, sir.
We're across all right, Sergeant.
Yes, Captain, but look at that bank there. It's nigh unto impossible to get the horses up there.
Yeah, you're right. And we can't afford the time to find an easier slope. We leave the horses here and go ahead on foot.
On foot, Captain? It's a mighty long walk to the Juan Flores ranch.
No, not more than 5 miles or so. But we must be there by daybreak. We've got to have surprise in our favor.
Yes, sir. All right, men. Leave your mounts. We go the rest of the way on foot. Corporal Bland?
Yes, Sergeant.
Take charge of the horses. Have them ready for our return.
Okay, Sergeant. If there's any excitement, I don't want to be left out.
You're going to stay with the horses, Bland.
Okay for now, but you'd better send a man to relieve me if things get exciting.
All right, I'll see what can be done.
Sergeant Duncan, take an advance detail of 10 men. Have them spread out as skirmishers, about a dozen yards between men. Have them move forward with utmost caution. Now, if they encounter any pickets, try to take them prisoners. But if they attempt an outcry...
Yes,
then,
sir, I get you. We passed the Cuchara Ranch, Captain. Las Cuevas is just ahead.
Good. It's starting to get light. Get the men together. Use hand signals. We've got to keep quiet.
Yes, sir.
Everyone here, Sergeant? Good. Men, we have 2 jobs to do. Capture the rustlers and return the stolen cattle. I hope we can do this without bloodshed, but the job is going to be done. It's getting lighter every minute. We won't wait any longer.
Captain, look. Look across the clearing. It's a long line of Mexican soldiers. About 100 cavalry, a couple of 100 foot soldiers.
I see them. Well, this calls for a change of strategy. We can't retreat now. If we do, none of us will ever get back across the river alive.
What are your orders, sir?
Form the men into 2 ranks of 15 men each. We shall march straight forward.
Straight forward? Right at the enemy?
Right at the enemy, Sergeant. We shall try a great bluff. I hope it works.
Yes, sir. All right. Form 2 lines, men. 15 men to a line. Ready? Forward. March. The Mexicans are puzzled, Captain.
I expected they would be, Sergeant. We're about 100 yards from them now.
To the rear! March!
Madre mia. Those crazy Americanos, they beg us to follow them. Shall we not do so, mi general?
No, Major Garcia. I do not like the looks of this. It may be a trap. They would appear small in number to lure us into an ambush of many soldiers.
There were but 30 of them, and we are 300.
Correction, Major. We see but 30 of them.
But how can they
Silencio,
be...
Major. We wait. It is better that we see...
But, General, I tell you that you...
Company, halt!
Take cover, men. Hold your fire, unless you're fired upon.
It worked, Captain. Your bluff worked. They've not made a move in our direction.
When you're outnumbered, it's better to puzzle an enemy than to attack him.
Those Mexicans, they don't know what to make of it. What do we do now, Captain?
We sit tight. We can't retreat. If they find out how few we are, we're done for. We must send for reinforcements.
Reinforcements?
I shall ask Major Moreland for a detachment of cavalry. He said he could send aid if we were besieged. Detail a man to take a message back to Fort Ringgold. Find someone who won't get caught.
Yes, sir. Well, how's about Private Meeks? Why, he could wiggle through a mess of barbed wire and never get himself scratched.
Very good, Sergeant. And aid is imperative, for the Rangers are outnumbered 10 to 1. Signed, McNally commanding.
Captain, here's Private Meeks. I told him about the detail.
Good. Meeks, give this note to the commanding officer of the fort.
Yes, sir.
Think you can make it back all right, Meeks?
Captain, sir, there's nothing alive can stop me.
Good luck, Meeks. So, they've started shooting. Sergeant Duncan, warn the men to fire only when they have a good target in their sights. We can't afford to waste ammunition.
Yes, sir.
But, mi general, we have not yet attacked in force.
Major Garcia, I have ordered 4 charges. Each one has been repulsed. Those Americanos shoot with too great accuracy.
If we but ordered all the men in one big charge...
And have no soldiers left in support. Major, you talk, but you do not make sense.
Si, mi general.
What are our losses?
20 men dead, 34 wounded.
And the Americanos?
I do not know. I have seen none fall.
Perhaps we should consider a flag of truce. Perhaps we can persuade the Americanos to go back across the Rio Grande.
What's the meaning of this, Lieutenant Jones? Major Moreland sent you to help us. Now you're preparing to leave.
Captain McNally, your position here is untenable, sir. Sometime tonight, those Mexican troops will make an attack. And such a night attack can't be repulsed by so small a force.
You think not?
Oh, sir, even the 30 cavalrymen in my command merely double your force. That's 60 men against maybe 600. No, Captain. I must take my troops back to Fort Ringgold. Your position's hopeless. If they attack tonight, you and your men will be wiped out.
We shall give a good account of ourselves.
Goodbye, and good luck, Captain.
Goodbye, Lieutenant.
Captain, there's a flag of truce over on the Mexican side.
I see it, Sergeant. Good. Order the men to hold their fire. Send 10 men to me. Order the others concealed.
Yes, sir. Men reporting, Captain.
Very well, Syker. Men, line up behind me. Have your guns ready. I think this flag of truce is genuine, but we take no chances.
Americanos! It's a flag of truce.
We recognize it. What do you want?
Senor, permit me to introduce myself. I am Major Garcia.
I'm Captain McNally.
My general has ordered that you and your men shall leave Mexican territory.
We came to get a herd of stolen cattle and the men who stole them. Tell your general that we're not leaving until you've delivered the rustlers and the cattle.
Capitan, I assure you that will be done through regular channels.
Through regular channels? Oh, that means never. I assure you, Major Garcia, that we shall take both the cattle and the thieves back with us.
As you wish, Capitan. How many men have you in your force?
Enough.
Enough? That's a strange answer.
That is the correct answer.
Senor Capitan, may we have a truce for the night?
Why should we grant a truce?
Just for the night. Our men, they need the rest.
On one condition, Major.
See, and that is?
That you return 2 horses and a gun we lost during the fighting.
It's agreeable.
Very well.
And in return, Capitan, may we remove the body of a lieutenant? He was killed in a charge this morning.
Yeah, you may.
Gracias, Capitan. Muchísimas gracias.
The truce remains in effect until you deliver the horses and gun tomorrow morning.
Sí, señor. Muy bueno. Hasta mañana.
Major Garcia, you have delivered the horses and the gun to the Americanos.
Sí, mi general. Now we can start the battle, eh?
We can, but we do not.
No. Why not, General? We are nearly 900 now.
True, but how many are the Americanos?
I saw but a handful last night, General.
And how many were concealed nearby? You do not know. Neither do I. I do not care to risk the men needlessly. A soldier's life is of great value to himself and to his country. It must never be wasted.
Sergeant Duncan, I just can't stand this inactivity.
It is kind of trying, sir.
I intend to do something about it.
Yes, sir.
I'm sending word to the enemy that unless the stolen cattle and rustlers are delivered within 1 hour, I shall resume hostilities.
That's biting off quite a lot, ain't it, Captain?
No, not too much, Sergeant. It'll be dark within an hour, and our friends over there don't like to fight at night. If we have to fight our way out, it might as well be tonight when we have some advantage.
Yes, sir.
Have this message delivered under a flag of truce.
Right away, sir.
Captain McNally.
Yes?
Corporal Bland reporting, sir. Sure hope I haven't missed any excitement.
Not too much, Bland. We've done little but glare at each other for nearly 2 days. They've lost about 30 men.
And the Rangers, sir?
Not one's even been nicked so far.
Oh, Captain, the message has been delivered. Well, look there, sir. These 2 Mexican soldiers are coming back with our man.
So they are. Well, this meeting will tell the tale. Either they deliver or we fight.
Senor Capitan.
Yes, Major Garcia?
The General says that he will meet your demands. You shall have the cattle and the outlaws.
Oh? When?
Whenever you say, Capitan.
At daybreak tomorrow. You'll deliver the cattle and the rustlers across the Rio Grande near Fort Ringgold.
See, it shall be done. And you and your men will now leave Mexico?
In due time. About 2 hours, I should say.
Muchas gracias, Captain.
Why did you tell him 2 hours, Captain?
In 2 hours, it'll be quite dark. I didn't want him embarrassed by seeing how few men bluffed so many.
Well, there's the sunrise gun at Fort Ringgold, Captain.
Yeah, well, the cattle should be along soon.
That is, if they're returned, Captain.
Why, Sergeant, you sound as if they might not be.
I'm not saying one way or t'other. I just don't trust certain folks.
It appears Major Garcia will keep his word.
Yes, sir. I guess I was wrong. Say, that's him crossing the river now, ain't it?
I believe it is.
Oye, Capitan McNally. Hey, here are the stolen cattle.
Yeah, I see him. Where are the rustlers?
I'm sorry, Capitan. We caught but one, and he...
Yes?
Well, he tried to escape. We had to shoot him.
The others?
We are chasing them. Soon we shall capture them. We shall then turn them over to you.
Good. And are these all the cattle? Well, there aren't more than 70 or 80 here.
Well, they're all we have found so far, but the search continues. They shall all be returned.
That's good, Major Garcia. Thanks. Thanks for keeping your word so promptly.
No, it's nada. Don't mention it, Captain. There is one little question before I go. Huh?
Yes?
Tell me, how many men did you have, Captain McNally?
Well, as I said before, Major Garcia, I had enough. After all, they were Texas Rangers.
And for the first time in history, cattle stolen and driven into Mexico had been returned to their rightful owners. Captain McNally turned the trick with a mere handful of men against hundreds of soldiers. An example of courage, resourcefulness, and bravery, characteristic of the Texas Rangers that has come down through the years as part of our inheritance. You have been listening to Inheritance, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the American Legion. We are privileged this evening to hear from the past National Commander of the American Legion, Department of Ohio, Mr. Milo J. Warner.
Tomorrow is June 14th. On this day, in 1777, the American flag was first authorized by Congress. Since a presidential proclamation in 1915, we have celebrated this day as National Flag Day. The American Legion believes that today, perhaps more than at any time in our history, it is important that the American people examine the blessings of our heritage and reaffirm the principles and ideals which form this heritage. Tomorrow, on Flag Day, June 14th, 1954, let us accord new honor to the symbol of our freedom, the flag of the United States of America. The American Legion has invited all liberty-loving Americans to join in a patriotic movement, pledging new glory for old glory. This Legion-sponsored program calls for, 1, a proud display of the stars and stripes, particularly on national holidays. 2, observance of proper flag etiquette. 3, knowledge and remembrance of our flag's dramatic history. And 4, a new recognition of the Star-Spangled Banner as a symbol of freedom in today's world. Let us as Americans never be so complacent, so sophisticated that the sight of our flag leaves us unmoved. We need not be ashamed if we feel a tug at the heartstrings when we see the broad stripes and bright stars of our land, for we know that it signifies liberty, equality, and a government of the people under God. Proudly we hail the flag which flies for 150 million Americans of every religious, national, and racial origin in the world. Humbly we remember those who have secured the rights which it represents.
Thank you, Mr. Milo J. Warner. Next week, Inheritance will take you on another journey through the pages of history to a time when Americans dreaming of the future forged that which we possess today. Today's story, The Texas Rangers, was written by Ted Weir and featured Lyle Talbot as Captain McNelly. Included in the cast in order of their appearance were Charles Smith, Howard Culver, Vivi Janis, Clarence Strait, Robert Easton, Jack Carroll, Leroy Leonard, and Tony Barrett. The original music was composed and conducted by Robert Armbruster. Inheritance is produced and directed for the National Broadcasting Company and the American Legion by Albert McCleary. This is John Wall speaking. Senator Ralph E. Flanders will meet the press tonight on the NBC Radio Network.
Look, breakfast, Miss Desmond. Pour me some more coffee, will you? And switch off the radio. It jars my nerves. What's the time?
Just on 11.
Thank goodness I don't have to be at the studios this morning.
I brought you the papers and the post.
Well, there's an article in this one about me.
Oh, is there, miss?
Oh, here it is. Love and career can mix, says screen star Helen Desmond.
Oh, a lovely picture of you.
Where are the letters?
Here you are.
Oh. I wonder who this is from. Oh, whatever's wrong? This letter. This letter. Read it. Read it.
BBC presents A Case for Dr. Morell, another adventure by Ernest Dudley. With Cecil Parker as the famous Dr. Morell and Sheila Sim as his secretary, Miss Frail. Threat to Kill.
Hello. This is Dr. Morell's house.
Is Dr. Morell there?
Oh, he's engaged at the moment, I'm afraid. Who is that speaking?
My name is Digby. Hal Digby.
Well, can I help you? I'm Dr. Morell.
His name is Miss Frail.
Oh, yes, I am Miss Frail, though I don't know about being famous.
Oh, I've heard about you as well as Dr. Morell, of course.
Yes, of course.
Well, I'm speaking from the Zenith Film Studios, and I was wondering if Dr. Morell could come out and see me.
At the film studios?
If he could.
Oh, I'd love it. I've never seen a film being made.
Well, get Dr. Morell to bring you, Miss Frail. We'll give you a test.
A test, Mr. Digby?
A film test. You never know. He may make a film star out of you.
Oh, Mr. Digby.
Seriously, Miss Frail, I'm in trouble. Only your Dr. Morell can get me out of it. I've got to see him.
Well, I know it's impossible until late this afternoon.
How late, Miss Frail? Name your own time and I'll send a car.
I might arrange it for 5 o'clock, Mr. Digby. Yes, I think that will be all right.
Come in.
Dr. Morell for you, Mr. Digby.
I couldn't be more pleased to see you, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Okay, Miss Curtis, and don't let anyone disturb us.
Very good, Mr. Digby.
by the way, Dr. Morell, isn't Miss Frail with you?
No, there was rather a lot of work for her to do.
Oh, too bad. She'd have enjoyed looking around the studios. We've got a couple of interesting pictures on the floor.
I'm sure.
Still, when there's a lot of work to be done, eh? I expect she calls you a bit of a slave driver, too.
What was that?
Oh, just my little joke. That's what they think I am here.
Indeed. For a moment, Never mind.
Anyway, nobody's ever wanted to kill your Miss Frail.
I don't quite follow.
That's the threat that Miss Desmond received this morning. Helen Desmond, you know, our biggest box office bet.
I am not well informed on public entertainment figures. Someone has threatened to kill her.
That's why I've asked you here.
Isn't this a police matter?
Oh, they're keeping an eye on her. The trouble is they don't take it very seriously. You can't blame them. They suspected some publicity stunt. Well, Helen, Miss Desmond, is in a dreadful panic. She's convinced that someone means to do her in.
What is your own opinion?
Well, I feel a bit uneasy about the whole thing, which is again why I thought of you.
How was this threat conveyed to Miss Desmond?
Well, she got a letter this morning, anonymous, of course, from the wife of some fan who's seen all her films and fallen in love with her. I've got it here. What do you think of it, Doctor?
This was delivered to Miss Desmond's private address?
Yes. Her ordinary fan mail comes to the studio, of course, and it's handled by the publicity department. Well, for Pete's sake, that was quick of you.
Well, since her private address would be available only to her friends, it should narrow the field.
Definitely. It's possible for an ordinary member of the public to obtain her address, but very unlikely. It's a closely guarded secret.
This must have occurred to the police.
Yes, maybe. But I tell you, they think it's a publicity stunt. Why, it didn't occur to me until you sparked the idea.
It's a most viciously worded letter. I can understand Miss Desmond's apprehension.
She's scared stiff. She's due to work tomorrow, but she won't come to the studio whilst this is hanging over her. She knows it'll hold up the schedule, but she couldn't care less. I tell you, Dr. Morell, they're an ungrateful lot. You build them up from nothing, and then they turn round and spit in your eye.
Why, then, do you go to the trouble, Mr. Digby?
Well, what else can I do? The public wants stars. You've got to give them what they want. And that's how I built up Zenith Films.
Would you say Miss Desmond has a wide circle of friends?
Of course. She's in the money. You understand?
I understand, Mr. Digby.
And there are some of the studio employees.
Mr. Digby.
What is it, Miss Curtis? I thought I told you.
It's Mr. Kavanagh.
I don't care.
Do you think I'm standing for this, Digby?
Oh, what the devil's the idea?
I'll tell you. As if you didn't know.
Can't you see I'm in conflict?
I don't care if you're in purdah. This has got to stop. All this publicity for her and not a word about me.
What are you
Look at the evening headlines.
Oh, Mr. Kavanagh, please.
Look, Helen Desmond receives threatening letter. Film star Helen Desmond's death threat. Threat to famous film star Helen Desmond.
Now listen, you
Aren't I one of your stars, too? Aren't I co-starring with her in this picture?
This isn't any publicity stunt. Helen's been threatened.
Are you kidding? This is your handiwork. It smells of it.
I didn't even know the press had got hold of it.
The newspapers have been full of stuff about her ever since you... Well, everyone knows about you and her.
Get out.
I'm going. But if there isn't more of me and less of her, I quit. Contract or no contract.
I said get out.
Perhaps that'll make him realize I'm not going to be kicked around.
Oh, Mr. Kavanagh, you shouldn't have burst in like that.
Why should she get all the breaks?
It's quite true what Mr. Digby says. Miss Desmond's life has been threatened.
Don't make me laugh.
What's eating the great profile?
Oh, shut up, Ashton, and get out of my way.
Forgive me for breathing the same air.
I'm going to get on to my manager.
What is all that about, Miss Curtis?
Oh, he's convinced this threatening letter business is being worked up for publicity.
Everyone in the studio is talking about it. Isn't it a publicity stunt?
No, Mr. Ashton, truly it isn't. Mr. Digby's worried stiff about it. That's why he's called in Dr. Morell.
Dr. Morell, eh?
Yes, he's in there with him now. That was why it was so awful when Mr. Kavanagh burst in.
I wanted a word or two with Mr. Digby myself. That scene they're shooting tomorrow has got to be rewritten. I'll have to work on it tonight.
Well, if you don't mind waiting, Mr. Ashton, I daren't put my nose inside until Dr. Morell's gone.
That's all right. I'll wait. So he's called in Dr. Morell. Wouldn't mind being able to overhear what they're saying.
That's the sort of thing I have to put up with, Dr. Morell. Do you know what that swollen-headed moron was doing a couple of years ago?
I can't say I'm particularly interested.
Well, I'll tell you. Playing small parts in a third-rate rep. And look at him now. And by the way, you can ignore his insinuations about Helen and me. It just shows the sort of mixed-up kid he is.
I don't quite follow.
Well, you see, he's jealous of her success.
I rather gathered that.
And at the same time, he's half in love with her.
Are his somewhat confused feelings reciprocated?
Well, she's not jealous of him anyway. There's no need. She's worth a dozen Ronnie Kavanaghs at the box office. Whether she's a bit keen on him, too, I wouldn't know. He's attractive to women. Don't ask me why.
I'll refrain from doing so.
Doctor, Will you go and see her? You can calm her fears, and at the same time you may learn something that will put you on to whoever wrote this.
I shall call on Miss Desmond this evening.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Morrell. Thanks a lot. I'll phone Helen that you're looking at 6:30, eh?
Very well.
So long, Doctor, and thanks a million.
Goodbye, Dr. Morrell.
Goodbye, Miss Curtis.
What a marvellous-looking man. Don't you think so, Mr. Ashton?
Just your type, eh, Miss Curtis?
Get me Miss Desmond at her flat, Miss Curtis.
Yes, Mr. Digby. And Mr. Ashton is here to see you.
Oh, I'll see him when I've spoken to Miss Desmond.
Yes, Mr. Digby. He won't be long, Mr. Ashton.
Thanks.
Penny for your thoughts, Mr. Ashton.
Eh?
You had a funny expression then.
I was only thinking that it isn't Helen Desmond who ought to get bumped off, but Ronnie Kavanagh.
What luxurious flats, Dr. Morrell. Just where one would imagine a film star to live.
I'm glad that you're suitably impressed.
Dr. Morrell?
Yes?
Good evening, Mrs. Morrell. Oh, no, I'm not Mrs. Morrell.
This is Miss Frail, my secretary.
So sorry, Doctor. Please forgive me. Oh, it doesn't matter in the least. Will you come this way? Miss Desmond, Dr. Morrell.
Hello there.
And Miss Frail.
Oh.
Good evening, Miss Desmond.
Can I get you a drink, Doctor?
Not just now, thank you.
I was just trying to open this bottle of perfume. The stopper seems to have stuck.
Shall I try, Miss Desmond?
I'm sure Dr. Morrell has strong hands.
Allow me.
You're very kind.
What a fascinating-looking bottle.
It's just arrived, made specially for me. How exclusive can you get?
It must be terribly expensive.
Have you done it, Dr. Morrell? Oh, how wonderful of you.
You had omitted to remove the seal.
Had I? How silly of me.
Aren't you going to try it, Miss Desmond? I'm sure it must smell marvelously.
Put some on your hand.
Oh, thank you.
There.
Oh.
Well, don't you like it?
Oh, yes, it's just a bit strong.
Strong? Of course it's strong. It cost the earth. Have a sniff, Doctor.
Perfume doesn't appeal to me, although I'm sure it's delightful. From one of your admirers, no doubt.
How did you guess?
You say it arrived only today.
That's right. Why?
By post.
I don't see.
I'm interested in what people know your private address.
You mean that horrible letter I got this morning?
That's what I'm here for, to allay your fears, and at the same time discover the writer's identity.
I feel much safer now you're here. How wonderful it must be, Miss Frail, to have a job like yours.
Do you think so?
I'd give anything to change places with you and have such a marvelous boss. If people only knew the ghastly life I have to lead.
Oh, I should have thought it was rather fun.
Fun? Treated like a piece of merchandise, exploited by sharks like Hal Digby.
I thought your employer was quite agreeable. Rather more than Mr. Kavanagh, for instance.
Ronnie? Oh, I suppose he was throwing one of his temperaments again.
Oh, was that what it was?
Well, it's just an act. He's not really like that at all. He's vain, takes himself too seriously, but you have to in this racket. After all, the women throw themselves at him.
Do you find him attractive?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I do. Why?
I was wondering.
He's mad about me. You weren't thinking that he'd... Oh, no, he may be jealous because I'm bigger box office than he is, but he...
It occurred to me that his emotions might have become mixed to the extent of warping his mind.
You mean, Doctor, each man kills the thing he loves?
That's not a bit like Ronnie. I know he wouldn't play a filthy trick like that on me. Now, that rat Ashton, he's got a warped sense of humor.
Ashton?
The writer on this picture I'm making, Ted Ashton. He hates my soul.
Why should he hate you?
One of these highbrows. Doesn't think much of me just because I can't say his dialogue. Can I help it if I'm not an actress? What do they pay me for?
But you're a star, Miss Desmond.
Biggest box office Zenith ever had. But they don't queue up to see me act, but because I've got what it takes.
Oh, yes, I see.
And I give it to them on a plate.
Has it occurred to you, Miss Desmond, that since this letter was sent to your private address, it might have come from someone among your friends or acquaintances?
You mean... But of course you're right. It isn't someone I don't know at all.
It is more likely that was to cover up the writer's identity.
But if he or she was that clever, would they have made the mistake of not writing to the studio?
Ah, you see, Miss Desmond, the criminal can't help himself. Some inner compulsion, some subconscious force impels him to give himself away, to bring about his own self-destruction.
Thank you, Miss Frail. What Miss Frail means is that the letter had to be addressed to you here for it to have had the required effect. If it had gone to the studio, you might never have received it.
That's true. My fan mail comes in sackloads. I never see it, and I don't suppose the publicity boys bother with it either.
Well, if they had seen this letter, it would have been kept from you to save you unnecessary worry.
Oh, Dr. Morell.
Oh, what is it, Miss Desmond?
Oh, Doctor, help me. I feel faint. It's the shock.
Lean back on this couch.
Oh, thank you, Doctor.
Shall I get you something? A drink of water?
No. Just you stay by me, Doctor, and I'll be all right. Let me take your hand. Such steel-like strength in it. It could be so gentle. I can feel your strength flowing into me.
And she says she can't act.
Realizing it's someone who knows me makes it seem so much more horrible.
We can't be sure of that. You may have had servants who gave your address away to a complete stranger.
Yes, I've had scores of dumb fools like the maid I've got now.
Business people may have inadvertently passed it on to others, or some tradesman. It still isn't inconceivable that some unknown wrote to you for some stupid joke.
Now you're just trying to comfort me.
I can reassure you, for obviously, if it is a stranger playing a joke, you're in no danger.
I'm sure it's someone I know.
Then equally, you may be reassured.
How do you mean? They've threatened to kill me.
Can you think of any friend or acquaintance whom you would suspect?
People don't go about murdering just for nothing.
If there is anyone who might have designs upon your life, all you have to do is to name them. Steps can then be taken to deal with whoever it is.
Well,
Can you think of anyone you know whom you seriously believe wants to kill you?
The way you put it, I suppose not.
There you are, Miss Desmond. You've nothing to worry about.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Morell. You've made me feel better. You can have your hand back now.
There is a 24-hour police watch being kept on you. A purely precautionary measure. It'll be the same at the studio.
Do you really think it's all right for me to work tomorrow?
You will be equally well guarded there.
Oh, I don't know. If you promise to see me safely there,
Well, really, Miss Desmond, that isn't necessary.
Oh, if you don't, I won't stir an inch. I'll only feel safe if you come down, too.
Oh, very well. I'll accompany you. Meanwhile, you can relax and sleep well.
I will, Doctor. I'll dream of you.
Good night, Miss Desmond.
Good night, Miss Desmond.
Come in.
It's Dr. Morell, Mr. Digby, and Miss Frail.
Hello there, Doctor.
Good morning. This is Miss Frail.
So, Miss Frail, you've come for your test after all.
Oh, Mr. Digby.
Miss Frail insisted upon accompanying me this time. I didn't realize how interested she is in behind the scenes of filming.
Or was she afraid of leaving you alone with that man-eater? You're just her type.
Well, I left Miss Desmond in her dressing room.
If it hadn't been for you, she wouldn't have been working today. You've certainly been a comfort to her. Eh, Miss Frail?
Mr. Digby, Mr. Kavanagh's on the phone. He says it's very urgent.
Kavanagh? All right, Miss Curtis, put him on. If you'll excuse me, Doctor. Digby here. What's on your mind now? What? Where are you speaking from? Okay, I'll come right away. Well, what do you know about that, Dr. Morell?
Well, what is it?
Ronnie Kavanagh's had a threatening letter now from the husband of some woman.
Ronnie Kavanagh?
Sounds quite an intriguing development.
He's in his dressing room. I'll have to go and talk to him, if you'll excuse me.
Dr. Morell, what are you going to do?
Do?
About this?
Precisely nothing, my dear Miss Frail.
Well, don't you think there's anything to it?
I had been anticipating something of this nature. It is the typical reaction one would expect from an individual of Kavanagh's temperament.
You mean?
It requires only the smallest amount of perception to realize that he wrote the letter to himself.
But why?
That will appear obvious to Mr. Digby.
You really think so?
A curious coincidence, don't you agree, that he should receive a letter couched in terms similar to Miss Desmond's? Only in this case, it's the jealous husband who threatens him.
Just a gag of his to get some publicity for himself, eh? Well, of all the stupid idiots.
He hasn't been over-original, shall we say.
Oh, didn't I tell you, Doctor? They're nothing but a persistent headache. This is what it's really like behind the scenes, Miss Frail. Having to cope with a bunch of conceited, temperamental bones.
Oh, and I've always admired Ronnie Kavanagh. I thought he was much better than Helen Desmond.
No doubt, Miss Frail, you would.
Well, I'll have to go and placate him anyway, or he'll come charging up here like yesterday. If you'd wait here, I'll be as quick as I can.
Very well.
What an extraordinary way to behave, Dr. Morell.
I've already explained it's no more than I expected of him.
I wasn't thinking of Ronnie Kavanagh. I meant Miss Desmond. I think she's awful. Dr. Morell.
What?
Do you see what I see in the waste paper basket?
What is it?
This cardboard box. It had that perfume in it. The strong stuff Miss Desmond used last night. That means he sent it to her, Mr. Digby.
Indeed.
It must be. She said that it had been made exclusively for her.
Most interesting. And what do you deduce from it?
Why, that Mr. Digby's in love with her, too.
Well, I imagine you can hardly take it for granted in these somewhat exotic circles in which we find ourselves that the gift of perfume necessarily has anything to do with love.
Oh. No, perhaps not. Oh, dear, I thought I'd made an important discovery.
All that you've discovered is that the office cleaner omitted to empty the waste paper basket this morning?
Oh, I thought Mr. Digby was... Oh, he's gone down to see Mr. Kavanagh. Oh. He won't be long.
Oh, excuse me, that's my phone.
What is it, Doctor? Have you got a cold coming on?
What makes you think so?
You were sniffing.
Yes, Mr. Digby, I'll call him. Dr. Morell, quickly, please.
Something's happened.
It's Mr. Digby, Doctor. He sounds very upset.
Hello, Dr. Morell here. You're in her dressing room? I'll come straight away.
What is it, Doctor?
Miss Desmond. She's disappeared.
I'd had a word with Kavanagh, Dr. Morell. Said we'd go into this letter business just to placate him, and then I looked in here to see how Helen was.
You left Kavanagh in his dressing room?
Yes, he's still there.
But Miss Desmond must be somewhere.
Well, I waited, and then when she didn't turn up, I phoned round the studio. No one's seen her at all. I began to panic.
Oh, she was perfectly all right when we left her, wasn't she, Dr. Morell?
That was a matter of half an hour ago.
She was rehearsing her lines for the scene she was going to do.
I've got a funny feeling about all this.
Oh, she can't have got far. She's left the top of the bottle of perfume. Ooh, it's strong.
I should have insisted she wasn't left for a minute. But none of the dresses will work for her. She drives them all up the wall.
There are no signs of any struggle.
Struggle?
If she had been attacked and spirited away, there would be some indication.
Besides, she'd have screamed out.
Oh, she certainly would.
Which suggests that either she knew her assailant or someone could have crept in behind her. I'd given her a sedative earlier on. It might have had a delayed action effect. She might have dozed off in her chair.
Dr. Morell, the wardrobe.
What is it?
The door's opening.
Helen, it's her.
They've tied a scarf round her face.
Let's get her onto the couch.
Oh, Dr. Morell, is she...
She's all right.
Oh, she might have suffocated.
She's coming round.
Oh. She's opening her eyes.
What happened? Dr. Morell, what happened?
You're quite safe, Miss Desmond.
You're okay, Helen.
What happened? I remember I was going over my lines, and then I must have dozed off.
We think you may have fainted.
Oh.
The strain of what you've gone through. Mr. Digby?
Oh, yes, that's it, Helen. You just passed out for a few minutes.
We came in a moment ago to find you unconscious.
Oh, but you're all right now, Miss Desmond. Just stay quiet for a while.
Well, my head feels so muzzy, as if it's been in a sack.
Now, relax, Helen. Just take it easy.
Where are you going, Dr. Morell?
I'll be only a few minutes.
I'll come back soon. I feel scared when you aren't with me.
Come in.
I'm Dr. Morell, Mr. Kavanagh.
I saw you in Digby's office yesterday afternoon. Has he sent you about this threatening letter I've had?
Not exactly.
He told me you're investigating Helen Desmond's.
I am. But the threat you've received sounds so much more dangerous. I recommend that the police be called in.
The police? Oh, but that is...
They will probe the matter.
Dr. Morell, I might as well come clean. I sent the letter to myself, a sort of joke, you understand? Not in very good taste, I suppose.
Not particularly.
So let's forget all about it, shall we? I mean, I'm sorry and all that.
Just as you wish.
How about Helen? Or is that all a fake, too? One of Digby's bright ideas.
I rather fancy it's genuine.
I wonder if Ashton wrote it. He hates her, the writer, you know.
I've heard of him.
As a matter of fact, I thought they were quarreling just now. She was telling someone to clear out of her dressing room. Get out, I heard her say, and don't ever come back.
She actually said that?
I didn't hear the other chap's voice, but I'll bet it was Ashton. His office is just along the corridor, if you're interested. Why not ask him?
Thank you, Kavanagh. I will.
Come in. Hello. You're Dr. Morell?
And you are Mr. Ashton?
Portrait of a screenwriter with nose to the grindstone. I hear you've been called in on the Helen Desmond business.
That is so.
And the best of luck. Cheap publicity stunt, if you ask me. I wouldn't put it past someone trying to do her in.
You don't sound very charitably disposed to her yourself.
Can't stand the sight of her, and she knows it. She's a fake and a phony. I spend my life ruining my dialogue so that she can speak it. Listen to this, Dr. Morell. These are her lines for the scene they're shooting this afternoon. Stay away from me and never come back. Get out and never come back. What's so funny?
Well, I was smiling merely because that's what Kavanagh overheard her saying just now.
What of it?
He thought she was quarreling with you.
Typical of him not to realize he was rehearsing her lines. The only lines he ever thinks about are his own.
Thank you for your information, Mr. Ashton. You've been very helpful.
That was very smart of you, Dr. Morell. Not to let Helen know what had happened to her.
I thought it wiser.
Oh, she'd have gone off into terrific hysterics. The end of any work today before she'd even started.
That was what I foresaw.
We'd never have got her onto the set if she'd realized she'd been attacked.
Dr. Morell thinks of everything.
How about a cup of tea, Miss Frey?
Oh, yes, please. I'd love some.
I meant to ask you when we came back here. You too, Dr. Morell?
Thank you.
Get some tea for us, Miss Curtis, will you? Oh, and get me stage 3, Mr. Harris on the line.
Yes.
Well, I suppose the next thing, Dr. Morell, is to call in the police.
You really believe that is necessary?
But we daren't risk a repetition of what happened just now. If we hadn't been there, she'd have suffocated to death.
I think we can now prevent it from occurring again.
How? Oh, excuse me. This will be Harris from the set. He's the assistant director. Harris? Mr. Digby here. How's it going? Is Miss Desmond okay? Fine. Oh, just to check that we're keeping the schedule. She's okay.
Good.
But you were saying, Doctor, you were onto something.
Dr. Morell, you know who it is. I can tell by that look on your face.
Is that so? Well, now look, for Pete's sake, who is it?
You see, Mr. Digby, jealousy is an emotion that can assume several forms. One can be jealous of someone for a variety of reasons. It is argued by some, in fact, that without jealousy there can be no love. An argument invariably favored by those who are themselves of a jealous disposition. Well, then again, there are those who are envious of another's success. An actor, for instance, who, because he is vain and petty-minded, and these two characteristics go together, cannot bear to see another person overshadowing him in the same profession.
Ronnie Kavanagh. So it was him all the time.
Shh, he hasn't finished yet.
Then there exists another kind of jealousy, perhaps the most difficult to comprehend and therefore to root out. That of someone whose mind is unbalanced, who becomes filled with a hopeless, insane jealousy festering within until it finally erupts into an act of evil, stupid violence.
The tea, Mr. Digby.
Thank you, Miss Curtis.
The sort of jealousy which you entertain for Miss Desmond. Insane, unreasoning.
Dr. Morell,
I am addressing you, Miss Curtis.
Me? What about
you? It was you who wrote that threatening letter and who attacked Miss Desmond.
Yes, it was me.
You?
Miss Curtis. I did it. I did it. I hated her. I always have done. She had everything. All the men were in love with her. I didn't try to kill her. I don't know what I meant to do. I just had to hurt her in some way.
Poor Curtis. You know something, Dr. Morell? I couldn't help feeling sorry for her.
I'm gratified to hear it, my dear Miss Frail. It is the proper attitude to have towards someone suffering from such a deranged mind.
Frankly, I wasn't thinking of that so much as...
As your dislike for Miss Desmond, is that what you meant?
It's all wrong of me, I know. But I felt that she deserved everything she got. All that luxury and glamour, and even then she wasn't happy.
Which means that she, too, and others like her, need understanding.
I just can't agree. How can you waste a moment's sympathy on someone who's so bogus and vulgar? That dreadful perfume she uses.
It was that which enabled me to lift the threat that was terrifying her.
Whatever do you mean?
I thought I'd made it clear to you.
You know, Dr. Morell, you never tell me anything.
Oh, perhaps you weren't in the office when I explained to the others. It was the overpowering perfume Miss Desmond was wearing that gave Miss Curtis away. It was on her as she came into the office when you and I were there alone.
After Mr. Digby had dashed off to Ronnie Kavanagh.
I smelt Helen Desmond's exclusive perfume clinging to her then.
Oh, so that was what you were sniffing.
Well, how else could she have come by it, except by being in close proximity with Miss Desmond?
Oh, that was very clever of you to have spotted it. Now, if that's Miss Desmond asking you to have dinner with her tonight, I shall say that you're out. Hello? This is Dr. Morell's house. Oh, Mr. Digby. Oh, how awfully kind of you. Oh, Mr. Digby, I'd love it. Thank you so much. Yes, goodbye.
I hope that doesn't mean that you're about to leave my employ to become a film star, Miss Frail?
No, thanks. I've seen all I want of film stars. No, Mr. Digby's making me a present of some lovely perfume.
That was another adventure in a BBC series featuring Ernest Dudley's famous character, Dr. Morelle, and, of course, his secretary, Miss Frail. The artists taking part were Dr. Morelle, Cecil Parker, Miss Frail, Sheila Sim, Helen Desmond, Rosalind Knight, Miss Curtis, Cecile Chevreau, Ronnie Kavanagh, John Horsley, the maid, Annette Kelly, Mr. Ashton, Norman Wynne, Hal Digby, John Sharpley. This recorded program was produced by Leslie Bridgemont.
Ladies and gentlemen, a $5,000 reward will be offered each week on the program immediately following this announcement.
You out there, you who think you've committed the perfect crime, the perfect murder, and that there are no clues, no witnesses, that your identity is unknown, listen.
Somebody knows.
Yes, you, wherever you may be, no matter where you're hiding. Somewhere, sometime, someone listening to this program is going to bring you to justice. Yes?
Somebody knows.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents Somebody Knows, a program conceived in the public interest, dedicated to aiding the forces of law and order in the solution of this nation's unsolved crimes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recreate for you tonight all the known facts in an actual unsolved murder. Somewhere, someone among you has had contact with the killer or killers. Someone whose identity need never be known has seen evidence or possesses information that can lead to the solution of this crime.
In the public interest, the Columbia Broadcasting System offers a $5,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the killer in this unsolved murder.
We ask you then to please listen carefully, for you may be the one to win this reward.
Somebody knows.
It may be you. And now we open the files on one of this nation's unsolved murders. It's homicide file number 78654 of the St. Paul, Minnesota Police Bureau. The unsolved murder of Mary Agnes KABISKA.
$5,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of her killer.
The month is December, the year 1949. In a classroom on the campus of the University of Minnesota at Minneapolis, Dr. Stark R. Hathaway, professor of clinical psychology in the Department of Psychiatry and Neurology, is conducting a seminar with a graduate class Listen carefully, please, because unknown to him at the time, this has a direct bearing on the case we're bringing to you tonight.
Well, it seems to me, Dr. Hathaway, that you've led us into an even more interesting field.
The discussion has covered a number of mental abnormalities and now turns to the subject of one specific type of insane or psychotic personality, one that presents an ever-present and terrifying threat to our society.
What do you have in mind?
Well, on the basis of the theories that we've analyzed so far, Dr. Hathaway, I'd say that psychotic personalities of this type tend to repeat their actions.
It's more than a tendency. It's almost a certainty.
Well, if that's true, then what of the so-called homicidal maniac, the psychopathic killer? Wouldn't he follow the same repetitive cycle, too?
In certain cases, unquestionably. The same pattern will be followed time and time again.
All right. Would it be possible, then, from a study of the circumstances surrounding a psychopathic murder to determine the type of personality of the killer? And then to determine whether such a crime would be repeated at a future date?
It would be definitely possible. As a matter of fact, we have a case in point that occurred in St. Paul a little over a year ago. It involves the murder of a young girl by the name of Geraldine Mingo. I consider it a classic example of the type of criminal personality now under discussion. Let's examine the details and see if they can be helpful.
The crime that Dr. Hathaway chose as an example took place on the stormy night of August 9th in the year 1948. As he described it to them, Geraldine Mingo, a small, slight girl of 17, was returning home late at night. Her destination was the residence at 1875 Pinehurst Avenue in St. Paul, where she was employed. It was around the hour of midnight that the Cleveland Avenue streetcar on which she was riding stopped at Pinehurst Avenue, and Geraldine Mingo got off. The dark, rain-swept street was deserted as she hurried along the 2 short blocks toward her home. Then, somewhere along the way, the street was no longer deserted. Other steps beside Geraldine sounded on the wet pavement of Pinehurst Avenue. And then...
What do you want? I don't know what you're talking about. You must be crazy. Let go of me. No, stop that. Get away from me. Get away before
Dr. Hathaway reminded his class that Geraldine Mingo's body was not found until the following morning, in an alley some 3 miles from where the murder had occurred.
Her throat had been slashed viciously and both wrists had been cut after death. What's more, she hadn't been robbed or criminally assaulted. Geraldine Mingo was a quiet, rather withdrawn girl, and she had very few friends or acquaintances. At the time, no possible motives for the crime were evident.
Doctor?
Gentlemen, it is my conclusion that Geraldine Mingo was killed by a psychopathic slayer.
Dr. Hathaway?
Yes.
Did the St. Paul police know of your opinion at that time?
Yes, they'd call me in for consultation. But the point I wish to make is that a type of homicidal compulsion was involved, which has its classic type of personality. A psychopathic personality that will react in a predictable fashion to a predictable set of circumstances. In the case of the murder of Geraldine Mingo, the circumstances were these. She was a small girl, underweight. She was shy and with few friends. The murder was committed on a quiet, deserted street. It took place around midnight. The weather was stormy, inclement. The girl had been riding a public conveyance on Cleveland Avenue. She got off alone, started to walk alone to her destination several blocks away. It is my belief that when a similar set of circumstances occurs in the future, and it will occur, the psychopathic slayer who took the life of Geraldine Mingo will almost certainly kill again.
Dr. Hathaway's prediction to his class was made in December of 1949. On the evening of January 14th, 1950, a certain set of circumstances begins to form. The time is approximately 7:30 p.m. The place, the residence of Orlando Teshian, music teacher and composer at 1899 Princeton Avenue, St. Paul, Minnesota. Mary Agnes KABISKA, adopted daughter of Mr. Teshian, is preparing to leave the house.
You sure you won't change your mind and go with me, Father?
No, Mary, no, not tonight.
Not even for a performance of the ballet russe?
No, not even for that, my dear. I'm afraid my love for the ballet cannot transcend my dislike for this miserable weather we're having. And with this cold of mine...
Of course, Father, I understand.
Are you certain you wish to go, Mary?
To see a performance of the ballet russe? You know I couldn't miss that.
Yes, I do know. But on such a night as this, and to go alone... sometimes I wish I hadn't catered so to your love of music. Young, pretty girl like you should have more interest in friends. Young men.
Oh, Father.
No, I'm sorry. By all means, go, my dear. Go and enjoy yourself very much.
Don't worry, Father. I will. Don't wait up for me. I may be late.
Be sure to call me if you're going to be very late, Mary.
Of course, I always do. Good night, Father.
Good night, my dear.
The performance of the ballet russe is a brilliant one. The audience at Northrop Auditorium sits enthralled by it. But at 10:45, a full 30 minutes before the ballet will be over, almost as though she'd remembered an important appointment, Mary Agnes Kabiska suddenly rises to her feet and leaves. At 11:14 p.m. at the corner of University and Pryor Avenues, a bus driven by Ray Milligan of 1022 Cumberland Street, St. Paul, stops to let her aboard. Then it proceeds through the stormy and clement weather along Cleveland Avenue. It is now 11:30 p.m., a half hour before midnight, and the bus stops at the intersection of Cleveland and Princeton Avenues. And Mary Agnes Kabiska gets off at the same corner where she'd first taken a bus 4 hours before. And then her small, frail figure starts along the dark, deserted sidewalk toward her home, 2.5 blocks away.
In just a moment, we'll continue with homicide file number 78654 of the St. Paul, Minnesota Police Bureau. The unsolved murder of Mary Agnes Kabiska.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue with the rest of the factual information concerning the unsolved murder of Mary Agnes Kabiska.
Remember, $5,000 reward will be paid for information leading to the arrest and conviction of her killer. And the name and identity of the person supplying that information need never be known.
A few minutes after midnight on the morning of Sunday, January 15th, 1950, a call comes into the alarm room of the Police Bureau at 10th and Minnesota Streets in St. Paul.
Police Bureau.
Hello, Police Bureau.
Yes?
I want to report my daughter's missing. She left home early this evening. Should have been back some time ago. She could...
Just a minute, please. I'll connect you with the dispatcher.
The operator at the Police Bureau switchboard plugs in another line. A phone rings in the dispatcher's office in the next room.
Dispatcher.
I would like to report my daughter's missing. I'm very worried about her. I would like to...
What is your name, sir?
Teshin, Orlando Teshin.
How do you spell that, please?
T-E-S-C-H-I-O-N, Teshin.
T-E-S-C-H-I-O-N. Yes, and your daughter's name?
Mary Agnes Kabiska. She's my adopted daughter. She left home early this evening.
How do you spell Kabiska, Mr. Teshin?
Kabiska, K-A-B-I-S-K-A. She left home early this evening. Should have been back at least half hour ago. I'm very worried about it.
KABISKA, and your address?
1899 Princeton Avenue.
1899
She went to the performance of the Ballet Russe at Northrop Auditorium at the university. Should have returned home at least half hour ago. Something has happened to her, I'm sure of that.
Well, if your daughter's only a half hour late, I wouldn't be too worried about it, Mr. Teshin. In weather like this, traffic's pretty slow. She'll probably be showing up any minute.
No. You don't know Mary. If she's going to be late, she would have telephoned me. She always does. Something has happened to her. I know it. Something has happened.
We have no report on anything here, Mr. Teshin. Why don't you call the Minneapolis police? If your daughter was over at the Northrop Auditorium and there was an accident or something, they'd have a record of it. You try Minneapolis. If your daughter hasn't come home in a couple of hours or so, you'd better call us again. We'll see what...
At 2:30 a.m., Orlando Teshin calls the police bureau again.
This is Orlando Teshin. My daughter Mary is still missing. The Minneapolis police don't know anything. I'm positive that Mary has fainted and is lying somewhere. She hasn't been well lately, and you must do something about it. You must.
The dispatcher obtains a description of the missing girl and immediately checks all hospitals as well as the Minneapolis police. The calls revealed nothing. Then this Missing Persons Bureau report is broadcast to all cars.
To all cars, a missing girl, Mary KABISKA, 28, weight 90 pounds, medium complexion, 5'1", reddish-brown hair, blue eyes, wearing a fur coat, white tasseled cap, yellow scarf, blue jacket, and green snowsuit. Left home to attend Ballet Russe at Northrop Hall, University of Minnesota. Has not returned. WPDS.
At 3:02 a.m., a squad car is sent to the Teshin home to investigate the situation and check the neighborhood. At 3:55 a.m., the missing persons broadcast is repeated. Then at 8:33 a.m., the dispatcher's phone rings once more.
Dispatcher.
A girl. She's lying there in the snow. She's hurt.
Where?
In back of my place.
Where?
A girl.
What's your address, sir?
Address? 839 Tuscarora Avenue. I was shoveling snow. It piled up pretty deep in my back walk. The one near the alley. And I was...
And your name?
Name? Peter Thule. Peter J. Thule. T-H-U-L. Like I say, I was shoveling snow at the rear of my place near the alley. Then I came to this snowdrift, a big one it was, and right there,
All right, Mr. Thule, don't touch anything. Keep everyone away from the area. We'll have someone down there right away. Squad 311, Squad 325, Cruiser 566, to rear of 839 Tuscarora Avenue. Investigate an injured woman.
Squad 311, going to rear of 839 Tuscarora.
325, 839 Tuscarora.
Cruiser 566, 839 Tuscarora.
8:35 a.m., WPDS.
McAuliffe.
Dispatcher, Lieutenant. I'm sorry to bother you at home, but we just got a report.
Yes.
An injured woman found buried in a snowdrift in the rear of 839 Tuscarora. Thought you'd better know, just in case it turns out to be something for homicide.
Thanks, dispatcher. Send a white car for me. I'll be dressed by the time it gets here.
Shortly afterwards, Detective Lieutenant Lester McAuliffe, head of homicide, arrives at the alley in the rear of 839 Tuscarora. The scene has already become a beehive of activity. Patrolman Trousseau has checked the body of the girl in the snowdrift and reported to the dispatcher that she is apparently dead. Lieutenant McAuliffe turns to Dr. Roy C. Herron, Deputy County Coroner and Medical Examiner.
Yeah, Lieutenant, it's official. She's dead, all right.
Thanks, Aaron. Have you seen Dr. Dalton from the crime lab?
Right here, Lieutenant.
Oh, good.
We've taken photographs of everything we could find here at the scene. Everything we can lay our hands on is being checked for any possible clues.
Then Lieutenant McAuliffe contacts the dispatcher on the radio of Cruiser 566.
Hello, dispatcher. This is Lieutenant McAuliffe. May we have your missing persons list for the night?
Lieutenant McAuliffe, only one person reported missing during the night. A girl. Name, Mary KABISKA, 28. Weight, 90 pounds. Medium complexion, 5'1", reddish-brown hair.
That's the girl, all right. Who reported her missing?
A man named Orlando Teshin, her foster father, at 1899 Princeton Avenue.
Send a car to pick him up and take him to the morgue for official identification. The body will be there by the time he arrives. And you better notify Chief Tierney. He's going to be very interested in the coroner's report on the killing of Mary KABISKA.
The post-mortem examination is made by Deputy Coroner Heron. Upon its completion, Lieutenant McAuliffe takes the report to the office of Chief of Police Charles J. Tierney.
A number of jagged cuts begin at right side of neck and become deeper as they approach the left. 3 stab wounds penetrate the neck and emerge on the left side below the angle of the jaw. The trachea was severed across. There's a deep cut on the right wrist. No evidence of criminal assault. Well, Chief, does that sound familiar?
It certainly does.
Yes, Chief?
Get hold of Dr. Stark R. Hathaway, University of Minnesota.
Contact is established with Dr. Hathaway, and he leaves immediately for the police bureau. Upon his arrival, he goes at once to Chief Tierney's office.
Doctor, you remember the killing of Geraldine Mingo?
Quite well.
Oh, of course. You told us that the Mingo killing had struck you as a repetitive type of crime, one that a psychopathic killer would be bound to repeat. Do you still think so?
I do. As a matter of fact, Chief Tierney, the Mingo case came up for discussion in one of my classes last month. I said at the time that St. Paul could expect the killer to strike again, perhaps very soon. And the more I consider the possibility, the more convinced I am that another such killing is imminent. Why do you ask?
Here, look through this. A post-mortem report made this morning. Tell me what you think of it. Well, Doctor, what do you say?
I'd say my predictions come true.
With the full cooperation of the St. Paul Police Bureau, Dr. Hathaway immediately begins an exhaustive investigation of all the facts and circumstances surrounding the murder of Mary Agnes KABISKA. Meanwhile, Detective Lieutenant McAuliffe pursues a relentless examination and inquiry into every possible motive, every possible suspect or clue that might have even the remotest connection with her death. Relatives are questioned, neighborhood gossip investigated, telephone tips followed up. With a thoroughness typical of the St. Paul Police, over 500 persons are interrogated.
The results? Negative.
Then, on January 24th, 1950, a conference is held in an office on the campus of the University of Minnesota. Present are Chief of Police Charles J. Tierney, several of his assistants, and Dr. Stark R. Hathaway.
Doctor, we're just about licked on this KABISKA killing, unless you've managed to come up with something for us.
I've prepared an analysis for you, Chief Tierney, on the similarities and conclusions to be drawn in the Mingo and KABISKA cases. There it is.
This? Oh, 28 pages, single-spaced. What's in it?
Among other things, 21 points of similarity in the two killings. Similarities that indicate to me the repetitive nature of the crimes and that the killer is a psychopath.
You're convinced of that, aren't you?
I am, to such an extent that you'll find a description of the killer in that analysis.
Description?
Not a physical one. A personality analysis that I've been able to make after reviewing the facts in these two cases. I think it gives a pretty clear picture of the man you're after. But it doesn't add a very optimistic note.
What do you mean, Doctor?
It has led me to the inescapable conclusion that these crimes are not at an end. That the killer may already have become acquainted with his next victim.
Oh?
That the next victim will again be a waif of a girl. And that she will be stabbed in the neck and her body left in some significant locality, probably an alley. It is impossible to predict what the time interval may be between the killing of Mary Agnes KABISKA and the next victim. But one thing is certain. If he is not caught, this killer may repeat his crimes again and again and again.
Now listen carefully, please. Listen, all of you, wherever you may be. We're going to give you a recapitulation of all the pertinent facts in the unsolved murder of Mary Agnes KABISKA, including Dr. Hathaway's personality description of her killer. Better make a note of them.
And remember, by following the instructions we shall give you in a moment, you may be the one to earn a $5,000 reward.
Now here are the actual facts in the case. Mary Agnes KABISKA, 28 years of age, was stabbed to death somewhere in the vicinity of her home at 1899 Princeton Avenue, St. Paul, Minnesota.
The date? Early morning, Sunday, January 15th, 1950.
The murder weapon was a narrow-bladed instrument, possibly a penknife, very keen on at least one edge.
Her purse is known to be missing. A drawstring-type purse with a cardboard bottom, no metal on it.
The purse is black, with gold thread running through it in stripes. Inside the purse should have been her keys and a pair of opera glasses, lorgnette type, with mother-of-gold coating in a pinkish cast.
Also missing is the double mitten from her right hand. The inside mitten was black. The outside one was black with an embroidered flower in red with green leaves.
It is the theory of Dr. Stark R. Hathaway, professor of clinical psychology at the University of Minnesota, that the murder of Mary KABISKA is the second in a series of repetitive crimes performed by a psychopathic killer. Here is Dr. Hathaway's point-by-point analysis of that killer. Please listen very carefully.
Point number 1.
The man is somehow connected with the neighborhood in which the killing took place.
2.
He has an automobile, probably an inconspicuous one, possibly a small truck.
Number 3.
He has time to roam the neighborhood on at least some nights of the week around the hours of 10 p.m. to 1 a.m., either in the car or on foot.
4.
The killer had opportunity to hear about Mary KABISKA. Very likely knew her, at least by name. Possibly because he is in a business that contacts the public.
5.
He is probably between 20 and 45 years of age.
6.
He is likely to be married, with a probable deep maladjustment in that marriage.
7.
This man may be intelligent and a capable person who is thought of as reliable. He may have a good job or be in business. Not a person readily open to routine suspicion.
8.
He is likely to have had a nervous breakdown in the past.
9.
The killer will probably suffer from sullen or moody spells, though not be thought of as particularly queer or insane.
10.
He will probably be considered as having less than average interest in women and girls.
11.
The killer usually carries the knife with him.
You've just heard Dr. Hathaway's description, his personality analysis of the probable killer of Mary Agnes KABISKA, a psychopathic killer, one who, unless he is caught, will repeat his murderous crimes again and again and again. Ladies and gentlemen, if any of you possesses information that may have bearing on the unsolved murder of Mary Agnes KABISKA, follow these instructions so that your name and identity need never be made known unless you wish. Now listen carefully.
Write your information on a plain sheet of paper. Do not sign your name. Instead, sign it with 6 numbers, any arrangement of any 6 numbers. Then tear off a blank corner of that paper with a ragged edge. Write the same 6 numbers on that corner and keep it. Mail the rest of the paper with the information to Somebody Knows. Hollywood 28, California. Tell nobody what you have done, and your name will not be revealed by us to anyone, nor will you have to appear in person.
If the information you've supplied leads to the arrest and conviction of the killer of Mary Agnes KABISKA, we will announce your signature number on this program. Then, if you don't want your name to be known, go to your lawyer, doctor, priest, minister, or rabbi, and have him present the torn corner of the paper to any CBS station. In this way, you will not have to appear in person.
If the torn corner matches the original paper containing the information, the $5,000 reward will be yours.
Remember, you, wherever you are, you whose name need never be known, you may earn a reward of $5,000.
Next week at the same time, we'll present another true case history of unsolved murder. Number 235-1950 in the homicide files of the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania Police Department. The murder of Joseph P. Bohannock.
Remember, you out there, you who have murdered in cold blood and think you've gotten away with it, Listen. You cannot escape. There is no perfect crime. Remember, you are not unknown.
Somebody knows.
Tonight's case was written by Sidney Marshall from information in the files of the St. Paul, Minnesota Police Bureau. Research was by Maurice Zim. Music was composed and played by Milton Charles. Dr. Stark R. Hathaway was portrayed by Harry Barteld. Somebody Knows is a James L. Safier production in association with CBS by arrangement with the Chicago Sun-Times and is based on a copyright owned by W.L. Finstad. It was narrated and directed by Jack Johnstone. In order to be eligible for the reward, letters containing information leading to the arrest and conviction of the killer or killers of Mary Agnes KABISKA must be postmarked not later than midnight, August 2nd, 1950. Arrest of the guilty person or persons must occur within 90 days of that date, and conviction must be within 1 year of tonight's broadcast. If more than one person gives the information leading to conviction, our judges will divide the $5,000 reward among them in proportion to the importance the judges attach to the facts supplied. And in this, the decision of our judges will be final. Until next Thursday at the same time, this is Frank Goss saying good night for
Somebody knows.
We present Doctor in the House. Adapted for radio by Ray Cooney from the original novel by Richard Gordon, it stars Richard Briers as Simon Sparrow and Geoffrey Sumner as Sir Lancelot Spratt. Episode 3, Anatomy. I mean, it's jolly decent of Tony to let us share his flat, but I must say, I find it a bit awkward.
Oh, you'll get used to it, Simon. Oh, lucky old Benskin. Wish I had a smashing girl like Vera in the flat opposite to bring me breakfast in bed each morning.
Yeah. Tony certainly got it all laid on, if you know what I mean. So, mind you, it was a bit difficult this morning, you know. I mean, I was in the bath and I'd forgotten all about Vera. She barged straight in.
Oh, what did you do?
I covered myself with a loofah. Yeah, Vera laughed too. She said we could walk into her flat any time she was having a bath.
Oh, well, that's jolly decent of her. 1 or 2.
Huh?
Lumps.
What?
Of sugar in your coffee.
Oh, yes, thanks, yes.
Yeah, what's the time?
Nearly 10 o'clock.
Is it? Oh, we're all right, I suppose. Don't have to be at the hospital till 10:30.
No.
Still don't want to be late first day, though. Anatomy. Just think. By the end of this term, we'll know everything there is to know about anatomy.
Yeah, we certainly will with Vera wandering around the house.
Morning, Simon. Taff. Morning.
Aren't you dressed yet?
Well, we're not going anywhere, are we?
First day of anatomy.
No, I'll skip that. Any coffee left in the pot? Oh, help yourself.
No wonder you keep failing your first year's exams, Tony.
Well, only 3 times.
Well, that's what I mean. This is the 4th time you've started the first year.
Yes, I know. It's the life, isn't it? More coffee for you two?
Thanks.
Not for me, thanks.
You don't sound unduly upset.
No, I'm not upset at all. As a matter of fact, I have no intention of passing at all in the foreseeable future.
What? No intention of passing?
No, well, mind you, not a word to anybody at the hospital about this, of course.
No. Oh, sure.
Yeah. You see, I fail my first year each time on purpose. See, with a bit of luck, the end of the year will find me back here starting all over again.
You fail your anatomy on purpose?
Every year. But only just, you see. I mean, one must be careful not to give the game away.
Well, I suppose it must be as difficult to fail an examination skillfully as to pass it.
Well, it's a damn sight more so. I mean, to give the impression of, once again, just having been unfortunate in the choice of questions, you know. Oh, yes, but why? I mean, it was difficult enough getting admitted. Why on earth would you wish to fail year after year?
Granny.
Come again? Granny, my paternal grandmother, a well-to-do octogenarian who passed the long, drawn-out twilight of her life in Ilfracombe.
But she's the reason you failed your anatomy 3 times on the trot.
Indeed she is. God rest her lovely woolen bloomers. Well, how come? Well, you see, as she had nothing else to occupy her during her retirement in swinging Ilfracombe, she developed a wide selection of complaints.
Poor old thing.
No, she loved it, you see. It became a career with her. However, these complaints, all imaginary, were smoothed away in good time by the expensive attentions of her charming physicians. You see, while sitting up in bed with a cup of beef tea in one hand and a thermometer in the other, her regard for the medical profession mounted with each indisposition. Would either of you lads like a cigarette?
No, thanks.
Oh, no, thanks. Sorry, good, cheap round. Now, where was I?
Granny was happily in bed under several physicians.
Yeah. Yes. You see, her regard for the doctors increased. So did her disappointment that she could not number a single member of that splendid profession among her own family. The only person who could rectify the omission was yours truly, young Anthony Spencer Benskin. So, while I was still at school, Granny conceived the idea of enticing me into the profession by offering to pay my expenses for the course.
What lucky old you, boy.
Oh, yes, indeed. Now, unfortunately, Granny, shortly after this splendiferous gesture, developed a non-imaginary malady, which, not surprisingly, was beyond the capabilities of her doctors.
She died, did she?
She kicked the veritable bucket.
Oh, dear.
Oh, you were beginning to get fond of the old girl, were you?
Yeah, I was rather, yes.
So you didn't get your medical course paid for? Patience, my good Taffy. Granny's will contained a clause. She bequeathed Anthony Spencer Benskin the sum of £2,000 a year during the time he was a medical student.
What, you jammy blighter?
Now, I did not immediately realize the full significance of this. I was in the middle of my first year's study, the first time round, when it suddenly dawned on me.
What did?
$2,000 a year during the time I was a medical student. You see, I had the most glorious opportunity of receiving a most generous allowance without the tedium of doing any work for the rest of my life.
You mean that's why you fail your exams?
I take great pains, old boy.
And on a 6-year course, you've already managed to go 3 years on the first year.
That's it, yes.
So even if you pass this year...
Don't even think of it. Shush.
No, quite. But, I mean, if you do pass, that's 4 years to get through the first year. But at that rate, it would take you 24 years to complete the course.
That's it, yes. Mind you, I'll try to make it last longer.
That's £2,000 a year.
It's super, isn't it?
As a matter of interest, how long will Granny's money sustain this?
Oh, well, you see, it's in a trust fund. My solicitor reckons I could stay here until I'm 71.
Bells.
Yeah. I mean, there we are, you see. Whichever government is making a mess of things, it makes no difference to yours truly. I pay my fees promptly, attend sufficient classes in the hospital, and I behave myself, which is sufficient for St. Swithins. I have this flat, a large number of very good friends, and a 1937 Bentley known as the Ulcer.
The ulcer?
Yes, it's always blowing up. I have discovered the secret of successful living.
Well, I must say I wish Father had sent my grandmother to Ilfracombe.
Good morning, boys.
On top of all that, you've got Vera. Can't be bad, can it?
Morning, Vera.
Good morning, David.
David, darling, he is Taffy, my love.
Oh, you English and your flaming nicknames. We foreigners will stick together, Vera.
Hello, Simon. I've seen you already this morning, haven't I?
Yes, in the loofah. In the bathroom.
Yes, you'll have to watch Vera. She doesn't care, you know. You'll just have to learn to cover your embarrassment, Simon.
It's not my embarrassment I'm worried about.
Oh, well, come on, Simon. You and me have got to get down to St. Swithins. Even if Tony doesn't care about the anatomy course, I do.
But we're not late, Taff.
Oh, I don't think so. Well, Professor Lewis hasn't turned up yet.
No.
Well, shall we wander over and have a look then, Simon?
Well, at the bodies. Yes, if you want to. I didn't realize we'd be set to work on dead bodies our first day, did you?
Oh, well, I didn't think, really.
Oh. Golly, look. Dead bodies.
Aye. Pretty gruesome they look, I must say.
Yeah. They got no clothes on either.
Well, did you expect them to have?
Don't know. Don't look at all well, do they?
Well, mind you, they're all getting on a bit.
Not anymore, they're not. Ah, now, where are we? Look, what's in that corner over there?
Where?
Here, in these specimen jars. They've got labels on them. Ugh.
Oh, what a horrible sight.
Liver. F. Bidley, 1906. Blimey, Mr. Bidley's liver looks like a hobnail boot.
Yeah. Enlarged toe. J.R. Tompkins, 1920. Good heavens. Ruptured spleen, vermiform appendix. There's rows and rows of them. Can I interest you in a pickled kidney? Please.
So, one way of being remembered, I suppose. Giving a bit of yourself to the pathologist.
I suppose so.
Bit better than a tombstone. Cheaper, too.
Hey, look at that one.
Take your filthy hands off that specimen jar. Silence, everybody. Silence, you horrible man at the end there. You, sir, Cockgrove. Put down that withered, contracted terminal part of the human arm and listen.
What's Sir Lancelot Spratt doing here?
Don't ask me.
Silence, you two. What's your name, you boy?
Oh, Evans, sir.
Oh, yes, Evans, the comedy Welshman. You are Welsh, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, well, I'll try not to hold it against you. Quiet! Now, who's the youth next to the comedy Welshman? The one interfering with the specimens?
Me, sir?
You, sir. What's your appellation?
Church of England, sir.
Your name! Don't you understand plain English?
Sparrow, sir. Simon.
Yeah, oh, of course, Sparrow. Yes, the comedy Sparrow. Right, now then. Some of you have met me before. However, for the uninitiated, I am Sir Lancelot Spratt, the last of the great general surgeons and a law unto myself. Yeah. You lot in front here, Evans, Sparrow, the rest of the rabble. Oh, begging your pardon, madam. Well, what's your name?
Chapman, Linda Chapman.
Oh, enchanté de faire votre connaissance, mademoiselle. Charmed. Wipe that grin off your face, Sparrow. You'll end up in one of those jars with a label around your neck. Stop cackling, blast you. This is a medical school, not a damn chicken farm. Right, now, pay attention, all of you, particularly Evans and Sparrow. Sadly, the anatomy professor, Professor Lewis, has been struck down.
Sunday driver?
Yeah, not by a motor vehicle, but by something equally unpleasant, a type of virus. This miserable virus will render the professor immobile for at least 3 weeks.
Hey.
So, until further notice, the anatomy class will be under my jurisdiction. However, I have far more important work to do than walk up and down watching you donkeys making asses of yourselves. Cotgrove and the rest of the senior lot up there, got enough dissecting to keep you occupied for the rest of the day?
Yes,
Get on with it then, quickly and silently. Now, you lot in front here. You new, shiny lot. Now, gather round. I shall address you briefly, depart, and return later. Come on, spread yourselves out. Stand back. I don't want you breathing down my neck. Now, get yourselves round these 4 tables. Split up into 4 groups so that each group has its own departed body, naked and ready for your attention. That's right. Evans, Sparrow, this table by me where I can see you. Do you have your canvas roll containing forceps, freshly sharpened scalpel, wire probe?
Oh, yes, sir.
And you, Evans Sparrow?
Yes, sir. Oh, present, sir.
Right. Now, listen to me carefully. You've got to work in this department. You've got to work in every department of St. Swithin's for the next 6 years, but in the dissecting room you have to work. And I don't want to see any of you men slopping around with your hands in your pockets, do I, Sparrow?
No, sir.
Now, what does it give you, Sparrow?
Baggy trousers, sir.
Yep. It gives you osteoarthritis.
Yes, sir.
Yes. In other words, you'll end up looking like the hunchback of Notre Dame. Now then, you will work in pairs. During the first term, you will dissect the various organs and parts of the body. The list of the parts for dissection is up on the board here, together with a list telling you who your partner will be for the next term. Sparrow, Evans, you two will dissect together.
Splendid, sir. Thank you.
It is not for your benefit, Sparrow. It is to ensure that you do not corrupt anyone else in the class. I prefer to have all my rotten eggs in one basket. Now, your dissecting manuals, your Bibles. Take them round, Adams, 1 to each pair. I shall return anon to see what ghastly mess you've made of these poor souls here. Come on, everybody, take your partners.
For the first walk of the morning.
Sparrow, we've got each other for 6 long years. It's going to be a long and bloody battle.
Crumbs, Taff. 6 years of that.
He's flipping well got it in for us.
He certainly... Well, anyway, not to worry. Let's have a look at that list. See who we've got given to dissect.
Table number 2.
Sounds like a Savoy grill, doesn't it? Come on, let's see what's on the menu. Table number 2. Here we are now. What's it say? Week 1, dissect both legs. Week 2, dissect both arms. Week 3, dissect head. I feel weak already. Here we are. Table number 2.
Well, quite a healthy-looking specimen, all things considered.
Yeah. Morning's up. No answer with a stern reply.
Well, what do we do first?
Well, now look, put your tools on the table.
Right.
And we rest the manual on his stomach. Now, careful. That's it. Now, what's the little book say about dissecting the leg?
Yeah, now, hang on, boy.
Mm-hmm.
What are those red lines on that diagram there?
Let's check at the back of the manual. Arteries or veins or muscles?
Oh, arteries, I should imagine.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So that seems to be our skin incision there.
Don't poke him with your finger.
Oh, sorry.
Bit of respect. You should use your wire probe.
All right, sir.
Provided.
Will you start cutting or will I?
No, please, after you. Go on, go ahead.
Tar. Scalpel. That's the thing, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
Ah, well, here goes.
Well, careful. We're dissecting it, not amputating it. That's better. No, whoa, hang on a second.
What?
I think you've cut the wrong thing.
Oh, hell's bells.
I'm not sure, mind you.
Well, let me have a look at that book. There's
Here.
a picture there, isn't there?
Yeah, here. Yeah, you see, what you've done there doesn't look quite like what the picture says, does it?
No.
No.
No, not quite, does it?
No. Look, shall we forget this leg and start on the other one,
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Is there a doctor in the house? I see. Relax, everyone. Fanny Spratt's up to his eyes in gourd in the theatre. Won't be over before lunch. Hello, Simon, old love. Taff. I had a few holes of golf, was on my way back to the flat, so thought I'd pop in and see how you were getting on.
Not bad, you know.
Bit of a shock to discover that Fanny Spratt's to take over from the professor, huh?
Only for a few weeks.
That's long enough, old lad, I promise you. Now, how are you two progressing? Let's have a look. Ooh, yuck.
Oh.
You've made a bit of a mess of that, haven't you? What are you using, hammer and chisel?
Oh, look, come off it. It's only our first day, you know.
Sensitive taffy, yes. Look, you see, you should have exposed the nerve before you cut away the tendons.
It's not easy.
Well, it's damn difficult.
I think the trouble is we're not quite sure where to start.
Then let me assist you, dear boy. Give us your scalpel, Taff.
Here you are.
Scalpel poised, nothing up my sleeves. I have already dissected 4 legs, and I consider I have something of a flair for the knife. Now, this is the gluteus maximus muscle, and with a dexterous twist of me powerful wrist.
It's been a long, hard term. It's been a very long, hard term. For me. For the majority of you horrible, nasty young men, it has been a term of non-stop debauchery. Ah, Mr. Benskin, how nice to see you here today. This is indeed an honor.
Morning, Sir Lancelot.
Good morning to you, Benskin. And where have you been recently?
Oh, I've been here, sir. I've been attending lectures, studying.
You've been here, have you? So what disguise have you been wearing? What are you giggling at, Sparrow?
Giggling, sir?
Good grief, boy, don't you understand plain English? Most appropriate for you, Sparrow. The Oxford Dictionary describes giggling as laughing like an affected, ill-bred or undisciplined girl.
I honestly don't think I'm undisciplined, Sir Lancelot.
Oh, useless. And you stand about as much chance of passing your anatomy exams as a snowball in hell.
Well, I feel I'm in there with a bit of a chance, huh?
You have to cram like mad these next 2 weeks to even understand the damn questions. You are the perfect example, Evans, of how a young man's studies can be affected by booze and sex. Is that not so, Sparrow?
Well, I really wouldn't know, sir. But if he passes, it's a marvellous advert for them.
Now, the point I'm trying to make to you miserable would-be doctors, including you, Benskin, who will probably have been 97 before you graduate,
Flatterer,
is that this is a serious business. I don't give a damn what you do if it doesn't interfere with your studies. But the way most of you carry on makes the Kama Sutra seem like Noddy in Toyland. In a fortnight's time, you will undergo a rigorous test of what you've learnt in the past 12 months. What's that called on which you're sitting, Sparrow?
A wooden bench, sir.
Yeah. What bones go to make up your backside, you silly fool?
Oh, yes, sorry. I have my coccyx.
I'm very pleased to hear that.
My pelvis bones.
Yes.
And, would I have a sacrum?
You'd damn well collapse if you hadn't. Describe the sacrum, Sparrow.
Describe it? Well, isn't it enough that I know I've got one, sir?
Describe it.
Yes, sir. Well, of course, I've never seen my own, sir, because, I'm usually sitting on it. It's at the bottom of the column.
Whose column, Nelson's?
No, sir. Of course, no, the spinal column. It's composed of 5 rudimentary vertebrae, which make it a rather large joint. I mean, when I say joints, I don't mean they cut off the joint.
I know what you mean. Get on with it.
Well, that's all, really, sir. It's jolly useful to have the old sacrum, really.
I see. And is the sacrum related to the coccyx?
Ooh, only distantly, I would say.
They're joined together, Sparrow.
Well, that's what I meant, sir. Joined together.
And what infections or diseases manifest themselves thereabouts?
Lumbago, sciatica, and, yes, funny livers.
Funny livers?
Yes, sir, when I say funny livers...
All right. Now, what is the weight of the average liver?
Well, I know it's the largest,
gland?
That's it, sir. Well done, sir.
Thank you,
The largest gland. Actually, very interesting, sir. One of the most surprising things, yes. The average liver weighs 13 pounds.
13 pounds?
Yes, sir.
And from whom did you learn that, Sparrow?
Professor Lewis, sir.
And the professor showed you a liver weighing 13 pounds?
Yes, sir.
Did he also show you the horse that went with it? The human liver weighs approximately 3.5 pounds. Great Scott, you lot have got some work ahead of you and everything.
Here is your coffee, boys.
Oh, thanks, Vera.
Tony not off yet?
Oh, yes, he left the flat at 8 o'clock.
On a Saturday morning?
Yes, I know. He had no breakfast, simply shaved and dressed and hurried out. Said he'd be about an hour.
That's funny. Shall I take your plate, Simon?
Yes, thank you. That was fabulous, Vera. Terrific. You certainly can cook.
Simon, it was only a boiled egg.
Was it? Oh, yes, I mean, boiled to perfection. What do you think he's after, Vera?
I don't know, but I'm dead broke, I can tell you that.
Honestly, a little compliment. You both accuse me of ulterior motives. Just because you Welsh are ignorant clods.
Yes.
Well, it doesn't mean to say that I'm one.
Well, we'll see who's the ignorant clod when the anatomy and physiology results come through, won't we, Boyle?
Oh, good. We'll know on Monday, won't we? A weekend of agony.
You will pass, both of you.
Taffy might.
Oh, of course you will, Simon. You're very brainy.
Yes, but Vera, we crammed everything this last couple of weeks. I know the time seems to just fly.
Well, it can't be easy for you two trying to study when Anthony only sits back and enjoys life.
Yeah, I must say he's got it taped, though. Bowls into a couple of lectures a month. Spends his time at the horses or the dogs.
Or the pub.
It's all a bit cockeyed. I mean, how long can he go on? This is his 4th year already and he still hasn't passed anything. I suppose he can last out as long as he gets the 2,000 quid a year from his grandmother's will. I must say it seems daft to me. Tony thinks it's the life. What do you think, Vera?
Oh, it isn't my decision, if this is what Anthony wants. You know, I sometimes think he underestimates himself. I sometimes think he could achieve many things with his energy, enthusiasm, and he's highly intelligent, you know. A very good brain.
Yes.
Yes. It's pity he's such a pig.
She's a smashing girl, you know. She is that. Benskin doesn't know how jolly lucky he is. Still, what about those dreadful rows they have? Yeah, I know, but have a marvellous time making them up, don't they?
Hello, lads.
Tony, where have you been?
Over to Swithin's.
What, on a Saturday morning? It's difficult enough to get you into the hospital any day of the week, let alone Saturday.
I thought I'd do you two a favour.
Favour? For us?
Yes, I thought you'd like to know how the pair of you did in the anatomy and physiology examinations.
Oh, boy, would we.
But the results won't be on the board until Monday, will they?
No, but Jock can fix that.
Look, how can the school porter fix it?
You see, the results always arrive by post on the Saturday and get left on the dean's desk until Monday morning. Jock and I steam the envelope open and save everybody a weekend of agony.
Bells, that's decent of you.
Yes, it is, isn't it? Well, as a matter of fact, you see, there's usually very heavy betting on the exam results, and it's very handy to know the outcome while the book's still open, you see.
That's what you've been doing this morning, opening the envelope in which...
In which are the results of last week's anatomy and physiology papers, yes.
You mean... You know the names of all those fortunate students who have passed?
That's it.
And you know the names of the students who haven't passed?
That's it.
And you know...
Oh, belt up, Simon. Well, come on, Tony boy. Oh, did Simon and me scrape through?
No.
What?
No.
Well, didn't we scrape through?
No.
Oh, flipping heck.
You didn't scrape through. You came through with flying colours.
Oh, you beast, Benskin.
Gosh, you might have given us both half failure. We're through. Do you realise that, Taff? We're through. Only another 5 years and 23 exams to go. We're through. We've done it.
Oh, it's a marvellous feeling, isn't it?
Marvellous? It's better than crumpet.
Yeah.
Well, how would you know?
Charlie.
What's all the noise about?
Vera, me and Simon have passed the anatomy and physiology.
No.
We did. We're through. We've done it. I feel like a man who's been left £1 million. I'm better than him, in fact. Here, Taff, we're released. Do you realise that? Released from all those dead stiffs in the dissecting room. From Monday, we'll be with the living, dying in the wards.
Yippee!
Oh, he's gone raving bonkers.
Thank heaven we only worked in the last 2 weeks. Taff.
Aye?
We can start to wander around the hospital, acting like real doctors. I could buy myself a short white coat and a long black stethoscope.
Oh, it's a miracle. There's no doubt about that. My old man said before I left home I'd never make it. You'll be back here on the farm within 12 months, he said. And as much as I love him, I'm going to write to him today and I'm going to tell him he can stuff his farm right up his Cardiganshire.
Honestly, it's fantastic. Yeah. You look pretty rotten, Tony.
Yeah, do I?
Aye, you do look a bit grim, Boyle.
There's nothing wrong, is there, Anthony?
No, only the exam.
The exam?
Of course. I'm sorry, Tony. Here's me jumping for joy because we've passed and forgetting that you failed again.
But that's the object of the exercise, isn't it, Tony, to fail?
Yes.
Well, you must be used to failing after all these years, then.
Yes, I am.
Well, what's up, then?
I'm not used to passing.
You passed?
Yes.
Tony, I'm most terribly sorry.
Pass?
Yes, I know. I can't think where the devil I slipped up.
Won't affect your granny's money, will it?
Oh, no fear. I get that right up until I qualify.
Well, cheer up. You've got 23 examinations. You can fail before then.
Yes, I've obviously got a lot of hard work ahead of me.
Well, don't look so miserable. The three of us will be together.
Of course.
Oh, well, come on, let's celebrate. Let's have a celebration.
Right, I'll put the kettle on.
Yeah.
In that episode of Doctor in the House, written by Ray Cooney, the parts were played as follows. Simon Sparrow, Richard Briers, Sir Lancelot Spratt, Geoffrey Sumner, Tony Benskin, Ray Cooney, Taffy Evans, Edward Cast, Vera, Norma Ronald. Doctor in the House was produced by David Hatch.
Across the rugged Indian territory rides a tall young man on a mission of mercy. His medical bag strapped on one hip, his six-shooter on the other. This is Dr. Six-Gun. The National Broadcasting Company brings you another episode in the exciting adventure series, Dr. Six-Gun. Gray Madsen, M.D., was the gun-toting frontier doctor who roamed the length and breadth of the old Indian territory. Friend and physician to white and Indian alike, the symbol of justice and mercy in the lawless West of the 1870s, this legendary figure was known to all as Dr. Six-Gun.
The town of Frenchman's Ford is a place of strangers. At almost any time of the year, there are more strangers on the streets and in the saloon than there are residents. Depending on the season, you can find cavalry troopers from the posts to the west, cattle buyers from as far away as Abilene and even Chicago, cow punchers up from the long trail out of Texas, and even such strange fish as me. And who am I? I am Pablo, the gypsy peddler. And this is Midnight, my friend. Midnight, hello. He's a raven, too. He's a stranger.
I'll come back, quiet. Shh. Landlord will hear us.
As you can see, he is an experienced traveler. And so, a stranger riding into the town of Frenchman's Ford causes only mild interest and very few questions. I was sitting with my friend Doc Six-Gun at his favorite table in the Bull Run Saloon one day. Doc was eating supper and I was drinking lunch, as I had been on the road without time for refreshment. A stranger walked in. He stopped at the bar, ordered a drink, spoke for a moment to O'Shea behind the bar, and then came over to our table.
Evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
I trust I'm not intruding.
Why, no. What can I do for you?
The gentleman behind the bar tells me you're a physician.
That's right.
Allow me to introduce myself. Captain Rafe Langdon.
Oh, glad to meet you, Mr. Langdon. I'm Gray Madsen.
Captain Langdon, if you don't mind. It's a small thing, but I find it of great importance.
Oh, I'm sorry, Captain. Military title?
That's right. Cavalry.
I take it you're retired from active service.
That's putting it mildly, Doctor. My commission is in the Army of the Confederate States of America.
Oh. Well, we have a lot of men who have fought here in the territory, both sides, north and south. We get along mostly.
Of course. Doctor, I wish to consult you on a professional matter, if I may.
Of course, Captain Langdon. Pablo.
By a strange coincidence, Doc, having finished my lunch, I must now ask O'Shea to pour my supper. I'll see you later, Doc.
Doctor, I presume you're acquainted with the treatment of gunshot wounds.
That's one of the major parts of my practice, Captain. That and delivering babies.
Well, I'm not likely to call in your services in that capacity. But as to the first, I require some treatment.
You've got a bullet wound?
I have.
Well, maybe we'd better go over to my office.
Excellent idea, Doctor. I'm afraid the stage ride from Chisholm City is not the best of health measures for a wound.
Well, that ride isn't very healthy, even if you're not carrying a bullet. Well, come on, Captain. We'll get over to my place and see what we can do. Well, now, that about does it, Captain. I'll just put the bandage on.
It feels worse.
That's because of the probing. It'll get better now, unless inflammation sets in. How long have you been carrying that bullet around?
Oh, about 2 weeks.
Well, you should have had it looked at. You could have lost that arm.
I had other matters to occupy my time.
Well, do you want to keep this bullet as a souvenir?
Not particularly, Doctor. I'm not sentimental.
It's a funny one. I pulled a lot of bullets out of men in this town, but I don't think I've ever seen anything like this before. It's round, like an old-fashioned pistol ball.
That's just what it is, Doctor.
You're lucky. About a half an inch to one side, and it would have cracked the bone. I guess whoever shot you must have had some kind of old-fashioned gun and couldn't aim well.
On the contrary, the weapon was a finely balanced French dueling pistol. Quite accurate.
Dueling pistol? How'd you happen to get shot with a dueling pistol?
In a duel.
Oh? What happened to the other fellow?
He's dead. I told you the weapons were quite accurate. In the hands of a competent marksman.
I take it you're such a marksman.
I think that's evident, Doctor. Otherwise, I'd be dead and you might be treating the other man.
Well, that'll take care of the wound. If I were you, I'd give it a rest for a while. Stay in town for at least a week. I don't think that arm will take much more jolting, not if you want it to last.
It'll last long enough. But my plans are to stay in this vicinity in any case.
Oh, figuring on settling in Frenchman's Ford?
In a manner of speaking, yes. There is something here that I have to settle.
Business, I expect.
Not business, Doctor. Honor.
Captain Rance Langdon stayed in Frenchman's Ford for the next several weeks. He took a room at the hotel above the livery stable and spent his days sitting quietly at the Bull Run, his arm resting in his silken kerchief, drinking more or less consistently from a bottle that he himself brought to the saloon and placed behind the bar. And in the evenings he would sit at the table with Doc with his special bottle of bourbon, and they would talk.
Why, I agree with you, Doctor, completely. I find I can't sympathize with those who continue to fight the battle of the Confederacy long after the war is over.
Why, I'm a little surprised to hear you say that, Captain.
Why?
Well, for one thing, the way you still use your rank. Most of the men I've met who are still calling themselves major or colonel tend to die pretty hard. Why, it wasn't but 4 months ago that big mirror behind the bar got broken in Pickett's charge.
Oh, regrettable, Doctor, regrettable. As for my using my military title, it's a point of honor with me. I consider my commission a distinction which I'm pleased to remember. It does not mean that I'm unaware that it's an empty title. I pride myself on being a sensible and civilized man, Doctor. I'm not a moth to go beating against the flame of a lost cause until it singe my wings.
I wish there were more men here in the territory with that kind of sense, Captain.
I've been meaning to ask you, Doctor. I had heard that there was an old acquaintance of mine living in the vicinity. A man from my home county.
Is that right? What's his name? Maybe I know him.
I was hoping you might. Carver.
Carver? Well, now, let's see. I know one or two Carvers. What's the name of your Carver?
I don't know.
You don't?
You see, I've never met him. Actually, he's the son of an old acquaintance. I was especially asked to look him up.
About how old a fellow would he be?
Oh, young man, probably about 25.
Well, most of the fellows that age in these parts are out punching cows on one of the big spreads to the north. I ride circuit every now and again. If I run across a fellow named Carver who seems to fill your bill, I'll let you know.
Do that, Doctor, if you will. I'm quite anxious to meet him.
Any particular message for me to give him if I see him?
Oh, nothing in particular. You might just tell him that a Langdon is looking for him. One of the Langdons from Rance County.
Langdon continued to spend his time like a gentleman at the Bull Run, consuming his own good whiskey and paying O'Shea for the privilege. About a week later, Doc left to ride the circuit up through the Three Forks country, and I went with him to dispense ribbons and laces and needles in the wake of Doc's pills and bitter medicines. We had stopped at the circle, out past the Arroyo Grande, where a horse wrangler had lost an argument with a half-broken bronc, and while Doc set his leg, the rest of the hands stood around to watch.
There, that'll hold you.
Yeah, you done a good job on him, Doc.
Well, I had to be careful when I set that leg.
How do you mean, Doc?
Why, if I'd set it straight, he'd be out of a job.
Yeah?
But don't worry, they're both as bow-legged as they ever were. Well, that's about all. Unless one of you other fellas cares to oblige me by breaking something while I'm here to save me the trip.
You're a real car, Doc. Real funny. Hey, say, excuse me a minute, will you? I want to tell Cookie to rustle up a can of beans to take out to the night herd.
Where's he riding?
In the Box Canyon, up about a mile to the north. We got a herd of strays penned in there, and he's riding them out to the canyon.
Well, I'm heading out that way. Why don't I take his grub out to him?
Well, would you do that, Doc? It's real nice here.
Who is it, old Walleye Johnson?
No. Old Walleye got himself killed last spring by a longhorn.
Oh.
Yes, here's a new fella named Carver. Comes from the south somewhere. So, ho, you little doggy, settle down for the night. Yo, ho.
Hey, ho! Hey, I got some grub for you.
Hey, hush now, stranger, hush. Unless you want a herd of longhorns coming out at you.
Oh, there.
Take it easy, friend. I just got these little critters bedded down for the night. I've been singing them a sweet little lullaby that I made up myself. Now, don't you go riling them now.
Sorry. I brought you out your grub. Here.
Thank you kindly. Who are you, mister?
Dr. Matson. I just set Charlie Adams' leg.
It's right kind of you, Doc, to tote me out the victuals.
Well, I wanted to see you. Your name's Carver, isn't it?
That's right. Alvin Carver. Some call me Al, some call me Ben. Take your choice.
And you're from Rance County?
That's right. How'd you all know that?
Why, I got a message for you.
Is that right?
From an old friend of yours. He's over at Frenchman's Ford now. He comes from your home county.
Well, now, I ain't seen nobody from home for 4 years since I drifted up to these parts. Oh, look out, Doc. Look out now. There's one old highbinder looking cross-eyed at me. So now, you little doggy, just settle down slow, 'cause there ain't none of us got no place to go.
Well, he told me to tell you that he was looking for you. Said I should tell you that he was a Langdon from Rance County.
What?
That's what he said. That's his name, Langdon. Rance Langdon. Named after the county, I imagine.
No, Doc. The county was named after him. Leastwise, after his granddaddy.
You know him, then?
No, I ain't never seen him. I wasn't but 16 when I left home, and he was gone then in the war.
Oh. Well, anyway, he's looking for you.
You know, Doc, beans don't hardly hold their heat at all no more.
Carver, what's the matter?
Doc, you want to do me a big favor?
What is it?
Suppose you just forget about bringing me this grub, huh?
I don't follow you.
Suppose you just forget about seeing me. I mean, when you talk to Rance Langdon.
But why?
Look, Doc, Look, I ain't one of those wild-eyed cowpokes that come up from Texas with their pants dragged down to their knees by 2 6-shooters. My job is taking care of them crazy longhorns. Don't think I ever fired a gun in anger, except maybe at a rattlesnake or some other varmints. I just plain ain't got the desire to go into no gunfights. Now, you may figure that's kind of cowardly of me. And likely you'd be right. But I just ain't got the guts for it. And I'm not ashamed of it. So, you just don't bother telling Rance Langdon you saw me here.
All right. But I don't understand it.
Doc, like I said, I ain't never laid eyes on him and he ain't on me. But if he does, sure as I'm sitting here eating cold beans, he's gonna kill me.
4 days later, Doc came back to Frenchman's Ford, leaving behind him a trail of newborn babies, splinted arms and legs, and bandaged wounds. As he sat at his table at the Bull Run, Captain Rance Langdon left the game of poker at the big round table and came over and joined him.
Evening, Doctor.
Oh, Captain Langdon.
Have a successful trip?
More or less. I only lost one patient.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
One of the Peyton kids. That's Homestead family, about 40 miles from here. I couldn't understand it. I still don't know what it was. The child ran a fever, not too hot, had some headache, complained of stiffness, and her back hurt. And then, just a little while later, she couldn't move, and she stopped breathing. Wasn't anything I could give her. I just don't know what it was. Well, it's not the first patient I've lost, and won't be the last.
You prefer him to die of something you can understand?
I suppose that's it.
Doc, do you recall the errand I asked you to do for me?
Oh, you mean looking for that fella, what was his name?
Carver.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't suppose you ran across him?
Why, no. It's a big territory.
Well, you needn't bother about it anymore, Doctor.
Oh?
I found him.
You have?
He's working as a cowhand at the Circle A Ranch. Cook came in to load up supplies, stopped in for a drink here, and mentioned Carver's name.
You sure it's the right one?
Funny thing. Cook said you'd been at the Circle A. Odd you didn't run into Carver.
Well, maybe he was out on the range.
Yes, I suppose that's possible.
Langdon, why are you looking for this Carver fellow?
I told you. I've been asked to locate him.
Yes, but why?
Does it matter to you?
Oh, I was just wondering.
By the way, Doctor, I expect to be leaving Frenchman's Ford tomorrow morning. I'd appreciate it if you'd give me your bill for services.
All right, I'll do that. Heading back east?
Doctor, are you really interested?
Look, Langdon, I didn't tell you the truth. I did see Carver. I gave him your message. He asked me not to tell you.
He did?
He said something else. He said he'd never seen you, and you'd never seen him.
Why, that's correct.
But that you would try to kill him.
I will not try, Doctor.
You mean you will?
That's right.
But why? Has he ever done anything to you?
No, I don't think you could say that he's ever done anything to me.
Well, then why on earth would you want to kill him?
Because I must.
That is ridiculous.
You'll permit me to be the judge of that?
Captain Langdon, if you kill a man, you'll have to answer to the law.
Doctor, I've killed many men, and the law is yet to be interested in it.
You mean during the war? That's different.
Yes, during the war, but not solely. Do you recall, Doctor, that when I first met you, I had a bullet in my arm?
Sure, a bullet from a dueling pistol.
The man who put that bullet there, Doctor, was a Carver. Harrison Carver, a cotton broker from New Orleans.
Am I to understand that you've been traveling around the country with the sole purpose of murdering members of the Carver family?
I've killed 4 of them.
But that's incredible.
Doctor, I don't know if you're acquainted with the importance placed upon matters of honor.
I have seen some pretty touchy tempers here in Frenchman's Ford.
It's not the same thing. Now, I don't feel inclined to go into it further, but don't attempt to get in my way, Doctor. Just as I'm an excellent marksman with a dueling pistol, I'm quite adequate with a modern 6-shooter. Now, if you'll give me your bill, I'll see that it's paid before I leave. Good evening, Doctor.
O'Shea. Oh, hi, Doc. Listen, my horse is beat. I've been on the circuit for 2 weeks. You still got that black stallion? You mean the one I took off that gambler from St. Louis for his bill? Yeah, I got him. Lend him to me, O'Shea. Well, sure, Doc, but what for? You just got in from the circuit. Got an emergency case somewhere? I think so. If anybody wants me, they can send it to Circle A. I'll be riding there tonight.
I'll ride an old paint and I'll lead an old Dan. I'm off for Montana for to throw a hula hand. They feed in the cool. They water. Hey, come on, son.
Carver?
Who's that? You trying to spook this herd?
It's Dr. Matson.
Oh, howdy, Doc. Somebody else break a leg?
Carver, you better tell me all about it. Whatever it is between you and Rance Langdon. He knows you're here. He's riding out tomorrow to find you.
Well, I reckon there wasn't much chance of ducking him. Les and I was just to cut out and run the first time I heard it from you. The chances are he'd catched up with me sooner or later anyway.
What's this all about?
I don't suppose there's nothing I can do about it now. It's a shame to hightail, though. Because this here's a good job on this spread. $12 a month ain't never had but 10 before.
But what's behind this? There must be some way to stop him.
Doc, I reckon the only way to stop Rance Langdon coming after me is to sneak up behind him and put a bullet in his head. Like I say, Doc, I ain't got the stomach for it.
Now, look here, Carver. I rode all the way out here to warn you, and I think you owe me some kind of an explanation. Why is Rance Langdon after you or any other Carver he can find?
I reckon I wasn't the first. Doc, did he tell you who he got?
Well, he mentioned a cotton broker in New Orleans.
That'd be my pa's cousin, Harrison. He was a nice fella, Cousin Harrison. He used to give us kids sugar sticks when he came to see us.
But why?
Doc, back in Rance County, there's always been the Langdon family, and along with them, the Rances. Between the two of them, I guess they was the county. Before the war, they owned every bit of it that wasn't just too poor and stony to grow cotton on. After the war, things began to change a little bit. Some of the families, like us Carvers, moved down out of the back country. Before the war, Carvers weren't no more a count in Rance County than a mule in the Langdon plantation. But I had an uncle started a business in Clayton. That's the county seat. He did real well. Reckon he made a lot of money. Leastwise, after the war, he had enough money to buy a big piece of land from the Langdons. That's all they had, land. Langdons didn't hold with the Carvers. They'd sell them the land at a stiff price, but they didn't hold with it.
But that isn't enough reason for a blood feud.
There was a girl in the Langdon family. I don't even recollect her name. She took up with one of us Carvers. She run away with him, and I reckon that started it.
I don't see how.
Well, I suppose you'd say the Langdons figured they'd been sullied. Anyways, Jarvis Langdon went after the Carver that married the girl and killed him. Then one thing led to another.
Then that's what started this feud?
That's right. Old Jarvis, he swore he'd get every one of the Carvers. I reckon he passed it on to Rance on account of Jarvis got killed just before I left the county and come out here.
How old were you when all this happened?
When that girl went off with the Carver fellow, I reckon I was 8 years old or something like that.
And he's going to try to kill you for that?
I reckon.
That's incredible. It's barbarous. I've heard him talk about the foolishness of still fighting the war. He's a civilized man.
Maybe. Anyways, he's a Langdon from Rance County. I suppose I might as well go in and draw my pay and hit the wind.
No, wait a minute. He shouldn't be allowed to run you off like that. Now, look, Carver, suppose you ride into Frenchman's Ford with me. We'll go to the sheriff's office.
Doc, I don't reckon I could do that.
Well, what do you mean? We could have you protected, have Langdon arrested. He must be wanted in New Orleans for the murder there.
I couldn't go to the law.
Why not?
Like I told you, I ain't no gun hand. I ain't no cavalry officer neither, nor a dueler and nothing. I'm just a cowpoke. But on the other hand, I'm from Rance County, too. My family ain't had no honor to speak of. They ain't but hardly had shoes or breeches before 15, 20 years ago. But I ain't going to the law on a thing like this, no. I wouldn't give them Langdons a satisfaction.
Carver, you're as foolish as he is. What are you going to do? Just wait until he catches up with you and kills you so you can prove your family is as stupid and murderous as his?
I reckon it's something like that, Doc.
Well, I'm not going to let you. I'm going to swear out an information against Rance Langdon when I get back to town. I'll have the sheriff hold him, and the marshal at Chisholm City can telegraph New Orleans.
I wouldn't do that, Doctor.
Langdon.
Don't move. but both of you make a fine target in the moonlight. I thought maybe you'd try something like this, Doctor, so I rode out tonight.
Now, listen to me, Langdon.
You've already interfered too much with this matter. Now, please leave this to me.
You can't gun this man down in cold blood. He hasn't done anything to you. Think, Langdon, think. You're an intelligent man. He was an 8-year-old boy when this whole thing started. What could he have to do with dishonoring anybody?
Doctor, you don't understand this at all. The woman in question had no honor or reputation to speak of. She had lost it as thoroughly as possible some years before she married Carver. It's not her honor that's involved, but that of the family. The Langdons of Ranch County.
Langdon, you're insane. Even the Apache Indians limit a blood feud to the guilty man. Shooting this boy down is murder.
Oh, but I'm not going to do that, Doctor.
Then why?
You don't understand, Doc. He wouldn't shoot me down this way.
That's right. I'm no assassin. He'll have the same chance as I have. I brought along the dueling pistols. They're perfectly matched. You can have your choice of them, Carver.
I don't reckon it'll make no never mind to me, Langdon.
It's still murder. He doesn't know anything about these weapons, and you've used them.
Get off your horse, Carver.
Now you wait a minute, Mr. Langdon. You just wait a minute.
Now, what are you going to do, Carver? Beg for mercy?
I don't reckon so. I didn't figure to fight nobody. That's why I run off from Rance County. But as long as you brought it to me, I reckon I might as well take you up.
Carver, you're crazy.
Hold on, Doc. You don't understand.
I know. I don't come from Rance County.
Now, don't get the idea I'm thinking of any kind of family honor now, Doc. But just before I left the county, it was one of these high-minded, honorable Langdons who took my pa out of his bed in the middle of the night, and I never did see him again. Leastwise, not alive.
Langdon.
All right, Doctor. Throw down your gun belt.
Langdon.
Go ahead.
All right.
Now, dismount, Carver. Then I'll get down on foot.
Just one thing, Langdon. You're challenging me, is that right?
Yes.
Then I reckon I get the choice of weapons. Is that right?
All right. Here they are. Both pistols, primed and ready. Here, take your choice.
Let me hold this one, Langdon.
Look out with that, Carver. It's a hair trigger.
That's all right, Langdon. You see, I got it pointed straight up to the moon. And if I fired it now, I couldn't hit nothing but empty air.
Come on, Carver. You're wasting time.
It's a mighty pretty moon, ain't it? Looks like I could hit it square if I pulled the trigger.
Carver!
Oh, come on, Doggy!
You won't get away from me, Carver.
Carver! Get away from that
You won't get away from me, Carver. I'm coming after you.
Look out, Langdon! Those paddles are going to break! Look out! How's that?
Real comfortable, Doc.
It's not a bad break. The arm will be good as new in a couple of weeks.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you.
One more thing.
Yes, sir.
You don't have to worry about Langdon anymore. The whole herd went over him.
Yeah, I saw him go down. Doc, do you reckon it was all right?
What do you mean?
He was going to fight me with a pistol. And he knew how to use it. I didn't.
Yeah.
But I did have the choice of weapons. He couldn't complain none if I chose a weapon that I knew how to handle, and he didn't. A herd of stampeding longhorns. I mean, Doc, I ain't no cavalry officer, and I ain't no Langdon of Rance County. I'm just a cowpoke who knows his trade. But I wouldn't want to have done nothing without honor.
You have been listening to Dr. Six Gun. Six Gun is played by Carl Weber and Pablo by William Griffiths. Today's script was written by Ernest Kenoy. Heard in the cast were John Barragray as Captain Rance Langdon, Bob Hastings as young Carver, and William Keane as O'Shea. Dr. Six Gun is directed by Fred Way. This is Bill Rippey speaking.
Six Gun, starring Carl Weber as the frontier doctor with William Griffiths as Pablo, the wandering gypsy, has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
4 for the 5th. 4 radio programs for the 5th War Loan, produced by Arch Oboler and William N. Robeson for the United States Treasury. And starring on this broadcast, Mr. Paul Lucas and Mr. Eric von Stroheim. This is a war not only of men and machines, but of ideas. As the second of this special series of broadcasts about the ideas for which we fight and those which we fight against, we present High Command, a radio document written and directed by William N. Robeson and starring Mr. Paul Lucas and Mr. Eric von Stroheim.
The days are over when a lance corporal can assume the position of a Napoleon.
The lance corporal is the house painter, the little man who chews rugs, the jerk with the toothbrush mustache and the delusions of grandeur, that character with the comedy name Schicklgruber, at whom we so often poked fun in those days when we were whistling to keep up our courage. But those words you just heard were not uttered by a brave radio commentator or a bellicose columnist safe behind our eastern sea frontier. They were spoken to Hitler's face by the former commander-in-chief of the German army, Field Marshal Walter Heinrich Alfred Hermann von Brauchitsch.
The days are over when a lance corporal can assume the position of a Napoleon.
The hand of yesterday draws the picture of tomorrow. We'll examine that hand. We'll read that palm. But first, let's look at the picture. The scene is Berchtesgaden. You know Berchtesgaden, where der Fuhrer consults his intuitions and issues his orders. The time is not far in the future. Next week, next month, certainly we hope by the end of this year. The characters:
Field Marshal von Rundstedt, Field Marshal von Bock, and Herr von Brauchitsch, mein Führer.
Von Brauchitsch? I dismissed him 2 years ago.
Nevertheless, he is here with the others.
Send them away.
That will be impossible, Adolf.
Why?
They are not unaccompanied.
What do you mean?
A battalion of the Reichswehr with them.
Where are my elite guards?
They have been relieved for the time being.
Treason! They dare to threaten me?
They say it is a protective measure. You have used the word many times, Führer.
Don't they remember how von Fritsch died in Poland? Doesn't von Brauchitsch remember what I did to him? Don't they know that with a single command I can have them all...
Their men surround the villa.
Show them in.
Gentlemen.
What is the meaning of this?
We represent the High Command.
The High Command? You? Where are my loyal generals? Where's Milch? Where's Rommel?
Trying to stop Eisenhower at the Rhine.
Where's Keitel?
Probably running away from the Russians in Poland.
And Kesselring can't hold the Brenner Pass for another 48 hours.
Sign this.
What is it?
Your resignation.
Or if you prefer, your abdication.
Traitors! Ragtag and bobtail of an outworn caste system. Worthless clowns! My intuitions. Why didn't I listen to my intuitions?
The same intuitions that made you attack Russia against our advice?
And sent 500,000 men to their death at Stalingrad?
Oh, ungrateful. Monstrous. When the German people hear of this...
The German people will take orders from the man who carries the gun.
History has never witnessed such perfidy.
Hitler, your knowledge of history is as inadequate as your intuition in military matters. In 1918, General Ludendorff was compelled to make the same demand of the Kaiser, and for the same reason.
United Nations will not make peace with you or the Nazi Party. Both must be liquidated at once.
And the High Command will be free to negotiate peace, which will leave our army intact and the Reich uninvaded, just as we did in 1918.
We have lost nothing that we had when we started. And we will be strong enough to attack again in 25 years.
But we can do nothing as long as you remain as Reichsführer.
Hermann, my faithful friend, my old comrade, what shall I do?
What else can you do, Adolf?
Very well. When the Deutsches Reich calls, I, its humblest soldier, am willing to sacrifice everything.
Spare us the theatrics, Herr Hitler. You're fortunate to escape with your life.
Well, that's the silliest thing I ever heard in my life. John, don't you think that was silly?
Yeah, these radio plays. Propaganda. Another war in 25 years. Why, when we get through with the Germans this time, there won't be nothing left of them. Why, we're going to march right down the Unter den Linden and hang Hitler to the nearest lamppost, if any of them are still standing. Why, we're...
Pardon me, please.
Huh?
Is this 1944 or 1918?
Huh?
I remember the same brave American words in 1918. Only it was the Kaiser you were going to hang. And I believe he was to be suspended from a sour apple tree.
Who are you?
I am a German. And you, I believe, are John Manstreet, American. And, pardon me, Mrs. Manstreet.
Oh, yeah, how'd you know?
We have a file on you and Mrs. Manstreet at the Ausland Institute in Stuttgart. The typical American and his wife interest us very much. Very much.
Who are you?
Just a German. You might say you're opposite number. You could call me Herr Mannstrasse.
Are you a Nazi?
I am a good German.
Well, does that mean you're a Nazi?
Of course.
Well, then I don't want to have anything to do with you. Come on, Mary, let's get as far away from these guys.
Now, isn't that a typical American attitude? Hide your head in the sand. Walk away from the unpleasant. We Germans are different. What we like least, we learn the most about, so that we can defeat and conquer it.
For instance?
The United States of America, for instance.
Are you kidding? Listen, we beat the pants off you Heinies in 1918, and we're doing the same thing right now.
It gives me a great joy to hear you say that.
Why?
Because as long as you and your fellow citizens act and think as you did in 1918, we will win the war.
What?
Nonsense.
Just as we did in 1918.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Let me get this straight. You won the war in 1918?
Certainly.
Brother, I've been reading the wrong history books.
That's wholly possible. They concern themselves more with names and dates than with economics.
Economics? Why, we made you pay for that war. And you got in such a bad financial jam, we had to send our own experts over to straighten you out.
Yes, that's your side of the story. And don't forget the wave of Christian compassion that swept your country for poor, defeated Germany. You are such naive Dummkopf. Listen the way Germany handles money. Listen to how your dollar diplomacy failed to work.
Germany must pay for the war.
Germany must pay to the last penny.
Germany must pay to the last sou.
But how much? 40 billions.
75 billions.
120 billion.
How much? That was the question. How much for the leveled villages of France? How much for the hulls of British ships rusting on the bottom of the sea? How much is a dead Belgian baby worth? These men around the long green table are not sentimentalists. These are statesmen, lawgivers, practical men. This is the civilized world, victorious, sitting judgment on a beaten enemy. And you can't get blood out of a turnip, can you?
We'll settle for 15 billion.
It is too much. We can never pay. You gentlemen forget that we have fought a war on two fronts. We are bled white. The flower of our manhood is gone. Germany is beaten to the dust.
In Flanders fields, the sightless eyes of a million corpses weep dry tears for poor Germany. And the poppies bow in a breeze that whispers, scrap of paper, scrap of paper. In Berlin, the high command sits. The costumes have changed, but the characters are the same. Dressed in drab business suits, the Junkers still rule Germany. You know the names of some of them. Ludendorff, von Hindenburg, von Mackensen, and the junior officers, the Fonds who today command the armies of the Reich.
15 billions. It is better than I had hoped for.
The English are so civilized, and the Americans so sentimental. They will believe anything.
If they're willing to let us off for 15 billions, why should we pay them at all?
Precisely what I was thinking.
We will need every mark we can lay hands on to rearm.
It's an incredible story. Incredible that the Germans would attempt such a swindle. Incredible that we let them get away with it. Here are the shameful and shabby facts. These are some of the items we permitted the Germans to charge off against their reparations bill. Here's a padded expense account for you.
Item, the expenses of the Allied armies of occupation.
Item, the cost of demobilizing the German army.
Item, the value of the Grand Fleet, which the Germans themselves had scuttled at Scapa Flow.
Although Germany is now saddled with an almost impossible reparation structure imposed by a revenge-seeking debt commission, there is no reason to believe that with help, German industry cannot stage a comeback. The plants still exist. The technical skills are there. We feel that German industry represents a real opportunity to the American investor.
Excellent. Excellent. This is only one of many, Mynheer. The financial pages of the American newspapers are filled with such stories.
They will respond. The American likes nothing better than 6% on the dollar.
We responded, and so did the rest of the gullible, sentimental, civilized world. The details are too painful to enumerate. The disgraceful result was this.
When a moratorium was declared in 1931, Germany had paid out only $4.5 billion.
And had received in loans and investments $6.5 billion.
Germany's profit from World War I, $2 billion.
So, you see, we really won the war.
But it's unbelievable.
It is true, though.
That double-crossing Hitler?
Ah, Mr. Mansfield, you do the Führer an injustice. We managed to solve the reparations problem before he came into power. You see, we managed to convince you that the only way your investments could be saved was by canceling reparations. And you persuaded England and France to declare the moratorium. We are grateful to you for that. And for your gift of several $1 billion.
What do you mean?
The American investments in Germany. Naturally, as soon as he came into power, the Führer canceled them.
What?
Oh, yes. We've built quite a few submarines and planes
and tanks with your money. Of course, Herr Hitler gets too much credit these days.
If you can call it credit. He thought up this jive about the master race, didn't he?
Oh, my, no. Hitler is merely the contemporary expression of German supremacy. The plan existed long before Hitler.
We have proved from history the characteristics of the Germans as an original people, and as a people that has the right to call itself simply the people.
Those words describing the rights of the master race were written long before Hitler, more than 100 years ago, by Johann Gottlieb Fichte.
Between states, there is no right or might except that of the stronger. A state, even when on the very point of making war, should solemnly assert its love of peace and aversion to conquest.
Theory? The words of a musty philosopher? Distant echoes from an ancient ivory tower? Listen.
The German people have no thoughts of invading any country.
Hitler in 1933.
The assertions that the German Reich plans to coerce the Austrian state is absurd and cannot be substantiated.
Hitler in 1934.
Germany has concluded a non-aggression pact with Poland, which is more than a valuable contribution to European peace, and she will adhere to it unconditionally.
Hitler in 1935.
We have no territorial demands to make in Europe.
1936, the year the Rhineland was reoccupied.
We have assured all of our immediate neighbors of the integrity of their territory as far as Germany is concerned. That is no hollow phrase. It is our secret will.
1938, the year of the Anschluss, the invasion of Austria.
We have but one wish, that in the coming year we may be able to make our contribution to this general pacification of the whole world.
The Führer in 1939, the year we seized Czechoslovakia and invaded Poland.
Even when on the very point of making war, assert love of peace, aversion to conquest.
You see how well we Germans learn our lessons?
War is the only fit instrument for the achievement of a political policy.
Who's shooting off his face now?
General von Clausewitz. More than 100 years ago, he foresaw total war.
Violence arms itself with the inventions of art and science.
He foresaw blitzkrieg.
An attack directed to the destruction of the enemy which has not the boldness to shoot like the point of an arrow direct at the heart of the enemy's power can never hit the mark.
This we have proved in Poland, Norway, Holland, France, and Belgium.
Yeah, how about Russia?
A mistake of the Führer, not of the High Command.
And England?
An island of little importance. Clausewitz teaches us to strike at the heart of the enemy's power. We know now that means Detroit, Pittsburgh, Dallas, Baltimore.
Huh?
Oh, yes. You will become the slaves of the master race. If not in this war, then in the next.
Oh, but we're fighting this war, so there won't be any more wars.
Precisely the reason why you fought the last one. And while you piddle in such democratic and utopian dreams, while you mouth your puking for freedoms, we live by stern realities. Here is truth. Here are the words of Heinrich von Treitschke.
War is just and moral, and the ideal of eternal peace is both unjust and immoral and impossible. God will see to it that war shall return again. Every sovereign state has the unquestionable right to declare war when it so desires, and therefore it is possible for every state to cancel its treaties.
If that's your racket, I don't see why nations go on doing business with you. Why don't they get wise?
Why? Well, my American friend, one of your countrymen explained it very simple. P.T. Barnum, I believe his name was, a regisseur of some note. Remember? There is a sucker born every minute.
Oh, yeah? Well, another American said You can fool all of the people some of the time, and you can fool some of the people all the time. But you can't fool all the people all the time.
I wonder, Mr. Manstreet. I wonder. Our Führer has always insisted on telling big lies. He believes that the bigger the lie, the more people will believe, at least some of it. It is a very efficient system. Look how well it works in your country.
Well, what do you mean?
The lies you believe about your Jews and Negroes and Mexicans and Catholics. All your minorities. We've helped to plan those lies. And after this war is over, we will see to it that your tensions, your hatreds and prejudice are kept alive. It will make you so much softer when we attack you again.
Why are you telling us all this?
Because you won't believe it.
Listen, chum, there isn't going to be any next time. You've had 2 tries at this world domination racket, and when we get through with you this time, you'll be through.
Ah, but you have a saying, the third time is the charm.
There isn't going to be any third time, I tell you.
Those are brave words now. But do you soft-hearted and sentimental Americans, know what your invasion will cost? Will you be able to bear page after page of your newspapers filled with the list of your dead? Do you think your sentimentalists will be silent then? Even now, your country is divided. Your East Coast is at war with us, but your West Coast thinks only of the war with Japan. And in between, isn't it true that your people in the Middle West are sick and tired of the war? You've gone without gasoline and rubber tires, and you've scrimped on shoes and liquor, and all of you are pretty fed up, aren't you? You are grumbling, and we know. We helped to start the grumbles. And now you are trying to attack us on our own ground. You are trying to invade, and you are going to lose hundreds of thousands of your finest young men. For what? You are going to ask yourselves. Peace now, your brown-tongued orators will bellow. No foreign entanglements. Get the boys home by Christmas. What's left of them, your mothers will plead. We know you Americans. Germany is counting on you.
The scene is Berchtesgaden again. The time is in a not-too-distant future. And a few minutes after Herr Hitler has been permitted to flee to the sanctuary of one of those neutral countries which still refuses to distinguish between political refugees and global criminals. The characters, the High Command, the same old gang. Their grandfathers unified Germany and crowned Wilhelm I emperor in Versailles in 1871. Their fathers made the deal at Compiègne in 1918. And as their fathers did then, they have just fired their front man. The German High Command, which has ruled Germany for nearly a century, carries on.
Well, gentlemen, now we can get down to business. What are your feelings about peace terms?
The policy we followed in 1919 will do admirably now. Object to everything, cry poverty, and play upon world sympathy.
We are in a much better position now than we were then. The machinery, the art treasures. Now we have the loot of all Europe.
Of course, you realize they will push us back to our old borders. We will probably even lose Austria for the time being.
That's all right. What good is France or Poland or Norway to anyone now? What are the latest figures on Poland, von Park?
Oh, I've lost count, General. We must certainly have annihilated at least 3 million Poles and Jews, and a great percentage of the young women have been sterilized. There's not much danger of Poland breeding a generation of fighting men in the next 25 years.
How about France, von Rundstedt?
Well, you know Hitler has had 1.5 million Frenchmen in prison camps and labor battalions since 1940. They're worthless as fathers now. And in France itself, we've managed to increase the death rate over the birth rate. The children that are still alive are quite worthless. Starvation is so much more effective than machine guns, especially with the young. We agreed before this war began that our great mistake in 1918 was to spare the civilians of enemy countries. We agreed that it would be necessary to destroy at least 1/3 of the inhabitants of occupied territories. I believe I can safely say that this has been done.
There's no doubt about it.
Good, good. Now, here within the Reich, I think it will be advisable to continue with the sex freedom introduced by Herr Hitler. We must breed a sufficient number of strong young men so that in 25 years we will be in a position to resume our campaign for world domination.
We'll have to go carefully with that. We'll need the sanction of the church for the next few years.
Don't worry. There are ways. Nudism and strength through joy were very successful before. You can always describe license as freedom and modernism.
I don't think that it's too early to review the mistakes we made this time and to face the hard facts of our present position. The United States is now the greatest sea power in the world, yet even the British Navy alone kept us from invading England. We must build a great navy this time.
You think they will let us?
They forbade us to rearm before, but we found a way then. We will find a way now. But there is one mistake we must not make again.
What is that, General?
That was the fundamental error we made this time. We should have realized from the first that the United States would be the heart of Anglo-Saxon power.
Then the United States must be defeated the next time.
Certainly. The unpleasant truth is, gentlemen, no nation can hope for world domination unless it controls the vast resources of the United States.
Agreed.
Our strategy must be directed toward America.
And doubly intensified. We must not make the same mistake.
That's Buck Rogers stuff.
You can't get away with that in this day and age.
You don't have to take my word for it. Just read your own newspapers. Right-hand column, page 3, New York Times of May 26th. An Associated Press dispatch from London, dated May 31st. The 3-column story on page 5 in the New York Post of February 5th. Page 51 on Life magazine for May 8th. Our plans are not secret.
That's a lot of propaganda.
The Führer said the bigger the lie, the more likely it is to be believed. But you, Mr. and Mrs. Mansfield, prove another axiom.
Huh?
What?
The bigger the unpleasant truth, the less likely it is to be believed in America.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard Mr. Paul Lucas and Mr. Eric von Stroheim in High Command, a radio document written and directed by William N. Robeson, with an original musical score composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. And now, a word from Mr. Paul Lucas.
Ladies and gentlemen, the words and sentiments which I expressed in the part I have just played are as loathsome to me, a naturalized American citizen, as I know they are to you who are native-born. But these words had to be said. These ideas had to be exposed. All of us must realize that there still exists on this globe, and will continue to exist, unless we are extremely careful, a group of ruthlessly clever and utterly unscrupulous men who are plotting a future of humiliation and slavery for us and for our children. This is not an hysterical overstatement. We are not viewing with undue alarm. What you have heard is sober fact, authenticated and documented many times over. Now, this cancer must be eliminated. This virus must be killed. This war must be prosecuted until it ends in the unconditional surrender of the German people, the Nazi Party, and the dangerous murderers who control them both, the German High Command. Now, your part in this campaign for the extinction of evil is simple and clear.
Back the attack by more than before.
This has been the second of 4 radio programs for the 5th War Loan, produced by Arch Oboler and William N. Robeson for the United States Treasury. Consult your local newspaper for the broadcast time of the 3rd of this special series. The play, I Want to Go Back, written and directed by Arch Oboler and starring Mr. Fred McMurray.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
Whatsoever house I enter, there will I go for the benefit of the sick. Or whatsoever things I see or hear concerning the life of men, I will keep silence thereon, counting such things to be held as sacred trusts. I will exercise my art solely for...
The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer brought you those famous motion pictures. Now this exciting, heartwarming series is heard on radio. In just a moment, the story of Dr. Kildare. But first, your announcer. Of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Blair General Hospital, one of the great citadels of American medicine. Clump of gray-white buildings planted deep in the heart of New York, the nerve center of medical progress, where great minds and skilled hands wage man's everlasting battle against death and disease. Blair General Hospital, where life begins, where life ends, where life goes on.
Will that be all, Dr. Gillespie? Did you want to take a blood sample?
No. That's all as far as I'm concerned, Miss Werner. Oh, any further examination, Jimmy?
No, I think we can handle the rest of it easier at the hospital. Mrs. Brady, you understand you're to be there at 9 o'clock in the morning for x-rays.
Yes, Dr. Kildare, 9 o'clock. Mm-hmm. Tell me something, Dr. Gillespie. Is it real bad?
Well, now...
Mrs. Brady, you're expecting a diagnosis before we've even completed our examination.
I feel so funny.
Well, we'll make some x-rays in the morning, maybe some other tests, and then we'll know a lot more about it.
It's been bothering me off and on for a year now, but it got worse about 4 months ago.
Really? But this is the first time you've been to the clinic?
Well, I went to see Dr. Conlon for a while.
Conlon? I don't know any Dr. Conlon, Jimmy.
Oh, he's got a real nice office in the Brunswick building.
Huh?
You know, he's the one that advertises all the time. He has that machine, whatever it's called.
Machine?
Oh, you remember, Dr. Gillespie, I showed you one of his ads a few weeks ago. He uses what I think he calls an electroradonic diagnostiscope.
Oh, yeah, that one. Yeah. Mm. And what did Dr. Conlon say was wrong with you, Mrs. Brady?
Well, it's real complicated, Dr. Gillespie. It's something about the electricity. It's in my joints and my liver when it ought to be out in my fingertips.
Oh, to be sure, yeah.
Machine doesn't seem to help me much, but he said if I'd keep on, it'd just happen overnight. That's how it works.
Just like magic, huh?
He had all kinds of letters from people he's cured. I went to him regular until I couldn't afford it anymore.
By the darnation. Jimmy,
Yeah, I know. You can go now if you like, Mrs. Brady.
All right, Dr. Kildare.
We'll see you in the morning at the hospital.
Thank you, Dr. Gillespie. Goodbye, nurse.
Goodbye, Mrs. Brady.
Darnation.
I know a nurse is not supposed to offer a diagnosis, but, well, it was pretty obvious, wasn't it?
Not much doubt about it, Miss Verna.
Doesn't have a chance in 1,000.
Oh, confound it, Jimmy. Cancer can be cured. Why don't they come to us in the beginning?
In this case, you know why she didn't. Dr. Conlon and his electroradonic diagnostiscope.
Electricity in her
Oh,
joints.
she went to him until her savings ran out. Great. And she's not the only victim. I've seen others come into this clinic before, victims either of him or 100 other fakes just like him. Dr. Gillespie, that man ought to be stopped.
Yeah, he ought to be smashed.
And furthermore, he's going to be stopped.
Oh.
I don't know how, but I think we could do it.
Oh, confound it, Jimmy. I don't see any reason for all this falderall.
Be quiet now. I'm trying to listen to your heart.
There's nothing wrong with my heart. Never has been.
Shh, quiet now.
The darnation. If I'd known that I was letting myself in for this, Jimmy, I would...
Well, my dear Dr. G, you were right. Your heart's perfect.
Of course it's perfect.
Diana, along with the blood pressure and pulse rate, note, general valve action, excellent. Evidence of myocardial deterioration, none.
Right, Jim.
3 complete physical examinations in one day by 3 different doctors. I feel like the prize bull at the county fair.
Well, in order to make this stick, we've got to document it completely right from the start.
Well, Bertolli and Mace are pretty good authorities, They're only 2 of the best internists in the country.
Next to you, of course.
Oh, well, I was going to say that.
Oh, I knew you were. Well, personally, I didn't expect to find something that Dr. Mace or Dr. Bertolli missed in their examination this morning, but after all, I've known you, worked beside you for years, and that gives my diagnosis a different kind of authenticity. Oh, Diana, you can file my diagnosis report along with the other 2 now.
Yes, Jim.
And keep everything in the same file, x-rays, cardiogram, basal metabolism.
Mm-hmm. Anybody think I was going into training to fight this Dr. Conlon?
You may have to before we're through.
Now, wouldn't that be something? Ladies and gentlemen, in this corner, gorgeous Gillespie.
No.
Wearing baby blue satin trunks, ballet slippers, and good afternoon, Dr. Carew.
Well, Dr. Gillespie, what in heaven's name is wrong with you?
Nothing is wrong with me, Carew.
Someone informed me that you've been examined today by 2 different consultants. Are you ill?
I am not. And anyway, it's none of your business.
Please.
Dr. Gillespie's merely getting ready for an ordeal, Dr. Carew.
An ordeal?
Yes, in fact, I haven't yet told him the full extent of it. His name now is Mr. Gillis, and he's going to be my father.
Your what?
My father.
Oh, well, now, Jimmy, isn't it several years too late for me to embark on that particular career?
Oh, not at all. Why, it's never too late, Pop.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Gillis. You've certainly brought your father to the right place. We'll have him on his feet in no time at all.
Well, I'm on my feet now, Dr. Conlon.
Oh, yes. Please have a seat.
Thank you.
You see, Dad's been having this trouble for nearly a year, but I couldn't get him to go to a doctor. He has the idea they're all quacks.
And with good reason, Mr. Gillis. I recognized your father as a man of keen intelligence the minute he walked in here. And a successful businessman, too, I'll venture.
Oh, not bad, not bad.
Well, Dad's retired now. Sold his chain of grocery stores last year.
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed. Gentlemen, you may not believe it, but the average medical doctor is a quack.
You don't say.
Modern civilization has progressed to inconceivable heights, while medicine has stood still. Why? Because the average doctor is blind. He refuses to make use of the greatest scientific discovery of this century.
Oh? What's that?
Electronics. Mr. Gillis, I presume you've heard of my electroradonic diagnostiscope?
Oh, yes. That's the part of your ad that attracted us. I don't know much about electricity, but it sounds fantastic.
Oh, I can assure you that if some of the miracles of healing I've seen take place in this office had been performed in a time gone by, I'd have been burned at the stake.
The good old days.
Well, Dr. Conlon, Dad's trouble seems to center around his chest, with pain sometimes in his left arm.
Oh, no symptoms, please, Mr. Gillis. The machine takes care of all that. Pain in the left arm. Gentlemen, suppose we step into the electronics laboratory. This way.
Well, now, that's quite an elaborate gadget.
Gadget? Mr. Gillis, you are standing before one of the most complex mechanisms known to modern science. Sit here, please.
It looks like the electric chair.
Oh, no danger at all. The intranuclear magnetic flux is completely compensated by the spectrum balance of the... But I suppose that's all Greek to you.
Impressive, though.
Now, just let me adjust these high-potential diatomic electrodes.
Gee, all those dials, control knobs, tubes, coils, it's amazing.
Oh, believe me, every one of them has a purpose. Now, just relax, Mr. Gillis. You won't feel a thing.
Good luck, Dad.
So that's it.
What's it?
The protonic balance of gamma waves indicates a strong deviation in the vicinity of the heart.
You mean it's heart trouble?
Well, that's all, Mr. Gillis. 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, we'll start you down that happy road to joyous health.
Well, that's very generous of you.
Not at all, not at all. The greatest pleasure in life, gentlemen, comes from helping to alleviate human suffering. You can go out this door.
Do I pay you, Dr. Conlon?
No hurry at all, Mr. Gillis. Tomorrow will be fine. Good day, gentlemen.
Bye, Dr. Conlon. Thank you.
By the tarnation. Of all the phony swindles, that takes the cake.
Yeah, probably a highly effective act, though, with somebody who doesn't know better.
Trouble of all things.
I was hoping he'd pick that. That's why I mentioned the pain in the left arm. By the way, Dr. Gillespie, did you by any chance notice that spot on the back of his hand?
Yes, I did. And apparently you got the same idea I did.
I wonder if he's used that machine on himself.
Well, I don't know, Jimmy, but he certainly ought to.
I tell you, gentlemen, when I heard about it, I simply sat down and blanched. I really did. I blanched.
All right, Carew, we heard you. You blanched. Who told you about it?
Why, Miss Park... let's just say a little bird told me.
You mean a big, long-nosed buzzard named Parker?
Oh, dear. Well, even though you've heard what we're planning, Dr. Carew, I don't understand why you're so upset about it.
I am more than upset, Dr. Kildare. I'm utterly prostrated. By the very idea of dragging the name of Blair Hospital into a sensational newspaper story. Why, it's unthinkable.
Well, it's the best way I know of putting this Dr. Conlon out of business. Oh, sure, there are legal angles to stop him, but there are also loopholes. But when this story is printed, he can't dodge the publicity.
Publicity? Oh, I shudder to think of it.
And we'll get publicity, plenty of it, with 3 top diagnosticians in the country involved in it. Dr. Gillespie, Dr. Patoli, and Dr. Mason, with the name of Blair Hospital featured.
Dr. Kildare, I absolutely forbid you to go on with this scheme.
Dr. Carew, there's a Mrs. Brady upstairs in this hospital waiting to undergo surgery next week. It's very doubtful that the operation is going to help her. 4 months ago, it would have.
I fail to see just what Mrs. Brady has to do with it.
4 months ago, Mrs. Brady was being swindled by Dr. Conlon's so-called diagnostiscope. And she only came to us after it was too late. She's not the only victim, nor is Conlon the only crook.
Very well, Dr. Kildare. But it's simply not our responsibility.
Well, I feel it's my responsibility.
Now, just a minute.
Carew, shut up.
Dr. Gillespie.
Jimmy and I are going ahead with this whether you like it or not.
Oh?
But I'll tell you what we'll do.
Yes?
We'll include a paragraph in the article stating that you were opposed to the idea.
Oh, well, in that case... Oh, good heavens, no. Why, it would ruin me. Oh, dear.
You know, there's another interesting angle in this that we haven't followed up yet. Although he doesn't know it, Conlon has a well-advanced sarcoma. Unless he's treated very soon by a legitimate doctor, he won't live a year.
We return to the story of Dr. Kildare in just a moment. Continue with the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
You know something, Jimmy?
What, sweetie?
You're a rat.
Oh, and I was hoping you wouldn't find out. Well, tell me, is it something specific or just a rat in general?
It's very specific, and if you don't know, I'm not going to tell you.
Now, what could I have done?
Good morning, Dr. Gillespie.
Morning, Miss Berta. Morning. Jimmy?
How's your heart this morning, Daddy?
Well, not too bad, sonny. Except for a few stray electromagnoprotons in the right ventricle.
What?
Our Mr. Gillis is beginning to emerge from the dark ages of medicine, that's all.
Oh, that Dr. Conlon racket.
Right.
How's the plan working out?
Okay so far. Daddy and I have another appointment with him at 10 this morning. We sat up last night until after midnight working on the newspaper release.
I know. That's what I was talking about a couple of minutes ago. Well, I'd better get to work.
Now, wait a minute. What do you mean?
Jimmy, we had a date last night.
Holy mackerel, I forgot all about it.
Yes, I know. See you later.
I never thought I'd see the day when a son of mine would treat such a beautiful girl with such a lack of consideration.
Oh, do you know, I forgot it completely. I guess I'm really in the doghouse now.
I doubt that, Jimmy. I think Diana has enough understanding to put up with your little eccentricities.
Eccentricities? Look who's talking.
Well, yeah, I could get away with it, on the grounds of senility.
I see.
I'm referred to as a grand old man by these idiots around here. Speaking of idiots.
Good morning, Doc.
Sir. Wayman, what are you doing in here? You're supposed to be downstairs.
Yeah, I know. But as long as I may win $60, I took the chance.
$60? How?
Well, everybody around the hospital is saying that if Dr. Conlon finds out that you're a doctor, you follow me, Dr. Kildare?
I guess so,
Yeah, well, they're betting if he finds out, then Dr. Conlon will use that there, the machine to electrocute Dr. Gillespie.
By the great horn spoon.
I'm betting he won't.
Oh, well, anyway, it proves your loyalty to Dr. Gillespie.
Oh, loyalty's got nothing to do with it. I'm getting 3-to-1 odds.
Just sit back now and relax, Mr. Gillis. Let the healing, life-giving alpha-protonic miracle rays flow through your autonomic nervous system.
Yes, indeed. That's $50 a flow.
But the reward, Mr. Gillis, freedom from sickness, abundance of energy, a 100% joy in living. What do a few pennies matter?
Well, you're absolutely right, Dr. Conlon. Money isn't everything. But are you entirely certain there's no danger in this treatment?
Yeah, I'd hate to have my autonomic nervous system blow out a fuse.
Well, there's not a thing to worry about, gentlemen. Everything is compensated, and I computed the setting very carefully. You see, right now, the machine is removing the inductive microfarad excess from the heart and distributing it between the thyroid and the left kidney.
I see.
That's why it's so important to make accurate computations. We don't dare remove too many microfarads from the heart or add too many to the kidney.
Well, we certainly don't. Might start a chain reaction, I'd just up and disintegrate.
Well, I hardly think that could happen. But it would cause trouble. Well, the 5 minutes are up. That's the first treatment.
$50 for 5 minutes. What a racket.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Oh, you'll get used to Father's little jokes, Dr. Conlon. By the way, did you make out that diagnostic report I phoned about this morning?
Why, yes, I did. It's right here on the table. I really don't see the importance of it, though. It's the cure that counts.
Well, Father has his eccentricities, you know.
Yeah, here you are.
Well, thanks.
Is it signed, Jimmy?
Diagnosis, angina pectoris and myocardial deterioration. Yes, it's signed, Dr. Gillespie.
Dr. Gillespie?
That's right. And I'm Dr. Kildare. We're both on staff with Blair Hospital.
What's the meaning of this?
As far as you're concerned, it means you're through swindling people out of their lives and money with that phony hookup of vacuum tubes and condensers.
You can't prove anything. You're bluffing.
You think so? As you may know, Dr. Gillespie is one of the leading internists in this country. And before we came here yesterday, he was examined by 2 other top men and myself and pronounced physically fit, including his heart.
So what? You doctors make mistakes all the time with your medieval methods of diagnosis.
We'll let the public decide how medieval they are. Tomorrow morning, 3 of the city's biggest newspapers will carry a full-page feature with photostats of the diagnostic reports, including yours, cardiograms, x-rays, along with our story of the way you operate.
I'll sue you. I'll sue both of you and Blair Hospital for $1 million.
I don't think so, Mr. Conlon.
There's no law against a man making an honest living.
Honest living. Come on, Dr. Gillespie. I'm getting a little sick.
All right, Jimmy. All right. Hey, see you in jail, Conlon.
Oh, no, you won't. I'll beat it. Wait and see.
By the way, Mr. Conlon, I feel it's my duty to warn you that you're a very sick man.
What are you talking about?
That spot on your hand. It's a sarcoma.
What?
You'd better get the best medical attention you can find, and as soon as possible.
You're crazy. You're lying.
Think what you like. You've been told. Goodbye.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Gentlemen, I hope you're exercising due discretion in this matter.
Discretion, Guru? We've thrown it to the winds.
Dr. Gillespie.
We're referring to Conlon as a charlatan and a mountebank.
Oh, no.
Yep. A liar, a swindler, a blackguard, and a crook.
Oh, good heavens. Our legal department specifically cautioned against vilification or terms of opprobrium.
Don't worry, Dr. Carew. There'll be nothing in the story but facts, and facts that can be proved. He won't get anywhere if he does file a libel suit.
Please. I shudder to contemplate even the possibility of his filing a suit. Why, at the very thought of coming face to face with that creature,
You blanch.
Well, I certainly quail. After all,
Oh, hi, Diana.
Dr. Kildare, Dr. Conlon is here to see you.
Did you say Conlon?
Yes, Dr. Guru.
Oh. Tell Conlon to come in, Miss Verna. And then find some smelling salts for Carew. The alpha potention of his pancreas has short-circuited across his pituitary.
Well, gentlemen, now that you've made a complete examination, are you still of the same opinion? It's still the same diagnosis?
Oh, no question about it, Conlon. It's a sarcoma.
Well, am I right in assuming it can be cured by an operation?
Surgery's out of my line. That's Kildare's field.
Yes, it can be removed by surgery, Mr. Conlon. It's not a simple operation, but done at this time, prognosis is very favorable.
Dr. Kildare, would you be willing to perform this operation in spite of your personal feelings?
I'm a doctor, and as such, I have very clear-cut responsibilities toward my patients. Under the circumstances you mentioned, you'd be a patient. It's as simple as that. Personal feelings are out of it.
How much would it cost?
I'm on staff here. You'll have to discuss cost with the business office. However, Dr. Gillespie and I have a price of our own that you'll have to meet.
What do you mean?
I'll operate in return for your signing a complete detailed confession of your swindling activities.
You must think I'm crazy. Why, with something like that, they could probably send me up.
All right, Conlon. Then I suggest you find another physician. The newspaper article will still be effective even without the confession.
I've already been to 2 other doctors today. Neither one of them would operate. They both told me to come to you.
I can have a stenographer sent up from the office if you'd care to dictate it, Mr. Conlon.
All right. I know when I'm beat. I'll have it for you later this afternoon.
Good.
At least I'll have my life.
Which is more than Mrs. Brady will. Check into the hospital at 9 o'clock in the morning.
All right, thanks. Goodbye, gentlemen.
Well, Jimmy, I guess that does it.
Yes, at least it's about all we can do. From here on, it's up to the authorities.
And the public. They're the real judge and jury.
I think I can predict their verdict in this case. It's just too bad we can't smoke all the Conlons out into the open. Oh, well, you fight it where you find it. That's the best you can do.
And it's enough, Jimmy. It's enough. No matter how you look at it, life is pretty much a matter of struggling, fighting. And it will be so for a long time to come. That smooth, easy road to joyous living is still a figment of an electro-redonic dream. Come on, let's go to lunch.
In just a moment, we will return to the story of Dr. Kildare. And now, once again, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Well, Jimmy, getting married or going to a funeral?
Neither. As a matter of fact, we've got a date with Diana, I hope. She been here yet?
No. What's the idea? To impress her with your dazzling attire? Gorgeous raiment?
Oh, not exactly, but it does feel good to change from a white coat to a black tie once in a while, as long as it's not too often.
Where are you going?
Supper at the Starlight Room. Again, I hope.
She wasn't put out with you in the first place. I know women.
Cynic.
Good evening, Dr. Gillespie. Jimmy.
Nice.
You like it?
Mm-hmm. Love it.
Me. If I were only 20 years younger. But that's life. Well, I'm going to bed. You're going out. Have a good time.
We will.
Good night. Look, sweetie, I'm awfully sorry about last night, but we got involved in that newspaper story, and, well, I'm just sorry, that's all.
Jimmy, you're a born crusader, and you'll never change.
Incurable, huh?
I'm afraid so. And you know something?
What?
I wouldn't want you to change.
All right, sweetie, then I'll make a confession.
What, Jimmy?
I couldn't change.
You have just heard the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. This program was written by Les Crutchfield and directed by William P. Russo. Original music was composed and conducted by Walter Schumann. Supporting cast included Ted Osborne, Georgia Ellis, Ed Max, Sarah Selby, and Raymond Burr. Dick Joy speaking.